Chapter 1 Lottery Draw Divine Cultivation Talent. Dragon Kingdom, Nanshan Province, Jiangwan City. It's May. In the afternoon, the heat is unbearable. Jiangwan Number 1 High School, Class 9, Senior 3. On the podium, the teacher talked nonstop. Under the podium, students are dozing off. Look, everyone, someone's flying over outside. A voice suddenly rang out, instantly waking up the many drowsy students. Everyone looked out of the window at the same time, and so did the teacher on the platform, only to see a figure soaring through the air, flashing past in a flash from high above. So handsome. I really want to become a cultivator. It sounds like I don't want to. I dream of becoming a practitioner. Speaking of dreams, last night, I dreamed that I had an S-level cultivation talent. Are you thinking of something to eat? I don't think too highly of it. A C-level cultivation talent is sufficient. Both of you are thinking of nothing to eat. Just have an E-level cultivation talent. I think it's even lower. Having the lowest F-level cultivation talent would be enough. Similar voices of conversation rang out one after another in the classroom. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud knocks on the podium rang out, followed by a loud shout. Be quiet. The many students who were discussing immediately stopped talking and looked at the teacher on the platform. I know everyone wants to become a practitioner, and so does the teacher. But not everyone can become a practitioner. One must have a talent for cultivation. The teacher first poured cold water on many students and then gave them a little comfort. Strange beasts have invaded, and the other world is causing trouble. The situation is in chaos and unstable. Actually, being an ordinary person is not bad either. At least we don't have to face danger directly. All right, everyone calm down. Let's continue our class. The teacher started talking nonstop again, but many students were not interested in listening. Jiang Taiping, who was sitting in the corner of the last row, was no different. Compared with other students, there was still a hint of bitterness on his cheeks. I've lost face to the time traveler. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. He has a secret that no one knows. He is a time traveler. Why disgrace the time travelers? While other time travelers are doing extremely well, he is in a terrible state. How bad is it? She was born in the womb and was not yet a month old when both of her parents passed away. Then she grew up in an orphanage. At the age of 16, the orphanage kicked him out on the grounds of insufficient funds and that he had grown up. After that, in order to survive, he did 3 odd jobs every night, working until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and only managed to make ends meet. Recalling the past, Jiang Taiping was immediately filled with anger from the bottom of his heart, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why is there such a big gap between people who are all time travelers? I don't want to disgrace the time travelers. Never mind. No excuses. Why do all the other time travelers have cheat codes, but I don't? Why are other time travelers doing so well while I'm in such a pitiful state? Jiang Taiping let out a silent roar and clenched his fists tightly. In his previous life, he led an unremarkable life all his days. In this life, he doesn't want to live an unremarkable life any longer. I don't want to become the food of strange beasts at any time. He wants to live a wonderful life and leave his own legend in this world. Just at this moment, a somewhat mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Jiang Taiping's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is not willing to go to the extreme. The lottery system of the universe is being activated. Jiang Taiping, unwilling to give up, was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of ecstasy appeared on his cheek. He had thought he would break the rule that all time travelers have a golden finger. Now it seems that a law is a law and not so easy to break. It's just that his golden finger came a little later than that of other time travelers. Lottery Wanjia system, what can you do? Jiang Taiping asked in his heart. This system is called the lottery universe, so it's naturally a lottery within the universe. A flood of information rushed into Jiang Taiping's mind. With not much information available, Jiang Taiping quickly understood the function of the lottery Wanjia system. Anything that exists in the multiverse can be obtained through the multiverse lottery system. For instance, martial arts skills, cultivation methods, divine weapons, magic treasures, and so on. However, if you want to participate in a lottery, you first need a lottery card. There are 4 types of lottery cards, namely the low-level lottery card, the intermediate lottery card, the high-level lottery card, and the super lottery card. The higher the level of the lottery card, the greater the chance of winning and the greater the chance of getting good things. Super lottery cards guarantee 100 winning and 100 getting good stuff. Lottery Wanjie system. How to obtain lottery cards. Jiang Taiping asked in his heart again. Kill the enemy and you can obtain. Another wave of information rushed into Jiang Taiping's mind, and he quickly sorted it out. Every time you kill an enemy, you have a chance to get a lottery card. The higher the level of the lottery card, the smaller the chance of obtaining it. Super lottery cards can only be dropped by killing enemies. Intermediate lottery cards and advanced lottery cards can be combined with low-level lottery cards. 10 low-level lottery cards can be combined into 1 intermediate-level lottery card. 10 intermediate lottery cards can be combined into 1 advanced lottery card. Why does it feel a bit like fighting monsters and dropping equipment? Jiang Taiping felt a bit strange in his heart. Ding! The lottery system of the universe has been activated. We are giving away an activation gift package. Are you going to use it? Is there any need to ask? Of course. Jiang Taiping answered without hesitation. Use the activation gift package to get a super lottery card. Do you want to use it? Use. Jiang Taiping's heart was filled with anticipation. The super lottery card is guaranteed to win and get good things. I wonder what he can draw. Using the super lottery card in a lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've won the prize and obtained the God-level cultivation talent. Devouring. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation talent has been upgraded from G level to God level. While talking in the lottery world system, Jiang Taiping felt a warm current seeping into his body, and then he felt that he seemed a little different from before. But where exactly are the differences? He can't explain it clearly. However, he knew that the difference between the warm current and the feeling was caused by winning a God-level talent through a lottery, so he didn't think much about it. G-level, divine level. Jiang Taiping was somewhat puzzled. Although he is not a cultivator, living in the world of high martial arts, he has never eaten pork and has never seen a pig walk. As is well known, the cultivation talents of practitioners in this world are divided into 7 levels in total. They are respectively F grade, E grade, D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. Grade F is the lowest and grade S is the highest. What on earth is G class? What on earth is the divine level? Lottery Wanjie system. What is G level? What is God level? Jiang Taiping asked. G level is a euphemism for having no cultivation talent. God level is also known as super S level, with cultivation talent far exceeding S level. Jiang Taiping's mouth twitched. If he had no talent for cultivation, he had no talent for cultivation. How could he be so tactful? But in the next moment, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. God-level cultivation talent, far exceeding the well-known S-level cultivation talent in the world. Now he's really awesome. Chapter 2. A difficult beginning. Fortune lies in danger after a prolonged period of excitement. Jiang Taiping finally regained his composure. What is the function of the lottery of the 10,000 realms system and the divine level cultivation talent of devouring? Jiang Taiping inquired. The function is quite straightforward. Upon vanquishing an enemy, you automatically absorb a portion of their vitality, thereby enhancing your own cultivation. Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had been accustomed to defeating monsters for equipment drops. Now, it seemed he was earning experience through combat. Is this what you call simple? That is akin to a calf soaring through the skies. Startled from his reverie, Jiang Taiping involuntarily uttered an exclamation of astonishment. He wished to convey the depth of his excitement, yet his lack of eloquence left him with nothing but a single exclamation to express his feelings. In unison, all eyes in the classroom turned toward Jiang Taiping, including that of the teacher. Jiang Taiping, what are you shouting about? The teacher asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. He realized that his excitement had led him to forget they were in the middle of class. However, his quick wit allowed him to conjure an excuse. Teacher, your lecture is simply too captivating. I could not help but express my admiration. His classmates regarded him with disdain, aware that he was lying without a hint of shame. The teacher, however, nodded in approval. Next time, keep your voice down so as not to disturb others. Let's continue with the lesson. Relieved by his quick thinking, Jiang Taiping silently congratulated himself. Otherwise, he would have faced an awkward situation. Can I check my attributes in the lottery of the 10,000 realms system? He asked. Certainly. You can summon your attribute panel with your mind. With a mere thought, a translucent screen appeared before Jiang Taiping, visible only to him. At the top of the screen were 3 categories: attributes, skills, and inventory. The attribute interface was displayed by default. Host, Jiang Taiping, age, 18 realm, none vitality, 1 card. Note, normal humans possess 1 talent. Devouring, divine level, Jiang Taiping opened the skills interface, and the screen flickered before transforming into the skills panel. However, the skills page was utterly vacant. He then accessed the inventory interface, which displayed rows of empty slots. The inventory was so bare that even a mouse would leave in tears. Jiang Taiping could not help but sigh in disappointment. Not only was the inventory empty, but the attributes and skills interfaces were also rather disheartening, save for the divine level talent of devouring. Yet, he merely lamented the situation, recognizing that it was entirely normal to possess nothing after recently acquiring the lottery of the 10,000 realm system. Closing the attribute panel, Jiang Taiping wore a contemplative expression. Defeating enemies yields lottery tickets, and slaying them allows for the absorption of their vitality to enhance my cultivation. Everything revolved around combat. Yet, despite possessing a divine-level cultivation talent, he lacked any tangible strength. Recklessly engaging in combat would only lead to his premature demise. Nonetheless, as the adage goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Once he navigated this challenging outset, his cultivation would soar at an astonishing pace, and his future would be as unimpeded as traversing the Sahara Desert. How should he overcome this daunting beginning? Jiang Taiping racked his brain for a solution, yet no viable idea surfaced until school was dismissed. This was not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather a consequence of his utter lack of power. Even the most skilled craftsman cannot create without materials. By the way, I must remind everyone, the teacher's voice rang out from the podium. A malevolent individual from another realm has infiltrated our city, having already taken several lives. I have sent his photograph to the class group. Should anyone encounter him, please steer clear. Jiang Taiping glanced at his phone, and his gaze brightened slightly. If he could eliminate this interloper, it would certainly assist him in overcoming his arduous beginning. However, the next moment, a bitter smile crept across his face. The interloper was a minion of otherworldly beasts, a traitor to humanity, and each one was a cultivator. He was merely an ordinary person with a divine-level cultivation talent. How could he possibly defeat such an adversary? He might as well be offering his own head on a platter. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Taiping gathered his belongings and hurried home. As he neared his residence, he caught sight of a man and a woman walking ahead in a narrow alley. He initially paid them no mind, continuing on his way, but soon realized something was amiss. The man's attire bore a striking resemblance to the interloper described by his teacher, while the woman appeared to be the school beauty, Su Qiqi. Realizing the potential danger, Jiang Taiping pulled out his phone and compared it to the photograph of the interloper. After several comparisons, he confirmed his suspicions. The man's clothing matched the description of the interloper exactly, and he was also carrying a bag similar to that in the photograph. Furthermore, the woman was indeed Su Qiqi. Additionally, he noticed something else. The interloper had his right hand resting on Su Qiqi's back, seemingly pressing something against her. However, due to his long sleeves, Jiang Taiping could not discern the object in his hand. It was likely a weapon, perhaps a dagger. To save or not to save? The question weighed heavily on Jiang Taiping's mind. Su Qiqi had no connection to him. If he were a formidable individual, he might consider rescuing her. But as an ordinary person with only a divine-level cultivation talent, rushing to her aid could cost him his life. Therefore, it was not merely a question of whether to save Su Qiqi, but rather whether he should take the risk. Eager to overcome his difficult beginning, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. If he missed this chance, who knew when he might encounter another? Soon, Jiang Taiping had made up his mind. As the saying goes, fortune lies in danger. With an opportunity laid before him, he could not afford to let it slip away. However, lacking strength, he needed to employ cunning rather than brute force. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Taiping pulled a mask from his pocket and donned it. He then picked up a brick from the roadside, stashed it in his bag under some books, and hurried towards the interloper and Su Qiqi. Killing the interloper would undoubtedly incite retaliation, so it was prudent to conceal his identity. Besides, he often carried a mask due to his part-time job in a restaurant, making it quite convenient. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, the interloper turned immediately, a look of vigilance crossing his face. Yet, in the next moment, he relaxed. He felt no fluctuations of vitality emanating from Jiang Taiping, indicating that he was an ordinary person and posed no threat. Indeed, the interloper was precisely as the teacher had described. Jiang Taiping's gaze flickered with determination, although the interloper was also wearing a mask. The eyes and eyebrows that were visible matched those in the photograph perfectly. Furthermore, when the interloper turned, the fabric of his sleeve shifted, revealing the glint of a blade pressed against Su Qiqi's back. "Excuse me, sir, my younger brother is missing. Have you seen a 5- or 6-year-old child pass this way?" Jiang Taiping inquired as he approached the interloper. As he spoke, he drew nearer, closing the distance between them. Chapter 3. The Power of the Brick. Promotion to F class at that moment, Jiang Taiping felt a surge of anxiety. The individual before him was a ruthless criminal. If he reacted violently, it would spell disaster for Jiang Taiping. His gamble relied on the hope that the interloper was fearful of exposure and would refrain from killing in public. The interloper let out a sigh of relief, having initially feared that Jiang Taiping had uncovered something. It now seemed he had been overly cautious. I just saw a 5 or 6-year-old child, the interloper said. He ran in the direction you came from. Did you not encounter him? Jiang Taiping cursed inwardly. The pretext he had used to approach the interloper had been a ruse, and now he was being asked about a non-existent brother. However, he understood that the interloper was trying to hasten his departure. Thank you, sir. Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude and feigned turning away. But just as the interloper began to walk away with Su Qiqi in tow, Jiang Taiping swiftly retrieved the brick from his bag and swung it at the interloper's head. Caught off guard and underestimating Jiang Taiping, the interloper was completely unprepared for the attack from an ordinary person. The brick struck with a resounding thud. Accompanied by a dull thud, Jiang Taiping struck the back of the Yiji's head with a brick. The impact left the Yiji reeling, unable to maintain its balance, and it fell forward. The dagger pressed against Su Qiqi's back clattered to the ground. Jiang Taiping did not hesitate. He lunged at the Yiji, mounting it. He raised the brick and relentlessly struck the back of the Yiji's head again and again. The Yiji, being a cultivator, could not be given a moment's respite. Otherwise, Jiang's life will be forfeit. Su Qiqi was bewildered by the scene before her, staring in shock as Jiang Taiping continued to strike the Yiji. After a dozen blows, the mechanical voice of the lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. Ding! The host has slain an enemy and earned 58 low-level lottery cards. Simultaneously, a warm current surged into his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Finally, it was dead. Jiang Taiping sighed in relief. He could not afford to linger. He snatched the Yiji's burden, retrieved the fallen dagger, and decisively fled. Even though he wore a mask, and Su Qiqi was from a different class, they shared the same campus and could easily cross paths. If she recognized him and spread word of his deed, he would be in grave trouble. As for taking the Yiji's belongings, it was only rightful. He had slain the Yiji, thus its possessions rightfully belonged to him. By the time Su Qiqi regained her senses from her daze, Jiang Taiping had vanished without a trace. Who was that? Why did he seem somewhat familiar? Su Qiqi furrowed her brow. Moments later, her expression relaxed as she recalled who he was. He ran quite fast, but could he outrun the monk and escape the temple? Su Qiqi smiled brightly, effortlessly lifting the Yiji's corpse as she departed swiftly. Jiang Taiping ran briskly, weaving left and right. Soon, he noticed his strength had increased, allowing him to run even faster. Initially puzzled, he quickly realized that it was due to having slain the Yiji and absorbing part of its vitality, resulting in a boost in his cultivation. After running for a while, Jiang Taiping confirmed he was not being pursued and made his way home. His residence was not far from Zhuo No. 1 Middle School, situated in a slum where he rented a basement room. With his unfortunate circumstances, he had no hope of affording a home in Xuanyuan City. Upon returning home, Jiang Taiping promptly shut the door and sat down at the table. He was curious about the contents of the burden. Placing the bag and burden on the table, he opened the latter to inspect its contents. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping was astounded. The burden was filled with money, 15,000 in total. He had struck it rich. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Throughout his life, he had never possessed more than 1,000 yuan, and now he had a staggering 15,000. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he finally calmed down. He extracted the Yiji's dagger from the bag. The dagger gleamed with a chilling light, appearing exceptionally sharp. At last, he had a weapon. Opening the attribute panel, Jiang Taiping silently commanded, and a luminous screen appeared before him. Host, Jiang Taiping age, 18 realm, F-grade vitality, 18 cards talent, devour divine, F-grade realm. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. The cultivation realm and talent are categorized from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, with each succeeding realm requiring 10 times the vitality of the previous one. Achieving 10 cards in vitality marks one as an F-grade cultivator, while 100 cards indicate an E-grade cultivator, and so forth. Haha, I have become a cultivator. Jiang Taiping erupted into laughter. He had anticipated a challenging start that would take time to overcome, but unexpectedly, he had achieved it today. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The importance lay in the fact that as a cultivator, he was now qualified to enter the demon hunting grounds to hunt Yishou. This meant his cultivation would ascend rapidly. After another bout of excitement, Jiang Taiping accessed the warehouse interface. The previously empty warehouse now contained items, 58 low-level lottery cards. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Taiping proclaimed, "Lottery system, use 1 low-level lottery card for a draw." The draw commenced, consuming 1 low-level lottery card. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping felt somewhat exasperated. No prize was awarded, yet the system offered thanks for participation. It left him with a sense akin to discovering a thank you for tasting message under a beverage cap. Lottery system, 7 consecutive draws with low-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping declared. The draw commenced, consuming 7 low-level lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. 6 consecutive thank you for participating messages followed. Jiang Taiping's expression darkened. The odds of winning with low-level lottery cards seemed exceedingly slim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. You have received a pair of socks belonging to Xiao Long, which has been added to the warehouse and can be summoned with your thoughts. Jiang Taiping's face lit up, only to shift to a peculiar expression. Retrieve. With a thought, a pair of socks materialized in his hands. After examining them closely, he found nothing particularly special about the socks. Lottery system. Do these socks possess any special function? Jiang Taiping inquired. None. They're merely a pair of socks. Jiang Taiping's face darkened further. After finally winning, he had received a pair of ordinary women's socks. He had no use for them and lacked any peculiar preferences, so he casually tossed them into the trash. The odds of winning with low-level lottery cards were too low, and obtaining nothing of value was disheartening. Better to use the intermediate lottery cards. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. As for the advanced lottery cards, he wished for them, but he lacked sufficient low-level lottery cards. Chapter 4. A perfect match, the fury of Su Qiqi. Without hesitation, Jiang Taiping declared, Lottery system, synthesize 5 intermediate lottery cards. 5 intermediate lottery cards have been synthesized, consuming 50 low-level lottery cards. Lottery system, perform a 5 consecutive draw with intermediate lottery cards. Jiang Taiping decisively stated. The draw commenced, consuming 5 intermediate lottery cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. You have received an S-grade cultivation talent, Sword Seed. Jiang Taiping's expression brightened. Truly, the intermediate lottery cards prove their worth. He won on the first attempt, and it was a splendid reward. However, the subsequent 4 thank you for participating messages abruptly reminded him not to get his hopes up. After the draw concluded, Jiang Taiping felt another warm current flow into his body. Once again, he sensed a change within himself, though he could not pinpoint the difference. He had experienced this sensation before. He understood it was due to acquiring the S-grade cultivation talent, Sword Seed, and did not dwell on it further. Securing an S-grade cultivation talent from 5 intermediate lottery cards was already quite fortuitous. Jiang Taiping mused, expressing his genuine thoughts. Prior to this, he had merely hoped to draw something decent, considering it was just an intermediate lottery card. Yet he had never anticipated winning an S-grade cultivation talent. Nevertheless, a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. He already possessed a divine-level cultivation talent. Having an additional S-grade cultivation talent seemed somewhat excessive. No, wait. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening. It was not excessive, but rather exceedingly beneficial. Jiang Taiping felt a surge of excitement. The divine-level cultivation talent's devouring ability allowed him to absorb part of an enemy's vitality, enhancing his own cultivation. This effect was merely auxiliary. However, the S-grade cultivation talent, Sword Seed, was different. Its purpose was to facilitate swordsmanship, which was renowned for its formidable offensive power. The divine-level cultivation talent served as support, while the S-grade cultivation talent provided offense. The perfect balance of support and attack was indeed a match made in heaven. How could it possibly be excessive? Yet, this was merely his own speculation. It would be wise to confirm with the lottery system. Lottery system. What is the function of the S-grade cultivation talent, Sword Seed? Jiang Taiping inquired. S-level cultivation talent, also known as innate sword body, allows one to advance in the sword path with astonishing speed. Indeed, Jiang Taiping laughed heartily. Whether it be the god-level talent of devouring or the S-level talent of the sword body, either one would be sufficient for him to stand out in this world. Not to mention, he possesses both talents. How could he worry about an uncertain future? Maintain a low profile, Jiang Taiping reminded himself. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and the tree that stands out is bound to be toppled by the wind. To ensure a longer life, it is better to keep a low profile. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang Taiping gazed at the cash and dagger on the table. A pensive look crossing his face. The cash was easy to deal with. He could deposit it in the bank tomorrow. However, the dagger posed a bit of a dilemma. The school forbids the carrying of dangerous weapons, and he could not take the dagger with him while attending classes. Yet, if he left the dagger behind and encountered danger, would he run home to retrieve it? Can a lottery system's warehouse store non-system items? Jiang Taiping inquired. Yes, it can be done with just a thought. Wonderful. Jiang Taiping was overjoyed. With the ability to store non-system items in the system's warehouse, he could carry the dagger with him at all times. Furthermore, if he had anything inconvenient to carry in the future, he could also store it in the system's warehouse. Store. With a flick of his mind, the cash and dagger on the table vanished into thin air. He opened the warehouse interface and saw the cash in the first slot and the dagger in the second. Closing the system interface, Jiang Taiping's face was filled with exuberance. With dual talents, 1 God level and 1 S level, and his cultivation advancing to F level, the path ahead would be as smooth as galloping across the Sahara Desert. No work today. He would rest well and gather his strength. taking a day off tomorrow to enhance his cultivation at the demon hunting garden. Jiang Taiping spoke to himself. He quickly washed up and lay down in bed to sleep. Previously, he had worked nights to earn money for survival. Now, with a fortune of 150,000, enough to last him a considerable time. Moreover, with dual cultivation talents, cultivation became the most crucial matter. Why work anymore? Perhaps it was the lifting of worries that made him feel relaxed. And Jiang Taiping soon fell asleep. However, not long into his slumber, his phone on the nightstand rang. Who could be calling at this hour? Jiang Taiping murmured as he picked up his phone. It was an unknown number, so he hung up and continued to sleep. Usually, only his teacher or his workplace would call him. There was no need to answer an unfamiliar number. Just as he lay down, the phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. It was the same unknown number, and Jiang Taiping hung up once more. Yet, the mysterious number seemed determined, calling again. Jiang Taiping felt a surge of annoyance. He had hung up twice already. Why were they still calling? How could he get any sleep? Stop calling. Jiang Taiping answered the phone, shouted, and hung up before the other party could speak. To prevent further disturbances, he turned off his phone. Hello. The number you dialed is currently off. Hearing the voice on the line, Su Qiqi was nearly infuriated. In her entire life, she had never been hung up on, but today she had encountered just that. Not only had Jiang Taiping hung up on her 3 times, but he had also turned off his phone, which she found utterly unacceptable. Jiang Taiping, if you dare to hang up on me, I will storm into your house. Su Qiqi gritted her teeth and drove forward. However, she hadn't gone far before stopping the car. Forget it. It was already dark. She would deal with it tomorrow. After all, that guy was in school tomorrow. There was no rush. Su Qiqi muttered to herself, pouting as she turned the car around towards Jiang No. 1 Middle School. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Jiang Taiping awoke to the sound of his alarm clock, quickly washed up, and headed out the door towards Jiang No. 1 Middle School. On the way, he bought a cup of soy milk and some buns, eating as he walked. Passing by the bank, Jiang Taiping did not stop. According to his plan from yesterday, he intended to deposit the money, but today he had changed his mind. As a poor student, it was rather unusual to deposit a sum of 150,000. Given the tumultuous state of affairs, who knew when the bank might collapse? Where'd he go to retrieve his money then? Therefore, it was wiser to store the money in the system's warehouse. Not only was it convenient, but it was also secure. Before long, Jiang Taiping arrived at Jiang No. 1 Middle School. He immediately spotted Su Qiqi standing at the school gate, watching every student who entered. It seemed she was searching for someone. Could she be looking for me? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. He instinctively turned to leave, but remembered he still needed to ask the teacher for leave. So he stopped. I wore a mask last night. She probably can't recognize me. Jiang Taiping reassured himself, steeling himself as he walked toward the school. Just as he reached the entrance, Su Qiqi's voice rang out sharply. Stop. Jiang Taiping knew she was calling him, but he did not glance her way and continued into the school. I'm talking to you, stop. Su Qiqi's voice echoed again. Jiang Taiping wanted to pretend he hadn't heard, but regrettably, he could not as Su Qiqi blocked his path. What do you want from me? Jiang Taiping feigned ignorance. What do you think? Su Qiqi retorted. Jiang Taiping feigned innocence. How would I know? I'm not you. Come with me. Without further ado, Su Qiqi grabbed Jiang Taiping's hand and led him into the school. Jiang Taiping attempted to break free from her delicate grip, but after several attempts, he was astonished to find that Su Qiqi's seemingly delicate hand was as strong as a vice, and he could not escape. Moreover, Su Qiqi was quite strong. He could barely remain stationary. Reluctantly, he allowed her to pull him forward. This scene drew the attention of many students at the school gate, sparking a flurry of whispers. Is the school beauty waiting for that guy? What's going on? Who is that guy? Could he be taking advantage of the school beauty? I wish I were that guy, so the school beauty would hold my hand. Jiang Taiping? How could this introverted guy know the school beauty, having been dragged away by Su Qiqi? Jiang Taiping did not hear the gossip. If he had, he would certainly feel quite wronged. How could he be accused of taking advantage of Su Qiqi when he had saved her? Furthermore, he truly did not wish to know Su Qiqi, nor did he desire to have her holding his hand. Continuing to be pulled along by Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping arrived at the door of a room on the 2nd floor of the office building. What are you dragging me here for? Jiang Taiping questioned in confusion. This is my office. Su Qiqi explained before pulling out a key to unlock the door. Jiang Taiping was somewhat taken aback. How could a student like Su Qiqi have an office? However, before he could ponder further, he was pulled into the office, and the door slammed shut behind him. Immediately, Su Qiqi pushed him against the wall, her hand pressing beside his head, standing on her tiptoes to gaze intently at him, causing his heart to race. Could it be that she was walling him in? What do you want? Jiang Taiping asked weakly. What do you think? Su Qiqi countered. Jiang Taiping paused for a moment and replied, Could you be a little gentler? Su Qiqi was taken aback, puzzled. Gentler? What do you mean? I know I'm quite handsome, and it's just the two of us here, a man and a woman in a room together. You wall me in like this. You must have some thoughts about me and want to take advantage of me. I won't resist, Jiang Taiping said shyly. Su Qiqi was left speechless, raising her hand to give him a light smack on the head, exasperated. Who has thoughts about you? Who wants to take advantage of you? I'm here for serious business. Jiang Taiping grimaced. How could this girl possess such strength? The impact made his head throb. If you have a legitimate reason to seek me, why corner me like this? Jiang Taiping inquired, perplexed. Who cornered you? Suikiri Tortif. I merely felt that this approach conveyed a sense of pressure. Jiang Taiping rolled his eyes. He did not perceive any pressure. Instead, he found the situation rather ambiguous. Su Qiqi seemed to sense the awkwardness as well. She withdrew her delicate hand, which had been resting near Jiang Taiping's head, and fiercely questioned, Why did you hang up on me last night? And why was your phone off? Jiang Taiping responded in astonishment. You were the one who called last night? Of course. Su Jijirepliet, head irritation palpable. If it wasn't me calling, how would I know about it? I had no idea it was you. I thought it was a prank call. Jiang Taiping confessed candidly. Upon hearing this, Suiki felt some withdrew his truth. Since Jiang Taiping was unaware it was her call, it couldn't be counted as him hanging up on her. However, what she did not realize was that had Jiang Taiping known it was her, he would have ended the call even more swiftly. Let us drop this matter, Su Qiqi suggested and then inquired, Why did you run away after saving me yesterday? What do you mean, saving you? I have no idea what you're talking about. Jiang Taiping feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Su Qiqi glared at him. Although you were wearing a mask yesterday, it concealed your face, but not your eyes, forehead, or hair. I'm certain it was you. Don't bother trying to argue. It's futile. Jiang Taiping felt a twinge of frustration. He should have disguised himself more thoroughly to avoid recognition. Yet, it was too late for regrets. What do you want from me? He asked. What I desire depends on your decision, Su Qiqi replied. What do you mean? Jiang Taiping was confused. Su Qiqi elaborated. I believe you possess a talent for cultivation, and I wish to test it. Had she proposed testing his cultivation talent before yesterday, Jiang Taiping would have readily agreed. For not everyone had the chance to undergo such a test. Yet now, he was decidedly reluctant. He already had a cultivation talent. Two, in fact, one divine and one S-grade. There was no need for a test. Moreover, he understood the principle that the tallest tree attracts the wind. Whether divine or S-grade, his talents were extraordinary, and it was best to keep them hidden. Jiang Taiping remained silent and asked, Are you a cultivator? Yes, to be precise. I am an E-grade cultivator, Su Qiqi admitted without hesitation. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. It was no wonder Su Qiqi was so strong. As an F-grade cultivator himself, he recognized that Su Qiqi's E-grade status placed her a full tier above him, making it entirely reasonable that he could not break free from her grasp. You are an E-grade cultivator, yet were captured by that otherworldly cultivator? Jiang Taiping was incredulous. I allowed myself to be captured on purpose, Su Qiqi clarified. People frequently pass by there, and to avoid causing a commotion, I pretended to be caught, intending to deal with him once the area was clear. I never anticipated you would intervene, and that E-grade otherworldly cultivator met his end thanks to your swift actions. Jiang Taiping nodded, finally understanding why Su Qiqi had appeared so composed while under the otherworldly cultivator's control. He had initially thought it was merely his imagination. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of fear. The otherworldly cultivator was indeed an E-grade cultivator. Fortunately, he had not given the adversary a chance to retaliate. Otherwise, a mere finger could have sealed his fate. Come, let me test your cultivation talent, Su Qiqi proposed. Jiang Taiping hesitated for a moment before asking, Can I refuse? Su Qiqi was taken aback. Had she heard him correctly? Almost everyone aspired to become cultivators. Yet, Jiang Taiping was contemplating a refusal when she was offering him the chance to test his abilities. Do you even know what you're saying? Suiki Guidif. I do. Jiang Taiping explained. Being a cultivator is perilous. It is far better to remain an ordinary person. Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned. She had considered why Jiang Taiping would refuse the test, but had never anticipated this reason. You, the one who crushed an E-grade otherworldly cultivator with a brick, claimed to fear danger? Do you expect me to believe that? Su Qiqi retorted incredulously. Regardless, that is my perspective. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Jiang Taiping replied, unflinching. Su Qiqi frowned. She had anticipated the testing process would proceed smoothly, but had not expected to encounter someone as peculiar as Jiang Taiping. However, she did not believe a word he said. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Qiqi's mind, and she smirked. Jiang Taiping, you fled the moment you dispatched the otherworldly cultivator and still refused to admit it. Are you afraid someone will discover you were the one who killed him? Jiang Taiping fell silent. He did indeed harbor such concerns, for slaying an otherworldly cultivator would likely provoke their wrath. I will offer you another opportunity to reflect on your answer, Su Qiqi continued. If your response does not satisfy me, I will reveal your involvement in the otherworldly cultivator's demise, as well as your theft of his belongings and dagger. Jiang Taiping felt a wave of frustration. This girl was actually threatening him. Su Qiqi, do you have any sense of conscience? According to your words, I saved you yesterday, and this is how you repay me? What repayment? Suiki counter defensively. I didn't need your rescue, all right? Besides, when you struck the otherworldly cultivator with that brick, you inadvertently caused me injury with his dagger. I assure you, I'm a man of my word. Think carefully about your next move. Jiang Taiping retorted, feeling exasperated. Did he even have the luxury of consideration? He did not. I'm just curious. Why do you insist on having me tested? Jiang Taiping questioned, perplexed. Su Qiqi hesitated, but ultimately decided to be forthright with him. I am Su Qiqi, captain of the Demon Hunter Team 9 of the Night Walkers Yuan City branch. With the invasion of beasts and chaos caused by otherworldly cultivators, our organization is in urgent need of fresh talent. If you possess cultivation talent, I would like to invite you to join the Night Walkers Demon Hunter Hall. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Su Qiqi was part of the Night Walkers? However, upon recalling that she was an E-grade cultivator, it made sense. He was aware of the Night Walkers, an organization formed by cultivators in the Dragon Nation to combat beasts and otherworldly cultivators. What benefits come with joining the Night Walkers Demon Hunter Hall? Jiang Taiping inquired. To protect the innocent and ensure safety in our region. Su Qiqi proclaimed with pride. Jiang Taiping scoffed. He could barely sustain himself, let alone protect others. Spare me the grandiose ideals. Are there any tangible benefits? He pressed. Su Qiqi pondered for a moment. Their essay salary, and it provides a legitimate excuse to skip school. Instantly, Jiang Taiping's interest was piqued. Though he possessed a substantial sum of money, spending without earning would eventually leave him destitute. A steady income would ensure sustainability. Furthermore, defeating enemies would grant him lottery tickets to enhance his cultivation. Couldn't he afford to take days off constantly? Could he? Yet, despite his intrigue, Jiang Taiping did not immediately acquiesce. He contemplated and asked, I prefer not to be bound by restrictions. Are there many rules in the Night Walkers Demon Hunter Hall? Su Qiqi shook her head. There are no stringent rules. Just avoid wrongdoing and respond promptly when needed. Congratulations, you have successfully convinced me, Jiang Taiping mused. No longer hesitating, he made his decision. All right, let us proceed with the test. Su Qiqi was bemused. Had she known it would be this easy to persuade Jiang Taiping, she would not have resorted to threats. She retrieved a fist-sized, multicolored stone from her pocket and explained, this stone is called the cheat-size stone. It can determine if someone possesses cultivation talent. You simply need to grip it firmly. Is it really that simple? Jiang Taiping was astonished. Yes, it truly is. Su Qiqi affirmed with a nod. Jiang Taiping questioned, if it's so simple, why not test everyone? Do you think we wouldn't want to? Su Qiqi replied. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes and remarked, the cheat-size stone is a consumable item. A single cheat-size stone can only test one individual. Furthermore, since it originates from the demon cave, acquiring it is quite challenging, and our stock is limited. We cannot simply expend it. We must only utilize the cheat-size stone to test an individual's cultivation talent when we are certain they possess such potential. Oh, I see, Jiang Taiping exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as he grasped the cheat-size stone that Su Qiqi handed over, squeezing it tightly. In an instant, a brilliant spectrum of colors erupted from the stone. This spectacle filled Su Qiqi with immense joy, for such resplendent radiance indicated that Jiang Taiping's cultivation talent must be extraordinary. However, her delight quickly waned as she observed the dazzling colors swiftly merging into a singular crimson light. Within that red glow, a diminutive sword floated serenely. F-grade sword body. The smile on Su Qiqi's face froze completely. The vibrant hues corresponding to F, E, D, C, B, A, and S levels of cultivation talent signified that Jiang Taiping possessed an F-grade sword body. Can my cultivation talent allow me to join the Yixing Ren's Demon Hunting Hall? Jiang Taiping inquired. He had heard tales of how otherworldly beasts and beings reveled in hunting humans endowed with exceptional talents. Thus it was wise to maintain a low profile. He had previously concealed his divine talent of devour, even downgrading his S-grade sword body to F-grade. Su Qiqi felt conflicted. F-grade was the weakest level of cultivation talent, theoretically capping at F-grade cultivator status. While F-grade cultivators were significantly stronger than ordinary individuals, they would prove scant assistance against otherworldly beasts and beings. Indeed, to label F-grade cultivation talent as superfluous would not be an exaggeration. Well, F-graded is Su Qiqi's side. In a bid to promptly gather personnel, the Yixing Run had issued a directive to all members mandating that each must recruit a new member within a week. She had sought numerous individuals, yet none exhibited any cultivation talent. With today being the final opportunity, she lacked time to pursue others, and though F-grade talent was the weakest, it still possessed some merit. Certainly better than finding none at all. What does well mean? Jiang Taiping asked. This is an invitation, Su Qiqi said, retrieving an invitation from her pocket and handing it to Jiang Taiping. Tomorrow morning at 7:30. I will be waiting for you at the school gate to take you to the Yixing Ren's Jiuan branch for the assessment. All right. Jiang Taiping accepted the invitation, glancing at it before placing it in his pocket. He had considered retesting to potentially elevate his cultivation talent. But since F-grade talent permitted entry into the Yixing Ren's Demon Hunting Hall, there was no need to reveal a higher talent. In the next moment, the invitation vanished from Jiang Taiping's pocket, entering the repository of the lottery system. The invitation served as his credential for joining the Yixing Ren's Demon Hunting Hall, and it was crucial for receiving remuneration and justifying his absence from school. Losing it would be disastrous, hence it was prudent to store it within the system. Isn't an invitation to join? Why is there still an assessment? Jiang Taiping queried. I am merely the team leader. The decision for entry into the Yixing Ren's Demon Hunting Hall rests with the minister, Su Qiqi clarified. Moreover, to join the Yixing Ren's Demon Hunting Hall, one must possess not only cultivation talent, but also other qualities. I can only divulge this much. Other details cannot be disclosed. Very well. Jiang Taiping refrained from further inquiries. Since Su Qiqi had stated that she could not disclose more, pressing further would only put her in a difficult position. Unless there's anything else, you may leave, Su Qiqi stated, effectively dismissing him. Here, the cheat-sized stone. Jiang Taiping returned the stone to Su Qiqi before turning to depart. By now, the cheat-sized stone had morphed into a dull, black rock. Exiting Su Qiqi's office, Jiang Taiping made his way directly to the school gate, intent on enhancing his cultivation at the Demon Hunting Garden. Initially, he had come to school to request leave from his teacher, but with his imminent entry into the Yixing Run, there was no longer a need for that. Not long after Jiang Taiping left the school, Su Qiqi followed suit. In the heart of Juan City stood an imposing 18-story edifice, unmarked yet serving as the Yixing Ren's Jiuan branch. With a screech, a striking red Ferrari 488 executed a flawless drift, coming to a precise stop in a parking space before the Yixing Ren's Jiuan branch. Shortly thereafter, a stunning figure emerged from the Ferrari, none other than Su Qiqi herself. Today marked the deadline. She had to report Jiang Taiping's assessment information to avoid missing the registration for the evaluation. Upon entering the Yixing Ren's Jiuan branch, Su Qiqi made a beeline for the 18th floor, arriving at the minister's office. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qiqi rapped on the door. Guomin, a voice called from within. Pushing the door open, she faced a middle-aged man seated behind a desk. Minister, I have found an individual with cultivation talent and need to register him for the assessment. The middle-aged man, named Qin, was the minister of the Yixing Ren's Jiuan branch. All right, Qin replied, retrieving a registration form and handing it to Su Qiqi. Qiqi, if this individual has caught your eye, he must possess considerable cultivation talent, correct? Su Qiqi's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly replied, Minister, he only has F-grade cultivation talent. Qin paused, taken aback. Qiqi, you still allowed him to participate in the assessment with F-grade cultivation talent? Minister, I have searched for a week, and this is the only person with any cultivation talent. Suiki explained weakly. She had reluctantly brought Jiang Taiping for the assessment, as he was the sole individual she had found with any cultivation talent. Well, better than nothing. Qin chuckled, with a crimson face. Su Qiqi filled out the assessment registration form. Just as she completed it, a young woman, approximately 20 years of age, entered the office. Captain Su, what a coincidence. You are here for assessment registration as well? The woman smiled. Su Qiqi glanced back at the woman, recognizing her as Zhang Manor, the captain of the 8th Demon Hunting Team. Do you really think it's a coincidence? Suikiri Tortif. She had seen Zhang Manor seated in the lobby just moments prior. Zhang Manor did not respond, her gaze drifting to the completed registration form, exclaiming, F-grade? Gapdansu. As a genius with S-grade cultivation talent, how did you manage to find someone with only F-grade cultivation talent after a week of searching? Ignoring Zhang Manor, Su Qiqi recognized that the latter had come alongside her solely to boast and mock her. Captain Su, our Demon Hunting Hall does not accept just anyone, Zhang Manor continued. Does an F-grade cultivator have the audacity to attend the Demon Hunting Hall's assessment? Cough, cough. Qin cleared his throat, inquiring, Manor, from your tone. It seems you have found someone of notable cultivation talent? Indeed, Minister, Zhang Man replied. The individual I found is my cousin, Zhang Zhanfei. His cultivation talent, while not as exceptional as Captain Su's, is A-grade, much like mine. Su Qiqi's expression faltered. Although A-grade cultivation talent was not as rare as S-grade, it was still uncommon. No wonder Zhang Manor had deliberately waited for her. She was clearly confident in overshadowing her. Well done. Qin praised with delight. Thank you for the compliment, Minister. Zhang Manor replied, turning to Su Qiqi with a smile. Captain Su, the individuals we each recruit will join our respective teams. It seems the next head of the Demon Hunting Hall will undoubtedly be me. Perhaps you should wait until you elevate your cultivation to D-grade before making such claims. Su Qiqi shot back with a scowl, turning to leave. As she exited the minister's office, Su Qiqi furrowed her brow. Zhang Manor's taunts had abruptly made her realize a troubling issue. She focused solely on completing her task, neglecting Jiang Taiping's feelings. Was that not a touch selfish? It is essential to recognize that in this world, strength reigns supreme, particularly among the Night Walkers. Jiang Taiping, with his F-level cultivation talent, was bound to face scrutiny when he came to participate in the assessment. It was inevitable that he would encounter ridicule or even humiliation, which would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. It would be best to clarify this matter. Su Qiqi sighed, retrieving her phone from her pocket to call Jiang Taiping. The call connected swiftly. Jiang Taiping, this is Su Qiqi. I wish to discuss something with you, she began. Your cultivation talent is somewhat lacking, and I fear you may not pass the assessment of the Demon Hunter Hall. Without passing, you cannot join the hall and become one of its members. However, I can speak to the minister and arrange for you to join another department of the Night Walkers, where you could engage in clerical work. Admittedly, the rules for clerical positions are more stringent, and the salary is lower, but at least you won't have to juggle 3 jobs to support yourself. If you choose not to come, you need not do so. I will not impose any threats. Who says I won't pass the assessment? Jiang Taiping replied. I will arrive on time tomorrow. It's settled. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, the line went dead, and Su Qiqi's phone emitted a series of beeping sounds. Chapter 8. Entering the Demon Hunter Garden, the Novice Protection Zone, hearing the beeping from her phone. Su Qiqi felt a tinge of annoyance. No one had ever hung up on her so abruptly before. Well, there had been instances just yesterday. Jiang Taiping had cut off her call before she even had a chance to speak. Was he in such a rush to reincarnate? Su Qiqi felt a wave of displeasure. After all, Jiang Taiping was merely a student. What could be so pressing? Yet, the most significant concern was his F-level cultivation talent. What confidence did he have in passing the assessment? Tomorrow would surely be a spectacle. Su Qiqi huffed. Nevertheless, she soon found herself troubled by another thought. He was, after all, someone she had invited, and she could not simply stand by and watch him be bullied. Perhaps it would be wise to protect him a little, otherwise, he might become withdrawn after facing such setbacks. Unbeknownst to Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping was not being disingenuous. He genuinely had pressing matters at hand. At that moment, he stood before a black light screen, adorned with a cap and mask. Having learned from his previous encounter with Su Qiqi, he purchased a cap on his way to better conceal his identity. 2 guards stood beside the black light screen, behind which lay the Demon Hunter Garden, his destination. The garden had been constructed by the Night Walkers, housing numerous exotic beasts to train cultivators in the art of combat with these creatures. Stop. This is the Demon Hunter Garden. Non-cultivators are strictly prohibited from entering. The guard warned. I'm a cultivator, Jiang Taiping declared. Prove it, one guard replied, pointing to a massive black stone beside the black light screen. Attack it with all your might. The stone, known as obsidian, served as a means to assess a cultivator's strength. Jiang Taiping nodded and approached the obsidian, inhaling deeply before launching a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as a crimson glow erupted from the obsidian. Congratulations, you have achieved a 1-star F-level cultivation. You may enter the Demon Hunter Garden, but only within the outer perimeter, no more than 100 meters deep. Remember this well, or you may jeopardize your life. The guard cautioned. The colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple corresponded to the 7 cultivation levels: E, F, D, C, B, A, and S. Each level was further divided into 9 ranks based on 1/9 intervals. For instance, an F-level cultivator with a vitality of 10 to 19 was classified as a 1-star F-level, while 20 to 29 was a 2-star F-level, and so forth. Up to 90 to 99 for a 9-star F-level. The other ranks followed a similar pattern, albeit with greater intervals between stars. For example, an E level had a span of 100 vitality points between stars, while a D level required 1,000. Jiang Taiping's vitality measured 18, confirming his status as a 1-star F-level cultivator. He nodded and stepped toward the blacklight screen, but suddenly halted before entering. ISNT, your security a bit lax? What if an interdimensional intruder were to arrive? He inquired. If they come, they come. Once inside, they won't be able to leave, the guard replied nonchalantly. Why is that? Jiang Taiping asked, puzzled. Interdimensional intruders are tainted by exotic beasts and carry their scent, the guard explained. This black light screen is the protective barrier of the Demon Hunter Garden. It can discern the scent of exotic beasts, preventing them and interdimensional intruders from escaping. To leave, one would have to resort to brute force, but the barrier's defense is rated at C level, while the highest level exotic beasts within the garden are only D level. It is impossible for them to breach the protective barrier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Taiping felt enlightened. No wonder the Night Walkers had only stationed 2 guards at the entrance of the garden. Without further delay, he stepped into the black light screen and vanished. In the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Was this truly the Demon Hunter Garden? Jiang Taiping surveyed his surroundings. Not far ahead lay a forest, but it was unlike any forest he had encountered before. The trees stood bare, devoid of leaves, and the ground was littered with wilted flowers and grasses, exuding an aura of desolation. Suddenly, a roar pierced the air, startling Jiang Taiping and sending a wave of anxiety surging through him. It was his first time in the Demon Hunter Garden, and he had never even seen an exotic beast before. Nevertheless, Jiang Taiping was not one to cower in fear. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront interdimensional intruders. Regaining his composure, he drew the dagger he had stored in his system and focused on the direction from which the roar had come. To his astonishment, a rabbit the size of a pig bounded into view. Goodness, what a massive rabbit! If I could catch it, I would have enough to eat for a month. Jiang Taiping exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Fortunately, he was alone. Had anyone he knew been present, they would have been utterly shocked. Brother, this is your first encounter with an exotic beast, and rather than fear, you are contemplating cooking it? Aren't you being a tad too ambitious? Boom, boom, boom. The rabbit demon charged toward Jiang Taiping with all its might. He gripped his dagger tightly, prepared for battle. Yet, as the rabbit demon approached within 10 meters, it suddenly halted. What's going on? Jiang Taiping was bewildered. He couldn't understand why the rabbit demon had stopped. He glanced at the ground where it had paused and noticed a blood-red arc drawn on the earth. Following the arc, he was stunned to discover it formed a large circle with a diameter of approximately 20 meters, perfectly encircling the black light screen behind him. Could the rabbit demon's sudden stop be related to that blood-red arc? A thought flickered across Jiang Taiping's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he was within a meter of the rabbit demon. It showed no inclination to attack. Instead, it drooled and bared its sharp fangs, clearly regarding him as potential prey. Contemplating further, Jiang Taiping moved to the side. The rabbit demon followed closely, yet did not cross the red line. After several attempts, Jiang Taiping became certain of his hypothesis. The rabbit demon had not stopped because it had lost interest in him, but rather because it feared crossing the red line. The blood-red arc resembled a novice protection zone in a game. The Night Wanderers are rather considerate, knowing to establish a safe haven for novices. Jiang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Previously, he had some concerns that the hunter's garden was the domain of otherworldly beasts, leaving him unable to find a resting place. Now, those worries were dispelled, and the next step was to enhance his cultivation and earn lottery cards. Chapter 9. Frenzy Battle. Ascending to E-rank kill, Jiang Taiping bellowed, stowing his dagger in the system's warehouse as he strode purposefully towards the rabbit demon. There was no need for a dagger to deal with a mere rabbit demon, and with the dagger in the system's repository, he could retrieve it at any moment. It might prove useful at a critical juncture. One must admit, Jiang Taiping's thoughts were somewhat cunning. As he stepped out of the safe zone, the eager rabbit demon opened its gaping maw to bite at him. Jiang Taiping did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly raised his lowered right hand, delivering an uppercut to the demon's jaw. Although he had only just entered F rank yesterday, he had practiced boxing diligently to gain some self-defense skills, and now his training bore fruit. With a dull thud, Jiang Taiping's fist connected with the rabbit demon's jaw, sending it flying through the air, flipping backward. Is it this weak? Jiang Taiping was somewhat astonished, and the left fist he had just raised fell back down. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he did not hesitate and continued to pursue the rabbit demon. Another dull thud echoed as the rabbit demon fell to the ground. Jiang Taiping leaped into the air, landing atop the rabbit demon, and began to rain down punches upon its head. The sounds of flesh striking flesh combined with the demon's piercing screams filled the air. After a flurry of punches, the mechanical voice of the lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. Congratulations! The host has slain an enemy and obtained 2 low-level lottery cards. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Taiping felt a warm surge enter his body. He recognized that this warmth was the result of his divine-level cultivation talent absorbing the rabbit demon's vitality, though it was considerably weaker than the warmth he had felt when he had crushed otherworldly disciples with a brick. With a thought, the interface of the lottery system materialized before him. Host, Jiang Taiping age, 18 rank, F rank vitality, 19, cards talent, devouring divine level, sword seed, S rank. Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow. When he had slain the otherworldly disciple with a brick, he had absorbed 17 vitality cards, receiving 58 low-level lottery cards. Yet, killing a rabbit demon yielded only 1 vitality card and 2 low-level lottery cards. Was this disparity due to the rabbit demon's low rank? A thought flickered through Jiang Taiping's mind. After contemplating, he concluded that this was the only explanation. If the gains were modest, they would accumulate over time, and that was still commendable. With a quiet sigh, he rose and walked towards the dense forest. However, unbeknownst to him, an intangible aura seeped from the rabbit demon's body, drifting into the depths of the forest. Not far into his journey, a frog the size of a basin suddenly leaped out from the withered grass, lunging at Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was vigilant, quickly noticing the frog and responding with a powerful punch. This frog, despite its size, proved no match for Jiang Taiping. who dispatched it with 2 punches, earning 1 low-level lottery card and absorbing 1 vitality card. Next, Jiang Taiping wandered the forest's edge, searching for otherworldly beasts while awaiting their approach. Initially, several beasts attacked him directly, but after he had dispatched around 10, the situation shifted. No beasts dared to engage him anymore, and those he discovered fled in a frenzy. Jiang Taiping was not surprised. Low-level beasts lacked intelligence, but still possessed an instinct for survival. However, their retreat necessitated his pursuit, significantly reducing his efficiency in slaying them. Soon noon arrived. After a half-day of chasing and battling, Jiang Taiping returned to the protective zone to rest. He retrieved his pre-prepared food and water from the system's warehouse and began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, he summoned the lottery system to tally his gains from the day. His vitality had risen from 18 cards upon entering the Hunter's Garden to 50 cards, and he had amassed 78 low-level lottery cards. He had slain 32 otherworldly beasts, yielding precisely 32 vitality cards. Did this mean that each beast only provided 1 vitality card? Furthermore, acquiring 78 low-level lottery cards was only slightly better than the single one he had gained from the otherworldly disciple. Jiang Taiping felt somewhat disheartened. Yet, had he known that others would envy his achievements, he would have felt differently. For in just half a day to increase his vitality by 32 cards was an astonishing speed, akin to soaring on a rocket, a feat unattainable even with ordinary medications. Why does slaying each otherworldly beast yield only 1 vitality card? Jiang Taiping inquired. The enemy's rank is too low. Absorbing 1 vitality card is mandatory. Sighing, Jiang Taiping lamented that the low rank of the beast was indeed the cause. Moreover, according to the lottery system, had it not been for the mandatory rule, he might not have absorbed even 1 vitality card from the beasts he had slain. The otherworldly beasts deeper in the forest were of a higher rank. Should he venture further? Jiang Taiping pondered but quickly dismissed the idea. While the beasts deeper in the forest were indeed stronger, defeating them would require considerably more effort, and there lay the risk of losing his life. Cultivation can be gradually enhanced, and lottery cards can be slowly amassed. However, should he recklessly endanger his life, all will be lost. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously, allowing himself to develop steadily. Satiated, Jiang Taiping rested a while longer to recover his strength before continuing the hunt for otherworldly beasts. He could not afford to be reckless, yet he was eager to elevate his rank, compelling him to strive harder. As Jiang Taiping searched for and dispatched otherworldly beasts, time quietly slipped away. Before he realized it, night fell, and the exhausted Jiang Taiping found himself nearly spent once more. With darkness rendering the surroundings perilous, it was time to depart. Jiang Taiping suppressed the urge to continue his slaughter and turned back towards the safe zone. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat in the safety of his own to review his gains. Summoning the lottery system once more. Host, Jiang Taiping age, 18 rank. A rank vitality, 101, cards talent, devouring divine level, sword seed, S rank, 101 vitality cards? By heavens, I have ascended to E rank. Jiang Taiping exclaimed with glee. In just one day, I have elevated my rank from F to E. I am truly remarkable. He laughed heartily. In the afternoon, he had been so focused on hunting otherworldly beasts that he had not counted how many he had slain, and he had assumed he would not achieve E rank today. To his surprise, he had precisely reached E rank. After reveling in his joy for a while, Jiang Taiping made his way toward the Black Barrier. Shortly after his departure, heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Chapter 10. Chi. This is not how you regain face. Thud. 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 The heavy footsteps grew ever closer. Moments later, a wolf demon nearly 2 meters tall emerged from the forest and halted in front of the protective zone, surveying its surroundings. The wolf demon's enormous eyes reflected a spark of human-like contemplation. It then raised its massive paw and swung it forward with force, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged toward the Black Barrier. Boom! A dull thud erupted as the Black Barrier flickered before returning to its original state. Outside the Hunter's Garden, the 2 guards stationed by the Black Barrier immediately sensed the anomaly. The 2 individuals exchanged a glance, but before they could utter a word, the black light barrier flickered several times. It was not an illusion. The protective barrier was indeed shimmering. A guard, his face etched with concern, declared, "The protective barrier does not flicker without reason. There must be a beast attacking it. You must report this matter to the minister immediately." "Understood. I will call the minister right away," responded another guard, who promptly took out his phone to make the call. Once the call connected, he spoke rapidly. "Minister, a beast is attacking the protective barrier of the Lai Mo. It has not only attacked once, but continues to assault it, and the barrier is flickering incessantly." Moments later, the guard hung up and relayed, "The minister said he will come to assess the situation personally." Shortly thereafter, 2 figures descended from the sky, landing before the black light barrier. These figures were Qin Zhan and Su Chi. While the guard was on the phone, Su Chi was assisting Qin Zhan with the assessment registration forms. Upon learning of the beast's attack on the protective barrier, she expressed her desire to see it for herself, prompting Xuanyuan to bring her along. Minister, Captain Su, the guard addressed them. Look, the protective barrier is still trembling. Let's go inside and see what's happening, Xuanyuan said, moving towards the black light barrier, with Su Chi following closely behind. Upon entering the black light barrier, they immediately spotted a wolf demon lurking just outside the safe zone. Wretched creature, why do you defy the rules by coming to the periphery? And why do you attack the protective barrier? Xuanyuan inquired in a deep voice. In recent days, the toll has been a mere 10 or so deaths daily. Yet today, nearly 100 have perished. I came to investigate. The wolf demon spoke in human tongue, though it did not disclose the truth. Its true intention for coming was to investigate the decline in energy derived from the death of beasts, which, albeit slight, was significant as energy is the very essence of a beast's existence. Even a minor reduction was a serious matter. For years, the Lai Mo Yuan had never experienced energy loss. Yet today, it had suffered some, triggering a sense of crisis that compelled it to breach human-imposed regulations to investigate. Observing the surroundings, Xuanyuan noted several beast corpses, leading him to believe the wolf demon spoke the truth. Xuanyuan scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike, manifesting a colossal palm imprint that crashed down upon the wolf demon, knocking the 2-meter-tall creature to the ground. You are kept here for the purpose of being slain, Xuanyuan admonished sternly. This is merely a lesson. Should you dare defy the rules again, there will be no mercy. Now be gone. The wolf demon did not dare linger, scrambling to its feet and stumbling back into the forest. Watching the wolf demon disappear into the woods, Xuanyuan's expression turned contemplative. The Lai Mo Yuan housed many beasts, and during large-scale trials, it was common to slay thousands in a single day. The wolf demon had never violated the rules before, and yet now, with only 100 slain, it had acted out of line. There must be a deeper reason behind this. Chi, let us exit. Xuanyuan called to Su Chi as he stepped toward the black light barrier, and she followed suit. Once outside, the Lai Mo Yuan, Xuanyuan turned to the guard and inquired, "Who has visited here today?" Reporting to the minister, "Only one person has come by today," the guard explained. "That individual wore a baseball cap and a mask, so I cannot see their face." "When did they arrive? Have they left?" Xuanyuan pressed further. "They arrived in the morning and left not long ago," the guard clarified. "Minister, shortly after that person departed, the beast began attacking the protective barrier." Xuanyuan's gaze flickered momentarily, with only one visitor today, and their departure coinciding with the beast attacks. It seemed likely that the wolf demon's unusual behavior was related to that individual. What was that person wearing? Su Chi suddenly asked. The guard pondered for a moment before describing Jiang Taiping's attire. A look of surprise crossed Su Chi's delicate features. Upon hearing about the mask and baseball cap, she had instinctively thought of Jiang Taiping and had merely inquired out of curiosity. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that the description matched Jiang Taiping exactly. Chi, what is it? Xuanyuan inquired. Minister, that person appears to be Jiang Taiping. He was dressed just like that when I saw him this morning. Sweetie Plaith. Xuanyuan puzzled asked, who is Jiang Taiping? He is the individual I invited. Su Chi clarified. Recognition dawned on Xuanyuan, and he remarked incredulously, Chi, that person has F-level cultivation talent and is merely an ordinary person. He cannot even enter the Lai Mo Yuan. How could he possibly slay so many 1-star F-level beasts in a single day? Su Chi corrected him. Minister, he is no longer an ordinary person. When I saw him this morning, I sensed a fluctuation of vital energy. Based on that, he must have just recently reached F-level. Even if he has just reached F-level, it is implausible for him to have slain so many 1-star F-level beasts in a day. Xuanyuan countered. Minister, I too am skeptical about his capacity to slay that many beasts. Su Chi conceded before abruptly shifting her tone. But that person's attire is indeed identical to Jiang Taiping's, and he is rather low-key, often wearing a mask to conceal his identity. The individual who entered the Lai Mo Yuan today possesses 1-star F-level cultivation. The guard interjected. Xuanyuan was taken aback. Could it truly be Jiang Taiping? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. Jiang Taiping had been an ordinary person just yesterday. If that individual were indeed Jiang Taiping, it would imply that this was his first time entering the Lai Mo Yuan and facing beasts for the first time. It would be remarkable if he did not falter, let alone slay so many. After a moment's contemplation, Xuanyuan queried, Chi, were you perhaps ridiculed by Zhang Manair today, and thus you wish to pin this incident on Jiang Taiping to regain your lost face? Su Chi was taken aback. How could you think of that? I had not even considered it. Minister, that is not the case. Sui vehemently naive. Chi, Xuanyuan spoke earnestly. I understand your feelings. It's natural for young people to have a competitive spirit, and I can empathize with that. However, regaining face is not accomplished in this manner. Su Chi felt exasperated, as Xuanyuan had firmly concluded that she held such thoughts. and she feared it would be impossible to clear her name. But she truly had no such intentions. Resolutely, she decided to call Jiang Taiping to inquire, seeking to prove her innocence. Chapter 11. Intrigue and Assassination Techniques Eschew. Just as Jiang Taiping returned home, he suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who is thinking of me at this late hour?" At that moment, his phone rang. Pulling it from his pocket and glancing at the screen, Jiang Taiping frowned. The call was from Su Chi. A wave of unease washed over him. Could it be that he had been exposed again? After a moment's thought, Jiang Taiping answered the call. Immediately, Su Chi's voice came through the line. "Jiang Taiping, where are you?" After considering his response, Jiang Taiping replied, "I'm at home." "Oh, shortly after we parted today, I suddenly remembered something and rushed to your classroom to find you, but you were not there. That's when I called you. Did you not attend school today?" "No. I thought I should prepare for the assessment at the Lai Mo Tang tomorrow, so I returned home." "I see. By the way, when I called you this morning, you mentioned you had something to attend to. What was it?" Jiang Taiping quickly diverted the topic. "I was feeling unwell and needed to go to the restroom urgently." He sought to deflect her inquiries, recalling the saying that too much talk leads to mistakes. He could not allow Su Chi to probe further. Su Chi, skeptical, thought it odd that needing to use the restroom would have hindered him from talking on the phone. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping had a history of deception without solid evidence. He would never admit to anything. "Oh, it's just that the Lai Mo Tang requires a casual photo for registration, nothing too formal. Time is tight, so please send me a picture as soon as possible." "All right, I will send it to you right away." After hanging up, Jiang Taiping scoffed. "Time is tight. Yet you still want to chat?" He feared he might have inadvertently revealed too much. Wearing a duckbill cap and a mask, the guards could not see my face, nor would they likely pay attention to my eyes. It must be my attire that caught their notice. How foolish of them to think they could outsmart me. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself as he quickly changed his upper clothing, then sat by the desk to take a selfie, which he sent to Su Chi. Upon receiving the photo from Jiang Taiping, Su Chi's delicate face darkened instantly. She had concocted an excuse for him to send a photo, claiming time was of the essence, intending to deny Jiang Taiping any opportunity to ponder or change his outfit. Yet, the attire in the photo was completely different from what he wore that morning. "Chi, the clothes in the photo are different," Xinjiang remarked. "Director, that guy is quite cunning. He must have sent something and changed his clothes. I'll call him again." Su Chi defended herself briefly before dialing Jiang Taiping's number once more. Soon, the call connected, and Jiang Taiping's voice came through the phone. "Is the photo I sent acceptable? If not, I can take another." "The photo is usable," Su Chi replied curtly, inquiring, "Weren't you wearing that outfit this morning? Why the change?" "Oh, I took a shower in preparation for tomorrow's assessment at the Hunting Demon Hall and changed my clothes." Su Chi seethed in frustration, exclaiming, "What do you mean changing clothes? It makes my explanations convoluted." Unable to find a subtle way to salvage the situation, Su Chi decided to confront him directly. "Jiang Taiping, did you go to the Hunting Demon Garden today?" "No, I've been home, preparing for tomorrow's assessment." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Not even a pearl could be more genuine." "Do you possess any cultivation?" "I haven't tested it, so I'm not sure, but I believe my strength is considerably greater than that of an ordinary person." "Oh, nothing else, I'll hang up." After ending the call, Su Chi's expression darkened further. Jiang Taiping had changed his clothes, and his answers were impenetrable. With Xinjiang present, she could not threaten him, and Jiang Taiping was not physically there. Mere verbal threats lacked potency. "Chi, let us go." Xinjiang gently patted Su Chi's shoulder and stepped forward. "That Jiang Taiping, what a nuisance. Ever since I met him, I've been misfortunate, first with an accidental injury, then being mocked by Zhang Man, and now misunderstood by the director. Are you a harbinger of misfortune? Why have I been so unlucky since encountering you?" Su Chi fumed silently behind Xinjiang, cursing Jiang Taiping. "Achoo!" Jiang Taiping, seated at his desk, sneezed again. "It must be that little vixen Su Chi thinking ill of me, or perhaps cursing me." He rubbed his nose, pondering deeply. Su Chi's inquiry about his visit to the Hunting Demon Garden exposed his secret, yet he was baffled by how she knew he had gone there and why she was so relentless in pursuing the matter. Jiang Taiping found himself perplexed, yet he chose not to dwell on it further. Summoning the lottery system of the 10,000 realms, Jiang Taiping opened the warehouse interface to inspect his haul, 210 low-level lottery cards, the entirety of his day's endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Lottery system, fuse 1 intermediate lottery card and 2 advanced lottery cards." With the lottery cards in hand, he felt compelled to use them. Acquiring valuable items would significantly bolster his combat prowess. Thus he had no intention of hoarding the cards. 1 intermediate lottery card and 2 advanced lottery cards were successfully fused, consuming the 210 low-level lottery cards. "Lottery system, let us warm up with a draw using the intermediate lottery card," Jiang Taiping announced. As the draw commenced, 1 intermediate lottery card was consumed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has won the skill assassination technique, throat slitting. In the next moment, a surge of information flooded Jiang Taiping's mind, detailing the cultivation method for the assassination technique. He was elated. His initial intention to simply warm up had surprisingly yielded a win. Lottery system. What is the function of assassination technique? Throat slitting? Jiang Taiping inquired. Throat slitting is a form of assassination technique that enhances attack speed and increases the likelihood of severing the enemy's throat. Jiang Taiping blinked, the implication sounding quite formidable. I now possess martial skills, he exclaimed, laughter escaping him as his gaze shifted to the 2 advanced lottery cards in the system's warehouse. The probability of winning with advanced lottery cards was significantly higher, and he was eager to discover what treasures might await him. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement and nervousness, he declared, Lottery system, initiate a double draw using the advanced lottery cards. As he spoke, he silently prayed for good fortune. The draw commenced, consuming 2 advanced lottery cards. Ding! Congratulations. The host has won the Spider-Man suit, now stored in the warehouse and can be retrieved with thought. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's face darkened instantly. He had no peculiar interests, not even coveting the socks of the little dragon girl. What use had he for a Spider-Man suit? Was this truly considered an advanced lottery card? A worthless item? Merely a thank you for participating? Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse loudly. However, the results were final, and no amount of cursing would alter that. With a thought, he retrieved the Spider-Man suit, intending to toss it into the trash. Yet, at that moment, he paused in astonishment. The garment in his hands was not an ordinary outfit, but rather the iconic Spider-Man attire. This item seemed to possess some utility. Jiang Taiping's eyes brightened suddenly when he dispatched the otherworldly disciples with a brick. His hair and forehead had been exposed, leading to his identification by Suchichi. Moreover, when he entered the hunting demon garden to slay beasts, his attire had aroused her suspicion. However, the Spider-Man suit offered comprehensive coverage without any exposed areas. Once donned, he would have no vulnerabilities. Who could recognize him then? Thus, the Spider-Man suit was not only useful, but exceedingly advantageous. With this realization, Jiang Taiping considered wearing the Spider-Man suit to test its capabilities. Yet soon found himself at a loss. Just as he had surmised, the suit provided complete coverage, lacking any zippers or openings. It was entirely seamless. How could he wear it? Lottery system. How does one wear this thing? Jiang Taiping inquired. Simply use your thoughts. Jiang Taiping smacked his forehead, realizing how he had overlooked this detail. Wear it, he commanded decisively. In the next instant, the Spider-Man suit vanished from his hands, reappearing as it clothed him. This was instantaneous, not even taking a second. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips and hurried to the mirror to examine his reflection, moving his limbs about. It fit snugly and did not restrict his movements, and more importantly, he no longer needed to worry about his identity being exposed. Ha! From now on, I shall be the Spider-Man of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Taiping laughed heartily, exhilarated, and began mimicking Spider-Man's movements. He raised his arm towards the ceiling, shouting, Web, come to me. Whoosh! A strand of web shot forth from his palm, adhering to the ceiling. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. He had merely imitated Spider-Man's actions and excitement, yet a web had genuinely emerged. In the following moment, it dawned on him, and he smacked his forehead again. He had been presumptuous. The Spider-Man suit was not like the socks of the little dragon girl. This was a legendary artifact. From now on, he could not afford to make assumptions. He must fully understand the situation before acting. Indeed, the advanced lottery card was not a sham. It was quite remarkable. Jiang Taiping felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had not discarded Spider-Man's suit. Had he done so, he would have regretted his decision profoundly upon discovering its capabilities. He inquired of the lottery system, what is the function of Spider-Man's suit? The reply was clear. It enabled the user to shoot webbing, allowing for seamless movement across any surface the web could adhere to. Jiang Taiping nodded, seeking to confirm whether the suit possessed any additional functions to avoid any potential ignorance in its application. It appeared that the suit's primary functions were indeed limited to this. However, the ability to conceal his identity and traverse high buildings with ease was already astonishingly formidable. Collect, he commanded, and the webbing adhered to the ceiling swiftly retracted and vanished. The confines of his room were too small for training. He planned to practice outside later when the night was quiet. Now, he intended to refine his throat-cutting assassination technique. Speaking to himself, he casually flipped his hand, and a dagger materialized from his system's storage. The dagger, pilfered from another realm, was perfect for his needs. Standing still, he recalled the training methods for the throat-cutting technique and began to practice with the dagger. This assassination technique encompassed 8 distinct movements: advancing thrust, lateral stab, evasive counterthrust, diagonal lunge, rear thrust, lateral thrust, knife switch downward stab, and foot tripping stab. Strictly speaking, the throat-cutting technique could be employed not only for stealth but also for direct combat. Initially, Jiang Taiping's movements were somewhat sluggish and awkward. Yet, with persistent practice, his actions rapidly transformed into fluid and swift motions. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded by Jiang Taiping's training speed, which was remarkably rapid. This was largely attributed to his S-class swordsmanship talent, which allowed him to progress at an astonishing pace in the art of the sword. Since the throat-cutting technique utilized a dagger, which is a type of short sword, it could indeed be classified as a form of swordsmanship. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Jiang Taiping to excel in this technique given his S-class swordsmanship aptitude. After more than an hour, Jiang Taiping had mastered the throat-cutting technique to an extraordinary level, akin to wielding it as an extension of his own body. I have succeeded. I am undoubtedly a genius of the sword. No, I'm the genius of the sword. After a brief moment of self-admiration, he sat on his bed to rest before heading out. Upon exiting the basement, he surveyed his surroundings. The night had fallen, and being in a slum area meant there was little nightlife. Coupled with the prevailing chaos, not a soul was in sight, which suited him perfectly. How could he train if others were present? Being cautious, Jiang Taiping sought a secluded spot before donning Spider-Man's suit. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his training. He began with the basic control of the web, then practiced traversing trees and walls using the webbing, and ultimately learned to move swiftly by adhering to walls or trees with the web. He progressed to leaping rapidly between several trees or tall buildings. Training continued until the deep hours of the night, and Jiang Taiping finally became proficient in the various capabilities of the Spider-Man suit, no longer risking clumsily crashing into walls or falling for trees. With Amuro promising a test at the Demon Hunter Hall, he had spent the entire day busy and decided it was time to return home to rest. He sighed inwardly, suppressing the urge to continue training. Upon arriving home, Jiang Taiping took a brief shower and collapsed on his bed, exhausted. Perhaps it was due to the day's ponderings that he soon fell into a dream, envisioning himself as Spider-Man, vanquishing otherworldly beings and earning the admiration of many, becoming a celebrated success. The next morning, Jiang Taiping awoke to the sound of his alarm clock. It was merely a dream, he mused, but perhaps it is not beyond the realm of possibility. After a brief reflection, he rose, freshened up, and stepped outside, heading towards Xuanyuan 1 High School. On the way, he stopped at a street vendor for a cup of soy milk and some baked pancakes, eating as he walked towards school. Not far ahead, two middle-aged men were conversing in hushed tones. Jiang Taiping noticed them. Encountering others on the street was normal, and since they were headed in the same direction as him, he ambled along behind them. As they passed an alley, the two men abruptly halted and turned to face him. "Kid, are you following us?" one of the men asked, his expression menacing. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. "I am merely on my way to school. How could you think I'm following you?" However, he soon realized the gravity of the situation. As the saying goes, those who do not engage in wrongdoing have no fear of ghosts knocking at their door. These two men were certainly not ordinary individuals, likely harboring ill intentions. After all, who would be concerned about being followed if they had nothing to hide? Despite his thoughts, he maintained his composure and replied, "Sir, you are mistaken. This is my route to school, and I have no intention of following you." The man paused for a moment. "Which school do you attend?" "Xuanyuan 1 High School." Jiang Taiping answered honestly. The man frowned. Indeed, this path led to the school. Had he been overly cautious? "Don't believe him," the other man interjected coldly. "This kid is exhibiting signs of blood energy fluctuation, indicating that he has just stepped into E rank. He must be affiliated with the Nightwalkers. Even if he isn't, our questioning has already revealed our identities. If this kid discloses our identities, we will be in serious trouble." Jiang Taiping's eyes flickered. Their words implied they were otherworldly beings, which explained their apprehension about his affiliation with the Nightwalkers. Moreover, the mention of blood energy fluctuations prompted him to focus and sense the energy emanating from the two men, which was comparable to his own, indicating they too had recently entered E rank. "This kid cannot be left alive," the first man decisively declared. At that moment, both men charged toward Jiang Taiping. Feeling utterly exasperated, Jiang Taiping pondered how he had merely been heading to school when he stumbled upon these otherworldly beings, who now sought to kill him under the mistaken impression that he was stalking them. Was this not an unwarranted disaster? Regardless of his frustration, Jiang Taiping swiftly turned and ran. It was not that he feared confrontation. Rather, he was concerned that passers-by might witness the encounter and spread word of his involvement in the death of otherworldly beings. He needed to find a secluded location to act. Thinking of escaping? You won't get far. The middle-aged man sneered, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Taiping. As he sprinted, Jiang Taiping scanned his surroundings and noticed a narrow alley ahead. His eyes suddenly brightening. Without hesitation, he darted into the alley. Moments later, the two otherworldly beings arrived at the alley's entrance but were taken aback to find it empty. "That kid must be hiding. Let us find him," one of them exclaimed as they entered the alley. As they advanced a few meters, Jiang Taiping, now clad in Spider-Man's suit, leaped down from the rooftop behind them, utilizing webbing to swing toward the man closest to him. He had donned a suit the moment he confirmed the alley was deserted, swiftly leaping to the roof, where he concealed himself, waiting for the two otherworldly beings to enter. Throat cut. A voice echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. Simultaneously, a dagger materialized in his right hand. He grasped the spider silk with his left hand, while his right hand wielded a dagger, aiming for the neck of the middle-aged man positioned behind him. The latter was entirely absorbed in the scene ahead, completely unprepared for Jiang Taiping's sudden emergence from behind, especially from the rooftop. By the time he heard the sound of wind behind him, it was already too late. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, severing the middle-aged man's neck without him having a chance to utter a cry of pain. At that moment, the middle-aged man in front sensed the commotion. He turned around instantly, his expression shifting dramatically. "Who are you? Why did you kill my brother?" he bellowed. Jiang Taiping remained silent, charging towards the man. Hesitating for only a brief moment, the middle-aged man met him head-on. Given that their abilities were roughly equal and they were engaged in direct combat, eliminating the middle-aged man would not be a simple task. However, leveraging his exceptional assassination skills, Jiang Taiping inflicted several wounds upon him in a matter of moments. As the middle-aged man suffered continuous injuries, fear took hold of him. He could no longer afford to continue battling Jiang Taiping. With a sudden leap, he grasped the rooftop and clumsily began to climb. Thinking of escaping? Jiang Taiping sneered, swiftly scaling the wall himself. The sight startled the middle-aged man, who wondered if Jiang Taiping possessed the agility of a gecko, able to climb walls with such ease. Yet, he had no time to contemplate, as he frantically fled across the rooftop. In an instant, a strand of spider silk shot forth from Jiang Taiping's palm, adhering to the roof of a nearby building. He quickly retracted the silk and, propelled by it, pursued the middle-aged man at great speed. Within moments, he was right behind him. Slash his throat. A voice urged within Jiang Taiping's mind. Simultaneously, he swung the dagger towards the middle-aged man's neck. With a swift motion, the blade cut through, severing the man's neck and causing him to stagger before crashing heavily onto the rooftop. Jiang Taiping nonchalantly waved, sending a strand of spider silk to ensnare the middle-aged man's corpse. And with a gentle flick, the body soared and landed beside another middle-aged man's corpse. The next moment, Jiang Taiping spotted several figures standing at the entrance of a narrow alley. I've been discovered," he exclaimed, hastily utilizing the spider silk to make his escape. He quickly found an unoccupied area, removed his Spider-Man attire, and swaggered toward Xuanyuan. However, he had not gone far when his phone rang. Chapter 14. Concealed Abilities. Sword Control. Jiang Taiping pulled out his phone to see that it was a call from Suchichi, and he promptly answered. Almost immediately, her voice erupted through the receiver. "Jiang Taiping, it's already 7:30. Are you still planning to participate in the Hunter S Guild assessment?" He moved the phone away from his ear, as her voice was painfully loud. "I got caught up with something, but I'll be there shortly," he replied before hanging up and hurrying toward Xuanyuan. On the other end, Suchichi felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation at his abrupt disconnection. "You better give me a reasonable explanation later, or I swear I'll beat you up," she fumed. At that moment, Jiang Taiping was also cursing Suchichi for her cunning nature. Recalling how close he had come to being deceived the previous day, he suddenly remembered his recent advancement to F level, realizing that Suchichi must have sensed the fluctuation in his energy. Yet, she had asked if he had any abilities, clearly setting a trap for him. Thankfully, he had not denied it. Otherwise, he would have fallen into her cleverly laid snare. "Can a lottery system conceal my abilities?" Jiang Taiping inquired. "Yes," came the response. "Excellent. Please hide my abilities to appear as if I have just entered F level," he said excitedly. "Your abilities have been concealed to the initial stage of F level," was the reply. Jiang Taiping exhaled deeply. It was indeed somewhat alarming that he had progressed from the initial stage of F level to E level in just one day, and it was best that no one knew about it. Furthermore, Suchichi was already suspicious about his presence in the Hunter S Garden yesterday. Should she discover his advancement to E level, her doubts would only deepen. Now that he had concealed his abilities to the initial stage of F level, he could rest easy regarding those concerns. After a couple of minutes, Jiang Taiping arrived at Jionyang, but he did not see Suchichi anywhere. Just then, a shout rang out nearby. "Jiang Taiping, over here." Following the voice, he turned to see Suchichi waving at him from within a red Ferrari 488. "Wow, she's driving a Ferrari. She must be quite wealthy," Jiang Taiping thought as he hurried over and took the passenger seat. With a roar, the Ferrari shot off. "Hey, you mentioned you got caught up with something. What was it?" Suchichi inquired. "On my way here, I saw a crowd gathered around, so I stopped to see what was happening." Jiang Taiping lied, albeit a small fib. Suchichi frowned. "What commotion made you forget the scheduled time?" "There were 2 corpses, and people were saying they were from another world," Jiang Taiping explained. Suchichi was taken aback, her expression turning serious. "Are you certain they were from another world?" Jiang Taiping shook his head. "I can't be sure. That's what the crowd was saying." Suchichi pondered for a moment before asking. Did you see who killed those two? Jiang Taiping shook his head again. By the time I arrived, they were already dead. Su Qiqi did not press further, instead pulling out her phone to make a call. Once connected, she said, "Leader, my classmate said he saw 2 corpses on the way to school, and people are saying they are from another world. I can't make it there right now. Could you send someone to investigate?" "Oh, we've already dispatched someone, and they indeed are from another world." "All right, leader, goodbye." After hanging up, Su Qiqi dropped the matter of Jiang Taiping's tardiness, saying, "I do like to remind you, with your cultivation talent, participating in the Hunter-S Guild assessment might lead to ridicule. You might regret it later. Let them ridicule me. It won't grow on my body." Jiang Taiping replied nonchalantly. Su Qiqi chose not to argue further. He was resolute in his beliefs. "What does your family do that they bought you a Ferrari?" Jiang Taiping asked curiously. "This isn't from my family. I bought it myself." Su Qiqi corrected him. "You bought it yourself? Where did you get such money at your age?" Jiang Taiping was surprised. "From the earnings after joining the Hunter-S Guild," Su Qiqi explained. At this revelation, Jiang Taiping's eyes lit up. If joining the Hunter-S Guild could yield such financial rewards, he was determined to become a member. No one could stop him. The prospects were simply too bright. "I'm definitely joining the Hunter-S Guild," Jiang Taiping declared. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes. "With your mediocre F-level cultivation talent, where does your confidence come from?" However, since Jiang Taiping had been invited to participate in the assessment, she refrained from dousing his blind optimism. Jiang Taiping fell silent, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. Yet, he wasn't truly resting. He was reflecting on the rewards from slaying the 2 individuals from another world. His energy had originally been at 101 cards. Now it had increased to 123 cards, indicating he had absorbed 22 cards of energy from the 2 kills, averaging 11 cards per individual. This puzzled Jiang Taiping. According to Su Qiqi, the individual he had defeated with a brick was of E level, and he had absorbed 17 cards of energy from that encounter. Why then, with the 2 E-level beings he had just slain, had he only absorbed 11 cards of energy? However, he soon realized that 100 units of vitality could be classified as E-level, just as 999 units could also be deemed E-level. It appeared that the vitality of the interdimensional disciple he had slain with a brick was somewhat higher, thus allowing him to absorb more. Indeed, it seemed far more expedient to eliminate interdimensional disciples than to hunt magical beasts, as the latter yielded only a single unit of vitality per kill. Jiang Taiping sighed, then opened the system repository. Within the repository lay 101 lottery cards, a reward for slaying 2 interdimensional disciples. He contemplated the lottery system, eager to synthesize a high-level lottery card and partake in the draw. Jiang Taiping mused internally, disregarding the single low-level lottery card remaining, as its chances of yielding a worthwhile prize were minuscule. It was wiser to save it for synthesizing a mid-level or high-level lottery card. After consuming 100 low-level cards, he successfully synthesized a high-level lottery card and began the draw, using one of the high-level cards. A chime rang out, announcing his victory. "Congratulations, host. You have won the sword mastery technique." A surge of information flooded Jiang Taiping's mind, detailing the methods of practicing sword mastery. He was elated. Initially, he had merely intended to use the lottery card without expecting to win, especially since he had drawn Spider-Man's suit with a high-level card the previous night. Yet, to his astonishment, he had triumphed once more. He inquired about the function of the sword mastery technique through the lottery system. It could enable him to fly with a sword and control it remotely to launch attacks. Jiang Taiping's excitement grew. Sword mastery sounded immensely impressive. He yearned to practice it immediately, but with Su Qiqi seated nearby in the car, he found himself unable to do so. Reluctantly, he could only mentally rehearse the techniques of sword mastery. Unbeknownst to him, there were individuals in the Juan branch of the Nightwalkers awaiting the opportunity to humiliate him. Chapter 15. Humiliation. I merely seek to broaden my horizons. In the Juan branch of the Nightwalkers, a male and a female figure occupied the seats in the lobby. The female was Zhang Man'er, and the male was her cousin, Zhang Zhanfei. Zhanfei, I have reviewed the profiles of all those participating in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment. Zhang Man'er whispered. Most are ordinary individuals, with only a few, like you, being F-level cultivators. You are the only one with A-level cultivation talent. You must perform well to enhance my reputation. Sister, you can rest assured. Zhang Zhanfei vowed, patting his chest. Do not be complacent, Zhang Man'er cautioned. I invested considerable resources to ensure you could become a cultivator before the assessment. Your performance in this assessment is crucial to my chance of becoming the captain of the Demon Hunter Hall. I will not be careless. Zhang Zhanfei reassured her once more. Zhang Man'er nodded, then added, by the way, my biggest rival is Su Qiqi, the captain of the 9th Demon Hunter team. Her invitee possesses F-level cultivation talent. Observe my cues and make sure to humiliate them. Ideally, we should compel Su Qiqi's invitee to withdraw from the assessment, striking Su Qiqi a resounding slap in the face. Understood, sister. Zhang Zhanfei grinned maliciously, finding it an easy task to humiliate someone with F-level cultivation talent. Zhang Manor remained silent, taking her seat to await Su Qiqi's arrival. Moments later, her eyes brightened suddenly, and she whispered, "Zhan Fei, Su Qiqi has arrived." With that, Zhang Manor stood and strolled toward the elevator, feigning a casual arrival. Zhang Fei followed her lead. However, before they'd gone far, Zhang Manor turned back, exclaiming in surprise, "Captain Su, what a coincidence that we meet again." Su Qiqi rolled her eyes. How was this a coincidence? She could deduce that Zhang Manor had purposely waited for her. "Captain Zhang, I apologize for making you wait." Su Qiqi retorted sarcastically. Jiang Taiping blinked, sensing the palpable tension in the air. Upon entering the lobby, he noticed Zhang Manor rising from her seat, and her remark about the coincidence immediately clarified the situation for him. Su Qiqi's comment about waiting indicated her awareness of Zhang Manor's intentions. Unfazed by Su Qiqi's revelation, Zhang Manor continued, "Captain Su, he is the F-level cultivator you invited, isn't he?" Emphasizing the term F-level loudly enough to attract the attention of everyone in the lobby. She elicited a wave of peculiar expressions from the crowd. Both Su Qiqi and Zhang Manor were well aware of each other's rivalry. However, the crux of the matter was that Su Qiqi was a renowned genius within the Zhuan branch of the Nightwalkers, even recognized across the organization. Yet she had chosen an F-level cultivator to partake in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment. Su Qiqi's expression darkened. Zhang Manor was clearly being intentional. Yet, the truth of Zhang Manor's words left her unable to retort, which was frustrating. Meanwhile, Zhang Manor arrived in her triomphe, having often found herself at a disadvantage in their ongoing competition. Today, she finally held the upper hand. "Captain Su, you know F-level cultivators cannot pass the Demon Hunter Hall assessment. His participation is futile. He should just go home. Whether he can pass the assessment is between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. It is not my concern. I merely offered a friendly suggestion." Zhang Manor smiled, winking at Zhang Fei, who stood nearby. Receiving her signal, Zhang Fei turned to Jiang Taiping, asserting, "Kid, I possess A-level cultivation talent, so passing the Demon Hunter Hall assessment is a certainty. You, with your inadequate F-level talent, should just go home and sleep." The crowd in the lobby gasped in shock. Zhang Manor had indeed found an A-level cultivator. Sensing the astonishment around her, Zhang Manor felt a surge of pride. Though she maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, Jiang Taiping was somewhat speechless. Zhang Fei was flaunting his superiority at his expense, using him to undermine Su Qiqi. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing, simply stating, "I merely seek to broaden my horizons." Su Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. Who had told her that passing the Demon Hunter Hall assessment was a certainty? How had he become so timid now? Where was his blind confidence? Moreover, even if he was timid, he ought to consider the setting. It was quite embarrassing. Broadening horizons is also a valid reason. "Zhan Fei, let us depart," Zhang Manor laughed, turning toward the elevator, with Zhang Fei following suit. She had already humiliated them and put on a show. One must know when to stop and not press their luck. After all, Su Qiqi was known for a fiery temper, and provoking her could lead to chaos. Watching Zhang Manor and Zhang Fei enter the elevator, Su Qiqi spoke with a darkened expression. "Where's your blind confidence now? If I say I can pass the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, will they believe me?" Jiang Taiping countered. Su Qiqi pondered for a moment before responding, "No." "Then that settles it," Jiang Taiping replied. "Knowing they do not believe, why waste my breath? Moreover, whether I can pass the assessment is not up to them to decide. Do you not think it better for me to counterattack after successfully passing the assessment?" Su Qiqi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Taiping's reasoning was sound, but the crux lay in whether he could actually pass the assessment. With only F-level cultivation talent, she had invited him to participate in the assessment out of necessity, never truly believing he would succeed. "Is that woman your rival?" Jiang Taiping inquired. "Yes." Suikiri played instinctively. "Understood." Jiang Taiping nodded, a glint of determination appearing in his dark eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he was aligned with Su Qiqi. She had brought him into this, and he would not allow Zhang Manor or Zhang Fei to use him as a stepping stone for their own glory. Su Qiqi pouted. "What does your understanding matter? You will still end up humiliating yourself." However, she did not blame Jiang Taiping. After all, it was she who had invited him to participate in the assessment. "Let's go." Su Qiqi let out a sigh as she walked toward the elevator. One must fill the pit they have dug themselves, and bear the bitter fruit they have sown. Jiang Taiping followed closely behind her, and the two entered the elevator, ascending to the 18th floor. Upon arriving, Jiang Taiping noticed a considerable number of people gathered in the hall. Among them were candidates for the Demon Hunting Hall assessment and members of the hall itself. Upon seeing Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping, many members displayed peculiar expressions. Having heard rumors of Su Qiqi recruiting an individual with an F-grade cultivation talent to participate in the assessment. Unlike Zhang Manor, however, they refrained from mocking Su Qiqi. and Jiang Manor also remained silent. At that moment, Qin Zhan approached with a group of individuals. Chapter 16. The assessment commences. Swift and decisive, the members of the Demon Hunting Hall greeted Qin Zhan and his companions. They nodded in acknowledgement, a silent response to the members' greetings. With a swift motion, Qin Zhan sent forth a dark token that soared from his hand, hovering in the air. The next instant, the token radiated a brilliant glow, transforming into a massive dark screen. As the assessment began, all participants promptly stepped into the black light. Qin Zhan spoke, his tone commanding. Jiang Taiping and the other candidates were taken aback. Such directness, without any preamble, what was there to linger over? Qin Zhan's voice rang out again, urging those wishing to participate to act quickly. Anyone who failed to enter the black screen within 2 minutes would forfeit their qualification for the assessment. Zhang Zhanfei was the first to stride toward the black screen, prompting the other candidates to follow suit without hesitation. After watching everyone step into the black screen, Qin Zhan formed a hand seal and pressed it against the screen. Instantly, images began to appear, each depicting the figures of the participants, including Jiang Taiping. Everyone, please take a seat, Qin Zhan called to the onlookers as he settled into a nearby chair. Su Qiqi, Jiang Manor, and others followed suit, with Jiang Manor deliberately choosing to sit beside Su Qiqi. Su Qiqi understood the reason behind Jiang Manor's choice. She was waiting for an opportunity to ridicule her. Although she contemplated changing her seat, she eventually discarded the thought, realizing that no matter where she sat, Jiang Manor would find a way to mock her. Captain Su, Jiang Manor said with a sly smile. The first challenge tests courage. That F-grade cultivation talent you found seems rather timid. Do you think he might wet himself upon seeing a beast? You should be more worried about your own recruit, Su Qiqi retorted. The atmosphere grew tense as Qin Zhan and the others exchanged glances. The assessment had scarcely begun, yet the rivalry was palpable. Jiang Manor had always been at a disadvantage against Su Qiqi, and now she had finally found a chance to reclaim her pride. Indeed, they did not hold high hopes for Su Qiqi, given the stark disparity between A-grade and F-grade talents. Let us wait and see, Jiang Manor chuckled before continuing. Captain Su, the F-grade talent you recruited doesn't even qualify for the reserve team, let alone become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. Why did you allow him to participate in the assessment? Su Qiqi's face darkened at Jiang Manor's words. The frequent mention of F-grade was undoubtedly intentional. However, the truth was undeniable, and she did not believe Jiang Taiping had the qualifications to enter the reserve team, leaving her at a loss for a comeback. The assessment of the Demon Hunting Hall operated on a scoring system. The higher-ups, including Qin Zhan, would evaluate the performance of each candidate. Those who achieved outstanding scores would directly join the hall, while those with passing scores would enter the reserve team, undergoing training before re-attempting the assessment. Those who failed would be eliminated outright. Noticing Su Qiqi's silence, Jiang Manor felt triumphant. Having said what needed to be said, she refrained from continuing, for now, knowing she would seize any opportunity to further her taunts later. With no spectacle to observe, the attention of Qin Zhan and the others shifted back to the images on the black screen. At that moment, Jiang Taiping, Zhang Zhanfei, and the others were traversing a narrow path. After walking several meters, they encountered a circular platform about a meter high, blocking their way. Resting atop the platform was a bizarre creature, resembling a hybrid of a tiger's head, a bear's body, and wolf's claws, complete with a pair of wings. Upon seeing this creature, Jiang Taiping's eyes brightened. He was unsure of the creature's identity, but that was irrelevant. What mattered was that it was undoubtedly a beast. And for him, beasts were a source of experience and a means to obtain lottery tickets. With a swift leap, Jiang Taiping ascended the platform, mounting the creature, and began to throw powerful punches. After a few strikes, the creature exploded into a myriad of starlight and vanished. What was happening? Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Just the day before, he had entered the demon hunting garden and slain nearly 100 beasts, all of which left behind corpses. Yet this creature had simply disappeared. Furthermore, the lottery system did not notify him of any rewards for defeating an enemy. Confused, Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery system to check if his vitality had changed. Indeed, it remained unchanged at 123 cards. Frowning, he realized he had not felt the warmth associated with absorbing vitality. This creature could not have been real. Jiang Taiping sighed, confident in his suspicion, for how else could one explain the creature's disappearance and the lack of vitality absorption and lottery cards? After contemplating, he proceeded to walk along the path that lay before him. Meanwhile, the individuals seated in the hall on the 18th floor exchanged glances. Earlier, when Jiang Manor mocked Su Qiqi, questioning whether Jiang Taiping would be frightened by the beast, they had not anticipated such an embarrassing scenario. They believed Jiang Taiping would certainly experience some trepidation. However, they were astonished to find him charge forward without hesitation upon encountering the beast. Su Qiqi, however, was an exception. Even as an ordinary person, Jiang Taiping had shown the audacity to confront otherworldly disciples. How could he lack courage now? Moreover, She strongly suspected that he was the one who had slain nearly 100 beasts in the demon hunting garden the previous day, further strengthening her resolve to counter Zhang Manor. Excellent, Su Qiqi exclaimed, her face alight with provocation as she turned to Zhang Manor. The very woman who claimed Jiang Taiping would be frightened had now been met with the sight of him decisively defeating the beast. A resounding slap to Zhang Manor's face and a boost to Su Qiqi's pride. Zhang Manor's expression darkened as she questioned, Captain Su, did you inform him of the assessment's content? Captain Zhang, even if I had informed him, do you truly believe that mere words could enable him to dispatch a beast so effortlessly? Suiki countered. Zhang Manor found herself momentarily speechless. Su Qiqi's assertion held merit. For mere discussion could not yield the decisive actions Jiang Taiping had displayed. After all, practical experience and theoretical knowledge were vastly different. Zhang Manor huffed, unable to retort. Zhang Fei will not be inferior to him. Chapter 17. Su Qiqi's retaliation, left dumbfounded? Is that so? Su Qiqi turned her gaze toward the black screen, seeking Zhang Fei's figure. Until now, her attention had been solely on Jiang Taiping, neglecting the performances of others. Upon spotting Zhang Fei, a strange expression crossed her face. Captain Zhang, is this the one you claimed would not be outdone by Jiang Taiping? Su Qiqi asked in disbelief. Zamane's expression froze abruptly. Much like Su Qiqi, her attention was also fixated on Jiang Taiping, albeit for the purpose of finding an opportunity to mock Su Qiqi. Furthermore, she had previously shared the assessment details with Zhang Fei and held considerable confidence in his performance. However, judging by Su Qiqi's demeanor, it seemed Zhang Fei's performance was not up to par. Suddenly, Zhang Manor turned sharply towards the black screen, her expression darkening upon seeing Zhang Fei standing motionless beneath the high platform. Fear was evident on his face, and his body trembled slightly. Indeed, he was like a decorative pillow, appealing to the eye yet utterly ineffective. Su Qiqi laughed heartily, while Zhang Manor remained silent, her expression grim. Just moments ago, she had teased Su Qiqi about whether Jiang Taiping would be frightened by the exotic beasts. Yet here was Zhang Fei, paralyzed with fear, while Jiang Taiping boldly rolled up his sleeves. This situation was undeniably a slap in the face. Zhang Man'er cursed silently, her ire directed not at Jiang Taiping, but at Zhang Fei. Jiang Taiping had successfully passed the first round. Let us proceed with the scoring, Qin Zhan announced. This round tests courage and is unrelated to other factors. Do not let any extraneous considerations bias your scoring. The rules remain unchanged, with a maximum score of 10. Understood? Minister. The senior members of the Yuan branch responded in unison, promptly awarding full marks of 10. Su Qiqi was not surprised by this outcome. The first round assessed courage. Those who dared to confront the exotic beast could score 8 or above, while those who merely walked past could earn 6 or above. Not daring to ascend the high platform would yield a score below 6. Jiang Taiping decisively struck down the exotic beast, making it unreasonable to award him anything less than 10. At that moment, Zhang Fei finally moved, trembling as he ascended the high platform. His arms quivered as he began to attack the exotic beast. This display earned nods of approval from Qin Zhan and the others. It was entirely normal to feel fear when confronting an exotic beast for the first time, and they could understand his trepidation. Moreover, Zhang Fei's willingness to engage the beast showed a measure of bravery. However, they were unaware that Zhang Manor had thoroughly briefed Zhang Fei on the assessment details, including that the exotic beast in the first round would not retaliate, and that as long as he attacked after ascending the platform, he could easily defeat it. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, Zhang Fei was still visibly frightened and ascended the platform with trepidation. Zhang Man'er seit in relief. Although Zhang Fei's performance was not as stellar as she had anticipated, he ultimately overcame his fears, or else she would have faced significant embarrassment. Before long, Zhang Fei had defeated the shape-shifting monster. This was not due to exceptional strength, but rather that anyone willing to attack could easily vanquish the creature. Zhang Manor's expression lightened slightly. Although Zhang Fei lacked the decisiveness of Jiang Taiping, he was the second to conquer an exotic beast, which was not too shameful. Let us score, Qin Zhan said. The senior members of the Yuan branch began to score, all awarding a uniform 8 points. Zhang Manor was not surprised by this either. Zhang Fei clearly exhibited fear and took some time, earning only 8 points despite defeating the beast. I thought he would be more impressive. Turns out he only earned a basic score. Suiki lamented. Zhang Manor was at a loss for words in rebuttal, coldly retorting, Captain Su, do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the first round. In the next, Zhang Fei's performance will surely be commendable. But your chosen F-grade practitioner's abilities remain uncertain. Is that so? We shall see, Su Qiqi responded, harboring little confidence in Jiang Taiping's performance in the second round. Yet she knew she could not show any signs of weakness. However, she also refrained from being overly arrogant, lest she face embarrassment if Jiang Taiping faltered in the next round. Zhang Manor snorted dismissively and chose not to elaborate further. Su Qiqi also fell silent, her gaze shifting back to the black screen. Next, the remaining participants gradually approached the high platform. Some trembled as they passed by the shape-shifting monster, while others shook as they attempted to attack it. A few remained at the base of the platform, paralyzed with fear, some crouching in terror, and others fleeing in panic, crying out as they retreated. The saying goes, without comparison, one cannot feel the pain, and the performances of these individuals only served to highlight Jiang Taiping's bravery. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly restored some dignity for Su Qiqi. At this moment, he was making his way along a narrow path. After walking for about 100 meters, Jiang Taiping arrived at a plaza approximately 100 meters in diameter. He surveyed his surroundings. The plaza was empty. However, a narrow path extended ahead at the edge of the plaza opposite him. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the plaza, cautiously advancing towards the narrow path. He was unaware of the nature of the assessment at the Demon Hunter Hall, but he suspected that the plaza was one of the assessment locations, as there had been an exotic beast blocking the path earlier. Therefore, it was wise to remain vigilant. As he reached the center of the plaza, a long sword suddenly materialized at the edge of the plaza ahead and shot towards him at a speed of approximately 10 meters per second. Indeed, this was a testing ground. Jiang Taiping's gaze flickered momentarily, his face reflecting a thoughtful expression. He contemplated whether to dodge or retaliate. As Su Qiqi watched Jiang Taiping commence his second round of assessment, her heart raced with anxiety. She focused intently on him, silently praying, Jiang Taiping, you must give it your all. Zhang Manor, too, fixated on Jiang Taiping, determined to seize an opportunity to reclaim her lost pride after being overshadowed by his impressive performance in the first round. The plaza measured 100 meters in diameter, with Jiang Taiping positioned at its center 50 meters from the edge. The long sword, traveling at 10 meters per second, would reach him in just 5 seconds, a fleeting moment. Before long, the sword was mere distance away from Jiang Taiping, yet he remained rooted in place. This scene brought a radiant smile to Zhang Manor's face. The sword had nearly reached Jiang Taiping, and he had yet to react. There was no way he could evade this strike. Captain Su, it seems the F-grade practitioner you selected has been rendered speechless by fear. Zhang Manor sneered. Su Qiqi furrowed her brow. The long sword hurtled towards Jiang Taiping, who stood paralyzed, seemingly stunned by fear. The individuals seated in the hall exchanged subtle glances, shaking their heads in disappointment. Jiang Taiping's outstanding performance in the first round had led them to anticipate great things in the second round. Yet the outcome was disheartening. What use is mere courage? At best, he is just a reckless fool. Zhang Manor laughed. Captain Su, the F-grade talent you selected will likely score 0 in the second round, potentially making history as the first participant ever to receive no points. Su Qiqi chose to ignore Zhang Manor, not because she lacked a response, but because she sensed something was amiss. Moments later, a realization struck her. Minister, that sword seems to have stopped. Qinzhan and the others were momentarily taken aback. The sword halted? How could that be? Yet in the next instant, they realized something was indeed amiss. The long sword had lingered near Jiang Taiping for quite some time, long enough to strike him, yet remained suspended beside him. It truly has stopped. Qinzhan exclaimed in astonishment. The gathered individuals exchanged puzzled glances once more. The long sword had indeed come to a halt, hovering in front of Jiang Taiping. Can someone explain what is happening here? Someone finally asked, unable to contain their curiosity. No one responded, as such an event had never occurred before, leaving them utterly perplexed. Su Qiqi, equally bewildered, did not let this hinder her from retorting. She chuckled, TSK, TSK. Never in history has anyone managed to halt a long sword in the second round of assessment. Jiang Taiping has truly made history. The smile on Zhang Manor's face abruptly froze. Although Su Qiqi did not explicitly mock her, she had cleverly borrowed Jiang's own words, albeit with a different context, effectively slapping her in the face. This must be a coincidence. Zammanet defended herself. Perhaps, Su Qiqi replied with a smile, but even coincidences require skill. If you're unconvinced, why not create a coincidence of your own? Zhang Manor found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a second long sword appeared at the edge of the plaza, hurtling towards Jiang Taiping with considerable speed, reaching 20 meters per second. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Manor's eyes gleamed with understanding. She knew how to argue back. Captain Su, this round does not entail just one long sword, but a total of 19. I want to see if that F-grade talent you found can stop every single sword, she declared coldly. It seems this long sword has also come to a halt. Suikin terhikted swiftly. Zhang Manor's expression faltered as she turned to the black screen, only to find that the second long sword had also stopped before Jiang Taiping, indeed hovering in front of him. The individuals seated in the hall, including Qinzhan, were left dumbfounded. If the first long sword cessation was a coincidence, then the second one was undeniably significant. Qiqi, can that lad control the long swords? Qinzhan inquired. Captain, I am not well acquainted with him, Su Qiqi replied, shaking her head. It should not be possible. Zhang Manner quickly added, I have never heard of anyone capable of controlling long swords, especially not someone with only an F-grade talent. How could he achieve such an astonishing feat? Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. He too had never heard of anyone controlling long swords, yet the consecutive halting of 2 swords before Jiang Taiping left little room for alternative explanations. At that moment, a third long sword emerged, its speed significantly increased, reaching 30 meters per second, to the astonishment of Qin Zhan and the others. The third long sword also halted before Jiang Taiping. Following that, the fourth and fifth long swords, traveling at speeds of 50 meters per second, similarly came to a stop before him. After the fifth long sword, more appeared 2, 3, 4, and 5 swords, all soaring at 50 meters per second from various directions towards Jiang Taiping. Yet, regardless of their number, each long sword came to a halt before him. The audience in the hall was utterly confounded. Su Qiqi's mouth hung agape, her face a picture of shock, while Zhang Manner appeared furious. Just moments ago, she had claimed that the sword stopping before Jiang Taiping was mere coincidence, and now she had foolishly challenged him to see if he could halt all the swords. The reality of the situation was undeniably a slap in the face. At that moment, everyone in the hall shared a singular question. What on earth was happening? In the plaza, Jiang Taiping's face radiated excitement. When the first long sword appeared, he instinctively thought to dodge. However, recalling the technique of sword manipulation, he attempted to control the sword. After several tries, he successfully halted the sword just before it could strike him. With this newfound experience, controlling the second sword became easier. As the swords continued to rush towards him, his mastery of sword manipulation grew increasingly adept, allowing him to effortlessly control 5 swords flying towards him from different angles. Certainly, his rapid acquisition of this skill was closely tied to his S-grade swordsmanship talent. The Night Traveler is truly benevolent. Just when I was lamenting the lack of opportunity to practice sword manipulation, he presents me with one, Jiang Taiping thought as he playfully snapped his fingers, prompting the swords hovering around him to swirl in a mesmerizing dance. This spectacle left the already bewildered Qin Zhan and the others in even greater astonishment. If the sight of the swords hovering before Jiang Taiping did not suffice as proof of his control, then their graceful rotation around him certainly did. Yet, they remained oblivious to how he achieved such a feat. Su Qiqi was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming, "Oh my, Jiang Taiping has truly halted all the swords, and they are now circling him." Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhan and the others snapped back to reality, instinctively glancing at Zhang Manner. Recognizing that Su Qiqi's commentary was directed at her, Zhang Manner's complexion fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment as she faced yet another public humiliation. Just then, the swords that had been circling Jiang Taiping suddenly plummeted to the ground. In the hall, a gasp erupted as everyone turned to witness the fallen swords. He couldn't maintain control. Zhang Manner guffawed. Su Qiqi, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Captain Zhang, are you truly that foolish? How so? How could I be foolish? Zhang Manner instinctively shot back. The second round tests whether one can evade the long swords, Su Qiqi clarified. Despite their falling, they did not harm Jiang Taiping in the slightest, meaning he has successfully passed the second assessment. What is there for you to be so pleased about? Zhang Manner's expression faltered as she realized she had been so caught up in her glee over Jiang Taiping's apparent failure to control the swords that she had overlooked the true content of the assessment. It was indeed rather foolish of her. Qiqi, those swords were flying perfectly. Why did they suddenly drop? Qin Zhan asked. Captain, I'm not sure, Su Qiqi replied, though her words felt somewhat disingenuous. She had clearly seen Jiang Taiping glance around suspiciously, and given his discreet demeanor, she suspected he had intentionally released his control over the swords to keep others unaware of his abilities. While this was merely her conjecture, she felt confident in its validity. Initially intending to voice her thoughts, she ultimately decided to help Jiang Taiping maintain his secret, given that he had brought her some measure of pride. As she suspected, Jiang Taiping was enjoying himself until he suddenly remembered the ongoing assessment. Although the area was devoid of spectators, he could not guarantee that Qin Zhan and the others would not witness the unfolding events. Realizing this, he promptly ceased his sword manipulation, unaware that it was already too late. Without further inquiry, Qin Zhan glanced at the black screen and, upon seeing Jiang Taiping approach the opposite path of the plaza, declared, Jiang Taiping has successfully passed the second assessment. Everyone, please score him. This time, the senior members of the Night Traveler Joan branch did not immediately score. They exchanged glances, each displaying a look of confusion, clearly unsure of how to assign scores. Captain, how should we score this? A middle-aged man asked. His name was Chao Shan, the head of the demon hunting hall at the Night Traveler Joan branch. Old Chao, simply score him as you see fit, Qin Zhan replied. The minister, perplexed, expressed, I'm uncertain how to assign scores. Chao Shan, with a wry smile, Explained, the second round of assessment is designed to test the reaction speed of the participants. The scoring criteria are based on the number of long swords dodged. A situation like Jiang Taiping controlling the swords has never occurred before. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan suddenly grasped the situation, yet he found himself entangled in thought. According to the evaluation rules of the Demon Hunter Hall, 1 point is awarded for every 2 long swords dodged, and a perfect score is granted for evading all 19. Although no sword struck Jiang Taiping, he controlled the swords rather than dodging them. Minister, that fellow merely controlled the swords instead of dodging them, which contradicts the original intent of the second round assessment. In truth, he did not evade a single sword, hence I believe he deserves no points. Minister, I contend he should receive full marks. Su Qiqi interjected. Jiang Taiping did not evade like others, yet he controlled the swords, and none could harm him. This outcome is indistinguishable from evasion. Is dodging not different from controlling? Zhang Manor retorted, dodge demonstrates reaction speed, while control does not reveal such agility. Who claims it does not? Su Qiqi countered vigorously. Controlling the swords also requires reflexes. If his reaction speed were slow, could he control all the swords? His ability to manage them indicates his remarkable agility. Momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, Zhang Manor pondered and replied, historically, all participants in the Demon Hunter Hall assessments have relied on dodging. Control has never been employed as a method. His approach is incorrect. I disagree with your perspective. Su Qiqi countered, the absence of precedent does not negate its validity. It is simply that no one else could control the swords like Jiang Taiping, forcing others to dodge. Moreover, control is swifter and more convenient. If he can manage it effortlessly, why would he expend effort dodging? If you find this difficult to comprehend, let me present a more relatable analogy. Previously, we all paid with cash, yet now we use QR codes. Prior to the advent of QR payments, they were non-existent. Can you say QR payment is incorrect? Zhang Manor found herself momentarily speechless, recognizing the truth in Su Qiqi's argument, especially since she too utilized QR payments. The transition from cash to digital payments signifies societal advancement and technological innovation. Su Qiqi continued, Jiang Taiping employed control in the second round assessment rather than dodging. The reasoning remains the same. We must not dismiss it simply because it has never been seen before. We should embrace it. Jinzan, Gaosan, and others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Su Qiqi's reasoning. Zhang Manor, while recognizing the merit in Su Qiqi's argument, could not publicly concede, lest it imply agreement on awarding Jiang Taiping high scores. As she sought to counter, she found herself at a loss for words. I find Qiqi's points quite compelling. Xuanyuan stated, I will award Jiang Taiping a perfect score. Let's proceed with the scoring. The higher-ups from the Night Walker division, including Chao Shan, offered no hesitation and similarly awarded perfect scores. If they assigned lower scores, it would cast doubt on Xuanyuan's judgment. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter lay in Jiang Taiping's flawless passage of the second round. Awarding him top marks was only fitting. Although Zhang Manor felt some discontent with this outcome, the scores had already been cast, and the results were now set in stone. Her dissent would serve only to provoke the ire of Xuanyuan and others. Su Qiqi, her face radiant with delight, cast a challenging glance at Zhang Manor. This time, Zhang Manor refrained from asserting that Zhang Zhanfei was superior to Jiang Taiping, not due to having learned a lesson, but rather due to her waning confidence in Zhang Zhanfei's performance in the second round. As anticipated, Zhang Zhanfei struggled to evade 17 swords, ultimately being struck by both the 18th and 19th, resulting in a score of only 8. Captain Zhang, did you not proclaim that the individual you selected would excel in the second round? Did you not suggest that Jiang Taiping's performance was uncertain? Suikitist. Yet, Jiang Taiping achieved a perfect score, while your candidate managed only 8 points. Zhang Manor's lips twitched in frustration. 8 points were commendable. Yet when compared to Jiang Taiping's flawless score, they paled in significance. Su Qiqi, do not be so smug, Zhang Manor retorted darkly. There is still the final round. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us await the results with bated breath. Su Qiqi chuckled, teasingly remarking, Captain Zhang, this time you have not made overly bold claims. It seems the consecutive blows to your pride have taught you some caution. Zhang Manor's cheeks flushed, for Su Qiqi's words rang true. Moreover, Jiang Taiping's peculiar prowess, possessing an F-level cultivation talent, yet surpassing the A-level talent of Zhang Zhanfei, had shaken her confidence in him, causing her to refrain from making further assertions. Disregarding Zhang Mania, Su Qiqi turned her gaze toward the darkened screen, her beautiful eyes tinged with worry. The third round assesses both temperament and strength. While she harbored little concern for Jiang Taiping's strength, as the evaluation rules dictate that merely daring to engage would earn passing marks, and a brief confrontation would yield excellent points, the impact of his strength on the score is quite minimal. However, she did harbor concerns regarding Jiang Taiping's temperament. He was the type who would not act without provocation. Take, for instance, the matter of inviting Jiang Taiping to join the Demon Hunter Hall. Appealing to his sense of national duty would yield no results. Tangible benefits were necessary, and she worried he might make an imprudent choice. As for Jiang Taiping's previous act of dispatching an interdimensional intruder with a brick, he had seized the intruder's belongings and dagger. Nonetheless, her apprehension was mild. For Jiang Taiping's performance had far exceeded her expectations. Previously, she had little confidence that he could join the reserve team of the Demon Hunter Hall. Yet now that he had secured 20 points, even if he were to score nothing in the third round, he could still be admitted. Should he manage to score even a few points in the third round, even just 4, he would secure his place in the hall. However, should Jiang Taiping falter in the third round, he would miss the chance to perfectly counter Zhang Manner's assertions. Unbeknownst to her, her worries were unwarranted. To Jiang Taiping, joining the Demon Hunter Hall promised great prospects, and he was resolutely determined to succeed. Unwilling to allow anyone to overshadow him or permit Zhang Manner to use him to belittle Su Qiqi, the outcome now rested in his hands. Su Qiqi fixed her unwavering gaze upon Jiang Taiping, not blinking as she watched intently. At this moment, Jiang Taiping reached the end of a narrow path, arriving before a small village. Yet before he could take in his surroundings, a cry for help rang out. "Young man, the interdimensional intruders are after me. Please, save me." Following the voice, Jiang Taiping spotted a frail, silver-haired elder stumbling out from the village, pursued by 3 menacing middle-aged intruders wielding sharp swords. "Kid, this is none of your business. Scram, or I'll slay you," one of the intruders growled. "Interdimensional intruders?" Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the 3 men's cultivation levels. In the next moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. For based on the fluctuations of their vitality, all 3 seemed to have just entered the F level. With such cultivation, they dared to act so brazenly before him. Yet he quickly realized that the lottery system had concealed his true cultivation level, presenting him as merely a newcomer to F level in the eyes of the 3 intruders, rather than revealing his actual E-level prowess. "I wonder if slaying these 3 interdimensional intruders would allow me to absorb their vitality and earn a lottery card?" A thought flickered through Jiang Taiping's mind, and with firm resolve, he charged toward the elder. This scene allowed Su Qiqi to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Taiping did not disregard the elderly man, and this action alone earned him a passing mark, indicating that his entry into the Lai Mo Tang was now a foregone conclusion. As for how events would unfold next, it had become irrelevant. At most, it would merely result in a less-than-perfect humiliation of Zhang Manner. Soon, Jiang Taiping dashed to the elderly man's side. "Old man, you stay back. I'll take care of these 3 rascals," he declared. "Thank you, young man." The elder responded gratefully. Jiang Taiping did not linger in conversation, charging toward the 3 middle-aged men. This scene provided Zhang Manner with the perfect opportunity to mock Su Qiqi. "Captain Su, the F-grade talent you found truly is a reckless fool, rushing in like that. He courting death?" Su Qiqi understood why Zhang Manner had made such a statement. The 3 otherworldly beings in the small village were manifestations based on the cultivation level of the exam participants. Their abilities mirrored those of the challengers, and in a 1-to-3 scenario, the odds were certainly not in their favor. She too felt that Jiang Taiping's reckless charge was somewhat imprudent. Yet she could not voice such sentiments at this moment. "What recklessness?" Su Qiqi retorted. "As a Nightwalker, he bears the responsibility of protecting the innocent and safeguarding the peace of the realm." Jiang Taiping's unhesitating rescue of the elder and his confrontation with the 3 otherworldly beings is a manifestation of his righteous spirit. Having spoken, Su Qiqi's cheeks flushed slightly. Her praise for Jiang Taiping felt somewhat guilty. It was worth noting that when she had lured Jiang Taiping into joining the Lai Mo Tang under the guise of protecting the innocent, he had previously dismissed her lofty rhetoric, insisting on practical benefits instead. Can a righteous heart negate the fact that such actions are tantamount to courting death? Zhang Manner countered. Su Qiqi opened her mouth to defend Jiang Taiping, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. She witnessed Jiang Taiping deliver a resounding slap that sent one of the otherworldly beings crashing to the ground. He then deftly evaded the strikes from the other 2 beings, retaliating with another swift slap that toppled a second adversary. Following that, Jiang Taiping delivered a powerful kick that sent the last remaining otherworldly being flying. Was it over? Not yet. Jiang Taiping retrieved the fallen sword of an otherworldly being and swiftly severed the heads of all 3 foes in a single, fluid motion. Qin Zhan and the others exchanged glances of astonishment. The 3 adversaries had matched Jiang Taiping in prowess, yet he dispatched them with astonishing ease, akin to chopping vegetables. Such an event had never occurred in the assessments of the Lai Mo Tang before. Su Qiqi was likewise taken aback, but that was not the main point. She turned to Zhang Manner with a mischievous smile. "Is this what you call recklessness? Is this your definition of courting death? I give you an opportunity to reconsider your words." Zhang Manner's face darkened once more. At this moment, She could not help but suspect that Jiang Taiping was sent from above to slap her in the face. Otherwise, how could she be continuously embarrassed? Observing Zhang Manor's clouded expression brought Su Qiqi immense satisfaction. How delightful it was to be mocked by her, only to witness her own humiliation. Su, is this lad truly of F-grade cultivation talent? Someone could not help but inquire. Qin Zhan and the others turned their gaze toward Su Qiqi, sharing the same doubt. Indeed, Su Qiqi confirmed. When I tested him, the 7-colored stone emitted only a single red light. This lad is rather peculiar. We shall inquire further once he emerges. Qin Zhan mused. Jiang Taiping has successfully passed the 3rd assessment. Let us score him. Chao Shan and the other higher-ups of the Night Walker Zhuan branch wasted no time in awarding him full marks. Chapter 21. The assessment concludes. Zhang Manor's opposition, Jiang Taiping, felt rather disheartened. After dispatching the 3 otherworldly beings, they vanished without a trace. He received no blood essence and no reward cards. It was indeed an illusion. With a sigh, Jiang Taiping turned to check on the elderly man, only to find him missing as well. He glanced back toward the small village, which had also disappeared, replaced by a shroud of black light. Was this the conclusion of the assessment? Jiang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose and stepped toward the black veil. Upon entering the black light, Jiang Taiping found himself back in the grand hall of the 18th floor of the Night Walker Zhuan branch. Seeing Jiang Taiping reappear, Su Qiqi exclaimed, Jiang Taiping, well done. Inviting him to participate in the Lai Mo Tang's assessment had been a reluctant decision, and after being mocked by Zhang Manor, she had braced herself for embarrassment. Yet, to her surprise, Jiang Taiping not only spared her from disgrace, but also elevated her reputation. Jiang Taiping turned to see Qin Zhan and Su Qiqi seated nearby. At the same time, his peripheral vision caught glimpses of the images on the black veil. Alas, it seems I've been exposed, Jiang Taiping thought with a sigh. He looked at Su Qiqi and asked, did I pass the Lai Mo Tang assessment? Of course you did, and with full marks in all 3 categories. Suikiri Plaith, brimming with excitement. That's splendid. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Taiping's face. Passing the Lai Mo Tang assessment meant he would become a member of the organization, which in turn promised a boundless future. Before long, he would be able to drive a Ferrari like Su Qiqi. Xiao Jiang, I have a few questions. Could you clarify them for me? Qin Zhan inquired. Minister, please ask. I assure you I will speak candidly and thoroughly. Jiang Taiping answered resolutely. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes in the room turned to Jiang Taiping, including Zhang Manor. They all had numerous questions that required his elucidation, and they could no longer afford to focus on the others' performances. Moreover, the assessment process was replayable, so it mattered little if they missed some details now. Su Qiqi discreetly pursed her lips. Was it truly possible to speak candidly and thoroughly? The first question, Qin Zhan began. In the 3rd assessment, the 3 otherworldly beings match your cultivation level. Logically, you should not have been able to defeat them so easily. How did you manage that? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Taiping replied, Minister, perhaps it was because their reactions and attack speeds were rather slow. Qin Zhan's expression turned contemplative. Jiang Taiping's reasoning held some merit. After all, the illusion only created 3 beings that matched Jiang Taiping's cultivation level and did not replicate his speed or reflexes. Xiao Jiang, I observed your battle just now. You remained calm and composed under pressure, responding swiftly and decisively. How did you achieve that? Qin Zhan pressed further. In response to the minister's query, Jiang Taiping explained, I have practiced some martial arts for self-defense and have often sparred with classmates at school. Perhaps that is why I was able to perform as I did. Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and the others nodded, finding Jiang Taiping's explanation satisfactory for their lingering doubts. There's another question, Qin Zhan continued. During the 2nd assessment, all the swords levitated around you, flying in formation. You must have controlled them somehow. How did you accomplish that? Sighing inwardly, Jiang Taiping realized that this was a likely point of inquiry. He had considered how to respond in a plausible manner, but no suitable explanation came to mind. Minister, I truly do not know how it happened, Jiang Taiping confessed. At that moment, I intended to dodge, wishing the swords could simply halt. To my surprise, the first sword stopped right in front of me, and, subsequently, all the others followed suit. They seemed to obey my will. This fellow has begun to fabricate excuses again, thought Su Qiqi. The rationale he provided was rather flimsy. She had some understanding of Jiang Taiping, knowing he was rather sly and quite low-key. Even when threatened, he seemed reluctant to admit anything, let alone Qin Zhan's straightforward inquiries. She had long anticipated that Jiang Taiping's claim of speaking candidly was merely for show. Yet, given that Jiang Taiping had elevated her status, she chose not to expose him. Obedient? Qin Zhan and the others felt a wave of frustration. Do you take us for fools? Those long swords are mere illusions, lifeless objects that cannot heed your commands. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, how does one explain the fact that those swords were all suspended before Jiang Taiping? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhan cast his own sword to the ground and said, "Xiao Jiang, give it a try." "Understood, Minister." Jiang Taiping responded decisively. His gaze fixed intently on the sword on the ground. He shouted in a deep voice, "Rise." The sword remained motionless. "Get up." Jiang Taiping called out again with the same intensity, but still, the sword did not budge. Watching Jiang Taiping's earnest efforts, Su Chi felt an urge to laugh, though the situation was not appropriate for mirth, nearly causing her internal distress. After several futile attempts, Jiang Taiping turned to Qin Zhan with a wry smile. "Minister, it doesn't respond to me. I cannot control it." "This young man is likely concealing his true abilities," Qin Zhan mused with a silent sigh. His intention in offering Jiang Taiping the sword was not a matter of belief in Zhang's words, but rather to observe how he would approach the challenge. He trusted that if Jiang Taiping wished to hide his capabilities, he would not allow the sword to float before him. The reality confirmed his judgment without a doubt. However, he had no intention of pressing further. Jiang Taiping's reticence indicated a desire to keep certain matters private, and to inquire further would be to impose unduly. Furthermore, everyone has their secrets. The Night Walkers had not mandated that all members divulge their every secret upon joining the Demon Hunting Hall. And Jiang Taiping's decisive actions against otherworldly beasts and beings aligned perfectly with the Hall's requirements. "Minister, does this not imply a problem with his second assessment, since he cannot control the sword?" Zamana questioned. "What problem?" Qin Zhan countered. "It is an undeniable fact that he controlled the sword at that time. We all witnessed it. Moreover, his performance in the third assessment sufficiently demonstrates his agility and quick reflexes." Zhang Man Air refrained from further comment, given Qin Zhan's assertion. Continuing to argue would be tantamount to questioning him. "Minister, should we not announce the results?" Sui interjected promptly. She sought to confirm Jiang Taiping's membership in the Demon Hunting Hall swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Qin Zhan nodded and stated, "Jiang Taiping achieved full marks in all three assessments, with an average score of perfection, thus passing." "Minister, wait," Zamana interrupted, reminding him, "there has never been an F-grade cultivation talent admitted to the Demon Hunting Hall. Should we not consider this matter?" Chapter 22, Joining the Demon Hunting Hall. Zhang Zhanfei's shocked Jiang Taiping furrowed his brows, casting a displeased glance at Zhang Man Air. He bore no grudge against her, and his joining the Demon Hunting Hall should not concern her. Nevertheless, her attempts to obstruct his entry were akin to cutting off his means of livelihood. A grievance he would not forget. "You truly never learn, do you?" Su Chi remarked coldly. "I already informed you that prior to this, there was no method of payment via QR code, yet it has now become a common practice. Do you believe that absence equates to incorrectness? If so, why do you utilize QR code payments? Moreover, the recruitment rules of the Demon Hunting Hall do not explicitly state that F-grade cultivation talents cannot join. And Jiang Taiping has passed all assessments with perfect scores. By what right do you deny him entry?" Zamane was rendered speechless. Her intent was not to ignore the rules. She merely sought to contest Su Chi's stance. "We have no grounds to reject Jiang Taiping's admission to the Demon Hunting Hall," Qin Zhan said, casting a deep glance at Zhang Man Air. He continued, "I hereby declare that Jiang Taiping has successfully passed the Demon Hunting Hall assessments with outstanding results, and from this moment forth, he is a member of the Demon Hunting Hall, assigned to Demon Hunting Team 9. Congratulations, Jiang Taiping." Su Chi exclaimed. "Thank you, Captain." Jiang Taiping responded with enthusiasm. "I told you I would pass the assessment." Previously, he had been doubtful, but now he was a believer. Su Chi felt a bit awkward. On the way here, she had stated that Jiang Taiping would not pass the assessments. "Now you must believe, for I have become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall." Jiang Taiping diaklet. Su Chi shot him a sidelong glance. This fellow was becoming a bit too presumptuous. "Jiang Taiping," Qin Zhan called. "Minister." Jiang Taiping turned to face him. "Jiang Taiping, the purpose of the Demon Hunting Hall is to eradicate otherworldly beasts and beings, safeguarding our homeland, Xuanyuan City. This is of utmost importance. I expect you to fulfill your duties diligently," Qin Zhan stated gravely. "Yes, Minister," Jiang Taiping replied loudly. Qin Zhan then looked at Su Chi and instructed, "Captain Su, according to the rules, Jiang Taiping belongs to Team 9. As the captain, you are to help him acclimate to the Jiuan branch and assist with his onboarding procedures." "Understood, Minister," Su Chi responded. "Well then, your business here is concluded. You may leave. By the way, Xiao Jiang is the top scorer in this assessment. The rewards will be the same as usual. Please take him to receive his first place and new member rewards," Qin Zhan added. "Very well, Minister," Su Chi affirmed, turning to Jiang Taiping and saying, "Jiang Taiping, follow me." With that, Su Chi rose and headed towards the elevator, with Jiang Taiping following closely behind. Just as they reached the elevator, a black light curtain suddenly flickered to life. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the black light curtain. It was Zhang Zhanfei. Upon seeing Zhang Zhanfei, Su Chi and Jiang Taiping instinctively halted. Zhang Zhanfei immediately directed his gaze towards Qin Zhan and the others, a radiant smile appearing on his face. There are no other candidates here. It seems I am the first to pass the assessment, having just recently advanced to F grade and still adjusting to combat. I hope you do not find me lacking. As he spoke, he approached Qin Zhan and the others with a spring in his step, brimming with self-satisfaction. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhanfei's smug demeanor, Qin Zhan and the others exchanged perplexed glances. Zhang Man Er's expression, however, turned ashen in an instant, and she could not contain her outburst. You worthless fool. An A-grade cultivation talent, losing to that F-grade talent, is utterly disgraceful. That guy was the first to emerge. You were the second, do you understand? What? The pride on Zhang Zhanfei's face instantly froze. He could not have heard correctly. That F-grade talent had actually passed the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, and he had come out first? Is that guy really out before me? He must have been eliminated. Zhang Zhanfei inquired. Zhang Man Er's expression darkened further. At this moment, she genuinely wished to throttle Zhang Zhanfei for his foolishness. Are you deaf? Zhang Man Er exclaimed in exasperation. I just said that you lost to that F-grade talent, who passed all 3 assessments with perfect scores. Do not embarrass yourself further. Zhang Zhanfei's mind went blank, disbelief flooding his features. That F-grade talent had actually passed the assessment with full marks across the board? This must be some sort of manipulation. After a prolonged moment of shock, Zhang Zhanfei finally regained his senses. I have a question, he stammered. That guy has an F-grade cultivation talent, and he shouldn't even qualify for the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. How could he pass with full marks? Is there some sort of conspiracy? Zhang Man Er was left speechless. She had never anticipated that Zhang Zhanfei would utter such nonsense. Ginzan, Gaosan, and the other senior members of the Jiao and branch of the Night Walkers darkened in expression. Zhang Zhanfei's insinuation of a conspiracy in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment cast doubt on their integrity. Watch your words, kid. Qin Zhan warned coldly. If you wish to know whether there is a conspiracy, you can inquire with your inviter, Zhang Man Er. At this, Zhang Man Er snapped back to reality, her face paling dramatically. She had already lost face today, and now Zhang Zhanfei had uttered such nonsense, effectively trampling her dignity into the ground. Fortunately, the Night Walkers valued strength, and Qin Zhan was not a petty man. Otherwise, with just a single utterance from Zhang Zhanfei, she would be plagued with countless petty grievances in the future. Zhang Zhanfei, shut your mouth. Zamania belot. A shiver ran through Zhang Zhanfei as he realized that Zhang Man'er was indeed watching him. If there were any underhanded dealings, how could she possibly remain silent? Thus, he had truly been bested by that individual with an F-grade cultivation talent. Coming to this realization, Zhang Zhanfei felt utterly despondent, his demeanor becoming one of utter disarray. Observing Zhang Zhanfei's forlorn state, Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and the other attendees were rendered speechless. You are a genius with A-grade cultivation talent and the second person to pass the assessment. You should be elated, not so woeful and lost. Yet, reflecting upon the rivalry between Zhang Man'er and Su Qiqi, they suddenly understood. Prior to this, Zhang Man'er had relentlessly mocked Jiang Taiping for his rivalry with Su Qiqi, only to be repeatedly rebuffed by him. Now, Zhang Zhanfei's complete defeat at the hands of Jiang Taiping meant that Zhang Man'er had once again been outdone by Su Qiqi, and quite miserably at that. What should have been a certain victory had ended in dismal failure. How could Zhang Zhanfei possibly feel joy? Qin Zhan chose not to elaborate further and began to review Zhang Zhanfei's performance in the 3rd round of assessments. In the 3rd round, Zhang Zhanfei had attempted to rescue an elder and had engaged in combat with 3 interdimensional disciples. However, he soon found himself overpowered and brutally beaten by the interdimensional disciples. Fortunately, the assessment was conducted in an illusory realm, ensuring his life was not at risk, and upon passing the level, everything would return to normal. Had it not been for this, Zhang Zhanfei would have emerged with a severely bruised face, and whether he could stand there at all would have been in question. After reviewing Zhang Zhanfei's performance in the 3rd round, Qin Zhan stated, "Let us assign scores. I give him an 8. Chao Shan and several senior members from the Nightwalkers Jing and division also concurred, giving him an 8. Although Zhang Zhanfei had not managed to defeat the 3 interdimensional disciples and ultimately failed to save the elder, his attempts to assist and his battles with the interdimensional disciples warranted an 8 based on the assessment criteria for the 3rd round. With Zhang Zhanfei scoring an average of 8 across all 3 assessments, he successfully passed the Demon Hunter Hall's evaluation. From this moment on, Zhang Zhanfei would be a member of the Demon Hunter Hall, joining the 8th team of Demon Hunters. Zhang Man'er, you are the captain of the 8th team. Please assist him with the onboarding process, and do take the time to instruct him on proper conduct. Qin Zhan directly announced the result, not dwelling on Zhang Zhanfei's earlier objections. He somewhat understood Zhang Zhanfei's feelings and, given a shortage of personnel in the Nightwalkers, did not see the need to reject a talented individual over a minor issue. Understood, Minister, Zhang Man'er replied, turning to the despondent Zhang Zhanfei with a stern expression. Follow me. With that, she strode toward the elevator, and Zhang Zhanfei followed closely behind. As they approached the elevator, they encountered Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi waiting there. Their expressions froze momentarily. Surely, Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi were there to mock them. However, the next moment saw Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping stepping into the elevator. This scene left Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei momentarily bewildered. Were Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping not there to ridicule them? Why did they merely glance at them without uttering a word before entering the elevator? Unbeknownst to them, the reality was quite different from their assumptions. Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping had lingered solely to observe Zhang Zhanfei's assessment results. As for mocking Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, they had considered it before, but deemed it unnecessary at this juncture. Hey, what do you mean by that? Zhang Manor questioned as she hastened to the elevator. What do you mean? Su Qiqi replied, perplexed. Zhang Manor hesitated before asking, why aren't you mocking me? Suiki, somewhat speechless, respondeth. Are you implying that you deserve to be mocked? Don't think that just because you refrain from mocking me. I will owe you a favor and withdraw from the competition for the captaincy, Zhang Manor retorted coldly. That F-grade talent won't be of any assistance to you. But Zhang Zhanfei, with his A-grade talent, will certainly help me secure the captaincy. Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. They had refrained from mocking Zhang Manor because they believed that silent derision would be more provocative. They had no intention of repaying kindness with kindness. Nor did they wish to grant Zhang Manor any favors that would deter her from competing for the captaincy. Captain, they seem to be seeking mockery. Shall we indulge them? Jiang Taiping remarked. I was thinking the same. Su Qiqi nodded. I already mocked her during your assessment. Why not let you have a few jabs? As you command, Captain, Jiang Taiping replied, turning to Zhang Zhanfei with a scornful look. An A-grade talent like you lost to an F-grade talent like me? That A-grade talent of yours isn't all that impressive, is it? I wonder if your A-grade talent is merely inflated. Zhang Zhanfei's mouth twitched violently. He desperately wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The fact remained that he had indeed lost to Jiang Taiping, and not just a minor defeat. He had suffered a significant loss. And you, Jiang Taiping continued, directing his disdain toward Zhang Manor. You, with your so-called A-grade talent, dare to compete with my S-grade talent for the captaincy? How laughable. You were never a match for my captain, and with me around, you stand even less of a chance. Su Qiqi was taken aback. The earlier part of his statement had some merit, but where did his confidence in the latter part come from? Yet, this was not the moment to question Jiang Taiping, so she held her tongue. Zhang Manor's mouth twitched in irritation. It was audacious for an F-grade talent to describe an A-grade talent as mere. We shall see. The captaincy shall be mine. Zhang Manor scoffed. Just wait, I will defeat you. Zhang Zhanfei chimed in eagerly. Then let us wait and see. Jiang Taiping dismissed. Uninterested in continuing the argument with Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, he turned to Su Qiqi and said, Captain, I have finished mocking them. Very well, let us depart. Su Qiqi nodded, pressing the elevator's close button. As the elevator doors were about to close, a voice emerged from within. Captain, in all my years, I have encountered many who enjoy mocking others, but this is the first time I have met someone who seems to relish being mocked. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Indeed, who would have thought there are those who enjoy being mocked? Zhang Man's expression instantly darkened. Who enjoys being mocked? Who has such peculiar tastes? She merely found it curious that Su Qiqi had chosen not to mock her. Yet, by this time, the elevator doors had already closed, and it began its descent, leaving her with no opportunity to argue. Zhanfei, you must train diligently. Zhang Man urged vehemently. That F-grade talent dared to belittle A-grade talent. He must learn what true A-grade talent entails. Sister, I will. Zhang Zhanfei nodded earnestly. Without Zhang Manor's urging, he would have made the same resolution. How could he, a proud A-grade talent, allow himself to be defeated by a mere F-grade talent and endure the scorn of that F-grade individual if he did not reclaim his honor? How could he survive in the Demon Hunter Hall? Jiang Taiping, unaware of the conversation between Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, would certainly scoff if he had heard it. Currently, Zhang Zhanfei could not defeat him, and in the future, he would be even less capable. As for describing A-grade talent as mere, with his dual cultivation talents, one divine and one S-grade, was it inappropriate to use such terminology? Not in the least. In the descending elevator, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken rivalry and the promise of future encounters. Captain, the name Yi Xingren sounds somewhat sinister and it does not seem like a commendable organization. Jiang Taiping inquired. Why did our organization choose the name Yi Xingren? In Chapter 24, Sequence F1, Azura Field, when I first joined Yi Xingren, I shared the same curiosity, but I later came to understand. Su Qiqi explained, exotic beasts typically emerge at night, which necessitates our operations during the dark hours. Thus, our organization is named Yi Xingren, symbolizing our purpose to traverse the night and safeguard every evening. This situation has transformed since the emergence of the otherworldly wanderers. Now, The disturbances can occur at any hour throughout the day. Nevertheless, the name Yi Xingren has been in use for quite some time and continues to be upheld. I see, Jiang Taiping said, enlightened. He further asked, Captain, I can discern the precise cultivation level of those weaker than myself. Yet I am unable to ascertain the specific cultivation of those stronger than I. How is this possible? Moments ago, he had sensed the vigorous fluctuations of qi and blood emanating from Su Qiqi. That energy was significantly more potent than his own. Yet he could not determine Su Qiqi's exact cultivation level. This is due to level suppression, Su Qiqi elucidated. Individuals of higher cultivation can perceive the levels of those beneath them, whereas those of lower cultivation can only sense the overwhelming qi and blood fluctuations from those stronger than themselves without discerning their specific levels. Jiang Taiping nodded and remarked, Captain, I have another question. The minister should possess a high level of cultivation, yet I cannot detect any trace of qi and blood fluctuations from him. What could be the reason? Once cultivation reaches level D, one can perfectly conceal their qi and blood fluctuations, Su Qiqi patiently explained. When not engaged in combat, no one can sense the cultivation of a practitioner at level D or above. Only during a confrontation may hints of their strength be revealed. The minister is at level C, and it is entirely normal for you not to sense his qi and blood fluctuations. I understand now. Jiang Taiping nodded again. By the way, on this subject, I must remind you, Su Qiqi said with a serious tone, if you encounter an otherworldly wanderer or exotic beast with significantly stronger qi and blood fluctuations, or if you cannot sense their fluctuations at all, you must flee at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you met your demise. Understood, Captain, Jiang Taiping assured, thumping his chest. If I face the situation you described, I will certainly flee at once. Su Qiqi was taken aback. Just remember it. Is a guarantee necessary? I fear I may have misspoken. She sighed inwardly. Jiang Taiping was indeed rather sly, low-key, and exceptionally cautious about his life. If he faced an unbeatable threat, he would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else without her reminder. Given that she had specifically cautioned him, Jiang Taiping would likely run even quicker when confronted with insurmountable danger. However, to confront an unbeatable threat head-on would only result in needless casualties. Jiang Taiping, you just claimed that with you, Zhang Manor would not stand a chance against me. Where does a fellow with F-level cultivation talent derive such confidence? Su Qiqi redirected the conversation. Captain, one must have dreams and confidence in oneself, Jiang Taiping declared earnestly. Su Qiqi scoffed. Having dreams and confidence is commendable, but one must also act within their capabilities. Yet, she felt that Jiang Taiping was concealing many things. She even began to question whether he truly possessed only F-level cultivation talent. It was known that throughout the history of Yi Xingren, no one with F-level cultivation talent had ever been as formidable as Jiang Taiping. However, she refrained from pursuing the matter further, for everyone has their secrets, and all she needed to know was that Jiang Taiping was a member of Demon Hunter Team 9. Even if she did inquire, he would not divulge anything. As they conversed, the elevator reached the first floor. Come, let me take you to complete your onboarding procedures, Su Qiqi called as she exited the elevator, with Jiang Taiping following closely behind. They arrived at the onboarding office in the main hall on the first floor. Su Qiqi retrieved Jiang Taiping's assessment registration form from her pocket and handed it to the staff member at the counter, saying, Sister Zhang, he has passed the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, and I have brought him to complete the onboarding process. Understood, Captain Su, Sister Zhang responded. Upon examining Jiang Taiping's assessment form, a look of astonishment crossed her face, and she turned to Su Qiqi, saying, Captain Su, are you certain about his F-level cultivation talent? Absolutely, Su Qiqi affirmed. He passed the Demon Hunter Hall assessment with a perfect score across all 3 rounds and was the first to do so. The minister has already announced that he is a member of the Demon Hunter Hall. If you doubt me, feel free to call the minister for verification. Captain Su, you're joking. How could I possibly doubt you? I was merely a bit surprised. Sister Zhang shook her head, believing that Su Qiqi would not jest about such matters, as it could easily be exposed. Su Qiqi found it amusing, just a bit surprised. Your expression was as if you had seen a ghost. Sister Zhang, since you have no doubts, please expedite his onboarding process. Suikieth. Right away, Sister Zhang replied, starting to input Jiang Taiping's information. Once the data entry was completed, she looked at Jiang Taiping and said, Young man, come here to record your fingerprint and iris. You will need this to access the 2nd floor and above in the division. Of course, Sister Zhang. Jiang Taiping nodded and approached the counter to record his fingerprint and iris. After the recording was finished, Sister Zhang took out a card-like object and placed it into the printer. Once printed, she fitted it with a cover and lanyard before handing it to Jiang Taiping. Young man, this is your identification, Sister Zhang explained. It serves not only as identification, but also as a bank card. On the 1st of each month, the benefits and wages from the Demon Hunter Hall will be issued. Your salary will be directly deposited into this card, while benefits must be collected in the second floor hall. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Jiang. Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude as he took the identification and examined it. The top of the card displayed his photo, beneath which was his name, followed by sequence F1. At the very bottom, it indicated his position as a member of the Demon Hunter Hall's Team 9. Captain, what does sequence F1 signify? Jiang Taiping inquired. Sequence F1 carries two meanings, Su Chi elucidated. The represents your cultivation talent, while the number indicates your order of joining Yixing Ren's Demon Hunter Hall. The overall meaning of sequence F1 is that you're the first member with F-level cultivation talent to join Yixing Ren's Demon Hunter Hall. Jiang Taiping blinked in astonishment. He had made history. That seemed quite impressive. Let us proceed to the second floor, where you'll be fitted for combat attire and receive your rewards for being the first and for recently joining, Su Chi said as she walked towards the elevator, with Jiang Taiping following suit. Upon entering the elevator, Su Chi pressed the button for the second floor. Jiang Taiping, however, was taken aback. He suddenly noticed that the elevator had buttons not only for the first to 18 floors, but also for the negative first to negative 9th floors. Captain, what are the negative first to negative 9th floors for? Jiang Taiping asked with curiosity. Su Chi paused for a moment before responding. That is the Azura field. Azura field? Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had never seen what an Azura field looked like, he had encountered numerous descriptions of such places in novels. And any location bearing the name Azura was typically not a benevolent one. Indeed, the Azura field, Su Chi stated solemnly. Beneath the Jiuan division lies a sealed demon lair, where many of Yixing Ren's predecessors have guarded for months, even years, without seeing daylight. It is due to their vigilance that our world has not descended into utter chaos. Periodically, exotic beasts launch assaults, attempting to break free from the lair and seize our homeland. Each battle results in rivers of blood, and many of Yixing Ren's predecessors have fallen, which is why we refer to the 9 floors below as the Azura field. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. The Jiuan division of Yixing Ren was suppressing a demon lair beneath. He had long heard of the notorious reputation of demon lairs, which serve as the nests for exotic beasts and could be considered gateways connecting the other world to Earth. He had assumed that demon lairs were far removed from him. Yet he was astonished to discover that one lay directly beneath his feet. We are able to enjoy our relatively peaceful lives today, and you can attend school in tranquility, all thanks to the predecessors who guard the demon lair, risking their lives to fend off the otherworldly beasts. Thus, Su Chi paused momentarily and continued, Jiang Taiping, please join us in safeguarding this hard-earned tranquility. Jiang Taiping's heart was deeply stirred. Prior to this, he was only aware of the existence of otherworldly beasts, but he had not given them much thought, as he rarely heard of them causing trouble. Most of the news was about disturbances from other realms. It was only after hearing Su Chi's words that he suddenly comprehended that it was not that otherworldly beasts seldom cause chaos. Rather, the predecessors of the Night Walkers had firmly kept them confined within the demon lair, preventing them from causing any disorder. After a moment of silence, Jiang Taiping responded, Captain, I will. Su Chi nodded and said, let us not dwell on this heavy topic. After all, our current abilities do not qualify us to enter the Shura field. Let us proceed to the second floor. Upon finishing her sentence, Su Chi stepped out of the elevator, with Jiang Taiping following closely behind. As they walked, Su Chi explained, the lobby on the first floor handles basic affairs, while the second floor is the logistics hall, managing the distribution and production of all supplies. You can come here to apply for anything you need. Upon arriving at a window, Su Chi stated their purpose, and a middle-aged man emerged from within. He took out a measuring tape and meticulously measured Jiang Taiping's body dimensions from head to toe. What weapon do you use? The middle-aged man inquired. A sword, Jiang Taiping replied, possessing an S-grade sword cultivation talent, making the sword his natural choice. The man did not ask further questions and turned to leave. Su Chi then led Jiang Taiping to another window to collect the reward for being the top performer in the assessment and for newly joining the organization. Upon confirming Jiang Taiping's identity, the staff members stared at him in astonishment for a long while, as if witnessing a ghost, before retrieving 2 vials from the back warehouse and handing them to Jiang Taiping. The reward for being the top performer is 1 high-grade Qi blood pill, and the joining reward is 10 low-grade Qi blood pills. Please verify. Jiang Taiping was somewhat bewildered, wondering what a Qi blood pill was. Su Chi checked and said, no problem, Jiang Taiping, let's go. Captain, what exactly is a Qi blood pill? Jiang Taiping asked, puzzled. A Qi blood pill can provide additional Qi and blood beyond your cultivation base. It is an essential item for cultivators, Su Chi explained. Qi blood pills come in low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade varieties. A low-grade Qi blood pill can increase 1 unit of Qi and blood, a mid-grade one can increase 10 units, and a high-grade one can increase 100 units. If you consume that high-grade Qi blood pill and fully absorb its effects, you might even be able to advance to E-grade. Su Qiqi did not speak too definitively. While it was certain that those with S-grade cultivation talent would advance upon consuming a high-grade Qi blood pill, Jiang Taiping only possessed F-grade talent, and whether he could advance to E-grade remained uncertain. After all, theoretically, those with F-grade talent could only reach F-grade at best, and there were no precedents of F-grade cultivators consuming high-grade Qi blood pills or advancing to E-grade. Jiang Taiping was too engrossed in the astonishing effects of the Qi blood pill to ponder Su Qiqi's words further. So, if an ordinary person consumed a high-grade Qi blood pill, wouldn't they directly advance to E-grade? Jiang Taiping exclaimed in surprise. Ordinary people cannot consume them. Su Qiqi shook her head and explained they cannot withstand the medicinal power of the Qi blood pill. The result of consuming one would be their demise. Only cultivators can take Qi blood pills. I see. Jiang Taiping inquired further, Captain, if I were to consume high-grade Qi blood pills like candy, wouldn't I become an unparalleled powerhouse in just one day? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Suikiri plaid, exasperative. Even cultivators cannot treat Qi blood pills like candy. You must fully digest the effects of one before consuming another. Otherwise, you risk exploding due to the overwhelming medicinal power. Moreover, the higher your cultivation talent, the faster you absorb the medicinal power of the Qi blood pill. I possess S-grade cultivation talent and can only absorb the effects of one Qi blood pill a day, let alone those with lower talents. So do not think you can solely rely on Qi blood pills to enhance your cultivation. They are merely an additional boost. The most crucial factor remains your own effort. Jiang Taiping awkwardly scratched his head. Captain, if you can absorb one Qi blood pill a day, wouldn't that mean you could increase your Qi and blood by 100 units daily if you consumed high-grade ones? I wish that were the case. But it is merely a wishful thought, Su Qiqi lamented. High-grade Qi blood pills are quite rare. You cannot simply buy them with money. They can only be obtained as rewards for significant contributions to the organization. The assessment at the Demon Hunter Hall is an exception. Jiang Taiping felt a bit embarrassed. He had overthought things. After some contemplation, Jiang Taiping asked, Captain, can low-grade and mid-grade Qi blood pills be purchased? Certainly, Suikiri plaid. Low-grade Qi blood pills cost 10,000 each, while mid-grade ones cost 100,000 each. The shorter building next to the branch is the Xuanyuan branch of the Night Walkers Merchant Association, where you can buy Qi blood pills and sell supplies. That's so expensive? Jiang Taiping exclaimed. Qi blood pills are refined from the bodies of otherworldly beasts, and only those from E-grade beasts can be used to create them. They are indeed hard to come by. How can they not be expensive? Suiki countered. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. When he received 1,500,000, he thought he had become wealthy. But now realizing that 15,000 couldn't even buy 2 mid-grade Qi blood pills made him feel poorer than ever. Captain, what is my monthly salary? What are the benefits? Jiang Taiping asked eagerly. Given your rank, your monthly salary is 50,000, Su Qiqi explained. As for benefits, you can receive either 10 low-grade Qi blood pills or 1 mid-grade Qi blood pill each month. Jiang Taiping was astonished and excited. A monthly salary of 50,000, along with a mid-grade Qi blood pill worth 100,000, totals a monthly income of 150,000. That is quite a substantial sum. And this is just the salary of an ordinary member of the Demon Hunter Hall. The salaries of the captain, hall master, and department heads must be even higher. However, upon reflection, Jiang Taiping realized that the Demon Hunter Hall faced significant dangers, so higher salaries were indeed justified. At this moment, Jiang Taiping became acutely aware of how foolish his previous thoughts had been. 150,000 was hardly a fortune. It was merely the monthly salary of a member of the Demon Hunter Hall. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow. Although his salary was considerable, it paled in comparison to the expenses of cultivation. Just now, Su Qiqi mentioned that those with S-grade cultivation talent could absorb a Qi blood pill daily. And with his dual cultivation talent, one of which was divine level, absorbing 2 Qi blood pills daily should be manageable. If he used low-grade Qi blood pills, his salary might last a few more days, but if he resorted to mid-grade Qi blood pills, his salary wouldn't even last a day. Cultivation truly is an endless pit. The poor study literature, while the wealthy study martial arts. The ancients did not deceive me. Jiang Taiping lamented inwardly, feeling he was too poor to slack off and must find ways to earn more money. He could not help but ask, Captain, is there a quick way to make money? Indeed, enter the demon lair, slay otherworldly beasts, seize resources, and then sell the bodies of the beasts and resources to the Xuanyuan branch of the Night Walkers Merchant Association. However, F-grade beasts are not worth much. Only those above E-grade have real value, Su Qiqi explained. Jiang Taiping found himself at a loss for words. Even Su Qiqi did not qualify to enter the demon lair, let alone him in his current state. It seemed like a futile discussion. Captain, what about the beasts in the demon hunting garden? Jiang Taiping inquired. Not suitable. Suiki elucidative. The beasts in the demon hunting garden have been domesticated for many years, perhaps due to not living in the demon lair. Their bodies cannot yield Qi blood pills. Sighing, Jiang Taiping lamented, to earn money, I must quickly enhance my cultivation. Upon noticing that Jiang Taiping had no further inquiries, Su Qiqi spoke up. The third floor is the medical hall, where injuries can be treated free of charge. The fourth floor houses the Sanjing Pavilion, which stores cultivation techniques and martial skills. The fifth floor is the intelligence hall. Above the sixth floor are the resting and office spaces for the members of the Yixing Ren. There's nothing much to introduce. Our demon hunting team 9 resides on the ninth floor, and each room is essentially identical. Allow me to show you my room. All right, Captain. Jiang Taiping nodded in agreement. Following Su Qiqi, he ascended to the ninth floor, where she gave him a brief tour of her quarters. The room was modest yet fully equipped, featuring a living area, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, complete with all the essentials such as a sofa, water dispenser, television, computer, and water heater. It must be said that the living conditions of the Yixing Run were indeed commendable, far superior to those of Jiang Taiping's home. Captain, are these furnishings provided by the organization? Jiang Taiping inquired. Indeed, everything is supplied by the organization. You can move in with just your luggage, Su Qiqi replied. Now that you're also a member of the Demon Hunting Hall, you are entitled to reside here. Would you care to move in and live with me? Huh? Jiang Taiping exclaimed in surprise. Captain, isn't this progressing a bit too quickly? What do you mean by too quickly? Su Qiqi asked, somewhat perplexed. You mentioned living together, but there's only one bedroom here. Jiang Taiping expressed timidly. Su Qiqi's cheeks flushed, and she playfully struck Jiang Taiping on the head, retorting, what are you thinking? I meant for you to move here, not to share a room with me. You would have your own space. Jiang Taiping rubbed his head, still dazed. You were the one who suggested moving in together. Can you blame me? After a moment's reflection, Su Qiqi realized her words could lead to misunderstanding. I wasn't clear enough. All right. She shot Jiang Taiping a glare and changed the subject. The formalities are completed, and I've introduced you to everything I could. I have some matters to attend to. So you should return to school and keep an eye on things, in case any otherworldly disciples cause trouble there. Jiang Taiping instinctively wanted to refuse. He had plans to hunt ferocious beasts in the demon hunting garden to enhance his cultivation and earn lottery cards. Yet he swallowed his words. He had worked late into the night yesterday, utterly exhausted, and today he was participating in the demon hunting hall's assessment. He had yet to recover his energy. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Perhaps taking a day to rest would be wise. Furthermore, as a new recruit to the demon hunting hall, he ought to show some respect to Captain Su Qiqi. All right, Captain, Jiang Taiping acquiesced, then asked Captain, are you staying at school to supervise it? Indeed, Su Qiqi confirmed. With so many people at the school, it could easily become a target for the otherworldly disciples. Since I attend Zhou No. 1 high school, the hall master assigned me to guard it. No wonder you, a student, have an office. I see now, Jiang Taiping realized. Turning to leave. Upon departing the Zhouan branch of the Yixing Run, Jiang Taiping took a bus towards Zhou No. 1 high school. Once he arrived, he pondered and headed towards the teacher's office. Having missed more than a day of classes, he felt it necessary to inform his teacher. However, as soon as he entered the office, the teacher's voice preempted his own. Jiang Taiping, I understand your purpose here, and I am aware of everything. Well done. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. It seemed the teacher already knew he had joined the demon hunting hall. No wonder he had been absent for over a day without receiving a single phone call from the teacher. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qiqi had informed his teacher the day before. Otherwise, his phone would have been bombarded with calls. Teacher, I will head back to class now, Jiang Taiping stated. Very well. If you have any matters in the future, feel free to attend to them without needing to ask for leave, the teacher replied kindly. He had a deeper understanding of the demon hunting hall's operations than the average person, and he felt a sense of pride in having a member of the hall in his class. Upon returning to class, he found that it was just the right moment for the lesson to conclude, and he promptly took his seat. Jiang Taiping, where have you been these past couple of days? Why didn't you come to class? His deskmate, Xuanyuan, inquired. I had some matters to attend to, so I asked the teacher for leave, Jiang Taiping casually replied. I see, Xuanyuan said, not probing further. He pulled out his phone and said mysteriously, Jiang Taiping, let me show you some photos that will surely astonish you. What photos? Jiang Taiping asked, intrigued. You'll see, Xuanyuan teased, slowly revealing the phone screen. Upon seeing the images, a look of astonishment crossed Jiang Taiping's face. In the photos, there was a narrow alley with a corpse lying in it, while a middle-aged man stood atop the building nearby. On one wall of the alley, someone dressed in a Spider-Man costume was climbing. Jiang Taiping, look at the outfit that person is wearing and how they're scaling the wall. Doesn't it resemble a spider? Xuanyuan asked. Indeed, Jiang Taiping nodded in agreement. Let me show you another picture. Xuanyuan swiped the screen, revealing another image to Jiang Taiping. This time, the photo depicted the rooftop where the middle-aged man was running, and the person in the Spider-Man costume extended their hand, clearly showing a strand of web shooting out from their palm. Jiang Taiping felt exasperated. He had initially thought someone merely saw him, but he never expected that someone had captured this moment on camera, and at such a critical juncture. This timing was impeccable. Did you see that strand of web? Xuanyuan asked. I did. Jiang Taiping affirmed. Looks like a spider and can shoot webs. They must be pursuing the otherworldly disciple. Xuanyuan remarked. I've named him Spider-Man. What do you think? Appropriate. Jiang Taiping's lips twitched. The Spider-Man of his previous life was named for precisely that reason. How could it not be fitting? He had thought that in this life, he was the only one aware of the name Spider-Man, yet by a twist of fate, it had resurfaced. These two photos were uploaded online, but they were quickly deleted. Luckily, I was fast enough to save them. Xuanyuan continued. Jiang Taiping, tell me, isn't that impressive? With your single life of over 10 years, how could you not be impressive? Jiang Taiping teased. That's not what I meant, Xuanyuan clarified. I was asking if Spider-Man is impressive. Jiang Taiping found himself in a humorous predicament. Spider-Man was none other than himself. How could he respond to such a question posed right in front of him? Jiang Taiping, I'm asking you. Xuanyuan urged. Impressive. Jiang Taiping felt awkward. This self-praise felt quite embarrassing. I also think it's quite impressive, Xuanyuan mused. It's a pity it's just a photo. I would love to see Spider-Man in person. Jiang Taiping glanced at Xuanyuan, a strange expression on his face. Young man, Spider-Man is sitting right next to you. You just don't know it yet. Jiang Taiping, do you want to see Spider-Man in person? Xuanyuan asked again. Jiang Taiping was at a loss for how to respond. He couldn't find the right words. Yet, he couldn't remain silent either, so he merely nodded. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher walked in right after. Jiang Taiping let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he was spared from Xuanyuan's relentless questioning, or else his embarrassment would have been unbearable. As the teacher began the lesson, Jiang Taiping's mind wandered back to the Qi blood pill. He slipped his hand into his pocket, and with a focused thought, a low-grade Qi blood pill materialized in his palm. Indeed, Jiang Taiping had stored the Qi blood pill in the system S repository. He glanced at Xuanyuan and then around the classroom, noticing that no one was paying him any heed. He raised his hand and popped the Qi blood pill into his mouth. Initially, he had intended to consume a higher-grade Qi blood pill, but after some consideration, he decided to change his mind. The Qi blood pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, though it had a somewhat bitter taste and was not particularly pleasant. Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery system, attentively monitoring the system interface while simultaneously concentrating on the changes occurring within his body. He sensed repeatedly, yet felt no changes within his body. The values on the system interface remained unchanged, and after the essence from the Qi blood pill entered his body, it was as if nothing had happened. Could it be that absorption had not yet occurred? Jiang Taiping waited patiently, but after a whole half hour, there was still no sign of change. Could it be that the Qi blood pill was of no use to me? Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow. He had hesitated earlier, concerned that the Qi blood pill might not be beneficial, especially since his cultivation relied on a divine-level talent that absorbed the vitality of enemies to enhance his own. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Taiping inquired within his mind, Lottery multiverse system, is the Qi blood pill ineffective for me? The response was unequivocal. Indeed, not only the Qi blood pill, but also the martial skills acquired through the lottery are of no use to you. Jiang Taiping was at a loss for words, feeling a pang in his heart. Lottery multiverse system. Why didn't you inform me of this sooner? I have wasted a low-level Qi blood pill, which costs $1,000. You didn't ask, came the retort from the system. Jiang Taiping was left speechless. The logic was irrefutable. Fortunately, he had changed his mind in time. Otherwise, consuming a high-level Qi blood pill would have resulted in a loss far exceeding $1,000. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Qiqi. As he was still in class in the past, he would have hung up without hesitation. But now that he had joined the demon hunting hall, and knowing Su Qiqi was aware he had returned to school, he presumed she had something important to discuss. Thus he answered the call. Jiang Taiping. I just remembered something. Su Qiqi's voice resonated through the phone. After joining the demon hunting hall, you can practice the techniques and martial skills of the hall. When you have time, please visit the 4th floor scripture pavilion to select some techniques and skills. Oh, got it. Jiang Taiping responded lethargically. The techniques and skills in this world held no allure for him, rendering him disinterested. Su Qiqi found his reaction peculiar. Typically, newcomers to the demon hunting hall would be ecstatic upon hearing about techniques and martial skills. Yet Jiang Taiping appeared so unfazed. However, she dismissed the thought and said, Nothing else, I'll hang up. After ending the call, Jiang Taiping sighed deeply. One must gain something to lose something. The wisdom of the ancients still holds true. Take his situation, for instance. He possessed the lottery multiverse system, which was a gain. Yet he was unable to utilize the Qi blood pill or practice the martial skills and techniques of this world, which was a loss. However, if given the opportunity to choose, he would unhesitatingly opt for the lottery multiverse system. For the Qi blood pill and the techniques of this world could not even begin to compare. His phone vibrated once more, and, upon checking, it was again a call from Su Qiqi. What was going on? She had just hung up and was calling again. Had she forgotten something else? Jiang Taiping shook his head in disbelief, but still answered the call. Immediately, Su Qiqi's anxious voice came through. Jiang Taiping. We received news that two beings from another realm are heading towards Jiang No. 1 High School, likely intending to attack. They are estimated to possess E-level cultivation. Details are unclear. Be cautious, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping's eyes brightened. He had been contemplating how he would be unable to enhance his cultivation today and earn a lottery card. But unexpectedly, the opportunity for experience and lottery cards presented itself. This truly was a case of a pillow arriving just as one was about to doze off. After hanging up, Jiang Taiping began to devise a plan to alert the school about the impending threat. However, before he could think further, alarm bells rang out across the campus. Following that, the principal's voice boomed. Attention everyone! Attention everyone! Beings from another realm are approaching the school and may attack. All teachers, please lead your students out of the classrooms and assemble at the safety building. The message was repeated. All teachers, please lead all students out of the classrooms and assemble at the safety building. Jiang Taiping chuckled softly. He had overthought it, since Su Qiqi had informed him. How could the school not be alerted? Everyone, follow me. Do not panic. Leave in an orderly fashion as practiced, shouted the teacher. As soon as the words were spoken, the teacher led the way outside. The students rose quickly and orderly, following the teacher towards the safety building. Jiang Taiping lingered at the back of the line. He did not immediately break away, but planned to find an opportune moment to do so. As he passed the restroom of the teaching building, Jiang Taiping detached himself from the group and headed towards the restroom. Jiang Taiping, what are you doing? Hurry back! Xuanyuan shouted. Jiang Taiping felt somewhat disheartened. He had only left the group to avoid drawing attention, yet Xuanyuan's loud outcry made it evident to everyone. How infuriating! Despite his annoyance, Jiang Taiping quickly replied, I have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom. At a time like this, you still want to use the restroom? Just hold it in and come back quickly. Xuanyuan was exasperated. Xuanyuan, hurry up and catch up. The teacher interjected. After hesitating for a moment, Xuanyuan hurriedly rejoined the group. The teacher nodded at Jiang Taiping before leading the students away. Once inside the restroom, Jiang Taiping glanced around, confirming it was empty, and then changed into a Spider-Man costume. He then climbed out the back window and ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, concealing himself while monitoring the school's activity. At this moment, students, under the guidance of their teachers, were swiftly gathering at the safety building. Everyone was tense, yet orderly. To ensure student safety, the school conducted weekly drills for emergency situations, and the students had become accustomed to evacuating swiftly from classrooms, showcasing the effectiveness of their training in this critical moment. The safety building was a large structure constructed at great expense by the school, robust enough to withstand the full-force attacks of D-level cultivators, providing a secure haven for students during emergencies. However, Su Qiqi's warning had come a bit late. Before all the students could enter the safety building, two figures clad in black robes appeared at the school entrance. They leaped over the gates and charged swiftly towards the students. This sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the teachers and students who had yet to enter the safety building. Do not panic. Everyone, speed up and enter the safety building. The principal bellowed. No pushing. Pushing will only slow us down. Everyone run. Move faster. The teachers shouted, maintaining order as the students began to sprint. Yet, many students had not yet entered the safety building, and the otherworldly beings approached rapidly. Given the current situation, it was clear that not all students could enter the safety building before the otherworldly beings arrived. That, however, was not the most critical issue. The real concern was that in their fear and panic, some students made mistakes. One student stumbled and fell at the entrance of the safety building. The students behind, caught off guard, tripped over the fallen student, leading to a cascade of others falling, creating a pile-up at the entrance, completely blocking it. Those behind halted, rushing to help the fallen students. The teacher cried out urgently, quickly trying to assist the toppled students. It's too late. The principal, standing beside the safety building, glanced back at the multitude of students still outside, a look of determination crossing his face. He shouted, all security, follow me. We must stop those two scoundrels. With that, the principal charged towards the two otherworldly beings, and many security personnel, albeit apprehensively, followed suit. At that moment, a figure leaped from the rooftop behind the two otherworldly beings. Grasping a web line, he swung swiftly towards them. It was none other than Jiang Taiping, clad in a Spider-Man attire. He sensed the cultivation levels of two otherworldly disciples, noting that their vitality fluctuations surpassed his own. Engaging them head-on would not be a prudent course of action. Thus, he refrained from immediate confrontation and instead ascended to a high building with his back to the two otherworldly beings before launching his attack. Incredible Spider-Man. A voice filled with astonishment echoed among the students. This exclamation came from Xuanyuan, who had yet to reach the safety building. The students and teachers blocked outside turned to look, their faces lighting up with exhilaration. although the photos of Spider-Man defeating the otherworldly disciples uploaded online were swiftly removed. Xuanyuan's boasting had already spread throughout Jiang No. 1 high school, garnering attention from not only the students but also the teachers and the principal. Classmates, Spider-Man has come to save us, Xuanyuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Shut your mouth, came the teacher's immediate retort. Xuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not spoken incorrectly, so why must he be silenced? However, he quickly realized that the two otherworldly disciples were unaware of Spider-Man's arrival, facing away from him. If they cheered loudly, it would only alert the foes. With that thought, Xuanyuan decisively silenced himself and quietly urged his classmates to refrain from speaking. The principal and numerous security personnel also caught sight of Spider-Man, which brought them a sense of relief. Follow me and charge, the principal bellowed, advancing toward the two otherworldly disciples but slowing his pace. He aimed to draw their attention, creating an opportunity for Spider-Man to eliminate them. Yet, the otherworldly disciples were not foolish. Though they had not heard Xuanyuan's excited shout, they noticed the multitude of students and teachers outside the safety building gazing in their direction, some even taking photographs. This awareness prompted them to turn around. At that moment, Jiang Taiping had already arrived. Slice their throats. A sharp command resonated within Jiang Taiping's mind. Simultaneously, a gleaming dagger materialized in his right hand. He reversed the grip on the dagger and, with blinding speed, aimed for the neck of one of the otherworldly disciples. The moment the two disciples turned around, they had barely grasped the situation when a flash of cold light streaked before their eyes. With a sickening sound of steel piercing flesh, one disciple's neck was severed cleanly by Jiang Taiping. Without hesitation, he redirected his attack toward the remaining disciple. However, the brief moment of hesitation allowed the otherworldly disciple to react just in time, narrowly evading his lethal strike. What a pity, Jiang Taiping lamented inwardly. If the otherworldly disciple had been a fraction slower, he would have claimed another life and swiftly ended the conflict. But he felt only a slight regret. Previously, he had been faced with two disciples whose cultivation levels exceeded his own, making direct confrontation challenging. Now that one had been vanquished, the remaining adversary was far more manageable. He retracted his webbing and landed before the principal. Principal, retreat and lead the students into the safety building, Jiang Taiping whispered, careful not to let the principal catch his voice. Understood. The principal responded, beginning to back away. Meanwhile, he called out sternly, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry into the safety building. He understood why Spider-Man wanted him to usher the students to safety. Without the students present, Spider-Man could engage the otherworldly disciple without hesitation. Many students, including Xuanyuan, were reluctant to enter the safety building, fearing they would miss the battle between Spider-Man and the otherworldly disciple. However, under the teacher's urging, they had no choice but to hasten into the building. Jiang Taiping did not strike immediately. He kept his gaze fixed on the otherworldly disciple not far ahead. The campus was open, and the educational buildings were somewhat distant, rendering Spider-Man's costume less effective in this scenario. He decided to wait until everyone had entered the safety building before making his move, at which point he would have no reservations. You, the otherworldly disciple, spat coldly. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. You know me? You killed two of my brothers this morning. The disciple paused before adding, no, three, just now you killed another. Jiang Taiping exhaled a sigh of relief. He initially feared the disciple recognized him. A kill is a kill. The otherworldly disciples are traitors to humanity and dogs of the beasts, deserving of death. Jiang Taiping replied dismissively. At that moment, some students had yet to enter the safety building, and he didn't mind conversing with the otherworldly disciple for a while. Collaborating with the beasts. I possess endless cultivation resources, the disciple tempted. Boy, if you agree to join us, I will overlook the deaths of my three brothers and grant you boundless cultivation resources. What say you? Jiang Taiping feigned interest, rubbing his nose. However, he was merely buying time for the students to enter the safety building. The vitality pills meant nothing to him. He could not yet practice the martial arts of this realm. So what use were cultivation resources? If you're interested, why hesitate? The disciple pressed. I have a question, Jiang Taiping said. You claim to have endless cultivation resources, yet you are only at 1-starry level. I too possess limited cultivation resources and am at 1-starry level. I cannot help but question the veracity of your claims. Or perhaps you are simply incompetent. Jiang Taiping had the luck of having the lottery system lift the veil on his cultivation, for if others discovered he was merely at 1-star F level, Su Chi would undoubtedly suspect he was Spider-Man. The otherworldly disciple's face darkened, and he defended, that is because I have only just allied with the beasts. Soon, with my endless cultivation resources, I shall ascend to D level, or even C level. Perhaps, Jiang Taiping replied with a grin. But that presupposes you have the time. What do you mean? The disciple inquired, puzzled. I mean, you may have endless cultivation resources, but you must also have a life to utilize them. Jiang Taiping sneered, swiftly closing the gap and lunging with his dagger at the otherworldly disciple. At this juncture, everyone had entered the safety building. There was no need for further pretense. The disciple's expression darkened. He had believed Jiang Taiping was genuinely intrigued, only to realize he was being toyed with. You seek death, the disciple roared, drawing a dagger from his waist to confront Jiang Taiping. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. When the disparity in cultivation was not vast, it was not the sole determinant of victory. Combat experience, martial skills, and conviction were the true keys to triumph. Jiang Taiping excelled in all three. Years of boxing practice and sparring with classmates, combined with his day of combat in the demon-hunting arena, had given him ample battle experience. His throat-cutting technique was no ordinary skill. It was, in fact, exquisitely cunning and ruthless. As for conviction, Jiang Taiping yearned for power, but he could only attain it through slaying foes. With an opportunity to grow stronger placed before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? Under Jiang Taiping's relentless onslaught, the otherworldly disciple's black robe was soon reduced to tattered shreds. Through the fabric's remnants, several deep, crimson wounds could be seen marring the disciple's form. With each wound inflicted, Jiang Taiping's resolve only intensified, while the otherworldly disciple's spirit waned. At that moment, thoughts of retreat began to creep into the disciple's mind. Yet, Jiang Taiping's assault was swift, cunning, and fierce, leaving no room for escape. Should the current situation persist, it was only the disciple who would meet his demise. Unwilling to perish, the otherworldly disciple had countless cultivation resources still to be utilized and many years ahead to live. Yet he found himself ensnared. In a state of desperation and panic, he once again tempted, "Boy, I will offer you abundant cultivation resources if we can call this battle to a close." "All right," Jiang Taiping readily agreed. Yi Jietu felt a surge of joy. Surprisingly, this young man had agreed. However, in the next moment he saw Jiang Taiping gripping a dagger, thrusting it towards his heart. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat is determined in an instant. One cannot afford to be distracted. At the moment Jiang Taiping agreed, Yi Jietu's mind relaxed slightly. It was this fleeting moment of ease that cost him dearly. With a swift motion, Jiang Taiping's dagger pierced his heart as easily as if it were tofu. You deceive me?" Yi Jietu gasped in pain. "Fool, we are enemies. Do you really believe an enemy's words?" Jiang Taiping scoffed. As he spoke, he exerted force with his right hand holding the dagger, shattering Yi Jietu's heart. Yi Jietu wished to utter more, but before he could speak, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to death. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. "Ding! Host has slain an enemy and received a super lottery card." Jiang Taiping was pleasantly surprised to have obtained a super lottery card. Yet, this was not the time for idle thoughts. He withdrew the dagger from his heart and raised his hand towards the nearby teaching building. A strand of web shot forth from his palm, adhering to the rooftop of the building. "The crisis is averted. Everyone can return," Jiang Taiping declared, casting a glance at the safe building before using the web to ascend to the rooftop. He then climbed back down the wall behind the teaching building and finally removed his Spider-Man costume. Chapter 30. Not me. Su Chi-Chi's suspicion inside the safe building. The principal, peering through the door crack, quickly discerned that the battle had concluded. "Students, the crisis is over. You may all return," the principal announced. As his words fell, he opened the heavy alloy door of the safe building. Students surged out, eager to catch another glimpse of Spider-Man. However, by this time, Spider-Man had vanished, leaving only the bodies of Yi Jietu behind. "Do not linger. Hurry back to your classrooms," the principal instructed. Many students rushed back, their faces filled with regret. What a splendid opportunity for a close encounter with Spider-Man, now missed. Several among them had even wished to ask Spider-Man for an autograph. Emerging from the restroom, Jiang Taiping joined the crowd and walked toward the classroom. Upon his return, he found the classroom still empty. However, it wasn't long before his classmates began to filter back in. Noticing Jiang Taiping, Chun Xian asked, "Jiang Taiping, when did you come back?" "Just returned," Jiang Taiping explained. "I finished in the restroom and saw you all coming back, so I followed." Chun Xian gave it little thought and teased, "You didn't have a stomachache before?" "Nor after, but suddenly felt one when the alarm rang." "I say, were you scared by the Yi Jietu?" "Of course not," Jiang Taiping defended. "I had a bit of discomfort beforehand. I might have eaten something bad." "I'm just joking," Chun Xian laughed. "I know you well. You're bold enough not to be frightened by Yi Jietu. It's just a pity. When Spider-Man appeared and took out Yi Jietu, it was incredibly cool, but you missed it." "What? Spider-Man appeared?" Jiang Taiping feigned ignorance. "Yes. I even took several photos. Let me show you." Chun Xian pulled out his phone and displayed the images to Jiang Taiping. After viewing all the photos, Chun Xian inquired, "So, was he cool? Impressive?" Jiang Taiping felt a headache coming on. Praising oneself was indeed embarrassing. Yet he had no choice but to comply. "Oh no, my stomach hurts again." Jiang Taiping clutched his abdomen and swiftly departed. While Chun Xian and others praised Spider-Man, Jiang Taiping found great pleasure in their admiration, but it felt odd for him to extol his own virtues. Remaining any longer would surely lead to an awkward episode. So he used his stomachache as an excuse to leave. Upon exiting the classroom, Jiang Taiping immediately spotted the principal and others standing beside the bodies of the two. After contemplating, he descended the stairs and approached the principal. Principal, what shall we do with the bodies of the Yi Jie Tu? The principal inquired. Principal, the members of the Demon Hunter Hall are about to arrive. Let them handle it, Jiang Taiping suggested. Understood, the principal nodded. Moments later, two vehicles halted at the entrance of Jiao No. 1 Middle School, one of which was Su Qiqi's Ferrari. Following closely, 5 figures emerged from the vehicles and hurried towards the school. Dressed in matching black uniforms with their faces concealed, Jiang Taiping did not recognize them. But he recognized Su Qiqi's vehicle and quickly approached. Jiang Taiping, where are the Yi Jie Tu? One of the masked individuals asked. Captain? Jiang Taiping was taken aback. The voice belonged to Su Qiqi. It's me. Su Qiqi pressed. I asked you, where are the Yi Jie Tu? They are dead. Lying over there, Jiang Taiping replied, pointing to the 2 bodies not far behind him. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi and her companions instinctively looked over, then fell silent. On their way, they were worried that the Yi Jie Tu's attack would result in significant casualties at Jiao No. 1 Middle School, but they never anticipated that by the time they arrived. The 2 Yi Jie Tu had already been slain. Jiang Taiping took the opportunity to scrutinize Su Qiqi. Her uniform appeared to be the battle attire of the Demon Hunter Hall, resembling leather clothing that clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring figure to perfection. Just the right amount of curves in all the right places, snapping back to reality. Su Qiqi noticed Jiang Taiping's gaze fixated on her, and his focus was slightly misplaced. Jiang Taiping, what are you staring at? Su Qiqi exclaimed, frustrative. Captain, I was examining your serial number, Jiang Taiping replied, unflinchingly. The letters S28 embroidered on the upper left of Su Qiqi's chest indicated that she was the 28th individual to join the Demon Hunter Hall with S-level cultivation talent. Su Qiqi shot Jiang Taiping a glare and asked, did you kill them? It wasn't me. It was Spider-Man who did, Jiang Taiping quickly denied. Su Qiqi and the others were momentarily taken aback. Spider-Man? Who is that? Sensing their confusion, the principal hurried over, pulling out his phone to display an image. It was he who killed them. Spider-Man is a name given to him by the students. Su Qiqi and her companions finally understood. They had seen Spider-Man's photos, which were previously deleted by Nightwalker. Spider-Man is indeed a fitting name, Su Qiqi remarked, then asked, Principal, where is Spider-Man? He left after slaying the 2 Yi Jie Tu. The principal explained. Su Qiqi furuit hadbarov. Earlier that morning, 2 Yi Jie Tu had been killed, which Jiang Taiping had informed her of, indicating he was present. Now, with 2 more Yi Jie Tu slain by Spider-Man, Jiang Taiping was still there. Wasn't this a bit too coincidental? She couldn't help but suspect that Spider-Man might be Jiang Taiping, especially since he had adamantly denied killing the Yi Jie Tu with a brick. Jiang Taiping felt a wave of anxiety as Su Qiqi suddenly glanced his way. Surely, she wasn't beginning to suspect him? Nevertheless, while he thought this, he maintained a calm facade, revealing no hint of his unease. What shall we do with the bodies of these 2 Yi Jie Tu? The principal inquired. Su Qiqi pondered for a moment, then looked towards her companions. Take these 2 Yi Jie Tu's bodies away. I have something to attend to and won't be returning for now. Understood, Captain, they replied in unison. Lifting one of the Yi Jie Tu's bodies and exiting the school, Su Qiqi turned to the principal and said, Principal, please recount the scene where Spider-Man vanquished 2 otherworldly disciples. Certainly, the principal replied and proceeded to narrate the details of Spider-Man's confrontation with the otherworldly disciples. Su Qiqi nodded and then turned to Jiang Taiping, saying, come with me. With that, she strode toward the office building. Chapter 31. The Dreadful Sixth Sense, Unpleasant News Bang. As Jiang Taiping stepped into Su Qiqi's office, she forcefully slammed the door behind him. Immediately, she pushed Jiang Taiping against the wall and raised her hand to press against the wall beside his head. Captain, you're cornering me again, Jiang Taiping said weakly. This doesn't feel oppressive at all. It feels quite ambiguous. Su Qiqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, she withdrew her hand from the wall next to Jiang Taiping's head. Speak, Su Qiqi declared as she sat on the sofa, assuming an expression reminiscent of an interrogator, ready to elicit a confession. What do you want me to say, Captain? Jiang Taiping responded, perplexed. Are you feigning ignorance? Su Qiqi glared at him. Speak, is Spider-Man you? I wish it were me, but it genuinely is not, Jiang Taiping explained, feeling quite wronged. Captain, did you not say those 2 otherworldly disciples were both of your rank? I am only F rank. It was not a sneak attack. How could I possibly have slain them? Su Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had focused on Jiang Taiping's presence while neglecting his rank. According to the principal, Spider-Man could stand toe-to-toe with the otherworldly disciples, indicating that Spider-Man must be at least E rank, while Jiang Taiping was merely F rank, which indeed made it unlikely that he was Spider-Man. Yet, She could not shake the feeling that Spider-Man was Jiang Taiping. It must be said that a woman's sixth sense is indeed formidable, even with ironclad evidence. It is difficult to dispel their suspicions. Captain, why are you all masked? Is it to avoid retaliation from the otherworldly disciples? Jiang Taiping shifted the topic. What retaliation from the otherworldly disciples? Suiki replied proudly. Since the moment I joined the Demon Hunter Hall, I have never feared retaliation from them. Then why are you all masked? Jiang Taiping inquired, puzzled. Su Qiqi pondered for a moment and said, Your classmates are quite fervent about Spider-Man, aren't they? Jiang Taiping, unsure of Su Qiqi's reasoning, nodded as it was indeed the truth. So are we, Su Qiqi elaborated. We wear masks to conceal our identities, preventing ordinary people from gathering around. Jiang Taiping finally understood and appreciated Su Qiqi's explanation. Take Qin Xian, for instance. That guy was so infatuated with Spider-Man that if he knew Su Qiqi was the captain of the Demon Hunter Hall, he could only imagine how much more fervent Qin Xian would become, perhaps even more so than the die-hard fans he encountered in his previous life. By the way, Captain, why did you arrive so late? Jiang Taiping asked. If it weren't for Spider-Man suddenly appearing and slaying those two otherworldly disciples by the time you arrived, it would not only be me needing a body recovery, but also many of my classmates. Su Qiqi's face turned red, and she smiled wryly, saying, I wanted to arrive sooner, but the distance was a bit far. Aren't cultivators supposed to fly? Why did you come by car? Jiang Taiping pressed. Not all cultivators can fly, Su Qiqi explained. Only those who reach C rank can soar through the skies. In the entire Xuanyuan branch of the Nightwalkers, only the director is a C rank. I contacted the director, but she might have been busy and has been on the phone. I see. Jiang Taiping nodded, finally understanding why Su Qiqi and the others took so long to arrive, especially since they drove over. Su Qiqi glanced at Jiang Taiping and then asked, by the way, are you moving to the branch to stay? If you do, there is an empty room right next to mine, and I can have someone reserve it for you to prevent others from occupying it. Jiang Taiping blinked, not believing that Su Qiqi was fond of him. Thus, her offer to stay next door likely stemmed from her lingering suspicions, prompting him to instinctively decline. However, the words caught in his throat, and he refrained from voicing them. With a beautiful woman inviting him and the accommodation being quite good, he had no reason to refuse, so he responded, Of course, I will go. The accommodation at the branch is much better than my home, and living there will make it more convenient for operations. All right, I'll call to have it reserved. Su Qiqi said as she took out her phone to make the call. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly, realizing this girl was indeed keen on keeping an eye on him. After he agreed, a glimmer of triumph flashed across Su Qiqi's face. Although it was fleeting, he caught a glimpse of it, leading him to conclude that he needed to be more cautious in the future. After concluding the call, Su Qiqi stated, There's no time like the present. The otherworldly disciples just caused chaos at the school, and it's unlikely they will return in the short term. Since there's nothing happening now, let me help you move. Captain, that is quite a hassle for you. Jiang Taiping said politely. What hassle? Suiki Chukiv. I am your captain. It is my duty to assist you. Let us go. Then I shall trouble you, captain. Jiang Taiping no longer held back. As they reached the door, Suiki saden dichotiv. Oh, you go out first. I need to change clothes. Suiki instructive. Oh, Jiang Taiping replied, opening the door and stepping outside. Once the door was closed, Su Qiqi smirked, thinking, just you wait, I will find the evidence. With that thought, she swiftly changed clothes and packed her combat gear into a bag before stepping out the door. As they exited the office building, Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping noticed numerous students heading towards the school gate. Is school out? Su Qiqi glanced at her watch and said, Indeed, it is dismissal time. I lost track of time. It's already noon. Jiang Taiping, you've brought me face today. Let me treat you to a meal. Then I shall graciously accept. Jiang Taiping readily agreed, reasoning that one should never refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. Don't give me any pretentiousness. Su Qiqi shot Jiang Taiping a glance and stepped forward. He followed closely behind her. As the two arrived at the school gate, they drove away. Observing Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi together in her Ferrari, countless students felt their hearts shatter. Simultaneously, a chorus of envious murmurs erupted. That guy again. Could he and Su Xiaohua possibly be involved? That guy actually sat in the passenger seat of Su Xiaohua. That was my spot. He is only a bit handsome and has slightly better grades. How could he catch Su Xiaohua's eye? It's over. My dream goddess has been snatched away. Su Qiqi found a restaurant and led Jiang Taiping inside. Jiang Taiping, what would you like to eat? Suiki Nguayev. I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Jiang Taiping replied. Then I'll order something at random. Su Qiqi said, not hesitating, as she ordered 4 small dishes and 2 bowls of rice. More than enough for both of them. Just then, Su Qiqi's phone rang. She pulled it out and saw it was a call from Qinzhan. Promptly answering the phone, Su Qiqi spoke little, as it was mostly Qinzhan talking. However, her expression visibly darkened as she listened. After hanging up, Su Qiqi hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiang Taiping, there is some unfortunate news. Chapter 32, The Unwritten Rules. Are they trying to expel me from the Demon Hunter Hall? Upon hearing Su Qiqi's words, Jiang Taiping was not surprised in the least. He had noticed her expression turning grim and realized that something unfortunate had likely occurred. What news? Jiang Taiping asked. It concerns you, Su Qiqi whispered. According to the regulations, when a newcomer joins the Demon Hunter Hall, they must report their status step by step. First, it must be reported to the Nanshan Province headquarters, which then reports to the Longwa headquarters. However, your information has been suppressed by the Nanshan Province headquarters, which intends to send it back and has instructed the Jiuan branch to revoke your membership in the Demon Hunter Hall. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. How could this be related to me? Captain, I joined the Demon Hunter Hall through proper channels, and I even passed all 3 assessments with full marks. Why would they revoke my membership? Jiang Taiping questioned, somewhat confused. Su Qiqi sighed. It's because your cultivation talent is deemed too low. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that there is no explicit rule in the recruitment regulations of Lai Mo Tang prohibiting individuals with F-level cultivation talent from joining. And the minister and others have not disputed this. Therefore, it seems there is no error in this matter. Jiang Taiping remarked, since there is no explicit regulation, why am I not allowed to join Lai Mo Tang? Indeed, there is no formal prohibition, yet an unspoken rule exists, Su Qiqi replied. Lai Mo Tang never recruits individuals with F-level cultivation talent. If that were not the case, after so long since the establishment of the Night Walkers, and with so many possessing F-level cultivation talent, how would you have become the F1 in the sequence? Is that so? Jiang Taiping inquired, perplexed. If such an unspoken rule exists, why was I allowed to participate in the recruitment assessment of Lai Mo Tang? To be frank, it is because of me. I genuinely could not find anyone with cultivation talent, and thus had to let you fill in, as having someone with lesser talent is better than having no one at all. I did not anticipate that you would pass the recruitment assessment of Lai Mo Tang, Su Qiqi said with a wry smile. The minister may have allowed you to participate in the assessment out of consideration for me, but at that time, he probably did not expect you to succeed, let alone with such outstanding results of full scores across all 3 rounds. Jiang Taiping felt a wave of embarrassment. Had he inadvertently taken advantage of a backdoor? He understood Su Qiqi's implication. Su Qiqi was one of the few geniuses with S-level cultivation talent in Jiuan City, even in Nanshan Province, and indeed across the entirety of Longwa, and such prodigies are often afforded special considerations. What did the captain and minister say? Jiang Taiping asked. The minister argued persuasively and managed to have the headquarters in Nanshan Province temporarily retract their decision. I could not get through to him when I called. He was on the line with the headquarters in Nanshan Province, Su Qiqi explained. However, this is merely a temporary retraction. The headquarters in Nanshan Province intends to send someone to assess you. If you pass the assessment, you may become a member of Lai Mo Tang, but should you fail, your membership will be revoked. Jiang Taiping let out a sigh of relief. He truly did not wish to expose his cultivation talent. If his membership were to be revoked immediately, he would have to reveal more of his abilities. Otherwise, how could he join Lai Mo Tang? How could he secure a steady income? How could he have the opportunity to slay otherworldly disciples? Now that his membership was not being revoked immediately, the situation had become much more manageable. Captain, did the headquarters in Nanshan Province mention how they would assess me? Jiang Taiping inquired. No, Suikiri Blave. But it is certain that it will not be the type of assessment you experience today. The minister stated that the Nanshan Province headquarters does not permit the existence of individuals with F-level cultivation talent in Lai Mo Tang, so their assessment is likely to be exceedingly difficult. I am curious to see just how difficult it will be, Jiang Taiping chuckled. If they wish to expel me from Lai Mo Tang, they shall find it impossible. Where does your confidence stem from? Su Qiqi asked, bewildered. Captain, you said something similar before, but what was the outcome? Jiang Taiping countered. Suiki suddenly boast. The outcome? She had been slapped in the face. After casting a deep glance at Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi's eyes flickered. Previously, she suspected that Jiang Taiping was concealing many things, and now her doubts had only intensified. Realizing that his words might have been inappropriate, Jiang Taiping swiftly changed the subject. Captain, has the headquarters in Nanshan Province indicated when they will send someone? Not yet, but it should not take long, Su Qiqi remarked. It seems I must enhance my outward strength, Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. Previously, he had contemplated continuing to operate under the guise of having F-level cultivation. After all, remaining low-key would prevent unwanted attention and allow him to live longer. However, if someone sought to expel him from Lai Mo Tang, he could no longer afford to do so, lest he provide further ammunition against himself. Nevertheless, he needed to improve his outward strength without drawing too much attention, taking it step by step. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Taiping asked, Captain, how much vitality can an individual with F-level cultivation talent increase in a day? This is variable and depends on personal effort as well as the vitality pills. Suiki explained. According to historical records, individuals with F-level cultivation talent can increase their vitality by over 10 points in a day at most, or in some cases, not even increase by a single point. Why do you ask? I am simply curious, Jiang Taiping replied casually. He inquired about this to gauge how many days it would take to elevate his outward cultivation to E-level without raising suspicions. However, he could not disclose this reason to Su Qiqi, as she might not believe him even if he did. Su Qiqi did not ponder further and reminded him. The library not only contains mental techniques and martial skills, but also numerous historical documents and accounts of otherworldly beasts. You should take a look when you have the time. It will be beneficial for you. Understood, Captain. Jiang Taiping agreed without hesitation. He decided to find time to explore the library soon. Otherwise, constantly asking Su Qiqi questions would only make him appear foolish. At that moment, a server approached with their meals, placing the dishes on the table one by one. Let's eat quickly. After we finish, we shall help you move. Su Qiqi urged. Jiang Taiping nodded, and they began to eat heartily. Noticing that Su Qiqi was eating even faster than he was, Jiang Taiping exclaimed, Captain, why are you eating so quickly? It is a habit formed after becoming a night walker, Su Qiqi explained. Sometimes, missions take a long time, and there is little time to eat in between. Over time, I developed the habit of eating quickly, or else I would have to fight on an empty stomach. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood and did not ask further, quickening his pace as well. The sight of the two devouring their meals drew curious glances from others in the restaurant. Were these two perhaps reincarnated from starving ghosts? Unfazed by the peculiar gazes, Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi continued to consume their food voraciously. In less than 10 minutes, they finished their meal and left the restaurant. Driving away. On the way home, Jiang Taiping occasionally glanced at Su Qiqi, deep in thought. The vitality pills were useless to him, less enjoyable than candy, and merely retained as a decoration. Su Qiqi was a little wealthy. He contemplated whether he should sell the vitality pills to her. Chapter 33. Selling sorrow. Selling pills. Millionaire Su Qiqi noticed Jiang Taiping glancing at her from time to time. Initially, she paid it no mind, but after several instances, she could no longer hold back. Jiang Taiping, why do you keep looking at me? Su Qiqi asked. Captain, I have a question, Jiang Taiping replied. You drive a luxury car, a Ferrari, so you must be quite wealthy. Purchasing intermediate vitality pills must be an easy task for you. You can absorb 1 vitality pill a day and gain 10 points of vitality. So why are you still only at E-level cultivation? I have only been a cultivator for less than 2 months. All right? Su Qiqi replied, somewhat annoyed. What do you mean by only at E-level cultivation? Did this guy look down on her? Realizing the implications, Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. If he calculated based on less than 2 months, with an increase of 10 points of vitality per day, that would only amount to 600 points of vitality. Captain, there's a method right before you to rapidly increase your cultivation. Would you like it? Jiang Taiping asked. Tell me more. Su Qiqi said, intrigued. Do you not recall that I possess a high-level vitality pill? Jiang Taiping explained. If I sell it to you, you can increase your vitality by 100 points a day. Su Qiqi was somewhat tempted, but quickly dismissed the thought. Jiang Taiping, do you know what you are doing? She said sternly. High-level vitality pills are extremely rare. No one would sell them. If you consume a high-level vitality pill, it won't be long before you could step into E-level. How could you possibly sell it? Captain, I know precisely what I am doing. Jiang Taiping replied with a wry smile. You mentioned that it is merely a possibility to enter E-level, not a certainty. Moreover, I am currently at around 2-star F-level cultivation. If I consume the high-level vitality pill and still cannot step into E-level, it would indeed be quite a waste. Additionally, I am in dire need of money. I need to buy a car or a house. I cannot keep taking taxis for every mission, as that consumes time. After all, waiting for taxis is an inconvenience. And I cannot continuously rent a place to live, can I? That is not even the most pressing concern. The most critical issue is whether I can remain in Liamo Tang. It is uncertain. If I were to have my membership revoked, at least having bought a house would make my future days a bit easier. Su Qiqi found herself at a loss for words, as Jiang Taiping's reasoning was quite compelling. After a moment of contemplation, she said, it would be best not to sell the advanced Qi blood pill. If you're in need of money, I can lend you some. Jiang Taiping felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. He was touched that Su Qiqi, who clearly desired the advanced Qi blood pill, suppressed her own desires to persuade him, even offering to lend him money. The guilt stemmed from the fact that he had just been lamenting his own plight to her. Captain, I cannot accept your money, Jiang Taiping replied. The funds required for a car and a house are substantial. If I remain with the Demon Hunting Hall, I could repay you, but if I were to lose my membership, how would I repay such a sum? He continued, even if you were to say that I should not worry about losing my membership, I cannot accept your charity. Your money is not easily come by, and although I may be poor, I still possess a sense of pride and will not accept handouts. I must sell the advanced Qi blood pill. If you do not want it, I will sell it to someone else. Seeing Jiang Taiping's unwavering resolve, Su Qiqi ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Recognizing that further persuasion would be futile, How much do you intend to sell it for? She inquired. 200,000, Jiang Taiping declared. Some might argue that since the advanced Qi blood pill increases one's Qi by 100 points, and considering the prices of the low and mid-level Qi blood pills, it should only be valued at 100,000. However, Jiang Taiping's asking price of 200,000 seemed unjust. This was not the case, though. Take Su Qi. For instance, she could absorb one Qi blood pill a day. By consuming the advanced Qi blood pill, she would gain an additional 100 points of Qi, while the mid-level pill would require 10 days to achieve the same effect. As the saying goes, a single step taken swiftly leads to many steps taken swiftly. In the eyes of cultivators, a 9-day discrepancy in time is invaluable. Moreover, advanced Qi blood pills are not readily available. They can only be obtained through significant contributions to the Nightwalkers. The adage scarcity breeds value holds true. 200,000 is easily justifiable, and even 500,000 could be sold without difficulty. Originally, Jiang Taiping intended to sell it for 500,000, but feeling a twinge of guilt and being touched, he softened his price. I'll take it, Su Qi said decisively. Jiang Taiping was not surprised by her quick decision. 200,000 for an advanced Qi blood pill is a bargain. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity. Captain, I also have 9 low-level Qi blood pills. Will you buy those as well? Jiang Taiping asked. Huh? Su Qi was taken aback, exclaiming, Jiang Taiping, you aren't seriously considering not consuming the low-level Qi blood pills, are you? Not all. I plan to consume mid-level Qi blood pills, he responded. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Had he been reluctant to consume even the low-level pills, she would have been compelled to intervene physically. Then I will exchange them for mid-level Qi blood pills, she offered. Captain, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Jiang Taiping firmly declined. I have no way to sell the low-level Qi blood pills. Just give me the money, and I will purchase them myself at the Jiang Merchants Association. The low-level Qi blood pill costs 10,000 each, and I have 9, so 80,000 will suffice. It was clear that his intention to consume mid-level Qi blood pills was merely an excuse. If they were exchanged for mid-level pills, they would still be of little use. Fine. Su Qi thought little of it and pulled out her phone, tapping a few times. The money has been transferred to your account. Immediately, Jiang Taiping's phone chimed with a new message. Upon checking, he saw a notification from the Nightwalkers Bank confirming the arrival of funds. What a little fortune. Over 200,000 was transferred without hesitation. How delightful to be a millionaire, Jiang Taiping mused, but then he added, Captain, wasn't it 208,000? Why did you send me 209,000? I can sell the low-level Qi blood pills at 10,000 each. Su Qi hesitated before continuing. In fact, I've taken advantage of you. The advanced Qi blood pill is priceless. If you were to spread the word about selling it, someone would surely offer a higher price. I am aware, Jiang Taiping replied, but you are my captain. We are comrades, so why should we concern ourselves with notions of fairness? Moreover, such a rare commodity should naturally be prioritized for comrades, not outsiders. As they spoke, Jiang Taiping retrieved the Qi blood pill from his system storage and handed it to Su Qi. She accepted it with a sense of gratitude, realizing that Jiang Taiping was indeed appreciative, validating her efforts on his behalf in her arguments with Jiang Manor. Jiang Taiping. Do not forget to purchase the mid-level Qi blood pills promptly, Su Qi admonished. Regardless of whether you remain with the demon hunting hall, improving your cultivation is of utmost importance. Captain, I will, Jiang Taiping affirmed. I have consumed a low-level Qi blood pill, but have yet to absorb its effects. Su Qi nodded in understanding, and without further ado, she drove towards Jiang Taiping's residence. However, not far into their journey, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Jiang Taiping, she said. Earlier during our meal, you mentioned wanting to expel yourself from the demon hunting hall. Why are you now leaving yourself an escape route? What has happened to your confidence? Captain, confidence is one thing, but leaving a back door is not a bad idea, Jiang Taiping explained. Whatever you say, Su Qi retorted, feeling that something was off, though she could not pinpoint the issue. For the remainder of the journey, neither of them spoke further. Upon arriving at Jiang Taiping's home, Su Qi was struck by a revelation. While she had known he resided in a poor area, she had not realized he lived in a basement. It was no wonder he was so eager to purchase a house. She would feel the same in his position. Su Qi's mind was racing with thoughts, while he busily packed his belongings. After gathering a few articles of clothing, he said, Captain, I am all set. Let us depart. Is that all you plan to take, Jiang Taiping? Just a few articles of clothing? Su Qi asked incredulously. Captain, the furniture and essentials at the branch are fully equipped. There is no need to carry much, Jiang Taiping replied. Besides, if I were to take too much, your car would not accommodate it. That is true, Su Qi conceded. But you should at least take all your clothes. Do you intend to return? Although this place is rented, I live here for several years and have formed a connection, Jiang Taiping explained. While I can stay at the branch, it is not truly my home. I would like to keep this place so that I may return if needed. Additionally, I might have to move out of the branch soon. Do as you wish, Su Qiqi replied, recognizing the implication regarding the upcoming assessment from the Nanshan province headquarters. However, she was unaware that Jiang Taiping's reasoning was merely an excuse for his evening excursions. Of course, his outings were not for leisure, but for the purpose of cultivating martial skills. For instance, he had practiced sword control techniques during the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, yet had not yet mastered the art of sword flight. After departing from Jiang Taiping's residence, Su Qiqi drove him to the Night Walker's Jiuan branch. Upon arrival, they both began to organize the room. In truth, there was little to tidy up. They simply had to arrange a set of bedding and a few personal items. Su Qiqi assisted Jiang Taiping in setting up the bedding and hanging his clothes in the wardrobe. I have already informed the logistics department about your relocation, she said. This room is now yours. You can unlock it using your fingerprint and iris. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude. You mentioned we are comrades, so there is no need for formality, Su Qiqi replied, shaking her head. What are your plans now? Since there is nothing pressing, I would like to visit the scripture repository, Jiang Taiping stated. Very well. But keep in mind that the items in the repository can only be viewed there and cannot be taken out. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I will take my leave now, Su Qiqi said before turning to depart. Jiang Taiping followed suit, taking the elevator to the 4th floor where the scripture repository was located. Upon arrival, he used his fingerprint and iris to unlock the grand door and stepped inside. The repository was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Within the chamber stood numerous bookshelves, each laden with an array of books. Jiang Taiping first meandered through the Songjing Pavilion, observing the arrangement of various tomes to facilitate future searches. Subsequently, he approached the shelf dedicated to martial arts techniques and extracted a few volumes, casting a cursory glance at their contents. Although the martial arts and mental techniques of this realm were of no utility to him, he felt compelled to remember a few names, lest he be questioned about his choices and inadvertently reveal his true nature. After committing a mental note of a mental technique and several martial skills to memory, Jiang Taiping proceeded to the shelf housing historical records. He compared the titles and selected Yexingren Lishur and Isho Dakian to delve into their contents with great concentration. As he immersed himself in reading, time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, night had fallen. Noticing Jiang Taiping's prolonged absence, Su Qiqi ventured to the Songjing Pavilion to investigate. Upon discovering him engrossed in his reading, she opted for silence and quietly departed. This fellow, despite his slightly lacking aptitude for cultivation, excelled in every other regard and exhibited remarkable diligence. Su Qiqi mused to herself, there are numerous secrets hidden within this individual, and I cannot allow the Nanshan province headquarters to strip him of his status as a member of the Demon Hunting Hall due to so-called unspoken rules. Unbeknownst to Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi had been there. He remained lost in his reading. It was not until the late hours of the night that he finally completed his perusal of Yexingren Lishur and Isho Dakian, greatly enhancing his understanding of nightwalkers and strange beasts, thus broadening his horizons. Checking his phone, Jiang Taiping was astonished to find it was already past 1 a.m. Rising to stretch his stiffened body from prolonged sitting, he summoned the lottery of 10,000 world system. Today, having vanquished 2 otherworldly disciples at Jiuan No. 1 High School, he had yet to tally his gains. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18 realm. E-class vitality, 152. Card talent, devour divine, sword seed S-class. Previously, his vitality had been around 123 cards. Now it had increased to 152 cards, a growth of 29 cards. Remarkable. It seems slaying otherworldly disciples yields swifter results. The vitality elixirs pale in comparison to the divine talent of devour, Jiang Taiping mused, though his tone betrayed a hint of envy. He too desired to consume vitality elixirs, as they provided a supplementary boost. Nonetheless, he spoke the truth. Vitality elixirs were indeed inferior when juxtaposed with the divine talent of devour. Although his current absorption of vitality did not rival that of a high-grade vitality elixir, this was solely due to having slain only 2 otherworldly disciples today. Had he ventured into the demon hunting grounds, he would have undoubtedly absorbed more vitality than a high-grade elixir would provide. Furthermore, high-grade vitality elixirs were not readily available. But the divine talent of devour was always accessible. As long as he continued to slay enemies, he could consistently absorb their vitality and elevate his cultivation. As for low-grade and mid-grade vitality elixirs, they had long been outclassed by the divine talent of devour. After his reflections, Jiang Taiping opened the system's inventory. Inside lay a super lottery card and 56 low-grade lottery cards. Aside from 1 low-grade card, the remainder were acquired from his recent victories over the 2 otherworldly disciples. Incredible. I have obtained a super lottery card. That otherworldly disciple truly was a harbinger of fortune, he exclaimed, pondering lottery of 10,000 world system. I have previously slain many otherworldly disciples and numerous strange beasts, yet only received low-grade lottery cards. Why has this time granted me a super lottery card? Probability factors, however. Significant events can enhance the chances of obtaining a super lottery card, the system explained. Today, you save the entire school, averting a considerable disaster, thus increasing your likelihood of acquiring a super lottery card. Jiang Taiping's eyes brightened. His suspicions had been confirmed, and indeed, there was a method to this fortune. Lottery of 10,000 world system. I wish to utilize the super lottery card. His face was alight with anticipation. The super lottery card was bound to yield a prize of great worth. The last time he had used a super lottery card, he obtained the divine talent of devour. He wondered what fortune awaited him this time. He initiated the lottery, expending a super lottery card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the ability of Kinbunchaku Haki. As the lottery of 10,000 world system spoke, a surge of information flooded Jiang Taiping's mind. This was the method of cultivating Kinbunchaku Haki. Wow. Jiang Taiping could not suppress his exclamation, his face radiant with joy. In the world of One Piece, Kinbunchaku Haki was among the most potent auxiliary skills. Its capacity lay in the perception of presence. More precisely, Kinbunchaku Haki allowed one to sense danger, gauge the strength of opponents, perceive entities beyond sight, and even predict an adversary's attacks. These represented the foundational abilities of Kinbunchaku Haki. Should one delve deeper into its potential, not only could the sensing range be expanded, but one could also gain the power of X-ray vision, even discerning the thoughts of others and hearing the voices of all things. Yet, Jiang Taiping believed the most formidable ability was the foresight of the future. Foresight differed from predicting an opponent's attack. It permitted a brief glimpse into future events. Once one mastered this ability, what could be achieved? Knowing what would transpire next. Anticipating the enemy's actions, one could preemptively respond and thwart their schemes, rendering them powerless. Yet, mastering the foresight aspect of Kinbunchaku Haki was no simple feat, however. Upon receiving this ability, Jiang Taiping resolved to pursue the development of foresight, no matter how challenging it might prove. With renewed vigor, he was determined to cultivate this skill swiftly. Feeling a surge of energy, Jiang Taiping diligently contemplated the method of practicing Kinbunchaku Haki, and once he grasped it, he began to experiment. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated on sensing his surroundings. In the next moment, a somewhat ethereal image materialized before him. This image depicted the scene within the Sanjing Pavilion, centered around Jiang Taiping, encompassing a 10-meter radius. He could clearly see every bookshelf and even discern the titles of the books upon them. It felt as though he had eyes in every direction, each possessing the power of perception. Otherwise, standing amidst 2 rows of bookshelves, he would only be able to see the immediate shelf before and behind him, unable to perceive beyond. To be more precise, this sensation resembled activating a godlike perspective in a game. However, it was not merely a godlike perspective. It was an image conjured by Kinbunchaku Haki through the perception of presence. Incredible, absolutely astounding. He thought, this ability would serve as an unparalleled tool for playing hide-and-seek. There is no place for opponents to conceal themselves. They would be utterly exposed. But how could one use Kinbunchaku Haki for such trivial pursuits? That would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Nevertheless, the principle remained the same, as long as they were within his perceptual range. Enemies could not evade detection. Furthermore, with the ability to sense danger through Kinbunchaku Haki, there was no need to fear ambushes. As long as an enemy approached within 10 meters, he would be alerted at once, aware of their intentions, and able to respond accordingly. I'm truly formidable. He had developed Kinbunchaku Haki to such an extent shortly after beginning his training. This was merely the beginning. As he continued to cultivate, his mastery of Kinbunchaku Haki would deepen. One day, he would envelop the entirety of Longhua, no, the entire world within his perceptual range. Was this ambition somewhat audacious? Perhaps overly grandiose? Indeed, one must harbor lofty ideals. Jiang Taiping was overwhelmed with excitement, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. He decided to attempt foresight once more. Let me try to foresee the future, he murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he casually tossed the book in his hand aside. Immediately, he witnessed books soaring into the air, only to arc gracefully before descending to the ground. However, these were mere observations, not premonitions. He fancied himself capable of foreseeing the future, yet that was a far-fetched notion. Jiang Taiping sighed, though no trace of disappointment graced his cheeks. It was merely the beginning of his journey in cultivating Kinbunchaku Haki. To achieve foresight at this stage would be preposterous. The 10-meter radius he could perceive was indeed sufficient, yet was not vast enough to breed complacency. Diligent effort was still required. Jiang Taiping murmured to himself, then resumed his practice of Kinbunchaku Haki. Rather than honing this skill in a singular direction, he simultaneously pursued multiple avenues. As his training progressed, time slipped by unnoticed. His efforts bore fruit, as the extent of his Kinbunchaku Haki continued to grow with each passing moment. Before long, it was 8 in the morning. Jiang Taiping, having lost track of time during his night of practice, remained engrossed in his training. The sudden ringing of his phone jolted him back to reality. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Qiqi. To his astonishment, it was already 8 in the morning, and he had indeed trained throughout the night. Jiang Taiping stood momentarily in shock before a radiant smile illuminated his face. After a night of dedication, the range of his Kinbunchika Haki had expanded from 10 meters to 20. While this achievement fell short of his grand aspirations to envelop the entire world, it undeniably marked a solid step forward, and the bounty reaped from a single night of toil was indeed gratifying. Answering the call, he was met with Su Qiqi's mildly vexed voice. Jiang Taiping, are you a fool? I knocked on your door for ages with no response. Captain, I wasn't in my room. No amount of knocking would have helped. Not in your room? Then where are you? In the Songjing Pavilion. A brief silence fell on the line before Su Qiqi's voice shot up in surprise. You mean you've been there since yesterday afternoon? Indeed, you truly are something. Her tone was laced with complexity. She had underestimated Jiang Taiping. His efforts were not merely diligent. They were relentless. Captain, do you need me for something? Jiang Taiping inquired, almost forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Quickly return to your room. We have a mission. Chapter 36. The Samsung F-Class disdained by teammates. A mission? I'm on my way. Jiang Taiping exclaimed, hanging up and rushing out of the Songjing Pavilion. He remained oblivious to the specifics of the mission, but he knew it would involve otherworldly beings and creatures, which represented both learning opportunities and rewards for him. He could not afford to miss out. Moreover, this was his inaugural assignment since joining the Demon Hunting Hall, and it was imperative he did not let this chance slip away. Swiftly, Jiang Taiping returned to the 9th floor. Upon seeing him, Su Qiqi paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Captain, what are you laughing at? Jiang Taiping asked, perplexed. Jiang Taiping, you look like you belong in a zoo as a national treasure. Suiki explained. National treasure? A giant panda? Jiang Taiping replied, bemused, realizing she was commenting on his dark circles. Enough teasing. Let us get serious, Su Qiqi said with a stern demeanor. You've been up all night and look terrible. Can you manage? Captain, a man must never say he cannot. Jiang Taiping responded earnestly. What kind of talk is that? Sui's cheeks flashed crimson. Jiang Taiping, momentarily bewildered, sensed no fault in his words. However, he quickly grasped the implications and retorted, Captain, your thoughts are rather impure. Yours are the impure ones. Su Qiqi shot him a glare, handing him a large bag she had been carrying and producing a watch along with a small, fuzzy black object from her pocket, which she also offered. This is your combat uniform, watch, and earpiece. I brought them for you. Suiki explained. Captain, what purpose do the watch and earpiece serve? Jiang Taiping queried. This watch may appear ordinary, but can detect the presence of otherworldly creatures, Su Qiqi elaborated. If any such being or otherworldly individual comes within 5 meters of us, it will vibrate as a warning. However, it can only detect certain entities, so we must remain vigilant during our operations. The earpiece is for communication during missions and has a range of 5 kilometers. Simply press the button to speak. With only a few minutes left before departure, change into your combat uniform and prepare to set out. Understood, Captain. Jiang Taiping replied, promptly returning to his room. He swiftly donned the combat uniform, equipped the watch and earpiece, and emerged once more. Initially, he had hesitated to wear the watch, believing it paled in comparison to his Kinbunchika Haki. Yet, to avoid raising Su Qiqi's suspicions, he opted to wear it anyway. I almost forgot to give you your weapon, Su Qiqi said, drawing a long sword from her waist and handing it to Jiang Taiping. This sword is a flexible one, easy to carry. You can tuck it into the concealed compartment of your combat uniform, like a belt. If it doesn't suit you, feel free to exchange it at the logistics department. It's quite satisfactory. No need to exchange it, Jiang Taiping replied, sliding the sword into the hidden compartment. He had yet to master swordsmanship. His only assassination technique, throat cutting, was more comfortably executed with a dagger. You haven't eaten, have you? Su Qiqi pointed at a backpack resting on the floor. Inside, there are compressed biscuits and water. We don't have time for a meal now, so grab some biscuits and hydrate a little. Jiang Taiping had not felt hunger until Su Qiqi's suggestion, but his stomach promptly grumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten the previous night nor that morning. He was indeed a bit hungry. Without hesitation, he picked up the backpack, retrieved some compressed biscuits and water, and began to eat. While munching, he utilized his Kinbunchika Haki to gauge Su Qiqi's cultivation level, discovering she was at the 9-star E level, just one step away from the D level. Oh, you've actually advanced to 3-star F level? Su Qiqi exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Jiang Taiping replied. Yesterday, I selected a mental cultivation method in the Songjing Pavilion and practiced all night. I felt my strength had increased, but I did not expect to leap straight from 2-star F level to 3-star F level. Indeed, Jiang Taiping had superficially elevated his cultivation level. To be precise, on his way back, he had employed the lottery system to conceal his true power at the 3-star F level. Initially, he had not intended to make such a significant jump all at once, preferring to progress incrementally. But given the uncertainty surrounding the arrival of personnel from the Nanshan province headquarters, he decided to accelerate his advancement. According to Su Qiqi, individuals with F-level cultivation talent could enhance their vitality by over 10 units in a single day. He had also verified this information in the history of Nightwalkers, and an increase of over 10 units in vitality within a day would not raise any suspicions. Your training speed is quite impressive, Suiki remarked, a hint of regret flashing in her beautiful eyes. The previous day, Jiang Taiping had mentioned being close to 2-star F level, and now, after just one night of cultivation, he had ascended to 3-star F level, a remarkable increase of over 10 units of vitality, clearly indicating his rapid progress. However, it was unfortunate that Jiang Taiping possessed only F-level cultivation talent. Captain, you flatter me, Jiang Taiping humbly replied. Remember, training requires a balance. Do not stretch yourself too thin. Suiki advised. Understood, I've taken note. Jiang Taiping nodded earnestly. Su Qiqi did not elaborate further. She raised her hand to check the watch, noting that only a few minutes remained before departure. She then pressed the earpiece and announced, Demon Hunting Team 9 assemble. In the next moment, figures began to emerge from the surrounding rooms. Jiang Taiping observed that 7 individuals had joined them, making a total of 9, including himself and Su Qiqi. The newcomers were all relatively young, likely in their 20s, with every one of them at the E level of cultivation. Among them, 3 bore serial numbers beginning with the letter B, while the remaining 4 started with the letter C. This indicated that 3 possessed B-level cultivation talent, while 4 had C-level talent. Su Qiqi briefly introduced the 7 teammates to Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping smiled and greeted the 7, but they responded with indifference, appearing as though they were embarrassed to associate with him. Jiang Taiping remained unfazed, aware that their disdain stemmed from his perceived lack of cultivation talent. The F-grade sequence number he possessed was indeed rather glaring. However, he mused that soon they would realize that partnering with him was, in fact, a privilege. Su Qiqi noticed the distance the 7 maintained from Jiang Taiping and wished to say something, but the imminent departure left her no time to do so. She resolved to find an opportunity to persuade them after completing the task. Ensure the earpieces are functioning. Suiki instructive. Functioning. They all responded in unison. Functioning. Jiang Taiping echoed, mimicking them. Jiang Taiping, ride with me. The rest follow as usual. Let us depart. Suiki commanded. With that, she grabbed a backpack and turned towards the elevator. The 8 of them followed suit, taking the elevator down to the underground garage. Su Qiqi drove Jiang Taiping while the other 7 boarded 2 vehicles, and they set off. Captain, what is the task this time? Jiang Taiping inquired curiously. In Chapter 37, this is a trap. Please trust me this once. Su Qiqi explained, according to our informant, there is a stronghold of the Yijie-2, located in the Sunset Mountain, east of Jiuan City. The informant also mentioned that they would be relocating by afternoon, so we must arrive and deal with them before noon. Jiang Taiping's eyes brightened at the mention of the Yi's lair, pondering the possibility of encountering many of them. Captain, how does the informant know there is a stronghold at Sunset Mountain? The informant is also in Yijie-2, Su Qiqi clarified. After we captured him, he was persuaded to become our informant. Jiang Taiping frowned, pondering the trustworthiness of someone who had been tainted by Yisho. Such individuals had betrayed humanity, and he doubted they could be rehabilitated. Captain, is that informant reliable? Reliable, Suiki affirmed. He has provided us with accurate information several times before. That's good then. Captain, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive, Jiang Taiping said, dismissing any further thoughts since Su Qiqi deemed the informant trustworthy. Perhaps even those tainted by Yisho could have a change of heart. Su Qiqi was somewhat speechless. They were on a mission, and he wanted to sleep. However, considering Jiang Taiping had not slept the previous night, and there was little to occupy him, she refrained from commenting. Jiang Taiping soon succumbed to sleep, resting his head against the seat. He fell asleep so quickly. He must be truly exhausted, yet he has such a carefree attitude, Su Qiqi thought, shaking her head in disbelief. It was her first time encountering someone who would sleep during a mission. After an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. Wake up, we've arrived. Su Qiqi gently nudged Jiang Taiping, who stirred awake, splashing his face with water from the storage compartment to regain his clarity. Jiang Taiping, are you all right? Su Qiqi asked. Captain, absolutely no problem, he assured. All right, let us disembark, Su Qiqi said as she opened the door, and Jiang Taiping followed suit. The other 7 members of the demon hunting team also exited the vehicles. There's south no road ahead. Leave the cars here. Grab your backpacks and advance on foot. Suiki instructive. Understood, Captain. Jiang Taiping and the others acknowledged as they followed Su Qiqi up the mountain. Throughout the journey, Jiang Taiping employed his Kinbunchika Haki to sense the surroundings. Yet he detected no anomalies. This puzzled him, as this was supposed to be the lair of the Yijie-2. Did they not send anyone to keep watch? After about 10 minutes, They reached the mountainside. The wooden house ahead is the Yi Jietu's stronghold, Su Qiqi pointed out. Jiang Taiping and the others looked up to see a wooden structure standing a couple of 100 meters away. Spread out, seek cover, and avoid detection, Su Qiqi instructed. According to the informant, those Yi Jietu possess E-rank cultivation below 3 stars, so be cautious during the confrontation. With that, she crouched low, utilizing the natural foliage to stealthily approach the wooden house. Jiang Taiping and the others followed suit, careful in their approach. As they neared the wooden house, Jiang Taiping suddenly furrowed his brow. Using his Kinbunchika Haki, he discerned 10 middle-aged individuals inside, all on high alert. One stood by the window, seemingly aware of their presence. More critically, the informant's intelligence was flawed. Not all the Itato were below E-rank 3 stars. One of the middle-aged men was actually D-rank 2 stars. Jiang Taiping's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had thought the Yijitu foolish for not posting sentries, but now he realized he was mistaken. This was a trap laid for them. The Yijitu were not merely vigilant because they had detected them. They had known of their approach all along. If the Yijitu had truly discovered them, they would not remain in the wooden house, especially with a D-rank 2-star individual among them, who could easily overpower them. The only explanation was that the Yijitu had prior knowledge of their arrival. That informant is undoubtedly suspect. Jiang Taiping cursed inwardly, feeling a chill of fear wash over him. In the demon hunting team, the highest level member was Su Qiqi, with a mere E-rank 9-star cultivation. They were about to confront a D-rank 2-star Yijitu, which was akin to a mouse licking a cat's nose, an act of folly. Captain, wait. Jiang Taiping spoke urgently into his earpiece, bringing everyone to a halt. Su Qiqi immediately commanded, "What's wrong, F1? Captain, something feels off. We cannot engage or we'll face dire consequences." Jiang Taiping warned. "F1, are you joking? We're already on the threshold, and you tell me not to act? What are we here for, a vacation? F1, you're not a novice on your first mission. Are you? Are you scared?" The others chimed in with mockery. "Have you finished? If you're done, then be silent." Jiang Taiping spoke sternly. "Whether I am timid or not, just ask the captain." "F1 is not a coward." Su Qiqi interjected through the earpiece. "F1, what exactly is going on?" Jiang Taiping pondered for a moment before responding. "Captain, I sense something is very wrong. If we engage, we might all be wiped out here." He refrained from mentioning Kinbunchiko Haki, as no one knew what it was or its significance. "F1, feelings are not evidence. Provide me with something convincing." Su Qiqi replied. "Captain, I cannot provide you with concrete proof," Jiang Taiping stated solemnly. "But my instincts are usually accurate. You must trust me. If I am mistaken, I will voluntarily leave the demon hunting hall." Su Qiqi frowned, recognizing the gravity of Jiang Taiping's words. Although his claims seemed somewhat far-fetched, she could tell he was earnest about wanting to remain in the demon hunting hall. For him to even suggest leaving indicated he was serious. "F1, do you realize what you're saying?" Su Qiqi asked sternly. "Captain, I am fully aware of what I am saying. I implore you to trust me this once." Jiang Taiping insisted. Su Qiqi hesitated, caught in a dilemma. She somewhat believed Jiang Taiping, yet the mission was sanctioned by the demon hunting hall. If they refrained from action, how could they report back? After much contemplation, Su Qiqi asked, "F1, if we do not strike, what do you suggest we do?" Chapter 38. Joy turns to sorrow. Triumph lasts only a minute in a moment of urgency. Jiang Taiping decisively articulated his thoughts and inquired, "Captain, what is the level of the Hall Master?" 6-star D-class. "Then summon the Hall Master," Jiang Taiping asserted. The otherworldly disciple possessed a mere 2-star D-class prowess, and the 6-star D-class capabilities of Chaoshan would suffice. "F1, we are rather distant from the city. The Hall Master cannot arrive in a short time." Su Qiqi interjected. "Then let us call the minister," Jiang Taiping suggested. "The minister can fly and will not take long to arrive." Su Qiqi paused for a moment before responding. "All right, I will contact the minister now." With a sigh of relief, Jiang Taiping felt a weight lift off his shoulders, having persuaded Su Qiqi and averted the dreadful prospect of annihilation. "Captain, Captain!" Several voices crackled through the earpiece, as team members attempted to intervene, but were swiftly interrupted by Su Qiqi. "I trust him," she declared, producing her phone to reach out to Xinjiang. "Captain, relay my words to the minister verbatim," Jiang Taiping instructed. A moment later, the call connected, and Su Qiqi conveyed Jiang Taiping's message to Xinjiang. Xinjiang made a prompt decision. He would hasten to their location. It was not merely faith in Jiang Taiping that motivated him, but the realization that even the slightest possibility warranted his presence. Otherwise, as Jiang Taiping suggested, the losses for the Demon Hunting Hall would be substantial, particularly with Su Qiqi, one of the few S-class talents at stake. After ending the call, Su Qiqi announced, "The minister is on his way. Everyone stay put." The 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 felt discontent brewing within. Yet they had no authority to oppose Su Qiqi's orders. "F1, If your instincts prove erroneous, the captain will face consequences. Someone remarked. Silence. Su Qiqi retorted. I know F1 better than any of you. He is not one to exaggerate. Furthermore, as captain, I must ensure your safety. Even if F1's concerns hold the slightest chance of truth, I cannot risk your well-being. Captain, thank you for your trust, Jiang Taiping replied. Soon, you will realize you have made a profoundly wise decision. Let's hope so, Su Qiqi responded with a bittersweet smile. Despite her strong words, uncertainty gnawed at her. For the nature of intuition was indeed elusive. Everyone, refrain from speaking. Let us remain silent and await the minister's arrival, Su Qiqi commanded. Following her orders, Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi, and the remaining members of Demon Hunting Team 9 lay quietly in the grass. After several minutes, Su Qiqi's phone vibrated. She pulled it out to check. It was a call from Xuanyuan, which she promptly answered. Qiqi, I have arrived and am in your vicinity. Commence the assault. Understood, Minister. Su Qiqi acknowledged before hanging up. With the minister present, Demon Hunting Team 9 was ordered to initiate their attack. At her command, Su Qiqi surged forward towards the wooden cabin. Previously, she had cautioned the team to remain vigilant, fearing the otherworldly disciples might flee upon discovery. Now with Xuanyuan, a C-class powerhouse, overseeing the operation, there was no longer any cause for concern. Jiang Taiping and the others followed suit, rushing towards the wooden cabin. Soon, they reached an open space in front of the cabin, just as the door swung open and figures began to pour out. Upon seeing the middle-aged man at the forefront, save for Jiang Taiping, the members of Demon Hunting Team 9 were momentarily taken aback. They could not sense his prowess, indicating he was at least D-class. This revelation undeniably corroborated Jiang Taiping's warnings. Had they recklessly attacked, they would likely have met their demise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Qiqi felt a surge of dread, relieved she had chosen to trust Jiang Taiping. Otherwise, they would not have made it through the day. The expressions of the 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 mirrored her apprehension, tinged with embarrassment for having doubted Jiang Taiping, who had ultimately saved their lives. Even Xuanyuan, lurking in the shadows, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Is this not the beautiful Su Qiqi from the Jiuan division of the Demon Hunting Hall? The middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. Su Qiqi's complexion darkened considerably. She had come to realize that the intelligence they received was flawed, and she caught sight of the informant, who wore a smug expression, clearly indicating that the misinformation was deliberate. This meant the Demon Hunting Hall had been deceived. Monkey, Su Qiqi seems to have caught on, the middle-aged man remarked. Monkey referred to the informant Su Qiqi had mentioned. Huge brother. So what if she has figured it out? It's too late now. Monkey chuckled wickedly. Well done. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I initially thought I could lure a few insignificant shrimp, but unexpectedly, I have ensnared the top beauty of the Jiuan division. After I am done, I will let you have your turn. Thank you, huge brother. Monkey exclaimed excitedly. I have had my eyes on her for a long time, and I never imagined I would have the chance to enjoy her beauty. Haha, sticking with me. Huge brother guarantees you a feast. The middle-aged man boasted. Su Qiqi disregarded huge brother and turned her gaze sharply towards Monkey, her voice cold. Why? Following the otherworldly beasts ensures a promising future. Monkey laughed heartily. Given your lack of remorse, why did you provide us with accurate information? Su Qiqi pressed further. Would you have fallen for it without a taste of sweetness? Huge brother chuckled. Exchanging a few insignificant shrimp for an entire team of you. Do you not find that a worthy trade? Su Qiqi's expression darkened to an extreme. Initially, they had maintained a level of caution, but Monkey's subsequent accurate intelligence had lulled them into a false sense of security, leading them to lower their guard. However, she had never anticipated that this was a meticulously crafted trap. Su Qiqi, here I come. Huge brother bellowed, charging towards her. At that moment, a figure descended rapidly from the sky, landing in front of Su Qiqi. This figure was none other than Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan? Upon seeing Xuanyuan, huge brother's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately attempted to flee in a panic. Do you think you can escape before me? Xuanyuan sneered, raising his hand and lightly grasping at huge brother. An invisible force restrained huge brother, pulling him towards Xuanyuan until he fell at Xuanyuan's feet. Qi Minister, I was wrong. I truly see my mistakes now. Huge brother pleaded, I will forsake the darkness and help you deal with the otherworldly beasts. Please spare my life. Silence. Xuanyuan commanded coldly. Unable to suppress a shiver, huge brother promptly fell silent. Demon Hunting Team, eliminate them. Xuanyuan ordered. He refrained from personally engaging the remaining adversaries, not out of disdain, but rather to allow Demon Hunting Team 9 the opportunity to hone their skills and gain combat experience. Yes, Minister. Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping, and the others of Demon Hunting Team 9 responded in unison, charging towards the remaining otherworldly disciples. Chapter 39. Shame will not lead to your demise. Xuanyuan's promised Demon Hunting Team 9 comprised 9 members, while the remaining otherworldly disciples also numbered 9. Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping, and the team members each found themselves matched against an adversary. With an aura of confidence, Demon Hunting Team 9 surged forward, while the otherworldly disciples displayed no will to fight. The reason for this was clear. The presence of Qin Zhan, the formidable boss, instilled fear in their hearts. With a resounding thud, Su Qiqi delivered a powerful punch that sent one of the otherworldly disciples flying, instantly killing him. As a 9-star E-class practitioner, she found it effortless to dispatch anyone below 3-star E-class. After eliminating one of the otherworldly disciples, Su Qiqi intended to assist Jiang Taiping, believing that, with his mere 3-star F-class prowess, he would surely struggle against an E-class adversary. However, in the next moment, she witnessed Jiang Taiping, armed with a dagger, dominating his opponent in combat. What was going on? Su Qiqi was bewildered. Since when could a practitioner of F-class overpower one of E-class? Qin Zhan was also observing Jiang Taiping, astonished by the scene before him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again, but the situation remained unchanged. Qiqi, what is happening with this lad? Qin Zhan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Minister, I am just as perplexed. Su Qiqi confessed, equally bewildered. Qin Zhan regarded Jiang Taiping for a moment, exclaiming, the finesse of this young man's martial arts is quite remarkable. He does not confront the otherworldly beings head-on. Rather, he skillfully engages them, thereby circumventing his own shortcomings and strength. Su Qiqi nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Qin Zhan's words. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Taiping's approach was intentional, as he refrained from targeting the throats of the otherworldly beings to avoid revealing any weaknesses. It is noteworthy that the 4 otherworldly beings he had previously dispatched had met their end by having their throats severed. Had it not been for this, he would have concluded the battle long ago against the dispirited foes. Qiqi, when did this fellow advance to the Sign Xing FG level? Qin Zhan inquired. This morning, Su Qiqi replied. He moved to the branch yesterday afternoon, then spent the night in the Dongjinga, only emerging this morning after I called him. Qin Zhan paused, a hint of regret crossing his face. His regret mirrored that of Su Qiqi. Jiang Taiping was commendable in every respect, diligent in his efforts, yet lamentably lacking an innate talent for cultivation. By the way, Qiqi, have you mentioned that matter to him? Qin Zhan asked. I've already done so, Su Qiqi responded, fully aware that Qin Zhan referred to the assessment sent from the headquarters in Nanshan province. At that moment, Jiang Taiping pierced an otherworldly being through its chest, bringing the battle to a swift conclusion. Qin Zhan and Su Qiqi exchanged astonished glances, disbelief etched across their faces. How could Jiang Taiping, with his Sanxing Fe cultivation, have slain an EG 1-star otherworldly being in direct combat? Jiang Taiping surveyed his surroundings, somewhat disheartened. Aside from Su Qiqi, the others were still engaged in combat. The otherworldly beings represented opportunities for him to gain experience. He wished to seize the chance to defeat them. However, he ultimately decided against it, reasoning that it would be unethical to steal kills, especially since the members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 were already gaining the upper hand, making it merely a matter of time before they vanquished the foes without his intervention. He sighed deeply and approached Qin Zhan and Su Qiqi. Well done, Xiao Jiang. Qin Zhan praised. You flatter me, Director, Jiang Taiping humbly replied. That otherworldly being was merely frightened. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to defeat. Su Qiqi looked up at the sky, realizing that he had begun to downplay his achievements again. Qin Zhan, however, did not dwell on it, as he shared the same sentiment. Before long, the members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 had systematically eliminated the otherworldly beings, concluding their skirmish. Xiao Jiang, Qin Zhan said awkwardly, to be honest, I had some regrets about allowing you to take the assessment for the Demon Hunting Hall, but now I have none at all. I feel quite fortunate about my decision. Had it not been for Jiang Taiping's keen perception of danger and his steadfastness, the entire Demon Hunting Team 9 would likely have met their demise today. If such a calamity had occurred, the Juan branch would have gained notoriety. And not for any good reason. Since the establishment of the Night Walkers, no demon hunting team had ever been completely annihilated by otherworldly beings, especially with Su Qiqi, a rare S-level talent in cultivation from the entire Longhua. If she had perished here, it would have been a tremendous loss for the Night Walkers. At that moment, as the head of the Juan branch, he would have had to resign in disgrace, perhaps even becoming a scapegoat for the Night Walkers. Thus, Jiang Taiping had not only saved the Demon Hunting Team 9, but also saved him. Director, I am but a member of the Demon Hunting Team 9. This is my duty, Jiang Taiping replied. F1, I am sorry for having wronged you earlier. F1, I apologize, please do not hold it against me. The members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 collectively expressed their contrition. It is quite all right, I understand, Jiang Taiping smiled. In this world, strength reigns supreme. It is natural for you to look down upon me due to my inferior cultivation talent. The 17 members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 felt a wave of shame wash over them. wishing they could vanish into the ground. They had previously dismissed Jiang Taiping and even mocked him when he pointed out issues. Yet now, he had saved their lives, and instead of harboring bitterness, he expressed understanding. Such magnanimity was indeed humbling for them. Seeing their remorseful expressions, Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, "How dare they look down upon me and treat me with indifference? Even mocking me. I should be the one feeling ashamed." Nevertheless, he only intended to tease them a little, not planning to hold any grudges, as they were all teammates. "I would like to add a few words," Su Chichi interjected. "In this world, strength is paramount, but one should not disdain others simply because they possess greater cultivation talent. Those with lesser talents may excel in other areas." She continued, "Moreover, we are teammates. We should support one another instead of belittling each other. If Jiang Taiping had chosen to disregard your mockery and walked away today, what do you think would have been the outcome?" The members of the demon hunting team, 9, lowered their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes. Su Chichi chose not to speak further. Noticing Su Chichi's silence, Qin Zhan added, "Xiao Jiang, while I cannot guarantee that you will remain in the demon hunting hall, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to help you stay." This promise stemmed from the invaluable significance of Jiang Taiping's extraordinary sensitivity to danger for the demon hunting hall. Today, Jiang Taiping had saved the demon hunting team 9, and that alone was enough to substantiate his worth. Thus, his importance in Qin Zhan's eyes had surged tremendously. "Thank you, Director." Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude. He did not truly require Qin Zhan's assurance, as he could find a solution on his own. However, he understood that it would be unwise to voice such thoughts. Qin Zhan refrained from elaborating further. Shifting his gaze to Hu Ge, Jiang Taiping followed suit, casting a keen glance at Hu Ge, his expression hinting at ulterior motives. Chapter 40, Wordplay, a Windfall. Qin Zhan remarked to Hu Ge, "You just mentioned abandoning the dark for the light. Merely speaking is insufficient. You must demonstrate sincerity." "Of course, I know of a nest of otherworldly beings," Hu Ge replied, his eyes glinting as he divulged the location he had in mind. "You'd best not be deceiving me. Otherwise, I will ensure you find no peace, neither in life nor in death." Qin Zhan warned, pulling out his phone to make a call. Moments later, he stated, "Old Chow, I have received intelligence regarding a nest of otherworldly beings. Bring your team." Hu Ji's expression changed drastically. In a panic, he fabricated a location to mislead Qin Zhan, not anticipating that Qin Zhan would immediately call Chao Shan to send people there. If Chao Shan arrived, Hu Ji's deception would be exposed on the spot. "Director Qin, wait!" Hu Ge exclaimed urgently. "I've just remembered that the otherworldly beings at that location have already evacuated. Old Chow, hold on. I will call you back shortly." Qin Zhan concluded the call and turned his icy gaze to Hu Ge. "I will grant you one final opportunity. I hope you seize it. Understand? It is your last chance." "Why, yes," Hu Ge stammered, perspiration streaming down his face as he named another nest of otherworldly beings. Qin Zhan pulled out his phone again, but upon seeing Hu Ji's unchanged demeanor, he returned the device to his pocket. "Just one location is insufficient. I require a demonstration of true sincerity. Director Qin, please rest assured, I have seen the error of my ways and will divulge every otherworldly nest I know. You must trust me." "Hu Ye plead ye. Then speak," Qin Zhan commanded. Hu Ge hesitated, then said, "Director Qin, if you guarantee not to kill me, I will tell you. Are you bargaining with me as a show of sincerity?" Qin Zhan retorted coldly, "Do not forget, you are currently a prisoner. Your life is in my hands. You lack the privilege to negotiate, and you have only one choice. Provide sufficient sincerity to move me." "Director Qin," Hu Ge attempted to protest, but his words were cut off by Qin Zhan. "Do you not comprehend my words?" With that, Qin Zhan raised his right foot and stomped down on Hu Ji's right leg. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed, and a piercing scream erupted from Hu Ji's lips. "Shall I repeat myself?" Qin Zhan inquired. Hu Ji hesitated, his mind clouded with the fear that Qin Zhan might sever ties after extracting all the information about the Yidatu's hideouts and then eliminate him. "It appeared that your claims of sincerity were merely a ruse. If that is the case, then perish." Qin Zhan did not afford Hu Ge much time for contemplation. As he spoke, he lifted his foot, aiming for Hu Ji's head. Observing this, Hu Ge hastily exclaimed, "I will speak. I will speak." Qin Zhan's right foot halted just before Hu Ji's eyes, though he did not withdraw it. "Speak," he commanded. Hu Ge quickly divulged several Yi Jiatu hideouts. "Is that all? Your sincerity remains lacking." Qin Zhan sighed. Hu Ge felt wronged. He had already disclosed several hideouts, so how could he still lack sincerity? If these are the only ones, you might as well die. Qin Zhan continued. "There is one more, a hideout teeming with Yi Jiatu." Hu Ge added. "I ask a question, and you respond. Is this your notion of sincerity?" Qin Zhan's voice turned cold. "Minister Qin, I have revealed all the Yijitu hideouts I know." Hu Ge was on the verge of tears. "There is no sincerity at all. You can go to your death." As Qin Zhan prepared to continue his assault on Hu Ji's head, Hu Ge stammered, "Minister Qin, I truly have nothing more, I swear. After a moment of contemplation, Xinjiang shifted his foot from Hu Ji's head and warned, I will call to verify the Yi Jitu hideouts you mentioned. If any are found to be incorrect, I will make your existence a torment. Hu Gu exhaled in relief, quickly asserting, Minister Qin, you may verify. I assure you, none are erroneous. Xinjiang nodded, stating, if they are correct, then you are even more deserving of death. Hu Ji's expression froze momentarily. How could being correct lead to more deserving of death? However, in the next instant, he reacted, bellowing, Qin, are you toying with me? It is you who lack sincerity. Enough of this wordplay. I have suffered this loss once today. Do you think I would fall for it a second time? From this day forth, the Night Walkers will trust no Yi Jitu. If encountered, the only option is ruthless extermination. As his words fell, Xinjiang's foot surged toward Hu Ji's head once more, but at that moment, a voice interrupted, Minister, wait. It was Jiang Taiping. Xinjiang immediately halted, turning to Jiang Taiping with a puzzled expression. What is it, Xiao Jiang? Minister, I have a request. May I be the one to kill him? Jiang Taiping inquired. Xinjiang was somewhat taken aback. What difference does it make if you kill him, or I do? Can it be the same? If you kill him, I gain nothing. But if I do, I can absorb his vitality and obtain a lottery card. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, though he could not voice such sentiments aloud. After some thought, he explained, Minister, the outcome is the same, yet you have undoubtedly slain many D-level Yiditu, while I have yet to kill a D-level Yiditu. I wish to experience the sensation of slaying one. Very well, then you may proceed. Xinjiang readily agreed. His goal was to eliminate Hu Gu, and who executed the deed mattered little. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping had accomplished a significant feat today, and there was no reason to deny him this small request. Thank you, Minister. Jiang Taiping was nearly drooling. Hu Gu was a D-level practitioner. Killing him would surely allow for a considerable absorption of vitality and numerous lottery cards. Fearing Xinjiang might retract his permission, Jiang Taiping swiftly plunged a dagger into Hu Ji's chest. In the next moment, the mechanical voice of the lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. Ding! The host has slain an enemy, earning 222 low-level lottery cards. Simultaneously, Jiang Taiping distinctly felt a warm current surge within him, a warmth far more substantial than any he had previously experienced. Clearly, as he had surmised, slaying Hu Gu permitted him to absorb a significant amount of vitality. Xinjiang subtly nodded, acknowledging Jiang Taiping's decisive and ruthless action. Xiao Jiang, today you have achieved great merit, Xinjiang declared, not only saving the Demon Hunter Team 9, but also revealing numerous Yiditu hideouts. According to the rules of the Demon Hunter Hall, I reward you with a high-grade vitality pill. Thank you, Minister. Jiang Taiping was elated. A high-grade vitality pill could fetch 2 million, absorbing substantial vitality, acquiring over 200 low-level lottery cards, and earning 2 million. This journey had not been in vain. It was a tremendous windfall. Moreover, this was not the entirety of today's gains. Chapter 41. Old Silver Coins and Monster Robbery. This is reality. Just moments prior, Xinjiang had interrogated Hu Gu, acquiring numerous Yi Jitu hideouts. Jiang Taiping had not forgotten this matter. He was also pondering those Yi Jitu hideouts. If they could sweep through all the Yi Jitu hideouts, they would undoubtedly reap even greater rewards. Xiao Jiang, this is what you deserve. Xinjiang shook his head, producing a high-grade vitality pill and handing it to Jiang Taiping. The members of Demon Hunter Team 9 looked on with envy. That was a high-grade vitality pill, something they all desired. However, their envy was merely that. They held no objections to the reward bestowed upon Jiang Taiping. Setting aside Jiang Taiping's life-saving grace, his merits alone warranted the high-grade vitality pill. Jiang Taiping accepted the high-grade vitality pill, placing it in his pocket and subsequently storing it in the system warehouse. He no longer felt the need for further politeness with Xinjiang and turned to Su Qiqi, asking, Captain, what is it? Suiki Nguayith. Jiang Taiping felt exasperated. Was her reaction not a bit slow? Yet, as Su Qiqi failed to comprehend, he could only remind her, Captain, the Yiditu hideouts. Su Qiqi suddenly came to a realization. She looked to Xinjiang, saying, Minister, you just interrogated numerous Yiditu hideouts. Demon Hunter Team 9 requests to engage. No need. I shall personally handle them. Xinjiang shook his head, a chill settling upon his visage. Today, he had narrowly escaped a grievous loss, and his anger required an outlet. Such matters would demand a price. Minister, those Yiditu hideouts are merely small fry. You personally dealing with them would be overkill, is it not? Let us, Demon Hunter Team 9, handle it. Jiang Taiping quickly interjected, still hoping to raid those Yiditu hideouts to augment today's gains. If Xinjiang took action, he would receive nothing. How could this be acceptable? It does feel a bit like overkill, Xinjiang conceded, but the Yiditu dared to conspire against us. And I must ensure they understand the severe consequences of their actions, serving as a warning to them to behave. Jiang Taiping felt a surge of frustration. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's initial words, he had been pleased, only for the subsequent remarks to take a complete turn. Minister, you speak with great reason. Yet did you not just call the hallmaster? Suikiri mocked. I was merely putting on an act, wishing to ascertain the veracity of that fellow's claims. Qin Zhan replied. Su Qiqi and the others were left bewildered. It was merely an act? This man truly was a master of deception, having even fooled me. Jiang Taiping could not help but sigh inwardly. Moments ago, he too had assumed Qin Zhan was genuinely contacting Cao Shan. So it was settled. Qiqi, you lead the team back to rest. Qin Zhan decisively concluded before soaring into the sky and departing swiftly. Watching Qin Zhan leave, Jiang Taiping felt his heart bleed. The vitality and lottery cards that had been within reach had now flown away. Should we attempt to steal some monsters? A thought flickered through Jiang Taiping's mind. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. That old silver coin could soar. By the time he arrived, all that would remain was to collect the Tukas remains. You shameless old silver coin, do you have no decency? How dare you steal my monsters? Frustrated, Jiang Taiping could not help but vent his frustrations inwardly. Let us depart. Su Qiqi called to Jiang Taiping and the others, heading toward the foot of the setting sun mountain. Jiang Taiping and the others followed suit. Jiang Taiping, having joined the Demon Hunter Hall, why did the minister say he would do his utmost to keep you in the hall? Someone inquired. It is due to the hidden rules of the Demon Hunter Hall. My cultivation talent is rather poor. Jiang Taiping did not conceal and briefly recounted the matter regarding the headquarters of Nanshan Province, wanting to revoke his membership in the Demon Hunter Hall, having already joined the Lai Mo Tang. How could this be happening? This is simply outrageous. What nonsense underhanded rules are these? They are merely antiquated customs that should have been shattered long ago. No, we must devise a plan. We cannot allow Jiang Taiping to have his membership in the Lai Mo Tang revoked. The members of Team 9 voiced their discontent on Jiang Taiping's behalf, expressing their willingness to support him. To this, Jiang Taiping was utterly unsurprised. Had it not been for today's events, aside from Su Qiqi, none of his teammates would have dared oppose the headquarters decisions in Nanshan Province. Now, witnessing his worth, they have all spoken out against it. To be precise, his teammates are not foolish. They have recognized the terrifying power of the observation Haki in action. It is precisely for this reason that they are unwilling to let him go. This also explains why he previously asserted that being his teammate was a privilege. Understanding the situation does not lead Jiang Taiping to harbor any resentment towards his teammates. For this world is starkly realistic. Only when one possesses value can one command attention. I appreciate everyone's goodwill, Jiang Taiping stated. I can handle this matter myself. So please refrain from intervening. Listening to Jiang Taiping, please do not interfere. Su Qiqi chimed in immediately. Even Qin Zhan would find it challenging to alter the headquarters decision in Nanshan Province, let alone the members of Team 9. Moreover, if the members of Team 9 recklessly intervened, it could potentially lead to more trouble. Acknowledging Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi's remarks, the members of Team 9 fell silent. They were well aware of their insignificance and their inability to aid Jiang Taiping. Their earlier statements were merely an attempt to express their willingness to stand by him and to amend their previous disregard. Upon arriving at the foot of the setting sun mountain, Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping, and the others drove towards the Yexingren branch. Captain, should we sell the advanced Qi blood pill? Jiang Taiping inquired. No way. Su Qiqi exclaimed in disbelief. You already have over 2 million. Are you still planning to sell? Over 2 million is hardly sufficient. It wouldn't even cover the cost of your vehicle, Jiang Taiping replied. Do not try to dissuade me. I'm determined to sell it. Just tell me, do you want or not? How much? Su Qiqi responded decisively. Since Jiang Taiping was resolute about selling, her attempts to persuade him further were futile. Who would refuse an advanced Qi blood pill? The original price is 2 million, Jiang Taiping stated. Jiang Taiping, are you out of your mind? You could sell it for a much higher price. Su Qiqi exclaimed. Captain, I am not foolish. I simply do not wish to shortchange others. Jiang Taiping chuckled. You are the only person in Lai Mo Tang who has not treated me dismissively due to my inferior cultivation talent, and for that very statement you just made, I would rather earn a little less and sell it to you. A complex expression appeared in Su Qiqi's beautiful eyes. She believed that all individuals are equal and should not be treated differently based on their cultivation talent, which she considered quite normal, yet it garnered Jiang Taiping's gratitude. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Su Qiqi took out her phone and directly transferred 2 million to Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping handed the advanced Qi blood pill to Su Qiqi, saying, Captain, I will sleep for a while longer. Su Qiqi was somewhat speechless. Was this guy going to sleep again? However, unbeknownst to her, this time Jiang Taiping was not merely sleeping. He intended to reflect on the day's gains. Chapter 42. A surge of 3 stars. The lottery is truly life-threatening. Summoning the lottery of the Myriad Realms system. Host, Jiang Taiping age, 18 realm, a rank chi blood, 401 cards, talent, devour divine, sword seed, S rank, 401 cards. This represents a staggering increase of 249 cards. Jiang Taiping's eyes widened in astonishment, his cheeks flushed with ecstatic joy. Before embarking on the mission, his chi blood stood at 152 cards. During the mission, aside from an incident with Hu Ge, he had slain only one 1-star E-rank otherworldly apprentice. Based on past experience, defeating a 1-star E-rank otherworldly apprentice typically yields over 10 cards of chi blood, meaning he absorbed over 230 cards from slaying Hu Ge. All my efforts to snatch the monster from Lao Yinbi have proven worthwhile. His cultivation skyrocketed from 1-star E-rank directly to 4-star E-rank, an impressive 3-star surge, which could only be described as a meteoric rise in power. The monster was indeed worth the trouble. Jiang Taiping was overwhelmed with excitement. However, he also recognized that such instances of surpassing levels to defeat enemies were mere exceptions, difficult to replicate. Yet with this significant boost in cultivation, he could now hunt higher-level otherworldly beasts in the Liamo Garden, where slaying higher-level beasts would yield even more chi blood than lower-level ones, thus bringing numerous advantages from this sudden surge in power. Jiang Taiping, didn't you say you were going to sleep? Su Chi-Chi's voice suddenly pierced the air. Why are your eyes wide open like ping-pong balls? And you look so exhilarated? Upon hearing this, Jiang Taiping abruptly remembered that Su Chi-Chi was still sitting beside him. Captain, I am merely resting my eyes. Jiang Taiping replied without elaboration, closing his eyes once more. Su Chi-Chi regarded him with a peculiar expression. Could it be that he was thrilled about earning 2 million today? However, she quickly dismissed the thought and focused on driving towards the Yexingren branch. Jiang Taiping forcibly suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and opened the system warehouse. In the warehouse, there were 320 lottery cards. Among them, 56 were from previous times, while the remaining 264 were the fruits of today's endeavors. Lottery of the Myriad Realm system. Synthesize 3 advanced lottery cards and 2 intermediate lottery cards. Jiang Taiping instructed in his mind. 3 advanced lottery cards and 2 intermediate lottery cards have been synthesized, consuming 320 basic lottery cards. Jiang Taiping did not immediately proceed with the lottery draw. He contemplated whether to warm up with the intermediate lottery cards first or to dive straight into the advanced lottery cards. After much deliberation, Jiang Taiping resolved not to warm up with the intermediate lottery cards and instead to directly use the advanced lottery cards. Lottery of the Myriad Realm system. 3 consecutive draws from advanced lottery cards. Jiang Taiping declared in his mind, commencing the lottery, consuming 3 advanced lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's face instantly darkened. He had drawn from advanced lottery cards numerous times before, always yielding some results. Yet this time he received 3 consecutive thank you for participating notices. Had he not previously obtained valuable items from advanced lottery cards, he might have begun to doubt their worth. At this moment, Jiang Taiping regretted not warming up with the intermediate lottery cards, but it was too late for regret. Today's luck seemed rather dismal. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly, gritting his teeth and deciding to continue drawing. He was curious just how unfortunate his luck could be today. Lottery of the Myriad Realm system. 2 consecutive draws from intermediate lottery cards. Jiang Taiping gritted his teeth and declared, commencing the lottery, consuming 2 intermediate lottery cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Acquiring the sword technique, 1 sword, immortal kneeling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Acquiring the sword technique, 2 sleeves, green serpent. As the Lottery of the Myriad Realm system spoke, 2 streams of information surged into Jiang Taiping's mind. They were the cultivation methods for the sword techniques, 1 sword, immortal kneeling, and 2 sleeves, green serpent. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Previously, he had been filled with anticipation, only to receive 3 thank you for participating notices. Now, he had mentally prepared for another 2 thank you for participating notices, only to hit the jackpot twice. Lottery of the Myriad Realm system. Are you playing with me? Nevertheless, even if the system was indeed toying with him, he found joy in it. For winning a prize was certainly preferable to receiving thank you for participating, and moreover, the prizes were sword techniques. With these techniques, the soft sword provided by the Lai Mo Tang would finally have its purpose. After being dazed for quite a while, Jiang Taiping finally regained his composure. Alas, the lottery can be truly perilous. Such extremes of joy and despair could overwhelm anyone with a weak heart. The lottery is also a matter of metaphysics. Over-expectation can lead to disappointment, while a lack of expectation often brings surprises. One must maintain a calm demeanor in life, and the same applies to lotteries. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh a few times before shutting down the Lottery of the Myriad Realm system interface. Should I practice in my mind? A thought flickered through Jiang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Previously, when he embarked on a mission, He was filled with vigor, completely oblivious to his fatigue. However, having accomplished his task, a wave of drowsiness suddenly engulfed him, leaving his mind clouded with lethargy. In such a state, practicing was utterly futile. Thus, he decided to take a moment to rest. He made no inquiries about the purpose of the lottery system's sword techniques. 1 sword, immortal kneeling, and 2 sleeves of green serpents. For sword techniques were inherently meant for combat and slaying foes, rendering any questions unnecessary. Furthermore, he was well aware that these techniques were renowned skills of Li Chuangang. Nevertheless, Li Chuangang's most formidable technique was 1 sword opens the heavenly gate. And Jiang Taiping was genuinely eager about this particular skill. He believed that acquiring 1 sword, immortal kneeling, and 2 sleeves of green serpents would inevitably lead to obtaining 1 sword opens the heavenly gate in due time. Before long, Jiang Taiping fell into a deep slumber. By the time he arrived at the Juan City Nightwalker branch, it was already midday. Jiang Taiping, wake up! Su Qiqi gently nudged him, who was sleeping like a log. Have we arrived? Jiang Taiping mumbled, his eyes still hazy. Captain, I'm going back to sleep. Call me if there's anything important. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. It's essential to rest when needed, Su Qiqi advised him, adding, hurry back to sleep. Oh, Jiang Taiping replied, still groggy, and together they took the elevator to the 9th floor before returning to his room. I'll rest for a bit and practice later tonight, he murmured, collapsing onto his bed without even removing his combat uniform. This fellow was so dedicated that even in sleep, he couldn't forget his training. What kind of exhaustion was this? Didn't he even close the door or change out of his uniform? Su Qiqi sighed and casually shut the door behind him. However, what she did not realize was that Jiang Taiping's notion of training did not pertain to enhancing his cultivation, but rather to practicing sword techniques and sword control. As Jiang Taiping slumbered soundly, time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, the afternoon had passed and evening arrived. According to Jiang Taiping's plans, he intended to venture out at night to practice his sword techniques and sword control. Unfortunately, plans are merely plans. After 2 days of negligible rest, he was still fast asleep. Unbeknownst to him, a significant event unfolded in Xuanyuan City while he slept. Chapter 43. The old silver coin misled me. Fully armed in the early morning, Jiang Taiping slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. In the next moment, as if recalling something, he suddenly sat up and pulled out his phone from his pocket. Oh no, it's already 8 in the morning, he exclaimed in shock. He slapped his forehead, a hint of frustration appearing on his face. Just yesterday, he had intended to practice his sword techniques and sword control under the cover of darkness, only to oversleep. This was not merely oversleeping. He had slept soundly until dawn and, moreover, had woken up naturally. Sigh, what a waste of an entire night, Jiang Taiping lamented. Having squandered the time, there was little use in dwelling on it any further. He sighed again, removed his combat uniform, stored it in the system's warehouse, and made his way to the bathroom for a quick wash before heading to the door. Upon opening the door, a jade fist collided with Jiang Taiping's chest. Stunned, he exclaimed, Captain, you're already playing punches with me, so early in the morning? Who is playing punches with you? Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at him, explaining, I meant to knock on the door, but you opened it just as I was about to knock, and I didn't react in time. Oh, Jiang Taiping said, his eyes lighting up. Captain, did you come to find me because there's a mission? No, Su Qiqi replied. I thought it was getting late and came to wake you up. You can really sleep. Since returning yesterday afternoon, you've slept for a solid 17 or 18 hours. Not even a pig sleeps that much. Well, I was just too tired. Jiang Taiping awkwardly shifted the topic, asking Captain, are there any missions today? None. And it seems we won't have any missions for a while, Su Qiqi informed him. What? Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Captain, what is going on? Yesterday, the minister took out several strongholds of the otherworldly intruders, eliminating nearly 100 of them, even hanging their corpses as a warning to others. He even recorded it and uploaded it online, Su Qiqi said, pulling out her phone to show him a video. Look, the minister is quite imposing. Watching the video of Qin Zhan slaughtering the otherworldly intruders with ease, Jiang Taiping felt his heart bleed. Those were his experience orbs and lottery cards being wiped out by that old silver coin. The minister had also issued a stern warning against being the pawns of otherworldly beasts and had made it clear that if they crossed his line, he would turn Xuanyuan City upside down to root out every last one of them. The minister was genuinely angered by the incident with the otherworldly intruders yesterday. With his actions, the frightened intruders should calm down for a while, allowing us to have some peace, Su Qiqi continued. The old silver coin misled me. Jiang Taiping could not help but let out a silent sigh. He truly did not wish for peace, not because he disliked it, but because peace did not enhance his cultivation or yield lottery cards. Yet, he understood that the minister's actions were indeed a boon for Xuanyuan City. Since there is likely nothing to do today, what do you plan to do? Suiqing Guayiv. Jiang Taiping pondered for a moment. Perhaps I'll either go to the Dongjinga, Kangjing, to read or find a place to practice. Don't push yourself too hard, Su Qiqi advised. You just woke up and haven't eaten yet. Their SA restaurant on the first floor with pretty good food, and it's free. Hurry and go eat. All right, Captain, I'll go eat now. Jiang Taiping nodded and headed toward the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, he had a light breakfast in the restaurant before leaving the Juan branch and hailing a taxi to the Hunter's Garden. With no missions to undertake today, he sought to enhance his cultivation as soon as possible and thus decided to head to the Hunter's Garden. On the way, Jiang Taiping got off at a clothing market, where he purchased a long black robe and a pair of sunglasses. The recent attack by the otherworldly intruders at the school had inspired him to use the long black robe to conceal his identity. As for the Spider-Man suit, it was unsuitable for use in the Hunter's Garden. Firstly, it was too conspicuous, and secondly, Su Chi-Chi had already grown suspicious. A short distance from the Hunter's Garden, Jiang Taiping got off again. Finding a secluded spot, he changed into the long black robe, donned his sunglasses and mask, and strode confidently toward the Hunter's Garden. Sigh, coming to the Hunter's Garden to slay enemies while looking like a thief, I must be one of a kind. Jiang Taiping self-deprecatingly mused. Yet, to avoid attracting unwanted attention and to survive longer, such precautions were indeed necessary. Upon seeing the fully armed Jiang Taiping, the guards at the Hunter's Garden were somewhat speechless. You come to the Hunter's Garden to train, not to embarrass yourself. Is it really necessary to wrap yourself up so tightly? They did not suspect Jiang Taiping of being an otherworldly intruder, as such beings would never dare enter the Hunter's Garden. This time, without waiting for the guards to speak, Jiang Taiping struck a massive black obsidian stone beside the entrance with a punch. Immediately, 4 orange beams of light erupted from the obsidian. 4 stars, A-level, the guard announced. You may delve up to 1,300 meters, but remember that going further could jeopardize your life. Jiang Taiping nodded and stepped into the black light curtain. He chose to reveal his true cultivation level, which was also a means of concealment, to prevent Su Chi-Chi from becoming suspicious of him. After all, she was aware of his previous entry into the Hunter's Garden, and who knew if she would recognize him this time. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping found himself inside the Hunter's Garden. After ensuring that no one was around, he removed the black robe, took off the mask and sunglasses, donned the Spider-Man suit, and then put the black robe back on along with the mask and sunglasses. The Hunter's Garden was densely forested, and under such circumstances, the efficacy of the Spider-Man suit would be maximized. He wore the black robe, mask, and sunglasses to prevent anyone from discovering his identity as Spider-Man, concealing his intentions. Jiang Taiping stepped out of his comfort zone and ventured deep into the dense forest. Simultaneously, he activated his Kenbunchika Haki, and a dagger materialized in his hand. The last time he entered the demon hunting garden, he was a novice, unfamiliar with its intricacies. Though he possessed spiritual prowess, he lacked martial skills, rendering the dagger less effective than his fists. Concealing the dagger might have caught his enemies off guard at a crucial moment. However, this time he was equipped with both skills and gear, rendering concealment unnecessary. Soon, a monstrous creature attempted to ambush Jiang Taiping. With the acute awareness afforded by his Kenbunchika Haki, the beasts lurking in the grass revealed themselves as if standing right before him. The creatures on the periphery, possessing low cultivation levels, were destined to fail in their ambush. Before they could even approach, Jiang Taiping dispatched one with a single punch. He had no interest in hunting the weaker beasts on the outskirts. They yielded little vitality and were a waste of time. Nevertheless, if he encountered them directly, he would dispatch them effortlessly. After all, even the smallest mosquito leg is still flesh. As Jiang Taiping advanced further into the forest, he suddenly grasped the Night Walker's thoughtful intentions. During his previous visit to the demon hunting garden, he had perceived the creatures within 100 meters of the forest's edge as somewhat feeble. However, he had been too focused on slaying beasts to contemplate further. This time, with his Kenbunchika Haki, he could distinctly sense the beast's cultivation levels. As he delved deeper, he uncovered certain truths. The creatures within 100 meters were all at the 1-star F level, yet they were merely at the initial stage, each possessing no more than 13 vitality points. Conversely, he had 18 vitality points during his last visit, which made the creatures appear weaker than they were. The beasts between 100 and 200 meters also stood at 1-star F level, but their vitality ranged from 13 to 19 points. No wonder the guards had warned him against venturing deeper than 100 meters. Doing so could pose a lethal threat. From 200 to 300 meters, the beasts reached 2-star F level. With each additional 100 meters, the beast's cultivation increased by 1 star, indicating a clear hierarchy and territorial division among the creatures within the demon hunting garden. Yet, the crux of the matter was that the beasts adhered strictly to their designated territories. This was evident when some creatures, despite having the desire to attack him, remained stationary until he crossed into their domain. Lower-tier beasts lacked intelligence and tended to be bloodthirsty and aggressive, yet they adhered to their territorial boundaries. Given that the demon hunting garden was constructed by the Night Walkers, there was only one explanation. The prohibition against crossing boundaries was a directive instilled into the beast's subconscious by the Night Walkers. The rationale behind this regulation was simple. It was to safeguard the trialing Night Walkers. After all, The demon hunting garden was designed for their testing, not for their demise. While the Night Walkers had some overly rigid rules, such as prohibiting individuals with F-level cultivation talents from entering the demon hunting hall, they were diligent in protecting their own members. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly and continued deeper into the forest. Before long, he found himself within the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. The beasts in this vicinity were all at the 3-star E level, while those beyond 1,300 meters were the 4-star E level. This confirmed Jiang Taiping's deductions. The Night Walkers permitted trial participants to engage within the territory of beasts slightly weaker than themselves, ensuring the effectiveness of the trials while minimizing casualties. Jiang Taiping had no desire to delve deeper into the forest. Although slaying higher-level beasts would yield more vitality, it also posed greater risks. And the higher-level beasts would be more challenging to defeat. The potential gains within a limited time might not surpass those from slaying lower-level creatures. At that moment, a 1-meter-tall fox demon leapt from the withered grass, attempting to bite Jiang Taiping from behind. He remained motionless, feigning ignorance. However, as the fox demon closed in, Jiang Taiping suddenly sprang into action. He swiftly turned, his dagger slicing toward the creature's throat with lightning speed. With a sickening sound, the fox demon's throat was severed, and it fell lifelessly to the ground, akin to a discarded rag doll. Did it think to ambush me? Little did it know it shone as brightly as a light bulb in my eyes. Jiang Taiping scoffed, his face twisted in disdain. Thanks to his kinbunshika Haki, he had sensed the lurking fox demon well in advance, and had remained still to return the favor. Host has slain an enemy and received 23 low-level lottery cards. The mechanical voice of the lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. He was taken aback. Only 23 low-level lottery cards? He recalled that he had garnered 40 to 50 cards from slaying lesser beings whose cultivation was inferior to that of the fox demon. Summoning the lottery system, he furrowed his brow slightly. Slaying a 1-star E-level creature netted him over 10 vitality points, yet the 3-star E-level fox demon yielded only 5. The meager vitality absorption resulted in fewer lottery cards. It appeared that slaying beasts was less rewarding than defeating interdimensional beings. Jiang Taiping sighed internally. He refrained from questioning the lottery system. The evidence was clear, and further inquiry was unnecessary. Even if he did ask, it would not alter the fact that slaying beasts yielded lesser rewards than slaying interdimensional beings. With a swift motion, a strand of spider silk shot from Jiang Taiping's hand, propelling him toward a nearby hiding place where another fox demon lay in wait, ready to attack. As he reached the creature's lair, his dagger struck once more with blinding speed. Another sickening sound echoed as he severed the throat of the unsuspecting fox demon before it could even initiate its ambush. Jiang Taiping proceeded to engage in a frenzied slaughter of beasts within the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. Utilizing his superior cultivation, his precise throat-cutting techniques, the awareness from his kinbunshika Haki, and the advantages of his Spider-Man attire, he moved through the forest as if it were an uninhabited realm. No beast that Jiang Taiping had targeted managed to escape his relentless pursuit. In just a couple of hours, dozens of creatures had fallen before him. Suddenly, Jiang Taiping sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Having slain so many beasts, his cultivation had undoubtedly advanced significantly. There was no longer a need to remain within the 1,200 to 1,300 meter range. With this realization, he summoned the lottery system. Host, Jiang Taiping, age, 18 realm, E-level vitality, 638 points talent, devour, divine, sword seed, S-level, having absorbed over 200 vitality points in just over an hour. He had now reached 6-star E-level. There was no reason to linger here. He could delve deeper. At this rate of growth, he could achieve a breakthrough to D-level by the end of the day. The divine cultivation talent of Devour was indeed remarkable. The demon hunting garden was truly my sanctuary for honing my skills. Jiang Taiping laughed heartily as he advanced into the depths of the forest. Yet at that very moment, a shiver coursed through him, and a profound sense of impending danger surged within his heart. Retreat. Jiang Taiping was unaware of the source of the intense sense of crisis that enveloped him. It was so potent that it instilled within him a feeling of impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to retreat. In an instant, a strand of spider silk shot forth from his palm, adhering to a large tree behind him. Utilizing the silk, he swung towards the periphery of the forest, employing both hands to hasten his escape. Chapter 45. The Cunning Wolf Demon. Plans ruined only upon retreating to a safe zone did the sense of crisis dissipate from Jiang Taiping's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he re-emerged from the safety of the zone, but was immediately beset by that same feeling of danger. Not daring to be careless, he retreated once more, his gaze fixated on the dense thicket ahead. Before long, a wolf demon, standing nearly 2 meters tall and exuding an air of cunningness, emerged from the underbrush. This was the very wolf demon that had been struck down by Xuanyuan not long ago. Why was it described as cunning? Because as it stepped out from the thicket, it glanced furtively about, shrinking back in fear, its tail tucked between its legs. Upon sighting the wolf demon, A grave expression settled upon Jiang Taiping's face. He realized the origin of his unease. The creature before him was indeed a 7-star D-level entity. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why such a formidable wolf demon had ventured to the outskirts of the forest. At that moment, the wolf demon spotted Jiang Taiping standing within the safe zone, and its demeanor transformed into one of arrogance. "Was it you who dispatched so many of my subordinates?" The wolf demon spoke with a human tongue. Jiang Taiping did not respond, but countered, "Why has a beast like you come to the outskirts?" The wolf demon remained silent. The matter of energy was a secret among the beasts, not to be divulged to humans. "There is no one else here. It must be you," the wolf demon commanded. "Two-legged insect, come forth and allow the mighty wolf lord to devour you." Jiang Taiping was taken aback. This creature, capable of human speech, possessed a modicum of intelligence. Yet its words were astonishingly foolish. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Taiping mocked. "You, a creature of such supposed might, were just quaking with fear and hiding your tail moments ago. Truly, you disgrace your kind." The wolf demon felt a surge of shame and anger. It had been apprehensive of Qin Zhan's presence, which had caused its earlier timidity. Yet, it never anticipated that its cowardly demeanor would be witnessed by this two-legged insect. "Two-legged insect, I will slay you." The wolf demon roared in fury. As it spoke, it raised its sharp claws and struck out, but at that moment, it hesitated. An invisible force erupted from its claws, hurtling towards Jiang Taiping. Instinctively, Jiang Taiping contemplated retreating into the black curtain, seeking to exit the hunting demon garden. But he steadied himself, remaining in place. With a loud crash, the invisible force struck the ground just outside the safety zone, missing Jiang Taiping entirely. A beast is still a beast, even its aim is lacking. Jiang Taiping scoffed. Thanks to his perceptive instincts, he had sensed that the wolf demon's attack would not find its mark, allowing him to suppress his urge to flee. The wolf demon grew increasingly furious. It was not a matter of poor aim. Rather, when it struck, it suddenly realized it could not attack the safe zone, forcing it to alter its trajectory. To do otherwise would cause the protective barrier to tremble, potentially attracting Qin Zhan once more, leading to its own demise, a fact it could not disclose. Two-legged insect, if you possess any courage, step forward. Let the great wolf lord rend you asunder. The wolf demon shrieked. Jiang Taiping blinked. It seemed the creature was hesitant to breach the safe zone. With this realization, Jiang Taiping raised a hand, beckoning mockingly to the wolf demon. "Beast, I stand right here, unmoving. If you have a gall, come and face me." The wolf demon was driven to madness. It yearned to devour Jiang Taiping, the insolent two-legged insect. But bound by the constraints of the safe zone, it could only glare impotently, unable to act. "You dare to step outside the designated boundaries? Do you seek death?" Jiang Taiping threatened. "Do you believe I won't inform Minister Qin and have him slay you?" The wolf demon shuddered uncontrollably, turning on its heel and retreating deep into the forest. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Had it truly fled in fear? Unbeknownst to him, the wolf demon had recently been chastised by Qin Zhan, who had warned that should it dare to step outside its designated area, it would meet its end. Now, with Jiang Taiping invoking Qin Zhan's name as a threat, how could the wolf demon not be frightened? Truly, it was a disgraceful sight for a wolf demon. Cowering in fear, Jiang Taiping scoffed, stepping cautiously out of the safety zone and advancing towards the forest. However, he had scarcely ventured far when a roar echoed from within the thicket. "Slay that two-legged insect. I shall tear you apart." Jiang Taiping halted, a frown creasing his brow. The voice belonged to the wolf demon, and judging by its words, it was commanding other beasts to kill him. How audacious! The creature, unwilling to breach the rules itself, was inciting others to do so. This beast possessed a modicum of cunning. Jiang Taiping could not help but curse aloud. Almost immediately, a new wave of unease surged through him. Without delay, he decisively retreated to the safety zone. Moments later, a pig demon, over a meter tall, burst forth from the forest, charging towards Jiang Taiping. A 2-star D-level entity. Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not immediately flee the hunting demon garden, but instead remained still. According to the records of Night Wanderer's history, the safe zone was imbued with a barrier that would actively repel any beasts that ventured within. He wanted to see if the pig demon dared to cross the threshold. Soon, the pig demon reached the edge of the safe zone, and without pausing, it stepped inside. "Good grief, it's courting death," Jiang Taiping exclaimed, decisively stepping into the black curtain. Though the safe zone was fortified, it might not eradicate the pig demon instantly, and his slight frame could not withstand the onslaught of a 2-star D-level beast. It was prudent to leave at once. Almost simultaneously, the pig demon let out a piercing howl, its once robust form quickly becoming drenched in blood, before it stumbled back out of the safe zone, retreating unsteadily into the forest. Outside the hunting demon garden, 2 guards immediately noticed the tremors of the protective barrier. However, before they could ponder further, they saw Jiang Taiping emerge from the black curtain, leading them to believe that the disturbance had been caused by his exit. Yet, they were unaware that the barrier's agitation was also due to the pig demon's intrusion. Jiang Taiping remained silent, striding forward. Should he report this to the minister? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Revealing this incident would expose his entry into the hunting demon garden and his true capabilities. Moreover, reporting it would serve little purpose. If the beasts were intent on killing him, mere threats from Xinjiang would not suffice. Unless Xinjiang were to keep a constant watch over the hunting demon garden, which was evidently impossible. Why had this beast chosen to violate the established boundaries? Why incite other creatures to attempt his demise? Jiang Taiping found himself perplexed. He did not believe that merely taunting the wolf demon would compel it to disregard the lives of its kin in a fervent desire to slay him. Damn it, the old silver coin has led me astray, but now even a beast wishes to do the same. Jiang Taiping cursed. The wolf demon's antics had derailed his plans for ascending to D-level today. However, in the next moment, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Chapter 46, Dancing on the Edge of a Blade. Playing hide and seek with the wolf demon pausing briefly, Jiang Taiping turned to re-enter the black curtain. The two guards at the hunting demon garden exchanged perplexed glances. Why was this individual entering again right after emerging? Nevertheless, their duty was solely to prevent ordinary individuals from entering the hunting demon garden and to alert those who did enter regarding the protective barrier's state. As such, they did not intervene. Stepping into the black curtain, Jiang Taiping re-entered the hunting demon garden, a smile gracing his features. Suddenly, he recalled that Xinjiang could not possibly be watching him continuously, nor could the wolf demon maintain its vigil indefinitely. If he were to wait just a moment before re-entering the hunter's garden, he could continue his pursuit of the otherworldly beasts. To his surprise, it seemed that he too had a day of playing guerrilla warfare against his enemies. This was indeed a continuation of the revolutionary tradition. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips and dashed swiftly toward the forest. The cunning wolf demon could discover him at any moment. Thus, he needed to act swiftly, hunting as many otherworldly beasts as possible to enhance his cultivation. Despite his urgency, Jiang Taiping was acutely aware that he was dancing on the edge of a knife, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he allowed not a moment's relaxation, remaining vigilant as he employed his observation Haki to its fullest, seeking out the otherworldly beasts while also attuning himself to his surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, he would retreat immediately. As fate would have it, Jiang Taiping had just slain about 10 otherworldly beasts when a roar erupted from deep within the thicket. That detestable two-legged insect was back. It was time to tear it apart. What? He had been discovered so quickly? Jiang Taiping felt a wave of frustration and bewilderment. That roar had been emitted by the cunning wolf demon. Judging by the sound's origin, the distance between the wolf demon and himself was certainly not short. And with the multitude of trees obscuring his view within the dense forest, it was impossible for the wolf demon to see him. Yet somehow, it had detected his presence. How could this be? Unbeknownst to him, the wolf demon had not seen him. Rather, it had sensed a reduction in the energy of the otherworldly beasts, thus realizing that he was nearby. Without hesitation, Jiang Taiping utilized a thread of spider silk to swiftly swing toward the safe zone. Shortly after his return, the pig demon that had previously intruded into the safe zone burst forth from the thicket. However, unlike before, the pig demon was now covered in blood. Damn it, that pig again. It had been grievously injured by the barriers of the safe zone, yet it still dared to attack him. Was this creature truly a pig? Jiang Taiping could not suppress his curses. Upon uttering those words, he suddenly froze. Indeed, it was a pig. Jiang Taiping did not immediately exit the hunter's garden. He waited until the pig demon entered the safe zone before stepping into the black curtain of light. To be chased away by the pig demon left him feeling quite unsatisfied. However, unable to defeat the pig demon, he considered using the barriers of the safe zone to eliminate it instead. When Jiang Taiping emerged from the black curtain, the two guards of the hunter's garden were taken aback. This fellow had only just entered. How was he already returning? They were even more astonished when Jiang Taiping stood for a moment before turning back to step into the black curtain again. What was going on with this guy? Why was he coming and going? One guard expressed his confusion. You ask me, who should I ask? The other guard rolled his eyes in response. At that moment, Jiang Taiping had already re-entered the hunter's garden, oblivious to the guard's conversation. Had he heard them, he would undoubtedly feel helpless. He did not wish to be in and out repeatedly, scanning his surroundings and finding no sign of the pig demon. He felt a sense of security and boldly charged into the thicket. Yet this time, before he could slay a few otherworldly beasts, the wolf demon's roar echoed once more. How the two-legged insect was back. You foolish pig, don't come running back. Stay at the entrance and keep an eye on him. Jiang Taiping's expression darkened instantly. The cunning wolf demon was instructing the pig demon to keep watch at the entrance. How malicious. Frustrated as he was, Jiang Taiping retreated immediately. As before, upon returning to the safe zone, he did not leave right away, but instead waited for the pig demon to approach. Only when the pig demon charged into the safe zone did he step through the black curtain and exit the hunter's garden. Seeing Jiang Taiping emerge once more, the two guards were left dumbfounded. They stared at Jiang Taiping, curious whether he would enter the hunter's garden again. Alas, it seemed that guerrilla warfare would not be feasible for the time being. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Perhaps I shall enter once more and see if that pig is still stationed at the entrance. Jiang Taiping sighed quietly and waited for a moment before stepping back into the black curtain. As Jiang Taiping entered the hunter's garden, one guard inquired, "This fellow's time in and out is getting shorter. How long do you think he will stay this time?" "Probably not long," the other guard replied. But before he could finish, he exclaimed in astonishment, "He seems to have come out already." The first guard looked towards the black curtain, only to see it ripple with waves of light, followed closely by Jiang Taiping emerging from it. He muttered incredulously, "Hey, are you just idly playing a game of coming and going?" Jiang Taiping, with a frown, thought, what a ridiculous notion. He had been driven out by a pig. For goodness sake. However, he could not articulate this to the guards, so he merely asked, "How did you know?" The two guards were left speechless. He truly was playing a game of comings and goings. Jiang Taiping did not linger any longer and moved forward. Upon entering the hunter's garden earlier, he had immediately spotted the pig demon guarding the entrance and subsequently retreated. Given the circumstances, it seemed impossible to engage in guerrilla warfare today. Yet, if he could not do so today, there would always be tomorrow. He did not believe the pig demon would remain stationed there indefinitely. As Jiang Taiping departed, one guard remarked in disbelief, "Why did this fellow leave? Has he grown bored?" The other guard responded, "Perhaps." Jiang Taiping stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. "What?" I merely replied casually. "And you two took me seriously?" These two fellows had questionable intelligence, but perhaps it was for the best. A more astute individual might have grown suspicious. Jiang Taiping sighed quietly, summoning the lottery system of myriad worlds. Host, Jiang Taiping, age, 18 level, E grade vitality, 705 card. Having just entered the 7-star E grade, he had only recently improved by 3 stars. Had it not been for that lecherous wolf demon's interference, his promotion to D grade would have been a certainty today. Alas, he thought no more of it and resolved to return for guerrilla warfare tomorrow. It was just past noon, and there should be few people at Sunset Mountain. He would go there to practice his sword techniques and sword control. Jiang Taiping sighed and quickened his pace. The hunter's garden lay at the easternmost edge of Xuanyuan City, and a short distance eastward was Sunset Mountain. Fortunately, the surroundings were deserted, and no one heard Jiang Taiping's lament. Otherwise, he might have been drowned in a sea of spittle. In half a day's time, he had risen from 4-star E grade to 7-star E grade. Such speed was akin to riding a rocket. How could one even use the word speed to describe it? Why not just perish? Chapter 47, Sunset Cultivation, where there is a single footprint. After spending over half an hour, Jiang Taiping arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. This area was already beyond the outskirts of the city, devoid of any villages or even a single figure, and the terrain was open, making it undoubtedly an excellent place for practicing sword techniques and sword control. Jiang Taiping did not begin his training immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He was contemplating the cultivation methods of the sword techniques, 1 sword, immortal kneel, and 2 sleeves, green serpent. In matters of cultivation, haste makes waste. Only by thoroughly understanding the cultivation methods can one achieve success more swiftly. After a moment, Jiang Taiping slowly opened his eyes. Although the cultivation methods of 1 sword, immortal kneel, and 2 sleeves, green serpent were quite profound, his S-grade sword embryo cultivation talent not only endowed him with the ability to progress rapidly in swordsmanship, but also granted him an astonishing comprehension of the sword. Thus, within a brief period, he had mastered the cultivation methods of both sword techniques. 1 sword, immortal kneel, is a single-target offensive martial art intended for use in one-on-one combat. In contrast, 2 sleeves, green serpent has a broader application, suitable for both single combat and group attacks. Rising to his feet, Jiang Taiping extended his right hand, and a soft sword materialized in his grasp. This very sword was the one provided by the hunter's hall. Earlier that morning, when he had stored his combat attire in the system's warehouse, he had also placed the soft sword within it. Jiang Taiping then commenced his training in the sword techniques 1 sword, immortal kneel, and 2 sleeves, green serpent. Endowed with an S-grade talent for swordsmanship, Jiang Taiping effortlessly mastered the sword techniques of kneeling immortal and green serpent in both sleeves in less than an hour. After perfecting these 2 techniques, he took a brief respite before commencing his practice of the sword control technique. Having previously contemplated this skill, he found that he no longer needed to ponder it further. With a casual flick, he tossed his flexible sword into the air, where it gracefully hovered before him. Taking a leap, Jiang Taiping attempted to mount the sword, but his footing was unsteady, causing him to fall. After several tries, he finally managed to stand firmly upon the sword. "Fly!" he exclaimed, and the flexible sword began to carry him gently forward. Since it was his inaugural experience with the sword control flight technique, he opted for a low flight close to the ground. After all, should he ascend too high and lose his balance, he would be meeting Yin Wang for tea. Once he acclimated to soaring upon the sword, he gradually increased his speed, 10 kilometers per hour, 20, 30, and ultimately reaching 80 kilometers per hour, where he finally came to a halt. This was not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather a limitation imposed by his current level of cultivation. He then began to elevate his flight altitude. Mastering the art of flying with the sword made it a straightforward task to gain height. In fact, as long as he was not afraid of heights, he quickly ascended beyond 100 meters. After flying at such an altitude for a while, he descended back to the ground. Practicing in an open space proved somewhat inadequate. He needed to refine his skills in a more complex environment. After all, not every place is so spacious, he mused aloud. With that, he summoned his sword and flew towards Sunset Mountain, where the dense forest presented a myriad of challenges. If he could maneuver through the trees with ease, he would be capable of flying anywhere. Before long, Jiang Taiping emerged from the thicket of Sunset Mountain. Thanks to his recent training, he could now navigate through the trees with remarkable agility. From the initiation of his practice in sword control flight to his complete mastery, he had spent just over an hour. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach, reminding him that he had yet to eat lunch. A bite to eat fill my belly, and then practice the sword control combat technique before heading home, he thought. Settling down on the ground, he retrieved the provisions he had prepared from the system's storage and began to eat heartily. During his assessment at the Demon Hunter Hall, he had only practiced controlling the sword. However, that skill was of little use in battle, necessitating further training in the art of using the sword for combat. Once satisfied, Jiang Taiping resumed his practice of the sword control combat technique. The flexible sword danced through the air, altering its angles and stances with fluid grace, at times thrusting forward, at others slashing downward, and then sweeping horizontally. The scene resembled an invisible hand skillfully directing the sword. After approximately another hour of diligent training, Jiang Taiping had fully mastered the combat technique. Whether it was kneeling immortal or green serpent in both sleeves or the sword control technique, he had comprehensively mastered them all within a mere hour, a testament to the formidable nature of his S-grade talent. After a morning of battles and an afternoon of training, Jiang Taiping's previously taut nerves began to relax, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Glancing up, he noted that dusk was approaching. A brief rest, and then I'll return, he said, reclining in the grass and propping his legs up, while also contemplating how to deal with the lecherous wolf demon that had been watching him. At that moment, two middle-aged men descended from Sunset Mountain. One was stout, the other lean, both appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. "Brother, this place is indeed safe. We've hidden here all day without incident. Your cleverness is commendable," the stout man remarked. "Of course, why else would I be your elder brother?" The lean man replied with pride. "Do you know what I call this tactic?" "What?" the lean man asked, curious. "It's called darkness beneath the lamp. Don't you understand?" "Let me explain," the stout man continued. "The night walkers slaughtered many here yesterday. They certainly wouldn't expect anyone to dare come back. Thus we hide here, not only in safety but also in security. That's what I mean by darkness beneath the lamp." "Brother, your knowledge is profound. I am enlightened," the lean man said, promptly complimenting him. "From now on, I shall learn from you." The stout man patted his brother's shoulder and added, "Damn that old bastard Xinjiang. If he hadn't gone mad, I'd be enjoying time with a girl instead of hiding in this godforsaken place." "Indeed, I miss my chalet after just a day," the lean man agreed. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, raising his hand to point ahead. "Brother, look over there. It seems like there's a foot moving up and down." Following the lean man's finger, the stout man quickly spotted the foot in question. "What do you mean, seems? That is indeed a foot," he whispered. "Don't speak. Let us sneak closer and see who it is." The lean man nodded, and the two crept cautiously towards the foot. As they approached, the distance between them and the foot diminished. The owner of the foot was none other than Jiang Taiping. Deep in thought, and with the distance between him and the two men, he remained oblivious to their presence. However, as the stout and lean men drew nearer, he heard the commotion and sat up abruptly. The sudden movement startled the two men, causing them to instinctively take several steps back. "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" the stout man demanded in a low voice. Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. How'd he gone from resting to being accused of hiding? "Brother, this fellow possesses a 5-star F-level cultivation. I cannot sense any beastly aura from him. He is likely a night walker," the lean man exclaimed. "Indeed, a 5-star F-level cultivation, and I sense no beastly aura." The stout man squinted slightly and growled. "This fellow must be a night walker. He is hiding here, likely aware that we are in Sunset Mountain, and intends to ambush us. As his words fell, the stout man drew his large knife from his waist and charged at Jiang Taiping, with the lean man following suit. Jiang Taiping was even more bewildered. He was merely resting here, yet they accused him of ambushing them. But soon, he understood that these two were from another realm. With a leap, he assessed the approaching stout and lean man, a look of incredulity crossing his face. You boast so grandly, yet I find your cultivation to be merely 8-star F level. He had slain many interdimensional intruders before, but he had never encountered such weak opponents. However, he overlooked the fact that he had concealed his true cultivation level to 5-star F level using the lottery system. If not for that, the two men would have fled in panic instead of charging at him with knives. Perfect. It was an excellent opportunity to test the newly learned sword control technique. Jiang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, and with a thought, the flexible sword appeared before him. Sword control, attack, he commanded. With a swift motion, he pointed forward, and the hovering sword shot forth like an arrow. Whoosh! The flexible sword sliced through the air with a sharp sound, and in an instant, reached the stout man, piercing precisely through his heart as he stared in horror. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the stout man, but it quickly ceased, and he collapsed, destined to meet Yin Wang. Witnessing his companion's demise, the lean man was paralyzed with fear. Oh my goodness! He shrieked, turning to flee in a panic. Can you escape? Jiang Taiping curled his lips, beckoned with his finger, and then pointed ahead. The soft sword, which had stabbed into the chubby man's heart, flew back and shot towards the fleeing thin man. In the next moment, the soft sword caught up with the thin man and pierced into his back. The thin man was unable to control himself and fell face first to the ground, subsequently falling silent. The art of sword control is truly exhilarating. It allows one to kill from a distance with minimal effort, eliminating the need for a strenuous chase. Jiang Taiping sighed and summoned the lottery system of the myriad worlds. With 717 cards of vitality, he only gained 12 cards of vitality. Truly a trifling gain, yet even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Jiang Taiping touched his nose and flew toward the city center on his sword, skimming just above the grass. However, he overlooked the fact that the mosquito leg he had mentioned was more substantial than a mid-level vitality pill, and it was meat that could be consumed in an instant, unlike the vitality pill, which required considerable absorption time. Upon reaching the edge of the city, Jiang Taiping halted his flight. Advancing any further would lead him into the urban area, where continuing to fly on his sword might attract attention. Taking a taxi was quite inconvenient. In some areas, taxis were unavailable, forcing him to rely on the number 11 public transport, which was exceedingly troublesome. He needed to purchase a vehicle soon. Jiang Taiping sighed and hastened forward. By the time he returned to the Extinction branch, the sky had completely darkened. After having a meal in the first-floor dining hall to satiate his hunger, Jiang Taiping returned to his room. Sitting on the bed and pondering, he left his room again and dashed to the door of Su Qiqi's room. He knocked on the door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Su Qiqi. Upon seeing Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi teased, Jiang Taiping, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have called you to see if you had been taken away by a beast. Captain, are you concerned about me? Jiang Taiping blinked. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at him. I am your captain. It is my duty to ensure the safety of my teammates. Oh, Jiang Taiping responded. Shifting the topic, Captain, I have a few questions to ask you. Gumin. Su Qiqi invited him inside and closed the door. Make yourself comfortable, she said, curiously inquiring. What is it? Captain, have you been to the Hunter's Garden? Jiang Taiping settled onto the sofa. Of course I have, Su Qiqi replied. The Hunter's Garden is a place of trials. When I first joined Yexingren, I frequently went there to hunt beasts, but I've been too busy lately to visit. Why do you ask? I want to go to the Hunter's Garden for trials, but I'm worried about encountering high-level beasts, Jiang Taiping explained. Su Qiqi subli pourset hardlips, implying that Jiang Taiping spoke as if it were his first time entering the Hunter's Garden. She suspected that he was the one who had slain nearly 100 beasts there not long ago, but she had no evidence. You're worrying too much, Su Qiqi said. The beasts in the Hunter's Garden have fixed activity ranges. As long as you follow the guard's instructions and do not venture too deeply, you won't encounter high-level beasts. Do they not cross their activity ranges? Jiang Taiping asked again. They dare not, unless they wish to die. Yexingren has strict rules against beasts crossing their activity ranges. For every beast that violates this, 100 will be killed, Su Qiqi stated. But still be cautious. Just a few days ago, on the day I called you to ask if you had been to the Hunter's Garden, someone killed nearly 100 beasts there, which attracted the attention of the wolf demon deep within the garden. It even alarmed the minister, who personally went there and slapped the wolf demon to the ground, threatening it to never emerge and kill again. Jiang Taiping was taken aback, realizing this was not the first time he had provoked the wolf demon. No wonder it had looked so shifty. It had been frightened by Qinzhan. In the past, during large-scale trials, thousands of beasts were killed in a day without disturbing the deeper beasts of the Hunter's Garden. Yet today, just a few dozen had been killed, and the wolf demon was stirred. This was rather suspicious. Su Qiqi hinted. The minister suspects that the wolf demon's unusual behavior is related to the individual who killed nearly 100 beasts that day. He wanted to find that person, but unfortunately could not. Jiang Taiping's gaze flickered slightly. His judgment was indeed correct. The wolf demon's fixation on him was undoubtedly problematic. Prior to this, he had suspected the wolf demon's obsession was questionable. Su Qiqi's words solidified his certainty, yet he couldn't pinpoint the issue. Captain, did the minister mention the reason? Jiang Taiping inquired. I asked, but the minister said he didn't know. Su Qiqi replied, fixing her gaze on Jiang Taiping before abruptly shifting the topic. However, that person likely knows the reason. Jiang Taiping felt somewhat speechless. He was that person. Yet he was also in the dark. Otherwise, why would he come to ask Su Qiqi? However, he could not refute this. Otherwise, he would expose himself. That makes sense. Jiang Taiping nodded. Su Qiqi felt a bit vexed. Jiang Taiping had the expression of someone who found her reasoning sound, leaving her unable to find a flaw. Such exquisite acting skills were wasted if he did not become an actor. Yet, Jiang Taiping feigned ignorance while knowing full well, and she had no evidence, leaving her only to glare at him. Suddenly, Su Qiqi was taken aback. You've been promoted to 5-star F grade? Is that so? I found a place to train for an entire day today. Jiang Taiping casually fabricated a reason. Also surprised, Captain, I can't sense your vitality fluctuations. Have you been promoted to D grade? I was promoted yesterday afternoon, Su Qiqi whispered. Thanks to you selling me that high-grade vitality pill. I wouldn't have been able to promote to D grade so quickly. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jiang Taiping smiled and said, Captain, it's getting late, and I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest. With that, Jiang Taiping stood up and walked toward the door. Back in his room, Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow. During large-scale trials, thousands of beasts have been killed without alarming the deeper beasts of the hunter's garden. Yet after killing only nearly 100, the wolf demon was stirred. If he claimed there was nothing amiss, he would not believe it even if he were to die. Could it be due to my absorption of some of the beast's vitality? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often indicate underlying issues. The only difference between him and others entering the hunter's garden for trials was that while others entered merely for testing, he entered to absorb the beast's vitality to enhance his own cultivation. This solitary difference was likely the key leading to the disparate outcomes. Yet, merely absorbing some of the beast's vitality was not akin to desecrating their ancestral graves. Why would they fixate on him? Jiang Taiping felt perplexed. But suddenly he was struck by a realization. Could it truly be akin to digging up the ancestral graves of the beasts? No, that was not quite right. It should be framed as injuring the foundation of the beasts. Otherwise, why would that shifty-eyed wolf demon risk emerging from its activity range? Why would it be willing to sacrifice the lives of its kind to eliminate him? Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Although this was merely a hypothesis, he was confident in its accuracy, for there was no second explanation that could clarify the wolf demon's peculiar behavior. Ha! I have unraveled the mystery. I'm truly clever. Shifty-eyed wolf demon, just wait. One day, I shall unearth your ancestral grave, or rather, sever the foundation of the beasts. At that moment, I shall be the great hero who saves humanity. Jiang Taiping laughed heartily. However, his laughter soon came to an abrupt halt, and a hint of frustration crossed his cheeks. With the wolf demon fixated on him, his ambition to rapidly elevate his cultivation through the hunter's garden seemed increasingly unfeasible. Alas, when heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their will, exhaust their muscles, starve their physique, and empty their possessions, causing chaos in their actions, thus fostering resilience and enhancing their capabilities. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Jiang Taiping sighed deeply. He wished for smooth sailing in his cultivation journey, not for troubles to arise. After feeling a brief moment of melancholy, Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery multiverse system and opened the system's warehouse. Today, he had slain several dozen exotic beasts and obtained a considerable number of lottery tickets, yet he had not participated in the lottery yet. A total of 1,305 low-level lottery tickets? Jiang Taiping felt a surge of joy. He had never acquired so many low-level lottery tickets before. However, he quickly regained his composure, for no matter how many tickets he had, they were useless unless he won a prize. One should not be overly elated by possessions or despondent by personal circumstances. A tranquil heart must be maintained. Jiang Taiping reminded himself, inhaled deeply to calm his thoughts, and then said, Lottery multiverse system, synthesize 13 high-level lottery tickets. 13 high-level lottery tickets have been synthesized, consuming 1,300 low-level lottery tickets. Lottery multiverse system. I would like to conduct 13 consecutive draws for high-level lottery tickets. Jiang Taiping declared. The lottery commenced, consuming 13 high-level lottery tickets. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. Yet listening to the incessant thank you for participating, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. Ding! Congratulations, the host has won a prize, acquiring a sword box, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be extracted with thought. Jiang Taiping exhaled in relief. After 6 consecutive thank you for participating, he finally won a prize. Otherwise, he would have been on the verge of exploding. However, before he could fully relax, thank you for participating echoed again. And this time, 5 times in succession. Fortunately, the last high-level lottery ticket resulted in a win. Ding! Congratulations, the host has won a prize, acquiring an Emperor Steed, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be extracted with thought. 2 wins out of 13 was acceptable. Jiang Taiping sighed and then felt a rush of excitement. He did not know what sword resided within the sword box, but he was well aware of the Emperor Steed. The Emperor Steed was the mount of the Emperor Knight from the Armored Warrior series, not only striking in appearance, but also formidable in function. The Emperor Steed has 3 modes: flight mode, attack mode, and land mode. The attack mode and flight mode can be activated simultaneously with the land mode. Lottery multiverse system. Can I utilize all the abilities of the Emperor Steed? Jiang Taiping inquired. Flight mode and land mode are available. Attack mode is not accessible. Why is that? Jiang Taiping asked, somewhat confused. The host does not possess the Emperor summoning device and cannot utilize the full capabilities of the Emperor Steed. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Taiping. Without the Emperor summoning device, he could not be considered an Emperor Knight. If only he could draw the Emperor summoning device. Then, not only would he be Spider-Man, but also an Emperor Knight. Nevertheless, being able to use the flight mode and land mode of the Emperor Steed was already quite remarkable. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips and then paused in surprise. Just today, he had mentioned the need to purchase a vehicle. Yet, regardless of the type of vehicle, it paled in comparison to the Emperor Steed. With the Emperor Steed, what need had he for a bicycle? The timely acquisition of the Emperor Steed saved him a significant amount of money he would have otherwise spent on a car. Jiang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, and with a thought, an ancient-looking sword box materialized in his palm. Gazing at the sword box, Jiang Taiping wore an expression of curiosity. This sword box was only about a foot long. What sort of sword could fit within such a diminutive case? A thought flickered through Jiang Taiping's mind. Generally, long swords measure around 3 feet. Yet the sword box in his hand was only about a foot long, making it impossible to contain a 3-foot sword. Upon opening the sword box, Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Contrary to his initial thought, the box was not empty. It contained a full 12 swords. However, each sword was quite small, approximately the size of a human hand. These small swords seemed somewhat familiar. Jiang Taiping felt as though he had seen these small swords before, but could not immediately recall where. In the next moment, he discovered that each small sword was engraved with a name. Xuanjia, Qingmei Zhuma, Chaolu, Chunshui, Taohua, Amei Zhuke, Huangtong, Pifu Jinlu Tea. Could it be that these were the 12 flying swords of Taohua, sword god Deng Tea? Jiang Taiping instantly remembered where he had encountered these small swords. They were the 12 flying swords of Tea from the television series he had watched in his previous life. Jiang Taiping also recalled the purpose of the 12 flying swords, which was to be used in conjunction with sword control technique. It was known that Deng Tea earned the title of the Taohua sword god through his mastery of the sword control technique and the 12 flying swords. However, as for the Taohua branch, it might be a bit too delicate to wield. Remarkably, drawing once yielded 12 flying swords, a truly worthwhile win. Furthermore, the 12 flying swords along with the Emperor Steed amounted to a perfect 13 items. Winning 13 items from 13 draws implied that he had won every time. Quite splendid, quite splendid. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips, fully embracing the self-comforting spirit of Haki. With the Emperor Steed and the 12 flying swords of Tea in his possession, he was filled with exhilaration, and all traces of fatigue vanished. He decided to familiarize himself with the Emperor Steed while also practicing control over the 12 flying swords of Tea. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself and rose to step outside, then took the elevator down to the first floor. Upon leaving the Nightwalker Juan branch, Jiang Taiping sought out an unoccupied corner and summoned the Emperor Steed. Upon gazing at the platinum and white Emperor Steed, he could not resist exclaiming, "So magnificent, so stylish." After his moment of admiration, Jiang Taiping eagerly mounted the Emperor Steed. "Let us go." Jiang Taiping laughed heartily as the Emperor Steed surged forth from the corner, gliding along the wide street. Initially, the speed of the Emperor Steed was somewhat slow, but as Jiang Taiping became more accustomed to it, the speed increased dramatically. The Emperor Steed's striking design captured the attention of countless onlookers. "Look at that motorcycle, it's so cool. Wow, that motorcycle is not just cool, it's absolutely stunning. Which company produces that motorcycle? I would go bankrupt to own one. I have never heard of any company making such a motorcycle. Could it be modified?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd wherever the Emperor's Steed passed. Everyone who laid eyes on the Emperor Steed was astonished by its eye-catching appearance. Yet, they were unaware that the Emperor Steed was not manufactured by any company. Even if they went bankrupt, they could never acquire one. Jiang Taiping caught snippets of the surrounding chatter, but he was not worried in the least. Although the Emperor Steed had a striking appearance, it was still merely a motorcycle. As long as he did not activate the flight mode, any observer would merely perceive it as an impressive motorcycle. As the Emperor Steed's speed continued to escalate, it darted through the broad street like a streak of golden light. Incredible, truly incredible. This speed could easily leave Su Chichi's Ferrari several blocks behind. What a ridiculous Ferrari. It pales in comparison. Moreover, the Emperor Steed did not require refueling, saving on gas expenses. Jiang Taiping was overwhelmed with excitement. Fortunately, no one could hear Jiang Taiping's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely scold him for being a country bumpkin, riding such a stylish Emperor Steed. And you're still contemplating whether or not to refuel. In the Emperor Steed's lightning-fast dash, it was not long before he exited the city limits. Outside the city, unlike the brightly lit streets, only the moonlight cascaded down from the sky. Utilizing his observation Haki, Jiang Taiping sensed the surroundings and confirmed that there was no one nearby. So he did not delay further. Emperor Steed, activate flight mode. With a firm command, the Emperor Steed soared into the air. Oh yeah, this is exhilarating. Absolutely phenomenal. Jiang Taiping was so excited that he stumbled over his words. After flying for quite some time, he reluctantly guided the Emperor Steed back to the ground. In the next moment, the Emperor Steed vanished into thin air, returned to Jiang Taiping's system warehouse. Soon after, an ancient-looking sword box appeared in Jiang Taiping's left hand. Open the sword box. Jiang Taiping extended his right hand, swirling his index and middle fingers in the air, causing the 12 flying sword within the sword box to ascend one by one. Go! A sharp command escaped Jiang Taiping's lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a swift whoosh, 12 flying swords shot forth, their speed astonishingly rapid. They twirled in the air before reversing direction, hovering before Jiang Taiping. Subsequently, Jiang Taiping endeavored to manipulate the 12 swords in various formations. The swords aligned into a straight line, then morphed into a V shape, and again into a circular formation. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Taiping had mastered the 12 flying swords as if they were an extension of his own limbs. Go! He uttered with a light command, pointing toward a large tree in the distance. The 12 swords surged forward, piercing the tree trunk and leaving behind 12 transparent holes. Laughter erupted from Jiang Taiping, for with the Tai 12 flying swords, his swordsmanship had reached new heights. The element of surprise would allow him to vanquish a D-class formidable opponent without difficulty. Jiang Taiping chuckled heartily, his confidence soaring alongside the enhanced power of his technique. It was indeed a candid truth, with the sharpness of the Tai 12 flying swords. The art of sword mastery could allow him to eliminate a D-class adversary unexpectedly. Should he venture to the demon hunting grounds to slay a D-class beast? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but after considerable reflection, he dismissed it. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. After a day filled with labor, a moment of rest would be prudent to rejuvenate his spirit. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Taiping summoned the Emperor Steed and directed it toward the city. Upon returning to the city, he bypassed the Zhuan branch and headed home. After several days away, he yearned to see his abode, intending to rest and prepare for the journey to the demon hunting grounds the following day. Before long, Jiang Taiping arrived at his doorstep. Ensuring the vicinity was clear, he stored the Emperor Steed in the System S repository and proceeded toward his home. However, at that moment, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, accompanied by an acute sense of danger. Instantly alert, his handsome visage was marked by wariness. Almost simultaneously, he activated his Kenbunshika Haki. A vivid scene materialized before Jiang Taiping, depicting a 20-meter radius around him. He furrowed his brow, for the image revealed no figures, yet the feeling of impending peril was palpable. This could only mean one thing. The source of his unease lay beyond the perceptive range of his Kenbunshika Haki. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to glance back, sensing the threat emanated from behind him. Alas, he had forgotten something crucial. Jiang Taiping exclaimed in alarm, turning to stride forward. His steps were light, yet his vigilance had reached its zenith. Maintaining his Kenbunshika Haki, he absorbed the subtle movements of the wind and grass within the 20-meter radius. He was prepared to draw forth his sword box and execute his sword technique, and he was also ready to extract a dagger for a decisive strike against an enemy. Furthermore, he was poised to summon the Emperor Steed for a hasty retreat if necessary. There was no one behind him. Jiang Taiping frowned slightly. Although it was nighttime, the bright moonlight allowed him to see far ahead. Yet, within his field of vision, not a single silhouette was discernible, and the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. The crux of the matter lay in the intensifying sense of danger within him. indicating that whatever was causing this unease was drawing ever closer. Jiang Taiping slowed his pace, striving to maintain a relaxed demeanor. After advancing 4 or 5 meters, his steps unexpectedly faltered but quickly resumed their normal rhythm. Just moments ago, a presence entered the range of his kin Bunshiku Haki, yet the image before him remained unchanged. This presence was distinctly different from that of a human, and he recognized it from his encounters in the otherworld and with beasts in the demon hunting grounds. He swiftly concluded that it was the aura of a beast. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Taiping discreetly glanced to his left front. Utilizing his Kinbunchika Haki, he detected the presence was indeed positioned there. Yet the constructed image revealed nothing. He wished to rely on his eyesight, but regrettably saw nothing at all. The beast must possess the ability to conceal itself. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. Sometimes the eyes can deceive, but Kinbunchiko Haki never would. This signified that the approaching beast was indeed hiding its form. Only this could explain why it was invisible to him, and why the Kinbunchika Haki's depiction contained no trace of it. Jiang Taiping exhaled, feeling a slight relief. The unknown danger instills fear, yet the known danger does not necessarily evoke the same response. For instance, although Jiang Taiping could not see the beast, he was acutely aware of its location through the aura detected by Kinbunchiko Haki. He also discerned that the beast was at an 8-starry level, 1 star higher than his own cultivation level, but such a minor disparity was not insurmountable. Furthermore, the beast was unaware that Jiang Taiping had detected it, offering him an excellent opportunity for a surprise strike. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between Jiang Taiping and the beast continued to diminish. At the moment when only 5 meters separated them, Jiang Taiping sensed the beast lunging towards him. Here it comes. His eyes narrowed, his body tensed in anticipation. A voice echoed in his mind as a glimmering blade materialized in his right hand. With a swift motion, Jiang Taiping wielded the dagger, slashing toward the void ahead with lightning speed. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade made contact, followed by the sudden descent of a dark green liquid. Almost simultaneously, a piercing shriek erupted into the quiet night sky. It did not perish? Jiang Taiping was taken aback, clearly sensing the aura retreating swiftly. Trying to escape? Can you really? A cold smirk crossed his lips as he summoned an ancient-looking sword box into his left hand. Go, eliminate it, Jiang Taiping commanded, twirling his fingers in the air before pointing at the void ahead. Instantly, the ancient sword box sprang open, and 12 flying swords soared forth, slicing through the air toward their target. A series of splashes echoed as dark green liquid erupted not far ahead. Ding! Host has slain an enemy and received 33 low-level lottery cards. The mechanical voice of the lottery system rang out just as a massive pitch-black serpent, as thick as a barrel and measuring 2 meters in length, materialized before him, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Sighing in relief, Jiang Taiping casually beckoned the 12 flying swords back into the sword box. Approaching the serpent's body, he recognized it. He had encountered this type of serpentine beast in the Beast Compendium. It was called the Ying Shi, known for its peculiar ability to blend into shadows. No wonder he had failed to see it. How audacious, attempting to ambush me. It was akin to a mouse licking a cat's nose, seeking death. Jiang Taiping delivered a fierce kick to the corpse of the Ying Shi before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted. He could not abandon the creature here. It would surely frighten many tomorrow. Yet, that was not the main concern. As Su Chi had stated, the carcass of an E-class beast held considerable value. This creature, lurking outside, was likely not a denizen of the demon hunting grounds and could potentially fetch a good price. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself before turning back. If others wished to carry away the Ying Shi, they would surely face difficulties. After all, it was quite sizable. But with the aid of the system's repository, Jiang Taiping was an exception. With a mere thought, he could store the corpse of the Ying Shi into the system's warehouse. At that moment, Jiang Taiping's phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a call from Su Chi. To his dismay, after running all night, this girl had discovered him. Jiang Taiping sighed and answered the call. Immediately, Su Chi's voice came through the phone. Jiang Taiping, have you gone out? I knocked on your door for ages with no response. Jiang Taiping felt speechless. What are you doing knocking on my door in the middle of the night? I just went home to grab something. Jiang Taiping fabricated an excuse and inquired, Captain, what brings you here at such an hour? I suddenly remembered something I hadn't told you and wanted to inform you, lest you find yourself in peril. As fate would have it, you really did go out in the dead of night. Suikiti Plaith. Jiang Taiping looked down at the Ying Shi's corpse beneath him. Why did he have the creeping suspicion that Su Chi's concern was related to the Ying Shi? Are you listening to me, Jiang Taiping? Su Chi's voice broke through his thoughts as he failed to respond. I'm listening, Jiang Taiping affirmed, then asked, what is this matter you mentioned? Last night, a strange beast appeared and killed 5 or 6 people. Upon receiving the news, the intelligence hall has been investigating, but they have yet to locate the beast's whereabouts. They can only advise the citizens of Jiang City not to venture out at night, Su Qiqi explained. According to a survivor, his friend was perfectly fine, only to inexplicably lose half of his body. The minister suspects that a beast capable of concealing its form is lurking within the city. Such beasts are elusive. If their presence isn't detected within the wristwatch's monitoring range, you wouldn't even notice them passing by. So, don't wander outside at night, or you might not even know how you met your demise. Jiang Taiping felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although Su Qiqi did not specify the type of beast, the Yingshi could indeed conceal itself. Wasn't her warning a bit too late? If it weren't for his observation Haki, Su Qiqi would have had to collect his corpse by tomorrow, and it would have been a half-corpse at that. You're not outside, are you, Jiang Taiping? Suiqi Nguayif. No, I'm at home, Jiang Taiping replied nonchalantly. That's good, Su Qiqi said. The victims from last night were all out and about. You should be safe at home, but do exercise caution. That is all. I'm hanging up. Wait, Captain. I have a question, Jiang Taiping interjected. Aren't the strange beasts suppressed in the demon lair by the Nightwalker's predecessors? How could they possibly escape? There isn't just one demon lair. There are many, Su Qiqi elucidated. It's possible that another demon lair has opened, and new ones could also emerge. If the latter is true, it would spell disaster. However, the likelihood of that happening is low. If a new demon lair had appeared, the presence of the beast would be quite pronounced. Today, the minister scoured all of Jiang City and found no signs of a new demon lair. I see, Jiang Taiping remarked, then asked Captain, is the blood of these strange beasts also red? No, their blood is dark green. Su Qiqi paused before adding, however, the blood of the beasts in the demon hunting garden is red. The Nightwalker's predecessors surmised this difference may be due to the varying habitats. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. He had been puzzled why the beasts he had slain in the demon hunting garden bled red, while the Ying-Shi's blood was dark green. Captain, it's getting late. You should rest early. Goodbye. After ending the call, Jiang Taiping found himself in a quandary. Should he inform Su Qiqi that he had slain a Yingshi? Ultimately, he decided against it. Revealing this information would undoubtedly raise her suspicions. After all, in Su Qiqi's eyes, he was merely an F-grade novice. How could he have possibly killed an 8-star E-grade Yingshi? It would be better to conceal his identity and sell the Yingshi's corpse at the Jiang Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. This way, the demon hunting hall would learn of the Yingshi's demise without exposing his identity. As he spoke, he intended to store the Yingshi's corpse in the system's warehouse. However, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixated on the Yingshi's head. There was a deep wound, a result of his first strike. His dagger was still not sharp enough. Jiang Taiping sighed. Had his dagger possessed the sharpness of the Tai 12 flying swords, his initial strike could have severed the serpent demon's head, thus eliminating the need for a second strike. Without further delay, Jiang Taiping stored the Yingshi's corpse in the system's warehouse and turned to head home. Just as he had taken a few steps, his phone rang again. He glanced at it. It was yet another call from Su Qiqi. Having just hung up, why was she calling again? Did something happen? With a hint of confusion, Jiang Taiping hastily answered the call. Soon, Su Qiqi's serious voice echoed through the phone. Jiang Taiping, we just received news from the intelligence hall. 4 more people were killed by a strange beast near Jiang No. 1 High School. Upon hearing this, the intelligence hall immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. But they were attacked by an unidentified beast. Thankfully, their companions acted in time, preventing any casualties. They suspect the beast that attacked them is the same one that killed 5 or 6 people last night, one capable of concealing its form. The minister has ordered all members of the demon hunting hall to mobilize and hunt down this beast. Otherwise, if this continues, who knows how many more lives will be lost. So you won't be able to sleep tonight. Also, your home is near Jiang No. 1 High School, so be cautious. We'll hurry over. Jiang Taiping's expression turned peculiar. He had already slain that Yingshi. Initially, he planned to sell the Yingshi's corpse at the Jiang Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to inform the demon hunting hall of its demise. Yet now, the entire demon hunting hall was being mobilized. What was going on? Not hearing a response from Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi continued. Jiang Taiping, did you hear what I said? Captain, I heard you. Jiang Taiping replied. Good. Stay home and wait for me. Be careful. With that, Su Qiqi hung up. Should he say something? Jiang Taiping ran his fingers through his hair. Speaking up would arouse Su Qiqi's suspicions and could very well expose his true power. Yet if he remained silent, all members of the demon hunting hall would be working hard for nothing. After a moment of indecision, Jiang Taiping picked up his phone, ready to call Su Qiqi. Yes, he couldn't bear the thought of the entire demon hunting hall laboring in vain, so he resolved to reveal the matter of the Yingshi. As for the potential suspicions it might raise in Su Qiqi, as long as he found a good excuse, surely he could navigate that, right? However, just as he was about to dial, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Su Qiqi mentioned that she had just received the news, which meant the intelligence hall had encountered the Yingshi not long ago, but he had faced the Yingshi quite a while back. suggesting that the one encountered by the intelligence hall might not be the same one he had encountered. This also implied that there could be more than one Ying Shi lurking in Jiang City. If this were indeed the case, revealing that he had slain a Ying Shi would lead the demon hunting hall to a grave misjudgment, not to mention the consequences for himself and Su Qiqi. There would undoubtedly be lives lost due to his inadvertent slip. Thus, it would be wiser to remain silent. Even if he considered the possibility that the Ying Shi he had slain was indeed the same one encountered by the intelligence hall. The most he would cause was a wasted night for the demon hunting hall, with no substantial losses incurred. How close he had come to causing trouble with good intentions. Jiang Taiping sighed deeply. He glanced back at the blood left by the Ying Shi on the ground and hurried home. Upon returning home, Jiang Taiping quickly grabbed a bucket of water and rushed back outside. He needed to erase the traces left by the Ying Shi. This was not only to conceal the fact that he had slain the Ying Shi, in order to avoid being seen by the people from Lai Motang, which might lead to misunderstandings. Jiang Taiping diligently cleaned up the traces left by the shadow serpent. Upon returning home, he changed into his combat attire and stepped outside, waiting for Su Qiqi to arrive. After approximately 10 minutes, a fiery red Ferrari sped towards him. This efficiency is rather slow, Jiang Taiping silently lamented. It was one thing to wait, but if something were to happen, given this pace by the time Su Qiqi arrived, it would likely be too late. With a screeching sound, the Ferrari came to a halt before Jiang Taiping. Immediately, Su Qiqi emerged from the vehicle. Jiang Taiping, didn't I say to wait at home? Why are you out here? She expressed her dissatisfaction. Captain, I thought the situation was urgent and didn't want to waste any time, Jiang Taiping replied. Even if you wish to save time, you shouldn't gamble with your own life. Su Qiqi shot him a glare, but she chose not to press the issue further, understanding that Jiang Taiping's intentions were good. Understood, Jiang Taiping acknowledged, shifting the topic. Captain, did the intelligence report mention how many of those shape-shifting beasts there are? 1. Su Qiqi instinctively replied, but then hesitated, pondering aloud. That beast can conceal itself, and since the intelligence personnel didn't spot it and the wristwatch didn't alert us, how can we be sure there is only one? There might be several. Jiang Taiping blinked. Su Qiqi's sharp intellect had grasped the crux of the matter. However, her reaction also implied that Lai Motang had seemingly overlooked the issue of the beast's numbers. Nonetheless, this could be understood, as when he received the information, he too had subconsciously assumed that the shadow serpent he killed was the only beast mentioned in the intelligence report. Jiang Taiping, your question is indeed astute. I must call the minister immediately to inform him, so that everyone can be alerted. If there is more than one troublesome beast, and we think there is only one, we could have casualties. Su Qiqi declared as she took out her phone to call Qinjian. Jiang Taiping refrained from explaining that he had deliberately posed that question, as it was unnecessary and could raise Su Qiqi's suspicions. After finishing her call with Qinjian, Su Qiqi retrieved a backpack from the Ferrari and tossed it to Jiang Taiping. The backpack contained provisions and water. You are responsible for searching this street while I check the adjacent one. If you discover any traces of the beast, you must contact me immediately via the earpiece. With that, Su Qiqi slung the backpack over her shoulder and turned to leave. Huh? Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Captain, you came to find me. Didn't you want to act together? I only came to deliver the backpack, Su Qiqi replied. Jiang Taiping felt a bit awkward, as he had thought Su Qiqi was there to accompany him on the mission. This is your first search mission, F1, Su Qiqi continued. In search operations like this, members of Lai Motang act independently to cover more ground. This is part of the rigorous assessment process. We need every member to possess a certain level of solo combat capability. However, if you encounter any insurmountable dangers, you can contact nearby personnel for assistance. All right, Jiang Taiping sighed and weakly asked, Captain, aren't you worried about me? I'm a little concerned, but just a little, Su Qiqi admitted. That's why I emphasize that you should contact me the moment you face danger. But given your keen sense of danger, I believe you'll be fine. Now, off you go. With that, Su Qiqi quickly departed. Watching her leave, Jiang Taiping felt a twinge of unease. The shadow serpent possessed the ability to hide in the shadows, rendering it invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by his wristwatch. He worried that Su Qiqi might encounter the shadow serpent alone and be at a disadvantage. However, since members of Lai Motang operated independently, and he was responsible for the street beneath his feet, he couldn't silently follow Su Qiqi. If the shadow serpent appeared on his watch, it would be a minor failure, but if someone were to be killed, it would be a grave matter. Well, that girl had already reached D level. She should be fine. Jiang Taiping sighed and began to search for traces of the beast along the street. Meanwhile, on a street several miles away from Jiang Taiping, two figures stood, Zhang Man and Zhang Zhanfei. Zhanfei, I have already clarified the task details with you. Zamanisa each downly. You must perform well today. If we can capture that beast that has injured several people, not only can you redeem the poor impression you left on the minister, but it will also enhance my reputation. Zhang Zhanfei's legs trembled slightly. The beast that had injured multiple people was invisible and undetectable, and with his F-level cultivation, if he encountered it, he might not even realize it before it was too late. Sister, can I skip this search mission? Zhang Zhanfei asked, his face contorted in distress. Zhang Man was infuriated. Why did she have to be paired with such a coward? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to punch Zhang Zhanfei for his timidity, but she reconsidered. As an A-level cultivator, she could not compete with the S-level talent of Su Qiqi. Zhang Zhanfei was her leverage to defeat Su Qiqi and secure the position of captain. Killing Zhang Zhanfei would be akin to eliminating her chance to compete against Su Qiqi. In her mind, one A-level should struggle against Su Qiqi, but two A-levels should suffice. The minister said that all members of Lai Mo Tang must be deployed. Are you not a member? Zamana patiently reasoned. Zhanfei, I understand your concerns, but since this is your first search mission, you can accompany me. With me here, you won't be in danger. Zhang Zhanfei forced a smile. If it were an ordinary beast, he would feel somewhat secure with Zhang Man by his side. However, given that this beast was invisible and undetectable, he felt no sense of safety even with her presence. Zhanfei, tonight's task is not the main focus. The key is. Zhang Man glanced around and whispered, I've secretly gathered information. That F-level cultivator, a mere burden, has been assigned to a street 10 miles away. We can seize the opportunity tonight. You understand? This would not only allow you to take revenge, but also humiliate Su Qiqi, placing the blame of negligence on her for failing to protect her team. Moreover, with a beast on the prowl tonight, no one would suspect us. Zhang Zhanfei's eyes suddenly widened, followed by an intense surge of murderous intent. Being defeated by an F-level cultivator would turn him into a laughingstock within Lai Mo Tang. He had longed for a chance to reclaim his dignity, and today the opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 54, Request for Assistance. I will arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds. On a dark and windy night, a night of slaughter, Jiang Taiping strolled through the dimly lit street, eager for the appearance of some beast to slay. Unlike Zhang Zhanfei, he was eager for a beast to appear on the street he was searching. This way, he could absorb some vital energy and earn a few lottery tickets, making his efforts worthwhile. In contrast to everyone else, Jiang Taiping's demeanor was relaxed. With the keen sensitivity of his observation Haki, he would be the first to sense any danger. Furthermore, if a beast entered his perceptive range, he would be able to ascertain its exact cultivation level and location. However, as he wandered through the street, he encountered no beasts and sensed no signs of danger. The absence of beasts and the lack of conversation rendered the atmosphere incredibly lonely and desolate. Jiang Taiping sighed deeply. Just as he finished his lament, an urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. This is B358, Zhao Lijuan. I have spotted a Ming cat on the street behind Zhou No. 1 Middle School. Its cultivation is E-level 7 stars, and it moves swiftly. I am no match for it and have sustained injuries. Requesting immediate assistance from nearby colleagues. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. He is currently situated just a few hundred meters from the street behind Zhou No. 1 Middle School. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that the experienced baby and the lottery card extraction machine have emerged. Pressing the button on his earpiece, Jiang Taiping promptly declared, Request received. I shall arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds. No sooner had he spoken than his mind stirred, causing his soft sword to float before him out of thin air. Soit technique, commence, he proclaimed with a sharp utterance. He leaped, landing upon the soft sword, soaring toward the street behind Zhou No. 1 Middle School. It was nighttime, visibility was poor, and the surrounding tall buildings provided ample cover, so there was no fear of being seen. Before long, Jiang Taiping arrived at the street behind Zhou No. 1 Middle School. Bathed in moonlight, he quickly spotted a figure staggering backward, not far ahead, clutching a knife. The figure was clad in the combat uniform of the Demon Hunting Hall. It must be B358 Zhao Lijuan. At that moment, Zhao Lijuan was utterly speechless. While she could comprehend the desire to show off, was this display not a tad excessive? According to the arrangements of the Demon Hunting Hall, each individual was to search a street and the alleys flanking it, and the distance between streets was at least 500 meters. This was a straight-line distance. Turning corners would increase the distance even more. Given such a vast expanse, how could one possibly reach the battlefield in 30 seconds? Was he flying? B358? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. Zhao Lijuan was startled, losing her footing and falling backward as she stumbled. Fortunately, in the next moment, she felt someone catch her before she hit the ground. The one who caught her was none other than the swiftly approaching Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping glanced at Zhao Lijuan and noticed the torn chest area of her combat uniform, which seemed to have been clawed at, revealing glimpses of white skin and blood through the fabric. Ignoring the impropriety, Jiang Taiping hastily averted his gaze. At that moment, Zhao Lijuan also recognized Jiang Taiping. She asked in disbelief, Are you the one who just responded to me? Indeed, Jiang Taiping nodded. Zhao Lijuan was baffled. This individual claimed he would arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds. Yet it had barely been over 10 seconds. Could it be that he really flew here? But how could that be? Among the Nightwalkers in the Zhuan branch, only Qin Zhan was classified as sea level, and only he could fly. Yet, that was not the main issue. She questioned, "Why have I never seen you before?" "Oh, I recently joined the Demon Hunting Hall," Jiang Taiping explained, introducing himself. "I am Sequence F1, Jiang Taiping." Zhao Lijuan was even more perplexed. When did the Demon Hunting Hall have members beginning with F? However, the uniform Jiang Taiping wore was undoubtedly that of the Demon Hunting Hall, with the letters F1 embroidered on the upper left side of his chest. This fact confirmed Jiang Taiping's claim. But how could that be possible? The Demon Hunting Hall never accepted individuals with F-level cultivation talent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Taiping understood Zhao Lijuan's confusion. He clarified, "Do not doubt. I truly am a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. To be precise, I am the first individual in the history of the hall to join with F-level cultivation talent." Zhao Lijuan stared at Jiang Taiping as if he were a ghost. Awkwardly apologizing, "I'm sorry, I've been out on mission for the past few days, just returned today to participate in this operation, and was unaware of any new members joining the hall." Hearing this, Jiang Taiping realized the misunderstanding. He thought to himself, it was quite a significant event when he joined the hall. How could she not know? Just then, Jiang Taiping intended to say something, but before he could utter a word, he abruptly turned his head to look ahead. A presence had just entered the range of his kin Bunchaku. It was a half-meter tall, pitch-black cat demon, the very one Zhao Lijuan had mentioned. The Ming Mao. Surprisingly, he felt no sense of danger. Was it because this cat demon's cultivation was not superior to his? A thought flickered through Jiang Taiping's mind. Yet, as soon as that thought settled, an alarming sensation surged within him. No, it was not due to its inferior cultivation. Rather, its previous target was not him. Now that it had spotted him, it considered him a target as well, which was why he felt alarmed. Jiang Taiping instantly dismissed his earlier notion, noticing Jiang Taiping's gaze directed into the distance. Zhao Lijuan instinctively followed his line of sight. She then saw the Ming Mao scaling the wall a mere 10 meters away, causing her expression to change dramatically. "F1, you must leave at once," Zhao Lijuan exclaimed, shoving Jiang Taiping to position herself in front of him. Jiang Taiping was bewildered. He had come to provide assistance. So why was he being told to flee? "F1, I appreciate your swift arrival. However, you possess only 5-star F-level cultivation, and you are no match for the Ming Mao. I will hold it off. You must leave now," Zhao Lijuan insisted, picking up the long knife that had fallen to the ground. Her gaze fixed warily on the advancing Ming Mao. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized he was being underestimated. No, it was not underestimation. Zhao Lijuan was merely stating the truth. Moreover, she had no intention of belittling him. Otherwise, why would she say she would hold it off and urge him to escape? This gesture moved Jiang Taiping somewhat. In such circumstances, not everyone could make the choice to protect another while urging them to flee. Seeing that Jiang Taiping did not intend to leave, Zhao Lijuan urged him again, "F1, I can hold on a bit longer. You must go. If we delay any further, not only will I be unable to escape, but you won't either. I came to save you, not to meet my demise." Regaining his composure, Jiang Taiping pulled Zhao Lijuan behind him and continued, "B358, you are injured. Go tend to your wounds. I will handle this." Chapter 55, Ravaging the Ming Mao. Severed tail for survival. Zhao Lijuan was filled with questions. "What did you say? Did I hear that correctly? You mean to say you will handle it? That is a 7-star E-level Ming Mao. Even I am no match for it. What do you find the confidence as a mere 5-star F-level?" But the next moment, she witnessed Jiang Taiping charging toward the Ming Mao with a dagger in hand. This guy. Zhao Lijuan snapped back to her senses, urgently following suit. If word got out that she had let a 5-star F-level novice take the lead, how would she show her face again? Yet, just as she took a few steps, she saw the Ming Mao lunging at Jiang Taiping. "F1, be careful," Zhao Lijuan shouted, unable to intervene in time. "B358, just stay put," Jiang Taiping replied over his shoulder. Zhao Lijuan was exasperated. The Ming Mao had already initiated its attack, and he should be focusing on the battle instead of turning around. "F1, a scream filled with terror escaped Zhao Lijuan's lips. The Ming Mao had lunged at Jiang Taiping, and at that moment, he was still looking back at her. She could scarcely imagine what would transpire next, and regretted having called out a warning. If she had remained silent, Jiang Taiping would not have turned to look at her. But in the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Jiang Taiping seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He stepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the Ming Mao's razor-sharp claws. Simultaneously, he spun on the spot, raising his right hand holding the dagger, and with blinding speed, he struck at the Ming Mao's waist. In the pitch-black night, Zhao Lijuan clearly saw a flash of cold light sweep across the Ming Mao's midsection. With a cold light passed, dark green liquid splattered forth. Evidently, Jiang Taiping's strike had inflicted a wound on the Ming Mao. Meow. Following that, a piercing scream erupted from the Ming Mao. It staggered as it landed on the ground, then leaped up, scrambling onto the wall of a nearby building. This scene left Zhao Lijuan, whose face had turned pale, utterly astonished. What terrifying reflexes! What astonishing speed of action! Yet, this was not the most important aspect. The most remarkable fact was that a 5-star F-level novice had actually managed to injure the Ming Mao. When did F-level cultivators become so formidable? Regrettably, a hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang Taiping's eyes. While his recent strike had indeed injured the Ming Miao, it merely grazed its back and inflicted minimal harm. Sister, could you refrain from being so startled? It's quite terrifying at this hour, Jiang Taiping expressed, exasperated. Had it not been for Zhao Lijuan's shriek diverting his attention, that sword stroke could have severely wounded the Ming Miao, if not slain it. Zhao Lijuan felt somewhat embarrassed. She had no intention of screaming. Yet she had truly been frightened. Just stay over there, Jiang Taiping instructed further. Oh, Zhao Lijuan complied obediently, retreating to a distance. Jiang Taiping turned his gaze towards the Ming Miao clinging to the wall of a nearby building, his cheeks marked by a conflicted expression. If he were alone, he possessed numerous methods to deal with the Ming Miao, such as employing Spider-Man's suit, swordsmanship, riding an Imperial Steed, or executing sword techniques. However, with Zhao Lijuan present, those strategies were not viable. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Taiping beckoned the Ming Miao with a finger, taunting, "Come here, beast!" Meow. The Ming Miao bared its fangs in response, its sharp incisors glinting menacingly in the moonlight. Yet all fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Jiang Taiping harbored great confidence in his abilities, viewing the Ming Miao's fearsome fangs as inconsequential. In fact, he pondered whether to wrench out the Ming Miao's fangs and fashion a talisman for warding off evil, as it was said that black cats possess such powers. If you have the ability, come bite me, Jiang Taiping provoked once more. Meow. The Ming Miao appeared incensed, letting out a howl as it lunged at Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping smiled. A beast is indeed a beast, unable to withstand provocation. Thud, thud, thud. Clutching a dagger, Jiang Taiping strode confidently toward the Ming Miao. Distracted earlier by Zhao Lijuan's scream, he had missed the opportunity to dispatch the creature, allowing it to escape. This time, he would not afford the Ming Miao a chance to flee. Soon, man and beast collided. With dagger in hand, Jiang Taiping struck with lethal precision. The Ming Miao swiped its claws at him repeatedly, yet under the foresight granted by his kin Haki, none of its strikes landed. Conversely, Jiang Taiping's dagger repeatedly found its mark on the Ming Miao, leaving several grievous wounds visible down to the bone in mere moments. This was only due to the Ming Miao's quick reflexes. Had it not been so, it would have already succumbed to Jiang Taiping's blade. Zhao Lijuan, watching from the sidelines, was left utterly astounded. It seemed as though she was witnessing a mirage. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, the scene remained unchanged. Her astonishment surged like the relentless waters of the Yellow River. Could this individual truly possess an F-level cultivation talent? Was he genuinely a 5-star F-level practitioner? When did such a being gain the audacity to mercilessly slash at a 7-star E-level Ming Miao? This was an overwhelming one-sided dominance. Unaware of Zhao Lijuan's shock, Jiang Taiping remained focused on his relentless assault on the Ming Miao, each blow digging deeper, leaving wounds that exposed bone. As the Ming Miao was continuously injured, yet failed to touch the hem of Jiang Taiping's garment, it began to fear. It attempted to retreat, but Jiang Taiping seemed to anticipate its intentions, consistently blocking its escape routes, forcing it back each time it sought to disengage. Did Jiang Taiping understand the Ming Miao's thoughts? Of course not. He was not a Ming Miao. However, one could argue he had an inkling of its intentions, as his kin Haki allowed him to predict its next moves, enabling him to preemptively obstruct or counterattack, thereby thwarting the Ming Miao's plans. This was why he could evade its strikes while also preventing its retreat. Meow. A sudden scream erupted from the Ming Miao, which raised its hefty tail to lash at Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping swung his dagger in response, effortlessly severing the Ming Miao's tail as if slicing through tofu. Meow. A heart-wrenching wail escaped the Ming Miao's mouth. It stomped its feet heavily on the ground, propelling its massive body away and successfully escaping the battlefield. Damn it. This beast is resorting to tail severance to survive? Jiang Taiping's expression darkened. The Ming Miao's tail strike had been a feint. Its true intention to use the distraction to flee. He had been vigilant against its escape, yet it had still eluded him. What kind of predicament was this? Beast, you seek death. He roared in fury. The Ming Miao's escape had humiliated him, and now it dared to attack Zhao Lijuan. It seemed it was courting disaster. Chapter 56. A sword causes the celestial being to kneel. Was this truly an F level? Zhao Lijuan had not anticipated the Ming Miao would pounce upon her. In her state of shock, she failed to react swiftly enough to its ambush. By the time she noticed, the Ming Miao's claws were mere moments from her. It was over. A thought flashed through Zhao Lijuan's mind. At this point, she had no time to respond. Having experienced firsthand the sharpness of the Ming Miao's claws, she knew that enduring a blow would not merely mar her face, but could also lead to severe injury, or even death. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, she turned toward the noise, and a glimmering flash surged forth. That flash was fleeting, slicing through the Ming Miao's claws that were already perilously close to her. Meow! A chilling scream erupted from the Ming Miao, once again severely wounded by Jiang Taiping. It dared not linger, abandoning its attack on Zhao Lijuan and fleeing in a frenzy, albeit limping due to the loss of claw. Zhao Lijuan exhaled a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushed with joy as if she had narrowly escaped death. Just moments ago, she felt as though one foot was already in the realm of the dead, with the other soon to follow, but Jiang Taiping, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, had forcefully pulled her back from that abyss. Jiang Taiping, however, wore a grim expression. Earlier, he had refrained from using many of his methods due to Zhao Lijuan's presence. Consequently, he had allowed the Ming Miao to sever its tail in a desperate bid for survival and nearly killed Zhao Lijuan. Had his reflexes not been swift enough to employ his sword technique, she might have already perished. You have successfully enraged me, beast. Jiang Taiping's voice thundered as he drew a soft sword hidden within his combat attire. At this moment, a singular thought dominated his mind. He must slay the Ming Miao, even at the cost of revealing some of his abilities. Gripping the soft sword, he raised it to the heavens. An invisible aura surged from the cosmos, rapidly coalescing around the soft sword. A sword causes the celestial being to kneel. A soft exclamation resonated in Jiang Taiping's heart. He retracted the long sword, drew his right arm back, and then lunged forward with a violent thrust. In the next instant, the long sword shot forth at an incomprehensible speed, eluding the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the soft sword caught up with the fleeing Ming Miao, piercing its body. It entered through the rear and exited through the head, leaving a gaping hole in the creature. Swiftly, the soft sword returned to Jiang Taiping's hand. Simultaneously, the Ming Miao plummeted to the ground like a lifeless dog, crashing heavily. Zhao Lijuan was left utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. She attempted to speak, but could only stutter incoherently. Jiang Taiping had ruthlessly hacked at the Ming Miao. He had severed its claws with a single stroke. Now, with another strike, he had pierced the very body of the Ming Miao, resulting in its death. Was this an achievement attainable by one of F-level cultivation? Was this the capability of an individual with F-level talent? It felt as if she, not Jiang Taiping, possessed the F-level talent, while he possessed B-level prowess. By the heavens, if a tiger does not assert its dominance, do you think I'm a sickly cat? Jiang Taiping cursed vehemently, striding toward Zhao Lijuan. As Jiang Taiping approached, Zhao Lijuan stood there, her expression frozen in astonishment. When she first learned that Jiang Taiping was classified as F1, it was as if she had seen a ghost. Now, however, she truly felt as if she had encountered the supernatural. B358, the danger has been resolved. I leave this to you. Jiang Taiping said with a radiant smile as he picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and strode forward. As he passed by the corpse of the Ming Miao, he bent down to grasp the severed tail, continuing on his way. The Ming Miao, an E-level creature of the 7 stars, should fetch a considerable price. Having slain the Ming Miao himself and saved Zhao Lijuan, he felt no guilt in taking the creature's body. Zhao Lijuan sat on the ground, her face a mask of shock. The revelation she had just heard shattered her understanding. The Ming Miao, which she could not defeat, had been so easily vanquished by Jiang Taiping. Indeed, it was an effortless defeat, and no other words could encapsulate the ease with which Jiang Taiping had dispatched the creature. Had she not personally experienced the Ming Miao's formidable power, she might have doubted its status as a mythical beast, thinking it merely a domestic cat. When Zhao Lijuan finally regained her composure and sought to express her gratitude to Jiang Taiping, she realized he had vanished without a trace. Just then, a figure rushed toward her. Sensing movement behind her, Zhao Lijuan instinctively turned to look. Captain Su. The newcomer was none other than Su Qiqi. She and Jiang Taiping had been on adjacent streets and had heard Zhao Lijuan's cries for help, prompting her immediate arrival. Seeing that Zhao Lijuan was unharmed, Su Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced around but did not spot the Ming Miao. Thank goodness she had not arrived too late. B358. Where's the Ming Miao? She inquired. Captain Su, the Ming Miao has been killed, Zhao Lijuan explained. Su Qiqi was taken aback, her earlier relief turning to confusion. Who killed it? Where's the body? She asked, puzzled. F1. He said his name is Jiang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan replied awkwardly. The body seems to have been dragged away by him. I was a bit dazed at the time, but no one else came here other than F1. So it must have been him. What did you say? Su Qiqi exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Taiping was merely F level 5. How could he possibly have slain a 7 stars E-level Ming Mao? I said the one who killed the Ming Mao is F1, Jiang Taiping, Zhao Lijuan reiterated, adding, when I called for help, he was the first to respond, claiming he would arrive on the battlefield within 30 seconds, and in just over 10 seconds he was there. Then he effortlessly killed the Ming Mao. Su Qiqi stood there, momentarily speechless. The voice she had heard through her earpiece had indeed belonged to Jiang Taiping. Initially, she had thought him to be boasting, as his words seemed to carry an air of arrogance. Yet, it turned out he was not boasting at all, but rather exhibiting humility. Claiming he would arrive within 30 seconds, only to do so in less than that time, was indeed modesty. Furthermore, it was entirely plausible that he had taken a Ming Mao's body. After all, this was the same individual who had previously sold high-grade blood pills for profit. So why would he not seize the valuable Ming Mao carcass? Yet this was not the most significant aspect. The most astonishing fact was that Jiang Taiping had managed to toy with the Ming Mao. Wait, Su Qiqi suddenly said, her expression one of surprise. What do you mean by toyed with it? Captain Su, I believe the term toyed with is more fitting, Zhao Lijuan explained, recounting how Jiang Taiping had relentlessly attacked the Ming Mao while the creature could not even touch the hem of his garment, and how he had severed its claws with one stroke and pierced its body with another. Once again, Su Qiqi was left dumbfounded. After a brief moment, she clenched her teeth and declared, this rascal is truly deceptive. Zhao Lijuan blinked in surprise. Captain Su, are you and F1 quite familiar with one another? He is the newest member of the Demon Hunting Team 9, Su Qiqi replied with a scowl. Do you think I am familiar with him? Zhao Lijuan suddenly understood. That explains it. If you weren't familiar, how could you call Jiang Taiping a rascal? Why do you say he is hiding so much? Zhao Lijuan asked, curiosity piqued. Su Qiqi's lips twitched slightly. She had previously suspected that Jiang Taiping's cultivation talent was not truly F-level, but since she had witnessed the testing results firsthand, her doubts remained unaddressed. Not long ago, during an operation against the otherworldly minions, Jiang Taiping had fought against E-level opponents. And Qin Zhan had remarked that Jiang Taiping was relying on exquisite martial skills to contend with them. While she had agreed with Qin Zhan, she still felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Moreover, the incidents involving the Demon Hunting Garden and Spider-Man had her convinced that they were connected to Jiang Taiping, yet she lacked evidence. However, today she had found proof. Jiang Taiping had skillfully dispatched the Ming Mao, evading its attacks with precision and displaying remarkable reflexes. But could an F-level individual truly sever the Ming Mao's claws and slay it in such a manner, thrusting his sword from its tail and out through its head? Seeing Su Qiqi lost in thought, Zhao Lijuan called out, Captain Su, B-358, do you think an F-level individual could perform like F1? Su Qiqi countered. Zhao Lijuan contemplated and replied, no, they cannot. Then he is not F-level. Do you believe he has F-level cultivation talent? Su Qiqi pressed on. Probably not, Zhao Lijuan said. Hesitant, Jiang Taiping's classification as F1 implied that he had undergone the testing of the 7-colored stone, and she had never heard of it yielding erroneous results. Yet, something within her intuition suggested that Jiang Taiping was likely not F-level in cultivation talent. Do you need me to explain why I say he is hiding so deeply? Su Qiqi asked again. Zhao Lijuan shook her head, understanding the reasoning behind Su Qiqi's words. B-358, I have a request, Su Qiqi stated. If F1 wishes to conceal his true nature, there must be a reason. Please do not disclose today as events to anyone. I will personally address the minister and the hallmaster. If anyone inquires, simply say that I rescued you. Understood. Zhao Lijuan readily agreed. Jiang Taiping had saved her life. How could she betray her benefactor? Su Qiqi nodded and inquired. Are you all right? Can you continue searching? Captain Su, I am fine and can keep searching. Zhao Lijuan replied decisively. Very well, then I shall return. Su Qiqi said no more and turned to leave. The moment she turned, a glint of satisfaction crossed her face. Jiang Taiping, I have finally caught your sly tail. Let us see how you can continue to deny it now. Jiang Taiping had returned to the street he had been searching, wandering aimlessly. Achoo! He suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he murmured, who could be thinking of me at this late hour? The next instant, he froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Could it be that Su Qiqi is cursing me? Jiang Taiping's eyes flickered. Su Qiqi was on the street next to him, having heard Zhao Lijuan's cry for help. She must have also been able to hear it. If Su Qiqi rushed over and Zhao Lijuan revealed his slaying of the Ming Mao, her astuteness would undoubtedly lead her to conclusions that would heighten her suspicions about him, even confirming that he was certainly not F-level in cultivation. It seemed he was on the verge of exposure. Jiang Taiping sighed. Yet, despite his sighing, he felt no regret. Faced with the choice between revealing some of his strength and a life, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. If given another chance, he would still choose not to relent, ensuring that the Ming Mao had no chance of escape. After his moment of reflection, Jiang Taiping cast the matter aside. What had happened had happened. No amount of contemplation would change it. Besides, as long as one wields the host skillfully, there is no corner that cannot be dug out. No, it should be, as long as one has a good reason, there is nothing that cannot be explained away. He summoned the lottery system of the myriad realms. Host, Jiang Taiping, age, 18 level, E-level vitality, 736 cards. Previously, it was 717 cards of vitality. After slaying a 7-star E-level Ming Mao and an 8-star E-leveling Shi, Jiang Taiping found his vitality only increased by 19 cards. The rewards for vanquishing Yi-Shou, indeed paled in comparison to those obtained from defeating Yi-Jiu, and the difference was substantial. Was it due to their differing races? Or perhaps the Yi-Jiu were simply more despicable? Jiang Taiping mused to himself. After some contemplation, he resolved to inquire with the lottery of all realm system. Why did the reward for defeating Yi-Jiu surpass those for slaying Yi-Shou? The answer was twofold. Yi-Jiu are traitors to humanity, rendering them more contemptible, while Yi-Shou belonged to a different race, resulting in a disparity in absorption rates. Jiang Taiping touched his nose, confirming his suspicions. With his thoughts gathered, he continued to wander aimlessly. At this moment, two figures stealthily traversed a narrow alley, 1,000 meters away from Jiang Taiping. These figures were none other than Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Sister, we've strayed from the street we were searching. If Yi-Shou were to appear there and cause casualties, the Demon Hunter Hall would surely blame us for our lack of diligence, Zhang Zhanfei whispered. What are the odds of that happening? Zhang Manor replied dismissively. Even if an Yi-Shou were to appear on that street, it wouldn't matter. There wasn't a soul in sight. How could it lead to any fatalities? Moreover, that street is lengthy with numerous narrow alleys. With only the two of us and no clairvoyance, it is quite normal not to locate any Yi-Shou. Minister Qin is a reasonable man. He would not hold us accountable for this. Zhang Zhanfei nodded, acknowledging some validity in Zhang Manor's words. Zhanfei, are you not being cowardly? Zhang Manor inquired. Sister, that's not it, Zhang Zhanfei clarified. I merely fear that any misstep might jeopardize our prospects among the Nightwalkers. You are overthinking it. Zhang Manor stated sternly. If Yi-Shou appear, we can easily pin the blame on them. This is your golden opportunity for revenge and to humiliate Su Qiqi. If we miss this chance, who knows when we might encounter such an opportunity again. You cannot afford to wait, and neither can I in my pursuit of the captaincy. Do you understand? Sister, I get now. Zhang Zhanfei nodded. Zhang Manor refrained from elaborating further and cautioned, stay alert and avoid being discovered. Just then, a voice for help suddenly crackled through their earpieces. This is S-28 Su Qiqi. I have encountered 80 Yi-Shou on the east side of Jiao number 1 high school. The weakest is 7-star E-level, and the strongest is 9-star E-level. One of these Yi-Shou is elusive and is likely the one that attacked my colleague from the intelligence hall. I request swift assistance from nearby comrades. Upon hearing the desperate call, Zhang Zhanfei asked, Sister, it's Su Qiqi. Should we go to her aid? Are you foolish? Zhang Manor retorted. Su Qiqi is my greatest rival. Her predicament is fortuitous for us. Have you lost your mind wanting to save her? Moreover, the street we were searching is miles away, out of the earpiece's communication range. If we rushed to save her, we would be admitting to dereliction of duty. And consider the fact that there are 8 Yi-Shou, the weakest being 7-star E-level and the strongest 9-star E-level, with one capable of stealth. If we recklessly intervene, we might end up as victims ourselves. Are you trying to hasten your demise? Zhang Zhanfei was taken aback and asked, Sister, then we won't go to her aid? Isn't that obvious? Zhang Manor shot him a glare. I had initially planned to deal with that disgraceful individual and simultaneously place the blame of failing to protect her on Su Qiqi. I never anticipated she would be besieged by 8 Yi-Shou. If Su Qiqi were to perish or even sustain grave injuries, it would eliminate any competition for the captaincy. This is indeed divine intervention. Zhang Zhanfei pondered and questioned, Sister, I heard that Su Qiqi has recently advanced to D-level. The 8 Yi-Shou are all E-level. She shouldn't succumb so easily, right? Not necessarily, Zhang Manor replied. Su Qiqi may have just advanced to D-level, but the gap between her and the 9-star E-level Yi-Shou is not insurmountable. She cannot easily overpower them. Furthermore, she is besieged by not just one but 8 Yi-Shou, including one that can conceal itself. Alone, she stands no chance. If she could, she wouldn't have called for help. Zhang Zhanfei nodded, recognizing the reason in her words. By the way, sister, it seems that annoying voice came through the earpiece, he remarked. It wasn't just a semblance. It was indeed there, Zhang Manor scoffed. I heard that irritating voice too. He said Su Qiqi should hold on and that he would arrive shortly. TSK, a pathetic F-level loser. What use is he? Is he seeking death? However, if he goes, it would be advantageous. Let the Yi-Shou tear him apart, so we need not intervene and face any risk. That makes sense. Zhang Zhanfei agreed. Sister, now that the nuisance has left, should we still go? Of course we should, Zhang Manor asserted. Although Su Qiqi may not stand a chance against the 8 Yi-Shou, if someone provides timely support, she and that nuisance might not perish. We must remain on the street where he searched to ensure he does not survive. Sister, your foresight is commendable. Zhang Zhanfei praised. Zhang Manor, filled with pride, responded, Zhanfei, follow me closely. Becoming captain is merely a stepping stone. My ultimate aim is to become a minister. If I achieve that, you will reap endless benefits. Sister, I will diligently follow your lead. Zhang Zhanfei vowed. Let us hasten to the street where that nuisance is located and find a hidden spot to lie in wait. Zhang Manor declared, resuming her forward march, with Zhang Zhanfei trailing closely behind. At that moment, Jiang Taiping was racing towards the street where Su Qiqi was located atop his Imperial Steed, urgency etched across his face. Entirely oblivious to the fact that Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei were now fixated upon him. Previously, he had harbored concerns about Su Qiqi's solitary foray, fearing she might encounter an elusive Yisho. His fears turned prophetic, and the situation was even more dire than he had imagined. Su Qiqi not only faced an elusive Yisho, but was also besieged by 8 others. Although she had not explicitly stated the danger of the situation, he could sense the gravity, prompting him to forego his swordsmanship in favor of the speedier Imperial Steed. Soon, Jiang Taiping soared above the street where Su Qiqi was situated. He spotted her racing for her life, pursued closely by 7 Yisho. As for the elusive one, it appeared to be lying in wait, poised for a sneak attack. Jiang Taiping exhaled a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had genuinely feared for Su Qiqi's safety, and fortunately, his worries had proven unfounded. Descending into an alley ahead of Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping dismounted his Imperial Steed and emerged from the alleyway. Captain, have you disturbed the lair of the Yisho? Jiang Taiping jested. Su Qiqi had been preoccupied with the Yisho behind her and had not noticed Jiang Taiping's sudden appearance. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively glanced forward and was taken aback to find Jiang Taiping standing not far ahead. She had anticipated that it would take him some time to arrive, yet she was astonished by how quickly he had come. However, upon realizing that Jiang Taiping had reached Zhao Lijuan in mere seconds, she suddenly experienced an epiphany. The secrets Jiang Taiping harbored were far more profound than she had ever imagined. At the very least, his terrifying speed was beyond her comprehension. You really ought to consider the current situation. How can you still afford to jest with me? Suikirimarat, samwitidetatif. Jiang Taiping merely scratched his nose. After all, it was just 8 E-grade monstrous beasts, and he did not perceive the situation as particularly severe. Even if it came to a retreat, he was confident in his ability to whisk Su Qiqi away to safety. No, it was not simply a matter of retreating. That phrase could lead to misunderstanding. It was more about ensuring a smooth escape. Seeing Jiang Taiping standing still, Su Qiqi snapped, Aren't you going to run? Why are you posing? Jiang Taiping felt somewhat speechless. He was merely standing there. How could that be construed as posing? It was a profound misunderstanding of his intentions. Captain, I am not. Jiang Taiping attempted to defend himself. But before he could finish, he suddenly turned his head towards Su Qiqi's left side. There was a sinister aura there. It must be the beast that could conceal its form, as Su Qiqi had described. At that very moment, the beast leapt forth, lunging at Su Qiqi with ferocity. Captain, be careful, Jiang Taiping exclaimed, issuing a warning. Su Qiqi instinctively glanced back, her face reflecting confusion. The monstrous beast was still a good 10 meters away from her. Although that distance was not trivial, did she really need to be warned? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Taiping's warning was not due to the beast behind her, but rather the one concealed to her left that was currently charging at her. Additionally, Jiang Taiping had another motive for his warning. He wanted Su Qiqi to turn around, preventing her from witnessing how he would act. As Su Qiqi turned, an ancient-looking sword box materialized in Jiang Taiping's left hand. Sword control technique, / he proclaimed internally. He raised his right hand, forming a circle in the air before pointing forward. The ancient sword box opened instantaneously, and 8 flying swords ascended, shooting forth like arrows. 7 of the swords targeted the beast behind Su Qiqi, while 1 darted towards her left side. The sound of slicing air echoed as the swords sped through the air. Hearing the rush of air, Su Qiqi instinctively turned again, observing Jiang Taiping with his left hand concealed behind his back while his right hand launched something forward. However, she could not see what had caused the sound, prompting her to glance back once more. This time, she beheld the source of the sound. 7 small swords that had flown to the vicinity of the 7 monstrous beasts behind her. In the next instant, those swords pierced through the heads of the beasts, continuing onward. Su Qiqi's eyes widened in shock, but before she could process the scene, a shrill scream erupted nearby. She instinctively turned toward the sound, only to find a large pitch-black serpent, as thick as a barrel and nearly 2 meters long, materializing to her left before crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden revelation made Su Qiqi understand why Jiang Taiping had warned her. Realizing this, a wave of fear washed over her. She had been oblivious to the stealthy attack of the shadow serpent on her left, and her focus had been solely on the beast behind her. Had it not been for Jiang Taiping's timely intervention, she might have fallen prey to the shadow serpent, and the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. The appearance of the shadow serpent also confirmed Jiang Taiping's assessment. There was more than one. Just then, a series of dull thuds echoed through the air. Su Qiqi turned instinctively toward the sound. Witnessing the 7 monstrous beasts that had been pursuing her now sprawled lifelessly on the ground, evidently dispatched by Jiang Taiping. Yet, she failed to notice the 8 small swords returning to Jiang Taiping's left hand, where they vanished into the sword box, which subsequently disappeared without a trace. Staring at the 7 silent beasts before her, Su Qiqi was momentarily dumbfounded. The very beasts that had been harrying her had been effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Taiping. The surreal nature of the event left her feeling incredulous. Meanwhile, Jiang Taiping, standing behind her, could only smile wryly. He had initially intended to mislead Su Qiqi and eliminate the beasts without her awareness. However, before he could devise a plan, the shadow serpent had attacked, forcing him to act immediately. He figured that since he had already intervened, he might as well eliminate the beasts trailing Su Qiqi as well. Now, he had truly revealed himself. "Captain," Jiang Taiping called out. At the sound of his voice, Su Qiqi snapped back to reality. She scrutinized Jiang Taiping from head to toe and asked, "Are you really Jiang Taiping?" Jiang Taiping was taken aback. If he wasn't Jiang Taiping, who could he possibly be? Yet, he quickly realized that Su Qiqi was grappling with the enormity of the situation. "Captain, that question is rather silly," Jiang Taiping teased. Su Qiqi examined him again, her tone serious as she inquired, "What is your cultivation level?" 5-star F grade, Jiang Taiping replied without a hint of embarrassment. Su Qiqi felt a wave of frustration. Did he really think she was that gullible? "Captain, someone is coming. I must retreat. If they ask, just say it was you who killed them," Jiang Taiping said. "Rusing Dawar Suiki." As he passed her, he grasped the tail of the shadow serpent and continued toward the 7 monstrous beasts. When he reached the beasts, Jiang Taiping seized the tails of 4 of them with one hand and the tails of the other 4 with both hands, then dashed into a small alley nearby. Su Qiqi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. This rascal was even attempting to claim the beasts she had found. However, considering that Jiang Taiping had killed them, she felt it was only fair for him to take them. "Jiang Taiping, stop right there," Su Qiqi shouted, regaining her composure and racing after him into the alley. By the time she reached the alley, Jiang Taiping had vanished without a trace. This rascal, Su Qiqi, stomped her foot in exasperation. She wanted to continue pursuing Jiang Taiping, but then thought better of it. They were still on a mission. Leaving would be tantamount to abandoning her post. Jiang Taiping, you may escape the monk, but can you escape the temple? Just wait. I will make you pay for tricking me so thoroughly, she grumbled as she exited the alley. Looking at the ground stained with dark green blood, Su Qiqi felt a headache coming on. Jiang Taiping had fled with such ease, leaving her with an immense burden to bear. She contemplated informing others that Jiang Taiping was responsible for the slaughter of those beasts, but she needed someone to believe her. After all, had she not witnessed it herself, even she would have doubted Jiang Taiping's capability to slay those beasts. Moreover, the last time at the hunting demon garden, when she mentioned the individual who had slain nearly 100 beasts wearing the same attire as Jiang Taiping, she was misconstrued by Qin Zhan as seeking to reclaim her lost reputation. If she claimed Jiang Taiping had slain those beasts, she could only imagine the misunderstandings that would ensue. If Jiang Taiping stubbornly denied it, she would find herself in a position from which there would be no escape. This rascal. Su Qiqi felt a surge of frustration as she tugged at her hair. Just then, several figures rushed from either side of the street. Among them was Zhao Lijuan, the very person Jiang Taiping had saved earlier. "Captain Su, I'm here. Captain Su, are you all right?" The newcomers exclaimed in unison. Su Qiqi tidied her disheveled hair, forcing a calm demeanor as she replied, "I am fine. It has been resolved. Thank you all for your support. And I apologize for the trouble." "Glad to hear that. Yes, I was quite worried when we arrived. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm." The individuals who rushed over began to speak in unison. One of them surveyed the surroundings and, with a hint of confusion, asked Captain Su, "There's a considerable amount of beast blood on the ground and traces of dragged beast corpses, yet we see no bodies. What could be the reason?" Chapter 60. The Might of Captain Su. The bodies were taken away by that scoundrel. Su Qiqi silently seethed within, yet replied, "I have hidden the bodies." The others suddenly understood and found Su Qiqi's actions justifiable. It was well known that the corpses of E-grade beasts held significant value, and as Su Qiqi was currently on a mission, bringing back the corpses was not feasible. Thus, concealing them was a reasonable course of action. "Captain Su, since all is well, I shall return to continue my search," one declared. "Captain Su, I too shall resume my search," others echoed. Zhao Lijuan, however, remained silent. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Qiqi turned to the still-present Zhao Lijuan and inquired, "B358, are you not returning?" Zhao Lijuan glanced around and whispered, "Captain Su, I just heard F1 mention he would be arriving shortly. Given his speed, he should have already arrived. Why haven't we seen him? Su Qiqi's lips twitched in irritation. That scoundrel not only showed up, but also left her shoulder the blame. If it had been anyone else, Su Qiqi would have concealed Jiang Taiping's arrival. But Zhao Lijuan understood Jiang Taiping's prowess, and with a burden weighing on her heart, she decided to speak candidly. That scoundrel came and went. Su Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, "Those beasts were slain by that rogue. He dragged the corpses away and pinned the blame on me, making it seem as though I were the one who killed them." Zhao Lijuan was not surprised by Su Qiqi's revelation. She had a good understanding of Su Qiqi's character. Deep down, Su Qiqi was exceedingly proud. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not request assistance, and her seeking help indicated she was no match for those beasts. In such circumstances, how could Su Qiqi have possibly exterminated 8 beasts in such a short span? Thus, she had already surmised that Jiang Taiping was involved and that he had been the one to slay those beasts. "Captain Su, it seems I have found a kindred spirit." Zhao Lijuan laughed. Su Qiqi was taken aback. What kindred spirit? However, she quickly realized that Zhao Lijuan referred to the feeling of witnessing Jiang Taiping slay the beasts. "Captain Su, I shall return to continue my search for the beasts." Zhao Lijuan did not linger, turning to depart after her statement. She had stayed behind to validate her judgment, and now that it was confirmed, she needed to hurry back to her duties. Watching Zhao Lijuan leave, Su Qiqi muttered curses against Jiang Taiping. That wretched Jiang Taiping, how dare he shift the blame onto me? Not only has he forced me to speak falsehoods against my better judgment, but he has also left me feeling utterly embarrassed. Just wait, this matter is far from over. After cursing Jiang Taiping for a while, Su Qiqi furrowed her brow in contemplation. She pondered how Jiang Taiping had managed to slay 8 beasts so swiftly. It was as if he wielded flying daggers. What level of mastery did that scoundrel possess? Sui memes to herself. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earpiece. "Colleagues, I bring you good news. Just now, Captain Su single-handedly defeated 8 beasts. The creatures range from a minimum of 7-star E grade to a maximum of 9-star E grade, with one possessing the ability to conceal itself. Please share this news widely to invigorate everyone." After a brief silence, the earpiece erupted with voices. "Captain Su is undoubtedly the brightest talent of our Jiuan division. Her prowess is truly remarkable. I haven't even arrived yet, and the beasts are already gone? Well then, I might as well head back. I will promptly spread this news to uplift everyone's spirits." Listening to the barrage of voices through her earpiece, Su Qiqi's expression darkened. Those beasts were not slain by her, and she would prefer that as few people as possible knew of this incident. Yet with this announcement, it wouldn't be long before everyone in the demon hunting hall was aware of the matter. At that moment, she wished she could silence the individual who had disseminated the news. Being wrongly accused was already vexing enough, and now that person was adding fuel to the fire. However, she also recognized that the person did not intend to trouble her, but rather sought to uplift everyone's morale. After all, searching for beasts alone at night was truly exhausting. Captain Su is amazing. Captain Su is formidable. Captain Su is awe-inspiring. Su Qiqi suddenly froze. That was undoubtedly Jiang Taiping's voice. "Jiang Taiping, shut your mouth." Su Qiqi pressed her earpiece, gritting her teeth and enunciating each word. It was one thing for that scoundrel to shift the blame onto her, but to praise her with such insincerity was truly infuriating. At this point, she was no longer merely wishing to silence the person who spread the news. She wanted to confront Jiang Taiping, were it not for a sliver of rationality still residing within her. She would undoubtedly have stormed over to Jiang Taiping and given him a good thrashing. The listeners were momentarily baffled. They did not understand why Su Qiqi wanted Jiang Taiping to be quiet. Was there something wrong with offering praise? Zhao Lijuan could no longer contain her laughter. She recognized Jiang Taiping's voice and detected Su Qiqi's rising ire. She understood precisely why Su Qiqi was upset. And to be able to provoke Su Qiqi to such a degree, Jiang Taiping was indeed one of a kind. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping's brazen flattery was astonishing in its audacity. Jiang Taiping, meanwhile, felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he had misstepped in his flattery, hitting the wrong note. He raised a hand to touch his nose, decisively falling silent. Su Qiqi's voice was clearly laced with suppressed anger, and he could not afford to provoke her further. Otherwise, she might reveal his identity, making it difficult for him to maintain a low profile thereafter. He decided to lay low for a few days to let her cool off. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. He had inadvertently revealed his strength before Su Qiqi, while also placing a heavy burden of blame upon her. Given Su Qiqi's fiery temper, she would not let him off easily. It was best to allow her some time to calm down. 100 meters ahead, atop a roof, 2 figures lay in wait, Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. At that moment, Zhang Manor's expression was somewhat grim. How could Su Qiqi have survived and slain those 8 beasts? It was simply unfathomable. Yet with so many witnesses, she had no choice but to accept the truth. But that was not the most pressing concern. The critical issue was that Su Qiqi's impressive record tonight would surely bolster her chances for the captaincy, which was certainly unwelcome news for her. Zhang Fei, that scoundrel must be back soon. Keep a close watch. Zamania commanded Fieseli. That woman Su Qiqi has not perished. That scoundrel is our last opportunity. And we must seize it. Otherwise, not only will our efforts tonight be in vain, but it will also be difficult to find such a favorable opportunity again. Sister, I understand. Zhang Fei nodded, intently observing the adjacent street. Moments later, he exclaimed, Sister, look, is that the scoundrel? Chapter 61. Allow me to show you what an A-class talent looks like. Who else could it be? Zhang Manor's face was alight with excitement. Though the distance was considerable and the light dim, she could not discern the person's features. However, clad in the demon hunting hall's uniform and appearing on the street Jiang Taiping was searching, there was no doubt it was him. Confirming Zhang Manor's suspicion, Zhang Fei asked, Sister, what should we do? Let's jump into the nearby alley, emerge from it feigning to be lost, and then seize the opportunity to ambush him with a decisive strike. Zhang Manor replied without hesitation, clearly having formulated this plan beforehand. Zhang Fei was somewhat perplexed. Sister, must we go through all this trouble? Can't we just confront him directly and take him down? Exercise caution. It is not a vice, Zhang Manor advised, stating, You should be aware of the consequences that may arise from our actions. Pretend to be lost, and should the situation turn dire, use that as your excuse to depart. Do you understand? Zhang Fei, enlightened, replied, Sister, your wisdom is remarkable. This is not the time for flattery. Hurry along. Zamania Wugit. What? Am I to go alone? Zhang Fei hesitated. Do you really need me to handle a mere F-level practitioner? Zamania retorted. Zhang Fei's lips twitched in distress. After all, he too was of F-level cultivation. Did she not consider his feelings when labeling F-level practitioners as mere trifles? No more dawdling. Go now. Zhang Manor insisted once more. With a resigned acknowledgement, Zhang Fei leapt from the rooftop and made his way towards the alley. At the moment Zhang Manor and Zhang Fei spotted Jiang Taiping, an ominous premonition surfaced within Jiang Taiping's mind. Another beast? Jiang Taiping felt a surge of excitement, yet he maintained his composure, continuing forward. Meanwhile, he discreetly glanced towards the direction of Zhang Manor and Zhang Fei, sensing danger emanating from that vicinity. Yet regrettably, he saw nothing. After a moment, Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. He observed a figure emerging from the alley, clad in the combat attire of the demon hunting hall, resembling Zhang Fei. What was he doing here? Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow. This street was within his search parameters. Zhang Fei should not have strayed here. However, he dismissed the thought, believing Zhang Fei to be no foe. Soon, he sensed a shift. The danger he had perceived bifurcated into two distinct sources. One remained stationary while the other approached from Zhang Fei's direction. Was there a beast capable of concealing itself? Jiang Taiping still did not suspect Zhang Fei as the source of danger. He attributed it to a lurking beast, even contemplating whether a beast was trailing Zhang Fei. Should he warn him? A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It was not that he was unconcerned for Zhang Fei's well-being, but a warning would not only alert Zhang Fei, but also the beast lurking behind him, potentially provoking an attack that could harm Zhang Fei. Fei, what brings you here? Zhang Fei inquired, surprised. This is my search area, Jiang Taiping clarified, then added, but why are you not in your designated area? Well, if I tell you, you might laugh. Zhang Fei replied, awkwardly. It was dark, and my sense of direction is poor. I wandered in the alley and got lost. By the way, do you know which way to Ping Street? To the east, about 10 miles from here, Jiang Taiping explained, gesturing to the right. Thank you. I shall return now. Zhang Fei expressed his gratitude while continuing towards Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping felt perplexed. He had indicated the correct direction, yet Zhang Fei was approaching him instead of heading east. However, with a beast trailing Zhang Fei, should he change direction, Jiang Taiping would need to intervene. Thus, Zhang Fei's approach was advantageous, and he refrained from questioning him. Before long, Zhang Fei stepped into the perceptual range of observation Haki. What was happening? Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow in confusion. He distinctly sensed danger nearby. Yet within the range of observation Haki, he felt no trace of a beast. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping abruptly paused, fixing a penetrating gaze on Zhang Fei. Observation Haki does not err. The absence of a beast's presence indicated that the threat originated from Zhang Fei himself. The implication was clear. Zhang Fei had not merely wandered here, but rather approached him with intent. Realizing this, Jiang Taiping chose not to expose Zhang Fei immediately. He wished to ascertain the motives of Zhang Fei's dereliction of duty. The human heart is inscrutable. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. Jiang Taiping silently lamented, feeling a twinge of anger. Moments ago, he was concerned for Zhang Zhanfei's safety from a beast, even devising ways to address the perceived threat, only to discover that Jiang Zhanfei had come to confront him. Was he truly worrying about an enemy? As Jiang Taiping and Zhang Zhanfei advanced, the distance between them diminished. Jiang Taiping maintained a calm demeanor, his steps steady. Zhang Zhanfei, with only 4-star F-level cultivation, posed no threat to him. Conversely, Zhang Zhanfei felt a surge of excitement. This was his chance to redeem his honor and to provide Zhang Manor with a means to chastise Su Qiqi, branding her ineffective in protecting her allies. The opportunity was imminent, and despite his efforts to appear composed, he could not suppress his exhilaration. Soon, they were side by side. F1, I am heading back. Be cautious. Zhang Zhanfei remarked. Understood, Jiang Taiping replied, suppressing a smile. Zhang Zhanfei was putting on quite the act, unaware that Jiang Taiping had already sensed something amiss. In a fleeting moment, as they brushed past one another, a cruel smile appeared on Zhang Zhanfei's face. An F-level practitioner had bested him. And to refer to an A-level practitioner as merely 2 words was a source of derision within the demon hunting hall. Now, the opportunity for revenge was at hand, and he intended to make Jiang Taiping pay with his life. Drawing the long spear from his back, Zhang Zhanfei swiftly pivoted, thrusting the weapon at Jiang Taiping's back. Simultaneously, a low growl erupted from his throat. Today, let an F-level talent show you what an A-level talent truly is. The spear sliced through the air, hurtling towards Jiang Taiping's back. Zhang Zhanfei's cruel smile intensified. He launched a surprise attack, while Jiang Taiping remained unsuspecting. Victory was within reach, yet in an instant, his expression froze. Just as his spear was about to pierce Jiang Taiping's back, Jiang Taiping unexpectedly sidestepped to the right. This simple motion enabled him to evade Zhang Zhanfei's lethal strike. What was happening? Zhang Zhanfei stood in shock. How had his assured strike missed? Was it mere coincidence or something more? Zhang Zhanfei was baffled, yet he knew this was not the time for contemplation. He was there to eliminate Jiang Taiping. And with members of the demon hunting hall nearby, he could not afford to give Jiang Taiping the chance to call for help. He had to act swiftly before Jiang Taiping could react. Otherwise, failure to eliminate Jiang Taiping would be trivial compared to the risk of exposing himself in Zhang Manor. Retracting his spear, Zhang Zhanfei lunged at Jiang Taiping once more, this time aiming for his neck. He intended to pierce Jiang Taiping's throat, rendering him unable to speak. Yet, once again, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Jiang Taiping tilted his body to the right, evading his fierce strike yet again. What on earth was happening? After 2 consecutive missed strikes, Zhang Zhanfei was on the brink of madness. Still, he could not afford to dwell on it. He swung his spear, relentlessly targeting Jiang Taiping once more. The scene repeated itself, identical to before. Jiang Taiping executed a simple yet precise maneuver, twisting his waist and leaning to one side, effortlessly evading the thrusts of Zhang Zhanfei's long spear with impeccable accuracy. Each of Zhang Zhanfei's attacks was deftly sidestepped by Jiang Taiping with minimal movement, leading Zhang Zhanfei to realize that this was no mere coincidence. Jiang Taiping was genuinely evading his strikes. It felt as though Jiang Taiping possessed a second sight, discerning each of his attacks with clarity and even anticipating their trajectories to preemptively avoid them. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhanfei, this sense was not merely an illusion, but a reality. Jiang Taiping, with his Kinbunchika Haki, could perceive the very essence of Zhang Zhanfei's intentions, allowing him to predict and evade with remarkable finesse. Noticing the bewilderment etched on Zhang Zhanfei's face and his reluctance to continue the assault, Jiang Taiping turned around, a playful smile gracing his features as he taunted. Is this all that an A-grade talent can muster? It appears rather underwhelming. Zhang Zhanfei's lips twitched in frustration. He yearned to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Now, allow me to demonstrate the chasm that exists between A-grade and F-grade. Without waiting for response, Jiang Taiping strode toward Zhang Zhanfei, who was momentarily dazed by the audacity of his opponent. Questioning whether Jiang Taiping truly believed that the disparity between F-grade and A-grade was so vast. However, it soon dawned on him that Jiang Taiping's assertion was not one of superiority, but rather an affront to the very nature of their rankings, infuriating Zhang Zhanfei to the core. The notion that F-grade was inferior to A-grade was universally acknowledged, yet Jiang Taiping's words contradicted this fundamental truth, igniting a deep sense of humiliation and animosity within him. You will pay for this, Zhang Zhanfei bellowed, lunging at Jiang Taiping with a spear. This time, Jiang Taiping did not evade. Instead, he swiftly raised his right hand to seize the spear's shaft. In an instant, he held it firmly, rendering Zhang Zhanfei's efforts futile. Simultaneously, Jiang Taiping delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Zhanfei's chest. A resounding thud echoed as Zhang Zhanfei was propelled backward, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, a stark testament to the force of the impact. Do you see now? Jiang Taiping remarked casually. This is the difference between A grade and F grade. Zhang Zhanfei's face turned ashen. He had just been sent sprawling by a single kick from Jiang Taiping, sustaining injury in the process. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Taiping had held back, as otherwise, he would have already met his demise. I will kill you. Enraged by his failed ambush and being struck down, Zhang Zhanfei lost all semblance of rationality, roaring as he attempted to rise. Dare to get up? Jiang Taiping scoffed, casually tossing the spear he had seized. It flew through the air, embedding itself in the ground mere inches from Zhang Zhanfei's legs. The sight sent a shiver down Zhang Zhanfei's spine, a chilling reminder of his precarious predicament. Suddenly jolted into clarity by the shock, Zhang Zhanfei's mind raced. He stared at Jiang Taiping in terror, grappling with the unsettling realization that this individual, who was ostensibly F grade, possessed a strength that defied comprehension. A 5-star F grade? He gasped in disbelief, finally recognizing that Jiang Taiping's prowess exceeded his own by a star. Only just realizing that, Jiang Taiping smirked, advancing toward him. He had previously been perplexed by Zhang Zhanfei's audacity to confront him, knowing that his own power, concealed by the lottery system, surpassed Zhang Zhanfei's. Is a high-grade chi blood pill? It must be. Zhang Zhanfei stammered, his thoughts racing. Jiang Taiping offered no explanation, stepping closer and placing his foot firmly on Zhang Zhanfei's chest. This is not the issue you should be pondering now, he said coldly. Speak. Why did you attempt to ambush me? What drives your desire to kill me? Jiang Taiping had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Zhang Zhanfei, hoping to extract answers regarding his motives. Zhang Zhanfei's expression faltered, jolted back to the pressing reality of the situation. Now is not the time to contemplate Jiang Taiping's strength. Jiang Taiping, you would do well to release me, or I shall ensure your life becomes a living hell. Zhang Zhanfei threatened vehemently. To be beneath my foot, and yet you still dare to speak so boldly, Jiang Taiping remarked, unimpressed. But of course, you must have contingencies awaiting me. Zhang Zhanfei was taken aback. How could Jiang Taiping possibly know that he had a backup plan? Ignoring Zhang Zhanfei's confusion, Jiang Taiping glanced toward a nearby rooftop and called out, Captain Zhang Manor, your ally lies beneath my foot. How long do you intend to hide? In the moment Jiang Taiping sensed Zhang Zhanfei's ill intent, he surmised that the threat from the rooftop was likely Zhang Manor. Zhang Zhanfei's brazen threats only confirmed his suspicions. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Manor was not hiding out of fear, but was instead stunned by the unfolding events. Sister, save me. Zhang Zhanfei shouted desperately. Having deduced Zhang Manor's identity, Jiang Taiping felt no need to conceal his intentions any longer. Upon hearing Zhang Zhanfei's cries for help, Zhang Manor snapped back to reality and leaped from the rooftop. Jiang Taiping, I underestimated you, she exclaimed, rushing forward. Is that so? Jiang Taiping chuckled. You will soon discover that your underestimation was misplaced. Zhang Manor, perplexed by Jiang Taiping's words, pressed on, determined to eliminate him before he could call for assistance. Jiang Taiping's survival was non-negotiable. Failure to eliminate him would result in dire consequences for her, while his demise would leave no evidence of their wrongdoing. If you do not speak, I shall venture a guess, Jiang Taiping continued. Is it because my participation in the Demon Hunter Guild's assessment has brought shame upon you and your companion? Or perhaps you wish to eliminate me to secure your position as captain against Su Qiqi? Zhang Manor's eyes narrowed slightly, astonished that Jiang Taiping had discerned her thoughts so accurately. The more you know, the closer you come to death, she replied coldly, unwavering in her approach. It seems my deductions were correct, Jiang Taiping sighed. You act as though my knowledge of your motives would spare me. Now that you understand, your demise is inevitable. Zhang Man declared icily. Jiang Taiping, undeterred, summoned the lottery system and mused to himself, there remains a gap between me and a 9-star E-grade. Shouldn't you surrender now? Perhaps that would allow you to retain your life. Your words mean nothing, Zhang Manor scoffed. Knowing your power, you would do well to surrender. I have yet to finish speaking. Jiang Taiping shook his head. There may be a disparity, but it does not imply I lack the strength to fight. Zhang Manor was taken aback. Could he truly believe that a 5-star F grade could contend against a 9-star E grade? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Taiping was not merely a 5-star F grade, but rather an 8-star E grade. Recently, Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery of all realm system, eager to ascertain the extent of his cultivation enhancement after vanquishing 8 monstrous beasts. Presently, his vitality stands at 816 cards, having ascended to the illustrious 8-star E-level realm. Swiftly, Jiang Taiping drew forth the soft sword concealed in the secret compartment of his combat attire and gripped it firmly with both hands, stepping back with his right foot. In the next instant, an invisible aura began to coalesce from the surroundings, surging towards his soft sword. Since he had mastered the sword technique, 2 sleeves of the green serpent, he had yet to employ it. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to test its might against Zhang Manor. Upon witnessing Jiang Taiping assume an offensive stance, Zhang Manor scoffed derisively, her expression rife with scorn. Jiang Taiping, Are you eager for death? At that moment, she was nearly upon him, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Ignoring her taunts would come at a cost. Jiang Taiping sighed. Simultaneously, a soft voice resonated within his heart. 2 sleeves of the green serpent. With this incantation, he swung the sword forward with great force. A streak of azure energy erupted from the soft sword, hurtling towards Zhang Manor. This scene caused Zhang Manor's expression to shift dramatically. It is well known that only those at 6-star D level or higher can project their strength externally. Yet Jiang Taiping was merely at 5-star F level. How could he possibly manifest such power? However, there was no time for contemplation. She swiftly drew the long knife strapped to her back and struck at the azure energy. A sharp crack resounded as her weapon was cleaved in 2 by the azure streak. In an instant, the energy reached her, slashing through her combat attire and inflicting a grievous wound upon her. A piercing scream escaped Zhang Manor's lips, her face a mask of disbelief. How could Jiang Taiping, at only 5-star F level, sever her weapon and injure her? Not far away, Zhang Zhanfei stood in stunned silence. He had deemed Zhang Manor his trump card, expecting an easy victory, yet in mere moments, she had been disarmed and wounded by Jiang Taiping. Truly, the renowned technique of Li Chungan proved its might. Jiang Taiping felt exhilarated. Despite being a star below Zhang Manor, he had demonstrated the formidable prowess of the 2 sleeves of the green serpent. You are not at 5-star F level, Zhang Manor exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock. Realization dawned too late. Jiang Taiping smiled, advancing towards her with the soft sword in hand. Upon perceiving his approach, Zhang Manor turned and fled. She knew she was no match for him. Remaining would surely lead to her demise. As for Zhang Zhanfei, in her current predicament, she had no time to concern herself with his fate. What she would do after escaping remained uncertain, but she was acutely aware that returning to the hunting demon hall was impossible. At this moment, regret flooded Zhang Manor's heart. She should never have provoked the cunning Jiang Taiping, yet it was too late to turn back now. She comprehended why Jiang Taiping had neither fled nor sought assistance upon seeing her, why he had claimed she would soon realize her underestimation of him, and why he had warned that ignoring his words would bear consequences. It was a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. However, realizing this now was futile. Not all who stand in the light are heroes. There are scoundrels among them as well. A complex expression crossed Jiang Taiping's face. Previously, he had thought that the members of the hunting demon hall were noble, especially after Zhao Lijuan had urged him to flee despite knowing she could not win against the beasts. Yet he now recognized that treachery exists everywhere, even among those who claim to protect the innocent, like the Nightwalkers. Stay. Jiang Taiping sighed deeply, once more swinging his sword towards Zhang Manor. An azure streak erupted from the soft sword, racing towards her. In an instant, it caught up with Zhang Manor, severing her legs as easily as slicing through tofu. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips as she collapsed to the ground. Stay still, or I shall kill you. Jiang Taiping glared at Zhang Zhanfei, then proceeded toward Zhang Manor. Zhang Zhanfei, paralyzed by fear, could hardly believe his eyes. How could someone as formidable as Zhang Manor be reduced to a state of panic by Jiang Taiping? Zhang Mania, now legless, struggled to crawl away. Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong, truly, she pleaded, her words tumbling out in a frantic rush. It was Zhang Zhanfei who wanted to kill you. I was merely swayed by him. Jiang Taiping remained silent, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Should he spare Zhang Manor? Yet, that uncertainty quickly evaporated, replaced by resolve. To leave her alive would only invite future treachery, though he feared no retribution from her. What a Su Qiqi. She lacked the perceptive abilities to detect Zhang Manor's schemes. Should anything happen to Su Qiqi, he would regret it immensely. Furthermore, individuals like Zhang Manor, who would resort to any means for power, were a danger to society. Be a good person in your next life, Jiang Taiping sighed, plunging his sword into Zhang Manor's heart. You. Zhang Manor raised a trembling hand to point at him, as if to voice something. Yet, before she could utter a word, her eyes rolled back, and she departed to meet the king of hell. With Zhang Manor dispatched, Jiang Taiping turned his attention to Zhang Zhanfei. Having slain Zhang Manor, he saw no need to spare Zhang Zhanfei. At this moment, Zhang Zhanfei had regained his senses, yet he was paralyzed with fear. As Jiang Taiping approached, he instinctively retreated, his face ashen, devoid of color. No, Jiang Taiping. It was my sister, Zhang Manor, who ordered me to kill you. Don't listen to her lies. I was merely influenced by her. Please, spare my life. And I promise to follow you. Zhang Zhanfei stammered, trembling as he begged for mercy. He had witnessed Zhang Manor's accusations and had seen Jiang Taiping slay her. Ah, how ironic. You claim to be influenced by each other, yet here you are, 2 peas in a pod, Jiang Taiping reflected, thrusting his sword into Zhang Zhanfei's heart and ending his life. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Taiping felt a mix of emotions wash over him. Since acquiring the lottery of all realms system, he had slain many interdimensional beings and beasts without hesitation, never once contemplating that he would one day spill human blood. Yet today, he had taken 2 lives. Still, he felt no remorse. Had he not possessed some strength, he would have been the one to perish. For the sake of his future peace and Su Qiqi's safety, he had no choice but to harden his heart and send Jiang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei to meet their fates. After a moment of introspection, Jiang Taiping waved his hand, causing the lifeless body of a shadow snake to materialize before him. With a firm grip, Jiang Taiping pried open the gaping maw of the shadow serpent, dragging Zhang Zhanfei's lifeless body into its depths. He then forcefully pressed the serpent's jaws shut, allowing its razor-sharp fangs to pierce the wounds on Zhang Zhanfei's body, crafting the illusion that he had been viciously torn apart by the creature. Subsequently, he replicated this grim charade with Zhang Manor, disguising her sword wounds and severed legs as if they too had fallen victim to the shadow serpent's ferocity. His intention was not to desecrate their remains out of spite, but rather to obscure the evidence of their injuries, attributing their deaths to the monstrous beast. At this moment, both Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei lay lifeless, unaware of Jiang Taiping's scheme to blame their demise on the otherworldly creature. Had they known, what thoughts would have crossed their minds? It is worth noting that their own plan was to pin Jiang Taiping's death on the beast. In a twist of fate, they conspired against others, only to ensnare themselves, a manifestation of karmic retribution. Death renders all grievances moot. I do this not solely to conceal my true strength, but also to preserve a semblance of dignity for you. After all, it is an undeniable fact that you, Zhang Manor, have slain numerous interdimensional foes. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. My priority is to shield the reputation of the Nightwalkers. Jiang Taiping sighed, a contemplative expression gracing his visage as he pondered how to convey to others that Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei had met their end at the jaws of the Shadow Serpent. However, before he could devise a suitable narrative, 2 figures emerged on the street ahead. Su Qiqi, Zhao Lijuan. Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. What brought these 2 women here? F1. I heard screams coming from your direction. What's going on? Su Qiqi's voice reached him even before her form arrived. Realization dawned on Jiang Taiping. They'd been drawn in by the anguished cries of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Shortly thereafter, Su Qiqi and Zhao Lijuan arrived on the scene, their eyes widening at the sight of Zhang Manor, Zhang Zhanfei, and the Shadow Serpent's corpse. What happened here? Su Qiqi inquired, turning her gaze toward Jiang Taiping, while Zhao Lijuan's attention shifted to him as well. Captain, as I was returning, I just happened to see the Shadow Serpent attacking Zhang Manor, and then I killed it. Jiang Taiping paused, a hint of regret in his tone. Had I returned a moment sooner, they would not have fallen prey to the serpent. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi's delicate features were etched with complexity. Jiang Taiping had left to save her. Had he remained, Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei might have been spared. Yet, in the next instant, a troubling thought crossed her mind. The Demon Hunter Squad's search area was a considerable distance from where Jiang Taiping was, and Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei were not on their search route. Why had they ventured to Jiang Taiping's location? Could it be that they had heard her call for help and rushed to her aid? A fleeting notion crossed Su Qiqi's mind, only to be promptly dismissed. The age-old adage suggests that the ones who know you best are not your kin or friends, but your enemies and rivals. Just as Zhang Manor understood Su Qiqi, so too did Su Qiqi grasp Zhang Manor's nature. Zhang Manor was narrow-minded and harbored deep resentment toward her, making it unlikely she would come to her rescue. Furthermore, the effective range of their earpieces was 5 kilometers. The distance between Zhang Manor and herself was far too great for her to have heard her cry for assistance. Even if, for the sake of argument, Zhang Manor had intended to save her, why would she bring along Zhang Zhanfei, who possessed only F-level abilities? Was she merely sending him to his death? That seemed implausible. Moreover, if they were indeed there to rescue her, why had they not called for help when faced with danger? With 1 Shadow Serpent and 2 individuals, it was improbable that Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei had not been afforded even a moment to seek assistance. Observing Su Qiqi's furrowed brow in her silence, Jiang Taiping felt a twinge of anxiety. Su Qiqi was astute. Had she perhaps pieced together something significant? Meanwhile, Zhao Lijuan's face was a portrait of sorrow, tinged with a hint of fear. Her grief stemmed from the loss of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, while her apprehension was directed at herself. She too had faced peril, and were it not for Jiang Taiping's timely intervention, she would not be standing unscathed before them. Jiang Taiping, this is not your fault. You need not feel guilty. Zhao Lijuan reassured him. The proximity of her location to the scene meant she had not heard their cries for help, suggesting that Jiang Taiping, too, had been oblivious to the danger they faced. How could he be faulted for returning late? Just then, Zhao Lijuan's expression shifted, and she voiced her confusion. Captain Su, Jiang Taiping, logically, if they were in danger, they should have called for help. Yet, I was not far from here and did not hear them. Su Qiqi shook her head, grappling with the same puzzle, yet finding no clarity. Those 2 were here to kill me. How could they possibly call for help? Jiang Taiping mused internally, though he replied aloud, I do not know. I did not hear their cries either. This situation is indeed peculiar. Zhao Lijuan muttered to herself. Under normal circumstances, they should have sought assistance. Why did they not? Su Qiqi's expression suddenly hardened, a chill creeping across her delicate features. Under what circumstances would Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei encounter danger without calling for aid? Only one possibility arose, if they were engaged in unspeakable deeds. Wishing to keep their actions hidden, coupled with the fact that this was Jiang Taiping's search area, she found herself confronting a troubling conjecture. Jiang Taiping sensed the shift in Su Qiqi's demeanor, immediately realizing she might have stumbled upon a revelation. He hastily redirected the conversation. Captain, what shall we do with their bodies? Su Qiqi glanced at Jiang Taiping and replied, I will call the minister and have someone come to collect them. Very well. Jiang Taiping nodded, adding, Captain, when I returned, I thought I heard some commotion ahead. I will investigate. If anyone inquires, just say that you killed the shadow serpent. With those words, Jiang Taiping swiftly departed. Just moments prior, he had exposed his strength in front of Su Qiqi, nearly provoking her ire. Now, as she contemplated the deaths of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, she had not yet turned her wrath upon him, but knowing Su Qiqi's fiery temperament, it was prudent to distance himself before her patience wore thin. Su Qiqi was taken aback. This rogue had just cast a blame upon her, and was now shifting the burden onto her again. Zhao Lijuan could not suppress a laugh. Recalling the incident where Jiang Taiping had attempted to shift the blame onto Su Qiqi, nearly driving her to exasperation. However, she quickly stifled her laughter. It felt inappropriate to jest in the presence of the deceased. That scoundrel has fled again. Su Qiqi shot a glare at the retreating Jiang Taiping, fully aware of his motives for fleeing. The pretense of hearing something was merely an excuse. He feared her retribution. Yet, she still needed to call Qin Zhan to arrange for Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei's bodies to be collected, so she refrained from pursuing him. Taking out her phone, Su Qiqi dialed Qin Zhan. Once the call connected, she succinctly recounted the incident of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei being killed by the shadow serpent, taking the blame for slaying the serpent upon herself, and then stood by to await Qin Zhan's arrival. Captain Su, it seems you've become Jiang Taiping's designated scapegoat, Zhao Lijuan remarked, suppressing her amusement. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes, exasperated. What can I do with such a team member? Captain Su, you seem to be enjoying the benefits while playing the victim, Zhao Lijuan teased. If I were the captain, I would be more than pleased to have someone like Jiang Taiping on my team, and I would gladly take on the blame for him, even exclaiming, bring on more burdens. Su Qiqi paused, contemplating Zhao Lijuan's words. There was a kernel of truth in what she said. Who would not desire a powerful teammate like Jiang Taiping? To illustrate her situation, had it not been for Jiang Taiping, she would have already met her demise during a recent sweep of the Yijitu hideouts. Moreover, today, had Jiang Taiping not arrived promptly to vanquish 8 Yishou with a single strike, her escape from their pursuit would have been exceedingly difficult, and she might very well have perished. It is worth noting that Jiang Taiping has saved her on 2 occasions. Observing that Su Qiqi remained silent, Zhao Lijuan inquired, Captain Su, are you reflecting on Jiang Taiping's merits? Clearing her throat awkwardly, Su Qiqi sought to shift the conversation. The minister has stated he will personally come to collect their remains. Please, do not leave just yet. Accompany me as we await tonight's events. Tomorrow, I shall recount everything to the minister. Rest assured, I would never betray my savior. Zhao Lijuan replied. Su Qiqi approached the corpse of the Yingsha, her delicate face revealing a hint of surprise. Then, her gaze shifted to the bodies of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She silently hoped that the situation was not as she feared. With a silent sigh, Su Qiqi understood that the reality was likely as she suspected. Before long, Qin Zhan arrived. Observing the bodies of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, a bitter expression enveloped his aging visage, and his fists clenched tightly. As the minister of the Night Walker's Joan branch, he had witnessed similar tragedies numerous times. Logically, he should have grown accustomed to such sights. Yet each encounter left him grappling with acceptance. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhan addressed them, Qiqi, Lijuan, I will take their remains back first. Understood, Minister. Suiki acknowledged. Minister, once the mission concludes, I will seek you out. Please summon the Hall Master. I have matters to discuss regarding B358. You should also attend. Certainly. Gopdansu. Zhao Lijuan readily agreed. Nodding, Qin Zhan departed with the bodies of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Chapter 66. The number you dialed is out of service. As they watched Qin Zhan leave with the bodies, Zhao Lijuan exchanged farewells with Su Qiqi before departing. Su Qiqi remained rooted to the spot. Once Zhao Lijuan had walked far enough, she called out, I have left the Ying's escorts here for you. She firmly believed that Jiang Taiping was concealed nearby, capable of hearing her words. With that, Su Qiqi turned and walked away. Not far off, a figure lay atop a building's roof. It was indeed Jiang Taiping. He had heard Su Qiqi's call, but hesitated to rise, concerned that she might be attempting to lure him into a trap. However, he quickly realized he had overthought it. Su Qiqi was genuinely departing and had no intention of deceiving him. Leaping from the rooftop, Jiang Taiping approached the Ying Shige's corpse and stored it in the system's warehouse. That girl was not only shrewd, but also meticulous. Jiang Taiping felt a sense of relief as he patted his chest. Just moments ago, Su Qiqi had approached the Ying Shige's corpse, likely to verify whether it was the one they had recently slain. Fortunately, he had retrieved the one he had previously defeated. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Yet, he also realized that while he had avoided immediate exposure, Su Qiqi had clearly begun to harbor suspicions. Nevertheless, Jiang Taiping felt no concern. It was Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei who had come seeking his demise, not the other way around. Su Qiqi was already aware of his concealed powers. Thus, even if the truth were to come to light, it would bear little consequence. At that moment, Jiang Taiping suddenly remembered that he had not received a notification from the Ujang Jape system when he had slain Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei, summoning the Choujiang Wanjie system. Jiang Taiping glanced at it. His vital energy remained at 816 cards, unchanged. This did not surprise him. After all, Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei were neither Yigu nor Yiso, so the lack of rewards was entirely reasonable. Subsequently, Jiang Taiping continued to meander through the streets. Perhaps due to the extermination of the troublesome Yisho, he had not encountered any further Yisho nor heard any cries for help until dawn broke. At 6 in the morning, Su Qiqi's voice echoed in his earpiece. Search mission concluded. Team 9 of the Demon Hunters, return. You have all worked hard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Taiping decisively removed his combat attire, retrieved his Dongju, and rode off in haste. He was somewhat concerned that Su Qiqi might attempt to intercept him, especially since her Ferrari was parked outside his door. Surely, she would come looking for him. So it was prudent to employ the age-old strategy of retreat. Indeed, Jiang Taiping's concerns were well-founded. After announcing the mission's conclusion, Su Qiqi rushed to find him. Yet, by the time she arrived, Jiang Taiping had already distanced himself. She scoured the streets, but found no trace of him. That rascal has definitely slipped away. Su Qiqi fished out her phone to call Jiang Taiping. At that moment, he was inside a shop, selecting a helmet. The Diawangji was so eye-catching that it attracted the attention of countless passers-by. To maintain a low profile, he decided to purchase a helmet to obscure his identity. Ding ding ding. Jiang Taiping's phone rang, and he glanced at it to see it was a call from Su Qiqi. Should he answer or ignore it? He felt conflicted. He was certain that answering would lead to an interrogation by Su Qiqi, yet ignoring it felt equally unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Taiping inquired inwardly, Choujiang Wanjie Shitong. Can a system warehouse block phone signals? Yes, it can. Jiang Taiping's eyes brightened, and he promptly answered the call. Almost immediately, Su Qiqi's voice resonated from the phone. Jiang Taiping, where are you? Captain? Jiang Taiping, I am asking where you are. Captain, why are you not speaking? Why am I not speaking? I'm asking you where you are. Captain, speak up. Is the signal bad? Jiang Taiping, where are you? Hurry back to the division. Oh, my phone is dying. It's about to shut off. After saying this, Jiang Taiping gently pressed the hang-up button and tucked the phone into his pocket. Instantly, the phone vanished from his pocket, appearing in the system warehouse. The shopkeeper stared at Jiang Taiping in astonishment, as though witnessing a celestial being. Boss, I would like this helmet. Jiang Taiping pointed to a particular helmet. The Diawangji was a striking platinum color, and the helmet also featured a matching hue, perfectly complementing each other. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper snapped back to reality, removed the helmet Jiang Taiping had indicated, and handed it to him. Young man, is your girlfriend too strict with you? The shopkeeper inquired with curiosity. Jiang Taiping found himself at a loss for words. You ask if your girlfriend calls you captain? However, he was too lazy to explain, casually replying, yes, she can be a bit strict. Young man, you're quite clever. I learned a trick today. The shopkeeper gave Jiang Taiping a thumbs up. Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Did this mean he had inadvertently led astray a young child, or perhaps an adult? You flatter me, Jiang Taiping humbly replied, paid for the helmet, and departed. Listening to the sound of the call disconnecting, Su Qiqi's forehead was covered in black lines. What nonsense about a poor signal? What nonsense about a dying phone? This rascal truly believed she was unaware of his intentional ruse. Jiang Taiping, you scoundrel, playing these games with me. Su Qiqi gritted her teeth and continued to dial Jiang Taiping's number. Soon, a melodious female voice resonated from the phone. Hello, the number you dialed is out of service. Su Qiqi was instantly dumbfounded. This rascal had actually blocked her? No, it was TA block. A block number would result in an inability to connect, not a message indicating it was out of service. But how could it be out of service? She hadn't heard such a message in ages. Su Qiqi found herself perplexed. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that she could not contact Jiang Taiping for the time being. Jiang Taiping, you scoundrel. I am waiting for you at the division. I refuse to believe you can evade me indefinitely. You had better pray that I do not catch you, or you will be finished. Cursing under her breath, Su Qiqi made her way to her Ferrari and then drove toward the Night Walker's Jiang division. She had promised to find Qin Zhan after the mission, and while Jiang Taiping may have slipped away, she could not renege on her word. At this moment, Jiang Taiping was strolling down the street. After a night of toil, his stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting him to seek a warm meal to satiate his appetite. He casually entered a nearby breakfast shop, purchasing a cup of soy milk and some steamed buns to indulge in. Once he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, Jiang Taiping bought another cup of soy milk and a few more steamed buns, which he stored in his system warehouse. Today, he intended to engage in guerrilla warfare against the wolf demons in the demon hunting garden, preparing some sustenance for unforeseen circumstances. Departing from the breakfast shop, Jiang Taiping sought a secluded spot, retrieved his Imperial Steed, donned his helmet, and set off towards the demon hunting garden. Chapter 67. Telling stories? How could it become increasingly absurd? On the 18th floor of the Jiuan branch, in the office of the minister, two individuals were present, Qin Zhan and Chao Shan. Minister, you summoned me early this morning. What is the matter? Chao Shan inquired with curiosity. It is not I who has business, but Qi who does. She asked me to call you, Qin Zhan elucidated. Although she did not specify the matter, I sensed it was of significance. It is already past 6, and the mission has concluded. By my calculations, she should be arriving shortly. Chao Shan nodded, refraining from further questions. Moments later, a knock resonated at the door. Guomin, Qin Zhan called out. Subsequently, the office door swung open, and Su Qiqi, along with Zhao Lijuan, entered. Minister, Hall Master. They both greeted in unison. Qiqi, Lijuan. Welcome. Please take a seat, Qin Zhan beckoned. Su Qiqi and Zhao Lijuan settled onto the sofa. Qiqi, what is it you wish to discuss? Qin Zhan inquired directly. Minister, do you recall the incident at the demon hunting garden a few days ago? Su Qiqi asked. How could I forget so soon? You mentioned that the attire of the individual who slaughtered nearly 100 Iso was identical to Jiang Taiping's. Qin Zhan began, only to halt abruptly. Minister, I know you refrain from speaking to spare me embarrassment. Allow me to continue, Su Qiqi interjected. That day, I remarked that the dress of the individual who had slain nearly 100 Isho was indistinguishable from Jiang Taiping's. You suspected I was merely seeking to salvage my pride, and remarked that pride cannot be easily restored. Qin Zhan appeared perplexed, unable to fathom why Su Qiqi would voluntarily bring up this matter. Was she not subjecting herself to further humiliation? Minister, what I stated was the truth. Devoid of any intent to regain face, Su Qiqi continued. Qiqi, it is not that I wish to disbelieve you, Qin Zhan sighed. That lad possesses merely an F-level cultivation talent, and just a day prior he was not even a practitioner. I find it exceedingly hard to believe he could vanquish nearly 100 Ishog in a single day. Minister, I understand your skepticism. I too harbored doubts at that time. Su Qiqi estone shifted suddenly. But what if he is not of F-level cultivation talent? What if he exceeds that? That is implausible, Qin Zhan countered. You personally assessed his cultivation talent. You would not jest about such matters, and his level is clearly F. This is precisely the enigma I grapple with. Su Qiqi sighed, glancing at Zhao Lijuan. B358, please recount the events surrounding Jiang Taiping's rescue of you. Certainly, Captain Su, Zhao Lijuan responded, detailing her encounter with the Ming Cat and how Jiang Taiping rushed to her aid. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan exchanged glances. He arrived in mere seconds? Overpowered a Ming Cat rated E level, and the creature could not even touch him. He pierced the Ming Cat's body with a single strike. Are you certain you are not recounting a tale? Are you certain you are not referring to someone of C-level cultivation, but rather Jiang Taiping? Minister, Hall Master, do you find this hard to believe? Su Qiqi asked. Both Qin Zhan and Chao Shan nodded in unison. Anyone would find such a narrative hard to accept. Yet, it was indeed the truth, and it was not the most unbelievable aspect of the situation. Captain Su, you must have heard of my slaying of 8 Yi Shog, correct? We have heard. Both Qin Zhan and Chao Shan concurred. However, those 8 Iso were not slain by me, but by Jiang Taiping. Su Qiqi elaborated on how Jiang Taiping had swiftly dispatched the 8 Yi Sog after she called for help. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan stared in astonishment. He dispatched 8 Yi Shog with one strike, including one that could conceal its presence? How could this narrative become more and more ludicrous? Minister, Hall Master, although I did not witness the event, I firmly believe what Captain Su claims to be the truth, Zhao Lijuan asserted. You all know Captain Su well. She is inherently proud. If it were not absolutely necessary, she would not have requested assistance. Her plea signifies that those 8 Yi Shug posed a substantial threat. The street where I reside is adjacent to Captain Su's. From the moment I heard her call for help to when I arrived, not much time elapsed. In that brief span, those 8 Yi Shou were eradicated, and their corpses were removed. To put it bluntly, if Captain Su could have accomplished this, why would she have needed to call for aid? Qin Zhan and Chao Shan exchanged glances, realizing the validity in Zhao Lijuan's words. However, they still felt as if they were listening to an absurd tale. Minister, Home Master, I swear on my reputation that everything I have stated is true, Su Qiqi declared earnestly. Minister, Home Master, I too swear on my reputation that I speak only the truth, Zhao Lijuan echoed. Once again, Qin Zhan and Chao Shan exchanged glances. With both Su Qiqi and Zhao Lijuan making such declarations, the authenticity of the matter could not be dismissed lightly. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhan asked, Qiqi, I am somewhat perplexed as to why that lad would choose to conceal his abilities. I'm not entirely certain either. But I have a hypothesis, Su Qiqi replied. Jiang Taiping is rather peculiar. He tends to be quite low-key, likely to avoid drawing the attention of otherworldly beings. We all know that these beings are particularly fond of eliminating prodigies. What you say bears some merit. Qin Zhan nodded, then inquired, I have another question. Based on your claims, that lad cannot possibly possess F-level cultivation talent or level. How has he eluded detection by the seven-colored stone and our senses? Minister, that is also a conundrum for me, Su Qiqi admitted. However, it stands to reason that he must possess some extraordinary means, and his martial skills are remarkably refined and potent. I suspect he may have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Once more, Qin Zhan nodded. Apart from serendipity, there seemed to be no other explanation. Qiqi, what of that lad? Should we summon him for questioning? Chao Shan suggested. Hall Master, that fellow slipped away as soon as the mission concluded, Su Qiqi replied, her expression darkening. I called him, but he pretended not to hear, claiming his phone was dead, and then employed some method to render his phone out of service. I currently cannot reach him, nor do I know his whereabouts. Out of service? Qin Zhan was taken aback. He took out his phone, found Jiang Taiping's number, and dialed. Soon a melodious female voice responded, Hello. The number you have dialed is out of service. Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan exchanged bewildered glances. It truly was out of service. Qiqi, why would that lad flee? Qin Zhan pondered aloud. He must be wary of my inquiries. Su Qiqi responded sheepishly. That fellow exposed his true capabilities in front of me to save me, then proceeded to shift the blame onto me, all while lavishing excessive praise on me through the earpiece, nearly causing me to erupt with anger. Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan exchanged glances, realizing that Jiang Taiping had indeed been frightened off. Contemplating for a moment, Qin Zhan asked, Qiqi, do you think we should investigate that lad? Chapter 68. The Protective Hen? Qin Zhan's decision investigate? Su Qiqi was taken aback, questioning, what do we investigate? Suspect him of having ulterior motives for joining the demon hunting hall? Qin Zhan attempted to speak, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Qiqi's voice resumed. Minister, that is impossible, she asserted firmly. Jiang Taiping shows no hesitation in eliminating otherworldly beings in Yi Sok. If not for him, the 9th demon hunting team would have encountered disaster days ago. Furthermore, last night, he rescued both me and B-358. How could he possibly harbor sinister intentions? Qiqi, you have misunderstood my intentions, Qin Zhan explained. I do not doubt his motives for joining the Liamo Tang. Rather, I suggest we investigate his background to understand his growth trajectory, which may clarify our uncertainties. With a sigh of relief, Su Qiqi thought Qin Zhan suspected Jiang Taiping's intentions in joining the Liamo Tang. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, Minister, I believe there is no need for me to investigate his background. Before I invited him to join the Liamo Tang, his history was quite straightforward, and one could describe it as tragic. Tragic? Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, tragic. Sui laberatif. That fellow lost both parents shortly after birth and grew up in an orphanage. At the age of 16, the orphanage, citing insufficient funds and his coming of age, expelled him. Subsequently, he had to juggle multiple jobs, working until 1 or 2 in the morning just to earn enough for his education and living expenses. He lived in a rented basement in a slum. With such a background, would you not agree it is indeed tragic? Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan exchanged glances, acknowledging the severity of his circumstances. As for the possibility of him having gained some fortuitous opportunity, I believe no investigation is necessary. Su Qiqi continued. Everyone harbors secrets, including ourselves. There is no need to cling to other secrets. We merely need to recognize that Jiang Taiping is a member of the Liamo Tang and a part of the Night Wanderers. You need not question his character. Despite his harrowing past, he is not a cold-blooded individual. This is evident from his swift rescue efforts, even at the risk of exposing some of his true abilities to save both me and B-358. Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan nodded in agreement, finding Su Qiqi's reasoning quite compelling. Qiqi, do you know what you resemble at this moment? Qin Zhan inquired. What do you mean? Sui responded, slightly puzzled. You resemble a protective mother hen. Qin Zhan chuckled. Upon realization, Su Chi retorted. What a ridiculous comparison. Jiang Taiping is a member of my Lai Mo Dui, and, as captain, it is my duty to protect him. Is that so? Qin Zhan teased. Who was it that frightened the lad so much he fled as soon as the mission ended, even managing to make his phone seem out of service? Su Chi's cheeks flushed. It is not my fault he keeps misleading me and shifting the blame onto me. Qin Zhan smiled and shifted the topic. Chi, regarding what you and Li Juan mentioned, I have no choice but to believe it. Do you think we should allow the lad to continue hiding? Or should we reveal his true capabilities? Let him continue to hide, Su Chi decisively stated. Revealing him would bring us no advantages, while keeping him concealed may yield unexpected surprises. Although she was displeased with Jiang Taiping for shifting blame onto her, she willingly bore the burden to prevent his exposure. I share your perspective, then it is settled, Qin Zhan announced decisively. The matter concerning that lad shall remain known only to the four of us. Do not mention it to anyone else. However, we must bring him back for questioning, if only to ascertain his true level of cultivation. Then I will reach out to him. Once I am able to contact him, I will urge him to return promptly, Su Chi said. Let me handle the contact. Qin Zhan jested. You have already frightened the lad away. What if you scare him off again? Su Chi felt a bit awkward, as Qin Zhan's words made it sound as if she were a fearsome creature. Is there anything else? If not, we shall leave it at that, Qin Zhan stated. Su Chi hesitated for a moment, turning to Zhao Lijuan. Upon noticing, Zhao Lijuan instantly understood that Su Chi had more to say, but did not wish to do so in her presence. Minister, I have no further matters to discuss. I shall take my leave, Zhao Lijuan remarked. Very well, do return to rest promptly, Qin Zhan nodded. As Zhao Lijuan departed, Su Chi asked, Minister, Tang Zhu, do you have any questions? Qin Zhan and Chao Shan were momentarily surprised, not comprehending Su Chi's inquiry. After a moment's thought, Qin Zhan asked, Chi, do you have something else to discuss? Minister, nothing urgent for now. Since you have no questions, I shall return to rest, Su Chi replied, rising to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly paused and turned back to Qin Zhan, saying, Minister, regarding the incident at Lai Mo Yuan, you misunderstood me. I was merely stating the truth and had no intention of saving face. Qin Zhan felt somewhat awkward, realizing that Su Chi was addressing a previous misunderstanding, which indeed was his fault. Su Chi said nothing further, opening the office door and stepping outside. As they watched her leave, Chao Shan remarked, Minister, I suspect Chi has more say. I share that sentiment, Qin Zhan replied. If she has chosen not to speak, there must be a reason. She will reveal it when she is ready. Exiting the office, Su Chi took the elevator to the 9th floor. She had just inquired of Qin Zhan and Chao Shan to gauge whether they had uncovered anything from the corpses of Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei. Their lack of questions suggested they had found nothing noteworthy. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Su Chi summoned all the members of Lai Mo Dui who were resting in her room. I have summoned you to discuss something, Su Chi stated. Have any of you mentioned our search arrangements from last night to anyone? No. The members of Lai Mo Dui shook their heads in unison. One member spoke up. Captain, during the mission last night, I encountered Zhang Man'er, and she inquired about where we were searching. I thought it was no big deal, so I mentioned it casually. At this, Su Chi's eyes flickered momentarily. The search arrangements of Lai Mo Dui were known only to its members, and she had always wondered how Zhang Man'er could pinpoint Jiang Taiping's location. Now it all made sense. Understood. You all should return to rest, Su Chi instructed. The members of Lai Mo Dui recognized that Su Chi had called them in for a specific reason, but she did not elaborate. They did not press further and left one by one to return to rest. Once everyone had departed, a fierce glint suddenly erupted in Su Chi's beautiful eyes. The death of Zhang Man'er undoubtedly held secrets. This matter would not simply be left unresolved. Chapter 69, Revenge. Is this a matter of endurance? At the entrance of the Lai Mo Yuan, a figure clad in a long black robe, wearing a mask and sunglasses, approached. This individual was none other than Jiang Taiping. The two guards at the entrance of the Lai Mo Yuan exchanged bewildered glances. This fellow, who enjoyed the game of comings and goings, was back again. Ignoring the guards' puzzled expressions, Jiang Taiping struck the massive obsidian at the entrance with his fist. In the next moment, 4 orange beams of light erupted from the obsidian. 4-star E-grade, the guard remarked. You may venture no deeper than 1,300 meters. Remember, this is crucial for your safety. Jiang Taiping nodded and stepped into the black light curtain. Yesterday, he had entered the Lai Mo Yuan with a 4-star E-grade cultivation level, as revealing his true power of 8-star E-grade would be too alarming. Thus, he had the Wan Gel lottery system conceal his abilities to a 4-star E-grade, and during the test, he did not exert his full strength. As Jiang Taiping entered the Lai Mo Yuan, one guard asked, How long do you think you'll be inside? I guess within 5 minutes, the other guard replied. Then I will wager 5 minutes or more. Let's bet a dime, since we have nothing else to do. At this moment, Jiang Taiping had already entered the Lai Mo Yuan, unaware that the two guards were wagering a dime on him. If he knew, he would undoubtedly be speechless. Is my worth merely a dime? Looking around, not spotting the pig demon from yesterday, Jiang Taiping quickly dashed towards the dense forest. Along the way, he encountered several exotic beasts, which he swiftly dispatched. Just as he had slain 4 or 5 exotic beasts, a roar echoed from deep within the forest. Roar! That two-legged standing insect is back. You foolish pig! I told you to keep an eye on him. Why did you come back? Hurry and take care of that two-legged standing insect. Jiang Taiping's expression darkened instantly. He had just slain 4 or 5 F-grade beasts when he was discovered by a wolf demon with shifty eyes. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding welled up in Jiang Taiping's heart. Damn it, that pig must have arrived. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Taiping summoned his sword and soared towards the safe zone. Shortly after he returned, a blood-scarred pig demon burst forth from the dense forest, charging at him. He thought to himself whether he could slay this pig demon. His gaze flickered slightly. He had contemplated this the previous night, but had dismissed the idea. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Taiping concentrated, and an ancient-looking sword box materialized in his left hand. With a gesture from his right hand, the box opened instantly, and 12 flying swords soared into the air, hovering behind him. Go! A soft command resonated in Jiang Taiping's mind. The 12 swords ascended rapidly, shooting towards the oncoming pig demon. Whoosh! 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 The flying swords sliced through the air with a piercing sound, reaching the pig demon in an instant and embedding themselves into its massive body, yet failing to penetrate it. A mournful wail erupted from the pig demon's mouth as it stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before falling silent. At the same time, a mechanical voice from the lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind, announcing that he had slain an enemy and earned 36 low-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping was somewhat surprised. He had indeed avenged himself against the pig demon that had caused him such distress. A long sigh escaped him. However, the moment his delight faded, a sense of frustration emerged. The Taya 12 flying swords had failed to pierce the pig demon's body, not due to their lack of sharpness, but rather because of his own weakness, or rather the vast disparity in cultivation levels between him and the pig demon. It was crucial to note that the 2-star D-grade pig demon possessed at least 2,000 units of vitality, whereas he only had over 800. Given such a significant difference, his ability to slay the pig demon was solely attributable to the sharpness of the Taya 12 flying swords. Return. Jiang Taiping beckoned, and the 12 swords flew out of the pig demon's body, returning to the sword box. He stowed the box away and directed his sword towards the dense forest. He intended to hunt beasts swiftly and elevate his cultivation while the wolf demon was still in a state of confusion. Deep within the forest, a hint of perplexity flickered in the wolf demon's crimson eyes. It had already sent the pig demon to deal with that bipedal insect. So why was there still a loss of energy? Could that foolish pig have been slain? The wolf demon abruptly turned its head towards Jiang Taiping's direction. Moments later, an enraged roar erupted from its mouth. That foolish pig must have been killed by that stupid cat. Your cultivation surpasses that of the pig, and your reflexes are quicker as well. Go and investigate. Meow. Several hundred meters away, a dark cat cried out before darting towards the forest's edge. Stupid cat. That bipedal insect is too cunning. It will flee at the slightest hint of danger. Be cautious if you cannot kill it. Just stay there and keep a close watch on it. The wolf demon's furious roar resounded once more. Damn! Jiang Taiping could not help but curse. He had barely slain a few beasts when the wolf demon reacted. He swiftly dispatched a nearby beast with a sword and, without hesitation, flew back to the safe zone. Not long after he returned, a dark cat emerged from the forest. However, the dark cat did not approach but remained at the forest's edge, watching him intently. 4-star D-grade. Jiang Taiping felt a headache coming on. He had found it challenging to slay the 2-star D-grade pig demon, especially since he had relied on a surprise attack. The dark cat before him was of a higher cultivation level than the pig demon and was on guard, making a sneak attack impossible. Under such circumstances, it would be no small feat to cross such a vast boundary to slay the dark cat. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance to simply retreat. After some contemplation, Jiang Taiping decided to give it a try. He retrieved the sword box and invoked his sword technique, sending the 12 flying swords hurtling towards the dark cat. Seeing this, the dark cat had no intention of confronting them directly and immediately dodged. My sword technique can turn. Jiang Taiping sneered, controlling the 12 swords to continue pursuing the dark cat, forcing it to leap and dodge. After several attempts to escape, the dark cat seemed to realize that this was not a sustainable strategy and retreated back into the dense forest. Due to the trees obstructing his view, Jiang Taiping could no longer see the dark cat's figure and was unable to continue his pursuit, so he had no choice but to retract the 12 swords. Damn it, let's see if you dare to keep an eye on me now. Jiang Taiping cursed loudly, stepping out of the safe zone and moving toward the forest. However, before he could take a few steps, the dark cat leaped out from the forest, lunging at him. Still daring to come out? Jiang Taiping swiftly retreated back into the safe zone and once again utilized his sword technique to chase after the dark cat. Yet, as the 12 small swords flew out, the dark cat darted back into the forest. This time, Jiang Taiping did not immediately exit the safe zone. He waited a moment and saw the cat demon emerge from the forest once again. However, due to his presence in the safe zone, the dark cat merely stared at him from a distance, not approaching. It seemed this was a battle of endurance. Jiang Taiping's mouth twitched in frustration. Chapter 70, You all wait for me. I will annihilate you sooner or later. Stepping out of the safe zone, the dark cat lunged at Jiang Taiping. The dark cat was a 4-star D grade, with vitality exceeding 4,000 units, 5 times that of Jiang Taiping. Given such a vast disparity, Jiang Taiping dared not take risks. Even a single swipe from the dark cat could spell his doom. Yet, by not stepping out of the safe zone, the dark cat remained at the forest's edge. Watching him, leaving him with no options, left or right, he felt trapped. Furthermore, since the dark cat refused to engage him directly, Jiang Taiping found himself in a quandary. After some reflection, he provocatively called out, "Stupid cat, I'm standing right here. Come over here. Meow." The dark cat roared at Jiang Taiping, but remained motionless at the forest's edge. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. It seemed he understood the dark cat's meaning. The dark cat was saying, "Do you think this great cat is foolish? That place is restricted. Only that stupid pig would dare approach." Damn it. Was he just looked down upon by a cat? Jiang Taiping felt a wave of embarrassment. However, this was not the most significant matter. The crucial point was that the dark cat was smarter than the pig, making provocation ineffective. After pondering further, Jiang Taiping suddenly raised his hand and slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten his most formidable ability, Sword technique. A light command escaped Jiang Taiping's lips. Simultaneously, a soft sword materialized out of thin air, hovering before him. He leaped onto the soft sword and soared out of the safe zone. "Stupid cat, I have stepped out of the safe zone. Come and bite me." Jiang Taiping felt quite pleased. He had just realized that he could fly, while the dark cat could not. As long as he ascended into the air, no matter how powerful the dark cat was, it could only watch helplessly. Meow. The dark cat let out another cry directed at Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping understood the dark cat's meaning again. The dark cat was saying, "Bipedal insect, if you have the guts, come down. I promise not to kill you. Stupid cat. Provoking me is a game I have mastered. Don't show off in front of me. Ha ha ha. I'm going to hunt your kind now." Jiang Taiping laughed heartily and flew towards the forest. Seeing this, the dark cat appeared somewhat anxious. Yet, just as Jiang Taiping had anticipated, it could not fly and could only watch him with wide eyes. Soon, Jiang Taiping soared above the forest. He looked down at the ground, searching for traces of the beasts. As previously mentioned, the trees in the hunting grounds were stark and devoid of leaves. This allowed Jiang Taiping to see the scene within the forest from above. Before long, a beast entered his line of sight. Whoosh! With a thought, the sword box of the Taya 12 flying swords appeared in his hand. Following that, the box opened, and a flying sword soared into the air, shooting towards the beast in the forest. The flying sword reached its target in an instant, piercing through the beast's head with a clean hole. Jiang Taiping laughed heartily, for he had discovered a method to slay the Yi Shog and elevate his cultivation. However, at that moment, the piercing howl of the Bing Mao suddenly echoed through the air. Meow, meow. The smile on Jiang Taiping's face abruptly froze. The Bing Mao was warning him that the Yi Shog in the dense forest should quickly hide. Damn it, this foolish cat is more astute than that dim-witted pig. Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and employed his swordsmanship to continue slaying the Yi Shog. Yet before he could dispatch a few more, he could no longer detect any traces of the Yi Shog. After a moment as contemplation, Jiang Taiping lowered his flight altitude, hoping to sense the surrounding circumstances with his Xuanyuan Sword. However, even as he descended to the treetops of the dense forest, the perceptive range of his Xuanyuan Sword still failed to reach the ground. Alas, the sensing distance of Xuanyuan Sword was still too short. Jiang Taiping sighed. The perceptive range of Xuanyuan Sword was merely 20 meters, while the towering trees in the forest each stood dozens of meters high, far exceeding the range of his perception. He had considered continuing his descent, but ultimately decided against it. As long as he remained in the air, the Bing Mao could do nothing to him. However, if he descended into the forest, the agile Bing Mao could easily climb the trees and attack him. "What the hell is going on, you foolish cat?" A furious roar emanated from deep within the forest. It was the Long Yao. Meow, meow. The Bing Mao responded. "What? That two-legged standing insect can actually fly? Little eagle, go kill that two-legged standing insect." The howl of the Long Yao followed swiftly. Jiang Taiping's expression faltered once more. He had forgotten about the flying Yi Shog. Soon after, he saw a massive eagle Yao soar into the sky from the forest. 6-star D-rank grass. Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and hurriedly flew towards the safe zone on his sword. Yet, he quickly realized that the flying speed of the eagle Yao far surpassed his own. Given the current situation, he would be caught by the eagle Yao before he could reach the safe zone. Imperial Steed, come fort. A soft command escaped Jiang Taiping's lips. In the next moment, the Emperor's steed materialized beneath him. Jiang Taiping sheathed his sword, mounted the Emperor's steed, and sped towards the safe zone. The speed of the Emperor's steed was far superior to Jiang Taiping's sword flight, and in an instant, he distanced himself from the eagle Yao. Jiang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had the Emperor's steed. Otherwise, he would have met his demise today. Soon, Jiang Taiping returned to the safe zone. The eagle Yao did not pursue further, instead speaking in human language. That two-legged standing insect, from this moment on. There will always be monsters watching the entrance. If you dare to come again, see if I, the great eagle, do not tear you apart. The corners of Jiang Taiping's mouth twitched violently. This truly dashed his hopes of guerrilla warfare. Just wait. One day, I will slay all of you. Jiang Taiping left behind a grim declaration and turned towards the black light curtain. With the Bing Mao guarding the ground and the eagle Yao patrolling the sky, it was impossible for him to hunt the Yi Shou again, and without the ability to hunt them, there was no need for him to linger here. Departing from the hunter's garden, Jiang Taiping strode forward. Over 5 minutes have passed. I win. Give me a dime. One of the guards said. I don't have a dime. Just put on my tab. Let us gamble again, the other guard replied. Let us bet on when he will re-enter the hunter's garden. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. These two were actually betting on him for just a dime? Can you two play a bit bigger? A dime? Is that even worth betting on? I wager $1 that I will not return to the hunter's garden today. Do you dare take the bet? Jiang Taiping shot a glare at the two guards. In unison, they rolled their eyes. Do you know what it means to have small bets for pleasure and large bets for ruin? Besides, whether you enter the hunter's garden today or not is not up to you. Only a fool would bet with you. Seeing that the two guards had no intention of accepting his wager, Jiang Taiping turned to leave. Simultaneously, a contemplative expression surfaced on his face. He was pondering whether or not to return to the Night Walker's Jiuan branch. Chapter 71. The Treasure Divine Talisman. Sacred Tao, Xuanyuan. Jiang Taiping felt quite conflicted. Previously, he had intended to lay low for a few days, allowing Su Qiqi to calm down. Yet, with no opportunity to enter the hunter's garden, he had no place to enhance his cultivation. He could not just wander aimlessly. Additionally, he could not keep his phone in the system warehouse indefinitely, in case the hunter's hall had a mission. However, returning now seemed inappropriate, as not much time had passed, and Su Qiqi's anger likely had not subsided. If he returned, he would probably be interrogated by Su Qiqi, or even face a torrent of scolding. Sigh. Let me first see what rewards I have obtained today. Jiang Taiping sighed. Summoning the lottery multiverse system. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18 realm. A-rank vitality, 936 cards. This morning it was 816 cards. An increase of 120 cards of vitality. He had only risen by 1 star. Damn, if it weren't for that pesky wolf y'all causing trouble, my cultivation would have already reached D rank. Jiang Taiping felt somewhat dejected and opened the system warehouse. Within the warehouse, there were 520 low-level lottery cards. 5 of these low-level lottery cards were from before, while the rest were the spoils from hunting Yi Shou from last night until now. Lottery multiverse system. Combine 5 low-level lottery cards into 5 high-level lottery cards and 2 mid-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping commanded. 5 high-level lottery cards and 2 mid-level lottery cards have been successfully combined, consuming 520 low-level lottery cards. Lottery multiverse system. 2 consecutive draws for mid-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping continued, commencing the lottery, consuming 2 mid-level lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's expression remained calm. He had grown accustomed to the phrase, thank you for participating. Lottery multiverse system. 5 consecutive draws for high-level lottery cards. Commencing the lottery. Consuming 5 high-level lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a divine talisman, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be extracted with thought. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Xuanyuan Sword, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be extracted with thought. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Today, he had actually won twice in a row, and both prizes were exceptional. His luck was simply extraordinary. Looking around to ensure no one was in sight, and having stepped outside the view of the Hunter's Garden guards, Jiang Taiping concentrated, and a small yet exquisite dagger materialized in his hand. This dagger was none other than the divine talisman. It was just slightly longer than his palm, yet it was compact and fierce, with a blade that glimmered coldly. Unmistakably not an ordinary item. No wonder it was a treasure of the state of Chu. Even its appearance was extraordinary. With the divine talisman in hand, the lethality of his assassination technique would undoubtedly increase significantly. Had he possessed the divine talisman when confronting the shadow snake yesterday, he could have easily beheaded it with a single strike. Jiang Taiping was filled with excitement, his face radiating with a brilliant smile. He was well aware of the divine talisman. It was the divine weapon of Jiang and I in the television drama Snow in the City, and also a treasure of the state of Chu. It was said that the divine talisman was crafted from meteorite essence, able to slice through hair and cut iron like mud. After playing with the divine talisman for a while, Jiang Taiping stored it in the system warehouse. Immediately after, a long sword materialized in his hand. The sword was over 3 feet long, entirely golden in hue. One side of the blade was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side depicted mountains, rivers, and flora. The hilt bore inscriptions on one side regarding agricultural techniques, and on the other, strategies for unifying the seas. Was this not the legendary first divine sword? The Xuanyuan Sword? With the Xuanyuan Sword, the might of his sword techniques, kneeling immortal and green snake in both sleeves, would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Jiang Taiping was on the verge of drooling. It was said that the Xuanyuan Sword was forged from the copper of the mountain of the celestial beings by the Yellow Emperor, later passed on to you the Great, and was known as the Sword of the Sacred Tao. Ha ha ha! With the divine talisman and the Xuanyuan Sword, I shall have no shortcomings, and defeating enemies of higher ranks will be no mere boast. The lottery multiverse system is truly astounding. Jiang Taiping could not help but laugh uproariously. Since he had acquired the lottery multiverse system, only a few days had passed. Yet, in this brief time, his life had undergone a monumental transformation. After a prolonged period of agitation, Jiang Taiping finally calmed down. He stored the Xuanyuan Sword in the system's warehouse, and his expression fell as he contemplated whether to return to the Jiang branch. Sighing, he acknowledged that one cannot escape the inevitable. It was time to face the situation head-on. With a deep breath, he retrieved his phone from the system's warehouse. Immediately, a series of notification sounds echoed, indicating numerous messages. A quick glance revealed dozens of notifications, all indicating that someone had attempted to call him. Among them was a call from Su Qiqi, along with a number he did not recognize. Strikingly, this unknown number had contacted him more frequently than Su Qiqi, accounting for 2/3 of the notifications. Whose number could it be? Jiang Taiping furrowed his brow. While he anticipated Su Qiqi's call, he wondered who else could be reaching out, especially at such frequency. Could it be a minister or a home master? A thought crossed his mind. The matter of Su Qiqi covering for him was presumably not shared with others, but it was uncertain whether she had confided in Qin Zhan or Chao Shan. If Su Qiqi had disclosed the situation to them, the influx of calls from an unfamiliar number would make sense. Just then his phone rang. Jiang Taiping glanced at the screen, and the number displayed was indeed the one that had called him repeatedly. After a moment's contemplation, he answered the call. Soon, Qin Zhan's voice resonated through the phone. Xiao Jiang, this is Qin Zhan. After multiple attempts, I finally managed to reach you. Jiang Taiping felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This unfamiliar number belonged to Qin Zhan. His assumption was correct. Su Qiqi must have informed Qin Zhan about him needing cover, or else he wouldn't have called so persistently. Minister, my phone was dead, and I just powered it back on, Jiang Taiping replied nonchalantly. I see, Qin Zhan said without revealing anything. Xiao Jiang, where are you at the moment? After a moment's thought, Jiang Taiping responded, Minister, I'm at home. I didn't sleep last night, and after completing my task, I had a bit to eat. I initially planned to return to the branch, but considering the distance, I opted to come home and rest. At home, huh? Qin Zhan remarked. I need to discuss something with you. Should I come to your place? Or would you come to the branch? Minister, I'll head to the branch, Jiang Taiping decisively said. He realized that if he invited Qin Zhan to his home, it would expose him. All right, I'll wait for you at the branch. Come directly to my office when you arrive, Qin Zhan instructed. Understood, Minister. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Jiang Taiping retrieved his Emperor Steed and helmet, making his way to the Jiang branch. Chapter 72. Hurry up, or are you still stubborn? At the Jiang branch, on the 18th floor, a figure burst forth from the elevator, striding briskly towards Qin Zhan's office. This figure was none other than Su Qiqi. Noticing that the office door was ajar, she entered and began searching for Jiang Taiping. However, after scanning the room, she only found Qin Zhan and Chao Shan, with no sign of Jiang Taiping. Minister, didn't you say Xiao Jiang would be here soon? Where is he? Su Qiqi inquired. Qiqi, I said he would be here shortly. Not that he had already arrived, Qin Zhan responded, exasperated. You're so anxious, he is on his way. Have a seat and wait. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Qiqi stuck out her tongue and sat down on the sofa. Qiqi, when that kid arrives, make sure not to scare him away, Qin Zhan cautioned. Oh, Su Qiqi replied. Qin Zhan said nothing further, and the three of them waited for Jiang Taiping's arrival. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Taiping stood before the office door. Seeing Su Qiqi present made him feel somewhat uneasy, but he steeled himself and walked in. Minister, home master, Captain. Jiang Taiping greeted Qin Chao Shan, and Su Qiqi. Xiao Jiang, you're here. Have a seat. Qin said with a smile. Jiang Taiping sat on the sofa, deliberately positioning himself a distance away from Su Qiqi. Noticing this, Su Qiqi irritably remarked, Jiang Taiping, why are you sitting so far away? Are you feeling guilty? No need to worry. Qin interjected, somewhat exasperated. Qiqi, have you forgotten what I told you? Su Qiqi shot a glare at Jiang Taiping, but refrained from speaking further. Xiao Jiang. Qin turned his attention to Jiang Taiping. I heard from Qiqi that you saved her and killed 8 Yishou with a single move. Indeed. Minister, Jiang Taiping did not deny it. Since Su Qiqi had already revealed the information, denying it would be pointless. Could you elaborate on how you discovered that ing, sir? Qin inquired. Minister, I sensed danger in that area, so out of caution, I threw a knife there and unexpectedly hit the ink's head, causing it to explode, Jiang Taiping explained. Qin nodded. Previously, during the Demon Hunter Team 9's sweep of Vividu hideouts, Jiang Taiping had exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to danger, which had helped prevent a disastrous outcome for the team. Xiao Jiang, can you tell us how you managed to kill 8 Yishou with a single throw? Qin pressed on. Jiang Taiping pondered for a moment. Minister, it was simply a matter of throwing the knife accurately. Both Qin and Xiao Shan were taken aback. 8 Yishou, each with a perfect headshot? This was merely a matter of accuracy? Moreover, the lowest ranked among them was a Qi Xing EG. Was it feasible to achieve a headshot simply by being accurate? Su Qiqi felt similarly astonished. Although she had anticipated that Jiang Taiping would not tell the complete truth, hearing him say such things left her momentarily speechless. Clearing his throat, Qin coughed a few times and said, Xiao Jiang, E.G. Shou cannot be taken down by mere accuracy. What the minister says is quite reasonable. Jiang Taiping nodded. I also threw quickly. They didn't have time to react. Once again, Qin and Chao Shan were left bewildered. Was this merely a matter of speed? Who could throw accurately and quickly enough to take down an E.G. So? At this moment, it became clear to them that Jiang Taiping was merely trying to deflect their inquiries. Su Qiqi gazed up at the ceiling, struggling to suppress her laughter. She profoundly felt what Zhao Lijuan had described. She now had a partner who could empathize with her. However, this time it was not shock, but rather the absurdity of being deceived by Jiang Taiping. While she wanted to laugh, she also yearned to give Jiang Taiping a good beating. Clearing his throat again, Qin suppressed his urge to lash out at Jiang Taiping and shifted the conversation. Xiao Jiang, what is your current cultivation level? Yesterday, the captain mentioned I was at Huxing FG. I feel my vitality has increased, so I believe I might be at Nixing FG now. Jiang Taiping replied, uncertain, as confirming 1's cultivation level typically required a test with the ushers. Xiao Jiang, I'm asking about your true cultivation level, Qin reminded him. Upon Jiang Taiping's entrance, he had discerned that Jiang Taiping was at least Liuxing FG, but he suspected this was merely a facade, or perhaps a result of Jiang Taiping's attempts to conceal his true strength. Minister, I don't understand what you mean. I'm speaking of my actual cultivation level. Jiang Taiping replied, confusion evident in his expression. The corner of Qin's mouth twitched. Could Abuxing FD easily dispatch an Yishou of Qi Xing EG or higher with a single strike? Did he think him a fool, or that the heads of such Yishou were made of tofu? How could he lie so blatantly with such innocent eyes? Qin glanced at Chao Shan, who appeared at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Then he turned to Su Qiqi, who was staring at the ceiling, her cheeks equally crimson. After a moment's thought, Qin suggested, Qiqi, why don't you say a few words? Su Qiqi was taken aback. Hadn't Tisha been told not to speak? Why was she being asked to speak now? Minister, may I speak a few words? Su Qiqi inquired. If you do not wish to speak, then so be it, Qin replied. It was not only Chao Shan and Su Qiqi who felt a sense of unease. He too felt it acutely. Jiang Taiping had treated them like fools, and he yearned to give that little rascal a good thrashing. Yet, due to his ministerial position, he refrained from taking action and instead relied on Su Qiqi to handle matter. Of course, I want a Su Qiqi thought. Fearing that Qin might change his mind, she glared at Jiang Taiping, saying, Jiang Taiping, the undeniable truth lies before us, yet you persist in your stubbornness? Speak up, what is your true cultivation level? Captain, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. You can sense my cultivation level too. Jiang Taiping protested, a look of grievance on his face. Su Qiqi was on the brink of losing her temper. This rascal was convinced they could not see through his facade and was determined to hold his ground. Jiang Taiping, do you believe I want to beat you? Sui threatened fiercely. Captain, even if you beat me, it won't elevate my cultivation level. Jiang Taiping lamented. Su Qiqi exploded with rage, charging at Jiang Taiping. However, before she could reach him, an invisible force restrained her and pushed her back onto the sofa. She turned to Qin, confused, and asked, Minister, why are you stopping me? It's just talk. No need for violence. Qin shot a glare at Su Qiqi. then turned to Jiang Taiping, saying, "Little Jiang, there's nothing else. You must be exhausted from staying up all night yesterday. Hurry back and rest." Jiang Taiping was taken aback. He had braced himself for a severe interrogation, but it seemed that was not to be. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate turn of events, and he quickly took his leave. Yet, as he reached the door, Qin Zhan's voice suddenly called out, "Little Jiang, wait a moment." Chapter 73, A Duel of Acting Skills. Golden Boy and Jade Girl Jiang Taiping halted, turning back to face Qin Zhan. "Little Jiang, I wish to share a few words with you," Qin Zhan began. "Everyone has their secrets. The Night Walkers do not pry into others' mysteries. The Night Walkers are your most steadfast support. As long as it is not a matter of murder or arson, you can come to me at any time." Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned, suddenly comprehending why Qin Zhan had only asked a few simple questions before ceasing further inquiry. "Chi-Chi, you should also go and rest." Qin Zhan continued. As he spoke, he released his hold on Su Chi-Chi. Su Chi-Chi promptly stood up, darting over to Jiang Taiping and grabbing his ear. "Come with me," Su Chi-Chi said fiercely, pulling Jiang Taiping by the ear as she headed for the door. Watching Su Chi-Chi and Jiang Taiping depart, Qin Zhan sighed. "This girl, I've wasted my breath. Minister, it's just you and me here. Spare me the act," Chao Shan remarked, rather speechless. "Isn't it precisely what you want to see? Chi-Chi dealing with that rascal? Old Chao, you know it. Why expose me?" Though Qin Zhan felt no embarrassment in being called out by Chao Shan, he had indeed hoped for Su Chi-Chi to discipline Jiang Taiping. That little rascal had treated him like a fool, and he genuinely wanted to give him a good thrashing. However, as a minister, he felt it inappropriate to take action himself, and thus sought to use Su Chi-Chi's hand to teach Jiang Taiping a lesson. Chao Shan did not pursue the topic further and asked, "Minister, are we letting that rascal off the hook?" "Old Chao, he has only joined the Night Walkers for a few days. He may not yet trust us," Qin Zhan explained. "It's also possible that it is not a matter of trust, but rather that his life experiences have shaped a cautious personality. He clearly does not wish to divulge anything, and pressing further would be somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, the Night Walkers do not inquire about one's background. We only consider one's character. That rascal is merciless in dealing with otherworldly beasts and practitioners, which sufficiently demonstrates that his character is not in question. There is no need for us to cling to his secrets." Chao Shan nodded, though still worried. "Minister, I fear Chi-Chi may go too far. That girl appears gentle and amiable, yet her temper is incredibly fiery. Sometimes, I wonder what sort of man could possibly keep her in check." "Old Chao, you are overthinking it," Qin Zhan chuckled. "Chi-Chi's temperament is indeed fiery, but she is not reckless. She is simply a bit frustrated that the rascal has deceived her while shamelessly flattering her. In reality, she is quite willing to take the blame for him. If that were not the case, why would she have unhesitatingly suggested he continue to conceal himself? Thus, she is merely venting her frustrations and will not go too far. Nor will she do anything to harm him." Chao Shan pondered for a moment. "Minister, now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case." "What do you mean by seems?" "It is indeed the truth," Qin Zhan continued. "As for your question about which man could tame that girl, I believe that rascal could." "Minister, are you certain you are not joking?" Chao Shan remarked, incredulous. "That rascal was just dragged away by Chi-Chi." "Old Chao, do not let appearances deceive you," Qin Zhan urged. "I have witnessed that rascal effortlessly overpower an otherworldly practitioner of E-level cultivation. The practitioner could not even brush against his clothing. You also heard Zhao Liwan mention that the E-level Ming Cat from the 7 stars could not touch him either. This demonstrates just how swift his reflexes are. Do you truly believe such a swift individual could be easily caught by Chi-Chi?" Chao Shan was momentarily taken aback. "Minister, are you suggesting that rascal intentionally allowed Chi-Chi to grab his ear?" "Indeed," Qin Zhan lamented. "That rascal dares to be defiant even in our presence, which indicates a strong will. Furthermore, he is quite astute. He knows that if he annoys Chi-Chi, he can deliberately let her catch him, allowing her to vent her frustrations, thereby diffusing the situation. If what you say is true, then that rascal is quite crafty," Chao Shan mused. "However, even so, it does not imply that he can keep Chi-Chi in check. While this particular instance does not provide enough evidence, what if Chi-Chi holds a genuine affection for that rascal?" Qin Zhan inquired. "Affection?" Chao Shan was momentarily stunned. "Yes, affection." Qin Zhan pressed on. "Have you not noticed how deeply Chi-Chi seems to care for that rascal?" "It does appear so," Chao Shan nodded. Su Chi-Chi had rushed over upon hearing that Jiang Taiping was returning and was even willing to take the blame for him, protecting him at every turn. This is not merely a captain looking after her subordinate. Throughout history, countless tales have been told of beautiful women falling for heroes, and many romances have blossomed from acts of rescue. Qin Zhan sighed. No one can tame her because they have yet to encounter the right person. When one meets the right person, even steel can soften into gentle silk, and demons can be reformed. How much more so for someone with merely a fiery temperament? Take you, for instance. Your temper is not much better than Chi-Chi's, and you can be quite headstrong. Yet when it comes to your lady, do you not find yourself at her beck and call, unable to go east when she says west, and sitting when she says to? Chao Shan's face flushed. Minister, we are discussing Chi-Chi. Must you pull me into this? I am merely presenting facts to illustrate that you are worrying unnecessarily, Qin Zhan stated. Chao Shan felt a bit awkward and changed the subject. Minister, you cannot deny that Chi-Chi is beautiful and possesses extraordinary talent for cultivation. While that rascal is quite handsome and undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent as well. Together, they make a perfect pair. You should refrain from meddling in this matter. Do not let your good intentions lead to mischief. It is best to let things unfold naturally, Qin Zhan advised. Minister, I was merely making an observation. I had no intention of meddling. Chao Shan shook his head. Just as Qin Zhan had said, Su Chi-Chi had no intention of harming Jiang Taiping. In fact, Qin Zhan had overthought the situation. As soon as they entered the elevator, Su Chi-Chi released Jiang Taiping's ear. Jiang Taiping was somewhat astonished. Just as Qin Zhan had predicted, he had intentionally allowed Su Chi-Chi to hold his ear to let her vent her frustrations and defuse the matter. However, what he had not anticipated was that as soon as they entered the elevator, Su Chi-Chi would let go of his ear and return to a state of calm. Captain, are you no longer angry? Jiang Taiping asked timidly. I was quite angry earlier, Su Chi-Chi admitted, but after some reflection, I found I was no longer upset. Jiang Taiping sighed in relief, perplexed. If you're no longer angry, then why did you grab my ear? Performing for the minister and the guild leader, Su Chi-Chi elucidated, you are deceiving them as if they were fools. They constrained by their status are reluctant to punish you directly and wish to utilize me to teach you a lesson. Should I not cooperate to alleviate their frustrations? Jiang Taiping suddenly comprehended. He had thought his acting skills were impressive, but it now seemed that Su Chi-Chi's talent and performance was equally formidable. Only the minister, with his broad-mindedness, could refrain from delivering a severe beating to you. With a dismissive glance at Jiang Taiping, Su Chi-Chi inquired, have the corpses of the otherworldly beasts been sold? Not yet. Jiang Taiping shook his head. After finishing the task, I rushed to the hunting garden, and then returned for interrogation. I haven't had the chance to sell them yet. Where are they stored? Take me there, and I will assist you in selling them. Suiki insisted. Huh? Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. He was capable of selling them himself. Why would he need Su Chi-Chi's help? What do you mean, huh? Su Chi-Chi retorted. If you pass the responsibility to me, won't he that expose you? Captain, I'm not that foolish. Jiang Taiping replied, somewhat exasperated. A person as cautious as he would certainly not overlook that issue. I know you're not foolish, but would be more prudent for me to handle the sale. Suiki asserted. That makes sense. Jiang Taiping nodded in agreement. He had initially considered donning a long black robe to conceal his identity while selling the otherworldly beast corpses at the Zhuan Chamber of Commerce. While that might raise some suspicions, as long as no one knew it was him, it would suffice. However, having Su Chi-Chi sell them would eliminate any possibility of suspicion altogether. Quickly tell me where the otherworldly beast corpses are. Suiki in an abandoned factory not far behind my house. Jiang Taiping disclosed. He couldn't reveal that the corpses were in the system's warehouse, so he sought a more suitable location. All right, we've arrived at the underground garage. Let us go. Su Chi-Chi announced. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. He hadn't even noticed that the elevator skipped the 9th floor. And now, Su Chi-Chi was leading him straight to the underground garage, clearly having planned to help him sell the corpses all along. Upon entering the underground garage, Su Chi-Chi halted in front of a large truck. Get in. She beckoned, ascending the vehicle herself. Jiang Taiping was taken aback by Su Chi-Chi's thoughtful preparation of transportation. Once aboard, Su Chi-Chi drove out of the underground garage, heading towards Jiang Taiping's residence. Wait, I must mention something. Su Chi-Chi began. Only I, the minister, the guild leader, and B358 are aware of your situation. We will not disclose it to anyone else, so you can continue to hide without arguing with me. Otherwise, it will make me feel insulted. Captain, I'm a bit tired. I'll just sleep for a while. Wake me when we arrive, Jiang Taiping replied. Changing the topic without further argument. Su Chi-Chi was left speechless. This rascal was sleeping again? However, considering that Jiang Taiping did not argue with her, she chose to remain silent. Before long, Su Chi-Chi arrived at the entrance of the abandoned factory not far from Jiang Taiping's home. Wake up! Where are you hiding them? I'll help you move them. Captain, you stay here. I can handle it myself. Jiang Taiping decisively refused, jumping down from the truck and striding towards the factory. He still needed to retrieve the beast corpses from the system's warehouse. If Su Chi-Chi followed, wouldn't that expose him? Su Chi-Chi didn't dwell on it and sat quietly in the truck. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she grew anxious when Jiang Taiping had still not emerged. What's going on? Growing increasingly impatient, Su Chi-Chi hopped out of the truck and made her way inside the factory. As she entered, she spotted Jiang Taiping crouching suspiciously beneath a window in one of the factory rooms. Jiang, Su Qiqi called out, but before she could finish, Jiang Taiping gestured for silence. Seeing this, Su Qiqi quickly swallowed her words and cautiously approached him. What are you doing? She whispered. Listen, it seems like there's a seminar for the otherworldly disciples. Jiang Taiping replied. Su Qiqi was puzzled. What seminar for otherworldly disciples? Nevertheless, she immediately perked up her ears to listen. The factory's soundproofing was quite effective. Although she couldn't hear everything clearly, she caught several impassioned remarks. Do you wish to live a mundane life? Will you be fodder for otherworldly beasts? Do you aspire to become a practitioner? Join us. We can help you become practitioners. We will provide endless resources for your cultivation. We can even help you befriend otherworldly beasts. Captain, doesn't that sound like a seminar for otherworldly disciples? Jiang Taiping queried softly. What seminar? It's clearly a scheme to entice people to join. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes. The earlier statements sounded reasonable, but the last one was quite absurd. After all, who in their right mind would want to befriend otherworldly beasts? There's a significant gap in understanding. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. In his previous life, some pyramid schemes also hosted various seminars to lure people in. The otherworldly disciples employing similar tactics to entice others to join was precisely what a seminar for otherworldly disciples would be. Your perception of danger is quite acute. Isn't it? Su Qiqi asked. Did you sense any danger inside? I did not sense any danger. Jiang Taiping shook his head. Utilizing his Kinbunchika Haki, he could clearly see that there were dozens of people inside the factory, but only one had any level of cultivation, and that was merely an F level. A level so low it wouldn't be a challenge for either him or Su Qiqi. Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge in and stop them. Suikieth. Shouldn't we listen a bit longer? We might glean some useful information. Jiang Taiping suggested. You're overthinking it. Suiki explained. I've captured some of these individuals before. They're the lowest tier of otherworldly disciples, knowing nothing. Even if they know something, interrogating them will yield no results. All right. Jiang Taiping sighed. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and he had no experience. Come, let us charge together. Su Qiqi declared, heading towards the factory doors, with Jiang Taiping following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Qiqi kicked the heavy iron door with force. Bang! With a resounding thud. The iron door swung open under her might. Immediately, Su Qiqi dashed inside. How brutal, Jiang Taiping thought, his eyelids twitching as he stepped in after her. Night walkers conducting an investigation. Everyone raise your hands and crouch down. Su Qiqi shouted loudly. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Raise your hands and crouch down. Isn't there an issue with your wording? The otherworldly disciple, who had been passionately rallying the crowd, was taken aback. The audience, too, was startled, glancing at one another, unsure of how to react. Didn't you hear me? Su Qiqi admonished again. Nightwalkers conducting an investigation. Everyone raise your hands and crouch down. Seeing that Su Qiqi had not yet realized the contradiction in her words, Jiang Taiping felt compelled to remind her, Captain, there's a flaw in your statement. If everyone raises their hands, how can they also crouch down? Su Qiqi's face flushed crimson. How could someone as clever as her utter such contradictory words? You don't understand. Su Qiqi retorted, blushing. I said that on purpose to confuse them, so they wouldn't know whether to raise their hands or crouch down, making them forget to escape. Do you understand? Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Your reasoning is quite sound. Had it not been for your flushed cheeks, I might have genuinely believed you. Without exposing Su Qiqi's blunder, Jiang Taiping praised, Captain, you're truly remarkable. Perhaps it was Su Qiqi's mention of escape that alerted the otherworldly disciple, who immediately turned and dashed towards the window. Are you courting death? Jiang Taiping scoffed, casually flicking his wrist as a dagger hurtled toward the fleeing disciple. In the next moment, the dagger caught up to the otherworldly disciple, piercing through his back and pinning him to the wall. Seeing this, Su Qiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Why did you kill him? The man emanates the scent of an otherworldly beast, an explanation provided by Jiang Taiping regarding the otherworldly disciple. He added, Did you not say he knows nothing? He attempted to flee, and if we do not eliminate him, are we to keep him for the new year? This holds some truth. Su Qiqi nodded, casting her gaze upon the individuals within the factory, and spoke in a grave tone. Everyone, crouch down and protect your heads. Upon hearing her command, the crowd hastily complied, not daring to hesitate. They had witnessed Jiang Taiping slay that otherworldly disciple and certainly did not wish to share his fate. Why choose the path of an otherworldly disciple when one can simply lead a normal life? Su Qiqi's cold voice cut through the tension. Do you see? That is the fate of those who tread the path of otherworldly disciples. The crowd fell silent, heads bowed in fear, with some timid souls trembling to the ground. You go and bind them, Su Qiqi instructed Jiang Taiping. I will bring the vehicle in. If anyone dares to run, eliminate them on the spot. Understood, Captain. Jiang Taiping replied, making his way toward the crowd. Lacking ropes, he resorted to tearing the clothes of the individuals present, fashioning strips of fabric to bind them like zongzi. By this time, Su Qiqi had already driven the large truck over. You go retrieve the otherworldly beast carcass. I will bring them to the truck, Su Qiqi directed. Jiang Taiping nodded, taking the dagger used to dispatch the otherworldly disciple and ventured deeper into the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, Su Qiqi carried one individual, dragging the bound group to the truck side. It was not long before Jiang Taiping emerged, dragging the corpses of 10 otherworldly beasts behind him. Captain, what shall we do with these fellows? He inquired. Did they not wish to befriend otherworldly beasts? Let us place them together, Su Qiqi suggested. All right, Jiang Taiping agreed, tossing the 10 carcasses onto the truck before unceremoniously heaving the bound individuals up as well. The ordinary people, upon sighting the grotesque remains of the beasts, turned pale with fright. Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping paid no heed to the terrified crowd, driving the large truck toward the Zhou Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Taiping, you truly are a harbinger of fortune, Su Qiqi remarked, her tone infused with admiration. What makes you say that? Jiang Taiping questioned, perplexed. Consider this, Su Qiqi elucidated. You concealed the beast's carcasses here, and upon your return, you fortuitously encountered the otherworldly disciple, deceiving others. Is that not a stroke of luck? It has seemed so, Jiang Taiping mused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Had Su Qiqi known that his assertion was merely a casual remark, she might have further believed him to be a harbinger of fortune. However, it was not entirely unfounded. He had chosen this location precisely because it was suitable for concealing the carcasses. You need a bit of color to shine, don't you? Su Qiqi shot him a glance. Jiang Taiping, somewhat speechless, wondered how her comment about him being a harbinger of fortune had turned into a critique. Was he to refute her and declare that she was mistaken? Alas, dealing with women proved to be quite the challenge. Jiang Taiping suppressed a sigh. No wonder many claim that women are ever vocal, always having something to say about any matter. As they neared the Zhou Chamber of Commerce, Su Qiqi placed a call to inform them of their arrival. Upon reaching, the staff of the chamber awaited them in the plaza. You may examine the cargo. Suiki instructive. Understood, Captain Su. The staff member replied, climbing onto the truck to inspect. Moments later, he jumped down, his expression one of incredulity. Captain Su, we do not accept people. What are you thinking? Su Qiqi retorted, exasperated. Those individuals were captured while we retrieved the beast carcasses and brought them along. I see. The staff member realized. Captain Su, we have 2 E-grade beasts of 7 stars, 6 E-grade beasts of 8 stars, and 2 E-grade beasts of 9 stars, totaling 18 million. Jiang Taiping's eyes widened in astonishment. The 10 otherworldly beasts were valued at 18 million, an average of 180,000 each, an astonishing fortune. Su Qiqi, however, remained unfazed. It was not her first time selling the carcasses of otherworldly beasts. The funds for her Ferrari and high-grade blood essence pills had been earned through such transactions. Transfer the funds to my account, Su Qiqi commanded. Please hold on, Captain, the staff member replied, pulling out his phone to make a call. Shortly thereafter, Su Qiqi received a notification that the funds had been deposited. Let's depart. Su Qiqi beckoned Jiang Taiping, who then climbed aboard the truck. Su Qiqi drove them toward the nearby Jiuan division. Upon returning to the division, Su Qiqi handed over the captured individuals to the Intelligence Bureau before parking the truck in the underground garage. I will transfer the funds from the sale of the beast carcasses to you, Su Qiqi declared as she retrieved her phone to initiate the transfer to Jiang Taiping. Upon viewing the string of zeros in the notification, Jiang Taiping could hardly contain his excitement. Just a few days prior, he had toiled relentlessly, working 3 jobs until late at night to survive. Now, in mere days, he had transitioned from struggling worker to a millionaire, then a multi-millionaire. Captain, are otherworldly beasts truly worth this much? Jiang Taiping asked, astonished. Previously, he had thought that selling the 10 carcasses for a few $100,000 would be impressive. Yet, he never anticipated they would fetch 18 million, a staggering multiple of his initial expectation. If it were not profitable, where will my funds come from? Suiki elucidative. The carcasses of E-grade beasts have a chance to yield high-grade blood essence pills, as well as mid-grade and low-grade ones. The higher the beast's rank, the more mid-grade and low-grade pills can be extracted. If high-grade blood essence pills are not extracted, one can obtain more mid-grade and low-grade pills, which explains their scarcity and why the price of E-grade beast carcasses starts at $1 million. Jiang Taiping nodded, realization dawning upon him. It seems our efforts last night were not in vain. We have become millionaires. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at that moment. Jiang Taiping bore the unmistakable demeanor of a newly wealthy individual. After a brief silence, she inquired, Jiang Taiping, you were the one who killed Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, weren't you? Chapter 76, The Heart of 7 Apertures. Seeking justice, Jiang Taiping's gaze sharpened momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. He had long sensed Su Qiqi's suspicions. yet he had not anticipated her to confront him so directly. Captain, what leads you to believe it was me? Jiang Taiping countered. There are too many inconsistencies. Suiki explained. The search area of the demon hunting team 8 is over 10 miles from the street you were searching. Why would Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei appear on the street you were investigating? I considered the possibility that they came to rescue me upon hearing my cries for help, but I find that unlikely. This is not a matter of me being overly cautious. I have substantial evidence. First, Zhang Manor is narrow-minded and views me as an enemy. She is unlikely to come to my aid. Second, the distance between Zhang Manor and me is considerable. She could not have heard my cry for help. Third, even if she were coming to rescue me, the time between my call for help and my arrival with you is short. She could not have traversed such a distance in that time, implying she must have been headed your way long before. Furthermore, considering I explicitly mentioned the rank of the otherworldly beast, why would she bring Zhang Zhanfei along? Is that not tantamount to courting death? Fourth, if she were there to save me and encounter danger, why did she not call for help? With one shadow snake and 2 individuals, they should have had time to seek assistance, yet they did not. The only explanation I can come up with is that they were engaged in something nefarious and did not dare to call for help. This led me to the conclusion that Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei were heading towards you. However, I was puzzled at the time. Only members of Demon Hunting Team 9 knew the search arrangements. How did Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei accurately locate the street you were investigating? After the mission concluded, I inquired with the members of the Lai Mo Godui. One member recounted an encounter with Zhang Manor prior to the task, during which she inquired about our search arrangements. He thought little of it and casually mentioned it. This clarifies how Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei were able to accurately locate the street we were searching, confirming my suspicion that they were indeed targeting you. Given your strength, eliminating them would be no arduous task. Jiang Taiping could only smile wryly. Su Qiqi is exceptionally astute, despite having seen nothing. She deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy from mere fragments of information. Captain, there's one more point you haven't explained regarding the death of those 2 by the shadow snake. Jiang Taiping remarked. Are you testing me? Su Qiqi shot him a glance. I have seen that shadow snake. It is not the one you dispatched while rescuing me. However, this is easily explained. You had previously slain another shadow snake. By the way, I suspect you intentionally asked me how many concealed beasts were mentioned in the intelligence from the intelligence hall. If I'm not mistaken, that shadow snake was one you killed before I sought your help, right? Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. This girl had even considered that detail. Taiping, I am certain they came to kill you, and the reasons are not hard to deduce. Su Qiqi continued. During the Lai Mo Tang assessment, you embarrassed them. But that is not the primary motive. The real reason is to cast blame on me for failing to protect my teammates, thereby competing for the position of team leader. This girl truly possesses a keen mind. No wonder my acting skills could not deceive her. Jiang Taiping could not help but sigh inwardly. Taiping, I understand you wish to conceal your strength by disguising their deaths as a result of the shadow snake, but in doing so, you are also aiding them in concealing their treachery and the attempted assassination of colleague. Su Qiqi paused, her voice cold. Such contemptible individuals do not deserve to be revered in death. They are unworthy of being compared to the heroes who have fallen in battle. Captain, death resolves all matters. Do not dwell excessively on this. Jiang Taiping sighed. They were bitten by the shadow snake. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Sui Yi nodded. Taiping, the majority of Nightwalkers are good people. Individuals like Zhang Manor are merely exceptions. Such occurrences are unavoidable. And I hope this does not skew your perception of Nightwalkers. I understand, Jiang Taiping smiled. B-358 is quite commendable when I went to rescue her. She even held off the beast, urging me to escape first. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi sighed in relief. She had been genuinely concerned that Jiang Taiping might develop a negative impression of Nightwalkers due to Zhang Manor. It seemed her worries were unfounded, as Jiang Taiping's maturity far exceeded her expectations. Taiping, I will provide an explanation for this matter, Su Qiqi stated. Captain, I'm perfectly fine. What explanation do you need? Jiang Taiping asked, puzzled. Your matters are your own, Su Qiqi replied. But as for my team, only I am permitted to bully them. No one else is allowed. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. What did she mean by saying she alone could bully her team? Without that statement, he would have been quite touched, but with it, he found it hard to feel any sentiment at all. The assassination of my teammate cannot simply be overlooked. Taiping, my mind is made up. There is no need for you to persuade me. Do not worry. I will not publicize this matter. Suiki the cliff, opening the car door and jumping down from the truck. Jiang Taiping felt a headache coming on. Su Qiqi's resoluteness meant he could not simply talk her out of it. Captain, what are you planning to do? Jiang Taiping inquired. I am going to demand an explanation from the minister. Su Qiqi replied without looking back. Sighing, Jiang Taiping understood that Su Qiqi was acting to prevent him from feeling wronged. But he had already killed Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei and did not feel aggrieved at all. After a moment's thought, He took out his phone and sent Su Qiqi a document. At that moment, Su Qiqi had already entered the elevator. Hearing her phone ring, she pulled it out, her pretty face displaying a hint of confusion. What could Jiang Taiping want to message her about? Opening the message, she discovered an audio file inside. She pressed play and listened intently. After a moment, she put her phone away, muttering to herself about how cunning he was. Indeed, quite clever. Exiting the elevator, she headed straight for Qin Zhan's office. Arriving at the door of Qin Zhan's office, Su Qiqi did not knock, but simply pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Su Qiqi enter without knocking, both Qin Zhan and Chao Shan were momentarily taken aback. Usually, Su Qiqi would knock before entering. Why was she barging in today? The key point was her dark expression, which suggested she was in a murderous mood. What was going on? Qiqi, did that kid offend you? Qin Zhan asked. No. Su Qiqi replied in a low voice. Minister, I am here to seek justice for Jiang Taiping. Chapter 77. 2 Justices. Are you here to extort me? Qin Zhan and Chao Shan were simultaneously taken aback. Jiang Taiping had deceived them as if they were fools. It was already fortunate that they hadn't confronted him. Yet, here was Su Qiqi coming to seek justice for him. Qiqi, are you certain your Haven team has spoken? Qin Zhan questioned. I am certain. Su Qiqi nodded. Minister, Home Master. Last night, the search area for Mo Jiu was near Jiu No. 1 High School, while Mo Ui was searching around Ping'an Street. How far is Ping'an Street from Jiu No. 1 High School? Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. He had sensed that Su Qiqi was withholding something earlier. Now, with her storming in with fury and mentioning Mo Ui, he keenly sensed something was amiss. Old Chao, was Mo Ui searching around Ping'an Street? Qin Zhan asked. The search was arranged by Chao Shan, who was unsure of the specific regions assigned to the Mo teams. Yes, Minister. Chao Shan's expression grew serious. He was uncertain why Su Qiqi was discussing the search areas of both Mo Jiu and Mo Ui. But the deaths of Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei made him realize something was wrong. Receiving Chao Shan's confirmation, Qin Zhan spoke in a low tone. Qiqi, please continue. Minister, the street where the bodies of Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei were found is the same street Jiang Taiping was searching, Su Qiqi stated. Ping'an Street is over 10 miles away from Jiu No. 1 High School. Why did Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei abandon their posts and appear on the street Jiang Taiping was searching? Qin Zhan and Chao Shan's expressions froze suddenly, clearly having come to a realization. Qiqi, don't keep us in suspense. Speak your mind. Qin Zhan urged solemnly. All right. Su Qiqi repeated what she had told Jiang Taiping. After Su Qiqi finished speaking, both Qin Zhan and Chao Shan's faces grew grim. They were no fools. Although Su Qiqi's words were merely conjectures, they were tightly interwoven and likely contained the truth. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhan said, Qiqi, your reasoning is sound, and I recognize your judgment. But this is merely your speculation along with my intuition. Do you have concrete evidence? I do. Su Qiqi pulled out her phone, opened the audio file Jiang Taiping had sent her, and turned up the volume. Immediately, voices began emanating from her phone. Speak. Why did you ambush me? Why did you want to kill me? Jiang Taiping, you had better let me go. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. TSK, TSK. And yet you dare to speak so boldly while beneath my foot. But then again, you're still holding something back. Captain Zhang Mania. This guy's already beneath my foot. How much longer do you plan to hide? Sis, save me. Captain Zhang Man'er, it's just me here. Captain Su Isnt around. Why are you so anxious? Just tell me why you abandoned your post and came here to kill me. It's fine if you don't want to say. Let me guess. Is it because I embarrassed you and the fellow beneath my foot during the Mo Tang assessment? Or is it because you want to compete with Su Qiqi for the position of team leader and plan to kill me to pin the blame of failing to protect my teammates on her? Jiang Taiping, the more you know, the more doomed you are. It seems I was correct in my assumptions. You speak as if my ignorance would spare my life. Knowing this, your demise is assured today. It was my sister, Zhang Man'er, who instructed me to kill you. Do not heed her lies. She has deceived me. Truly, I was led astray by her manipulations. I beg you, spare my life. Let me go as if I were insignificant. I promise to never dare again. And I will serve you loyally. Once a life is lost, all matters cease. I shall not hold it against you. My actions were not solely to conceal my true strength, but also to preserve your dignity. After all, Zhang Man'er has indeed slain many from other realms. A truth that cannot be denied. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I do not wish for you to tarnish the reputation of the Night Walkers. As the audio played, the expressions of Qin Zhan and Chao Shan grew increasingly grim. Prior to this, they had fully supported Su Qiqi's judgment. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in their hearts. Perhaps the reality diverged from Su Qiqi's conjectures. But the dialogue in the recording obliterated that slender hope, confirming the fact that Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei had abandoned their posts to assassinate Jiang Taiping, thus placing the blame of inadequate protection of comrades upon Su Qiqi. After a brief silence, Qin Zhan inquired, Chi-Chi, what kind of justice do you seek? The minister replied, last night, all 10 of the beasts were slain by Jiang Taiping. He also saved me and beat 358. Is it not fair to say he has made a significant contribution? Su Chi-Chi asked. No doubt. Qin nodded. Jiang Taiping has rendered great service, yet he was still plotted against, Su Chi-Chi remarked. Fortunately, his strength is formidable. Otherwise, it would have been Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei who perished, not him. He chose not to sully the reputation of the Night Walkers by contesting with Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei. But can we feign ignorance? We cannot. Qin Zhan nodded again. Indeed, we must not discourage those who have contributed. Thus, I shall seek justice for him, Su Chi-Chi declared. The first act of justice is that Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei cannot be buried under the guise of having died in battle. Nor can they be interred in the Night Garden. She lacks the qualification, for to do so would be an insult to the Night Garden. Very well. Qin Zhan agreed decisively. The Night Garden is a sacred burial ground for those of the Night Walkers who have fallen in battle. Originally, he intended to inter Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei there, but upon confirming their plot against Jiang Taiping, he changed his mind. Otherwise, it would indeed be an affront to the Night Garden, as Su Chi-Chi articulated. The second act of justice, Su Chi-Chi continued, is that since Jiang Taiping has been wronged, should he not receive some form of compensation? I understand. Qin Zhan suddenly comprehended. Chi-Chi, you are requesting benefits for that lad. Su Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed as she corrected him. Minister, it is not benefits. It is compensation. Are benefits and compensation not the same? Qin Zhan queried. Can they be the same? Su Chi-Chi countered. To request benefits implies I am being unreasonable. Seeking compensation is different. Stop nitpicking. Qin Zhan shot her a glare and said, compensate that lad with 2 high-grade Qi blood pills. Minister, Jiang Taiping has rendered such great service and nearly lost his life. Is 2 Qi blood pills sufficient? Su Chi-Chi challenged. Is his life worth only 2 pills? Or are you being too miserly? Qin Zhan's expression darkened, and he said sternly, I misspoke. You are not here to request benefits for that lad. You are here to extort 5 high-grade Qi blood pills from me. And no more. Su Chi-Chi pondered for a moment. Deal? Hand them over, and be quick about it. Qin Zhan retrieved a vial from his pocket and tossed it to Su Chi-Chi. The next moment, as if he remembered something, he added, oh. Deliver a message to that lad. Chapter 78. Send anyone? A cruel oath understood, Minister. Su Chi-Chi replied and was about to leave when she heard Qin Zhan's subsequent words and returned to the sofa. Minister, what message? Just now. The South Moon Province headquarters called and said their personnel have already set out, Qin Zhan explained. According to past experiences, they will arrive within 1 to 2 days. Inform that lad to refrain from wandering and prepare for assessment. Also, tell him not to hold back. He can go all out as long as he doesn't kill anyone. Understood. Minister, I will relay the message. Su Chi-Chi grinned mischievously, her face brimming with anticipation. She understood Qin Zhan's intent. Jiang Taiping was recruited by her into the demon hunting hall, and it was Qin Zhan himself who approved him. The South Moon Province headquarters aiming to revoke Jiang Taiping's membership in the demon hunting hall will be tantamount to a slap in the face for both Qin Zhan and her. Had it not been for yesterday's hunt for the beasts, learning that personnel from South Moon Province were on their way would have filled her with concern. But now, she felt no worry, only excitement. She was eager to witness the expressions of those sent from South Moon Province upon encountering Jiang Taiping's excellence. By the way, Minister, did they mention who is coming? Suiki Ingwayev. They did not specify, Qin Zhan replied. I asked about it, and they said they would send anyone. We will know upon their arrival. Anyone? Su Chi-Chi scoffed. Minister, do you believe that? I have some doubts. Qin Zhan admitted. The folks at the South Moon Province headquarters are sticklers for tradition. They do not allow anyone with F-level cultivation talent in the demon hunting hall. So it is unlikely they would simply send anyone. Minister, perhaps they think that lad is weak and genuinely intend to send anyone, Chao Shan suggested. You make a fair point, Qin Zhan conceded. However, those old-timers are exceedingly cautious. They often say, underestimate the enemy strategically but regard them seriously tactically. Given their nature, it is improbable they would send just anyone. Let's not dwell on this. We will know who it is when they arrive. Qin Zhan concluded. Minister, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Su Chi-Chi asked. Nothing else, so hurry along. Qin Zhan replied tersely, recalling Su Chi-Chi's prior extortion. Very well, Minister. Su Chi-Chi cheerfully rose to depart. Having accomplished her mission splendidly, what did it matter if Qin Zhan scolded her? Exiting Qin Zhan's office, Su Chi-Chi took the elevator to the 9th floor. Upon arriving, she made her way directly to Jiang Taiping's door and knocked. The door opened swiftly, revealing Jiang Taiping. Captain, is the assignment complete? Well, you should consider who is on the case. How could it not be successful? Su Chi-Chi replied with a hint of pride. Captain, impressive. Jiang Taiping complimented her with a pat on the back. Enough flattery. Come inside. Su Qiqi said as she stepped into Jiang Taiping's room and took a seat on the sofa. Jiang Taiping closed the door and joined her on the sofa. Zhang Man'er and Zhang Zhanfei will not be buried under the guise of having died in battle, nor will they be interred in the night garden. That is the first matter. The second matter, Su Qiqi continued, is this. With that, she produced a vial from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Taiping. Upon receiving the vial, a look of surprise crossed Jiang Taiping's face. Are these 5 high-grade qi blood pills? Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Suiki Nguayith. Absolutely. I am more than satisfied. Jiang Taiping affirmed with a nod. 5 high-grade qi blood pills are worth a fortune. How could he not be satisfied? Observing Jiang Taiping's eager expression, Su Qiqi's face lit up with a smile. She knew that seeking tangible benefits was far more advantageous than requesting other forms of recompense. Captain, I'll sell them to you for 10 million. Jiang Taiping said. Su Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, replying with disbelief. Jiang Taiping, you already have over 20 million. Do you really need to sell? Captain, who in this world would ever think they have too much money? Jiang Taiping retorted. Su Qiqi frowned and said seriously, Jiang Taiping, I can understand your fondness for money. If you were truly of F-level cultivation talent, I could comprehend your selling high-grade qi blood pills. But you have over 20 million now, and you are not of F-level talent. Money is far less significant than cultivation for you. Do you understand? Jiang Taiping could not help but smile bitterly. His cultivation had been exposed, and the justification for selling qi blood pills with his F-grade cultivation talent had become untenable. After a brief silence, he inquired, Captain, do you believe me? Su Qiqi shot him a disdainful glance. You are nothing but a great deceiver. You nearly had me fooled. Jiang Taiping felt a slight headache. His habitual deception of Su Qiqi had finally caught up with him. Captain, I assure you, I'm not deceiving you this time. He asserted earnestly. The qi blood pill is of no use to me. I cannot disclose the exact reason, and I understand this contradicts your beliefs. But it is the truth, and that is the real reason I am selling the qi blood pills. Su Qiqi's expression shifted to one of contemplation. What Jiang Taiping said indeed contradicted her understanding, yet his serious demeanor and clear gaze suggested he was not attempting to mislead her. However, his acting skills were so refined that she found herself uncertain whether to believe him. After pondering, Su Qiqi replied, If you want me to trust you, you must do as I say. What should I do? Jiang Taiping asked. You must swear, Su Qiqi stated. If your words are deception, may you never find a wife in this lifetime. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Her demand was rather harsh. Although Su Qiqi had altered her phrasing, he was not foolish. He understood the implication of what she had left unsaid. The notion that he would never find a wife was already severe enough. Captain, is that not a bit too harsh? Jiang Taiping said with a darkened expression. Perhaps it is a bit harsh. But how else can I know if you are deceiving me? Suiki retorted confidently. Moreover, if you are not deceiving me, does it matter how harsh it is? Jiang Taiping considered her words, and they seemed to carry some weight. Even the most venomous of oaths must be fulfilled, since he was not deceiving Su Qiqi. What was there to fear from a harsh vow? Very well, I shall do as you say, Jiang Taiping declared. I, Jiang Taiping, swear to the heavens that if what I just said was a deception to Su Qiqi, may I never find a wife in this lifetime. Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned. Did he truly dare to make such an oath? You do not believe that swearing is a trivial matter, do you? She cautioned. I must inform you that oaths are not to be taken lightly. They will come to pass. You still have time to reconsider. Captain, everything I've said is true. What is there to fear from fulfilling the oath? Jiang Taiping replied helplessly. I have already complied with your request. You should decide whether to accept it or not. Su Qiqi bit her cherry lips, appearing hesitant and contemplative. Chapter 79. When lacking funds, one must incur debt. Seeing Su Qiqi's indecisive demeanor, Jiang Taiping felt puzzled. Previously, when he offered the high-grade qi blood pill, Su Qiqi had accepted without hesitation. Why was she now so hesitant? Captain, this is a simple matter. Why are you stalling? Jiang Taiping asked. Su Qiqi continued to hesitate, her cheeks slightly flushed. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping seemed to have an epiphany and asked, Captain, you are not out of money, are you? Suiki nodded awkwardly. She desperately wanted the high-grade qi blood pill, but she felt embarrassed to admit her financial shortfall. I was wondering what the issue was, Jiang Taiping said, exasperated. Is it not simply a matter of lacking funds? Here, take it. You can owe me for now. What? Su Qiqi was taken aback, exclaiming, that is 1 million. What 1 million? Jiang Taiping replied nonchalantly. You previously offered to lend me money. At that time, you likely did not think I could pass the assessment from the Nanhua province headquarters. Your situation is far better than mine then. What do I have to fear in letting you incur debt? Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned. In her perception, Jiang Taiping was merely a money grubber. But she suddenly realized she had been mistaken. A mere money grubber would not allow someone to incur a debt of 1 million so casually. Additionally, Jiang Taiping was someone who understood gratitude and remembered even the smallest of her kindnesses. Stop dawdling, take it, Jiang Taiping insisted. pressing the vial into Su Qiqi's hands. Su Qiqi hesitated, yet ultimately accepted. She desired the high-grade Qi blood pill and could not bear the thought of Jiang Taiping selling it to someone else. I will repay you as soon as possible, Su Qiqi said, her face flushed. There is no rush, Jiang Taiping replied. I have over 20 million on me. I do not need the money immediately. Su Qiqi said nothing further. Repaying a debt is not merely a matter of words but requires actual deeds. By the way, Taiping. Su Qiqi continued. When I went to see the minister, he mentioned that the Nanyue province headquarters called and said their personnel would arrive in the next couple of days. He advised you to stay, put at the branch, and prepare for the assessment from the Nanyue province headquarters. The minister also mentioned that you need not be polite with the personnel from Nanyue province. Just do your best. Just don't kill anyone. Jiang Taiping rubbed his nose. It was clear that Qin Zhan was quite displeased with the Nanyue province headquarters' intention to revoke his membership from the demon hunting hall. Otherwise, why would Qin Zhan say something like just don't kill anyone? Captain, what is the cultivation level of the personnel from Nanyue province? I do not know. I do not even know who is coming. Su Qiqi shook her head. The Nanyue province headquarters claimed they would send someone at random. But both the minister and I do not believe they would truly send just anyone. So do not be careless. Rest assured, Captain, Jiang Taiping chuckled. The word careless does not exist in my dictionary. That is good, Su Qiqi advised. You were busy all night last night and did not sleep a wink. The personnel sent from Nanyue province may arrive at any moment, so you should take some time to rest and recuperate. I will return to rest as well. After sending Su Qiqi off, Jiang Taiping closed the door and returned to his bedroom. However, instead of resting, he sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate Kinbunchika Haki. The day's experience in the demon hunting garden had made him acutely aware that the sensing range of his Kinbunchika Haki was still too limited. With the personnel from Nanshan province potentially arriving at any moment, he needed to hasten the development of his Kinbunchika Haki. If he could expand its sensing range, he would be better prepared for both combat and the assessment from the Nanshan province headquarters. Now that it was daytime, if he slept now, he would not be able to sleep at night, so he decided to wait until evening to rest. As Jiang Taiping immersed himself in his training, time quietly slipped away. Before long, evening arrived. At this point, Jiang Taiping was still engrossed in developing his Kinbunchika Haki. Gurgle, gurgle. A sudden sound emanated from Jiang Taiping's stomach. Following that, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He pulled out his phone to check the time and muttered to himself, "It is already 8 o'clock in the evening. I haven't eaten lunch or dinner. No wonder my stomach is protesting." He rubbed his stomach and a radiant smile appeared on his face. After a day of training, the sensing range of his Kinbunchika Haki had expanded from 20 meters to 50 meters, yielding abundant results. Now that night had fallen. Even if the personnel from Nanyue province arrived, they would not conduct assessments at this hour. It was time to grab a meal, to satiate his hunger, and then visit the demon hunting garden to see if that foolish cat and foolish eagle were still guarding the place. If they were not, perhaps he would be able to advance to D-grade today. As Jiang Taiping spoke to himself, he made his way towards the door. Upon reaching the dining hall on the first floor, Jiang Taiping had a quick bite before leaving the Juan branch and heading towards the demon hunting garden. Riding the Imperial Steed, Jiang Taiping arrived at the demon hunting garden in just over 10 minutes. This was without activating the flying mode of the Imperial Steed. Otherwise, he would have taken even less time. Seeing Jiang Taiping arrive late at night, the guards at the demon hunting garden were speechless. "Did you not say you wouldn't come today?" "I said whether you want to bet with me." "I did not say I wouldn't come today," Jiang Taiping retorted, then added, "Are you regretting not betting with me?" The guards rolled their eyes. "If we had bet with you, would you have come today?" "Even if we had? With a wager of only $1, what is there to regret?" Jiang Taiping did not waste any more words with the two guards. He raised his fist and struck the black obsidian at the entrance of the demon hunting garden, then stepped through the black light curtain before the guards could utter a word, disappearing from sight. The guard of the Lai Mo Yuan showed no intention of stopping him. Having already advised Jiang Taiping twice, further conversation was unnecessary. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping emerged once more from the dark curtain of light, his face marred by frustration. "Why are you out again?" The guards of the Lai Mo Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "I suddenly felt like going back to sleep." Jiang Taiping casually fabricated a reason and strode forward. The guards stood there dumbfounded. "You came out in the middle of the night, only to return again. Are you simply bored?" Little did they know that Jiang Taiping was equally unwilling to leave. Upon entering the Lai Mo Yuan, he encountered the Ming Mao and Ing Yao station at the exit, blocking his path to hunt exotic beasts and enhance his cultivation. He pondered whether he should remain for the night. Damn it, they're really keeping watch. It seemed that the path to rapid cultivation provided by the Lai Mo Yuan was completely obstructed. "One day I'll annihilate you," Jiang Taiping muttered furiously as he walked. Once out of the guard's sight, he retrieved his Di Huangju and headed towards the Jiuan division of the Nightwalkers. Returning to the Jiuan division, Jiang Taiping collapsed in a slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. At dawn, a striking blue Lamborghini pulled into the Jiuan division of the Nightwalkers, accompanied by a screeching sound. The Lamborghini came to a halt in the plaza before the division. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 20s stepped out of the vehicle. With her hair tied in a ponytail and clad in leather, she bore a long bow on her back, exuding an air of confidence. Glancing at the towering structure of the Jiang division, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and made a call. Moments later, the call connected, and Qin Zhan's voice resonated from the other end. "This is Qin Zhan. Who am I speaking to?" "Hello, Minister Qin," the woman replied. "I'm Yang Yue, dispatched by the Night Walkers headquarters of Nanshan Province to assess F1. The line fell silent for quite some time before Qin Zhan's voice resumed. "Please hold. I will send someone to escort you upstairs." "No need, Minister Qin," Yang Yue replied. "I believe the plaza in front of the Jiang division serves as an excellent venue for my assessment. I kindly request that F1 come quickly to undergo my evaluation so I can report back promptly." On the other end, Qin Zhan's expression darkened. Yang Yue intended to assess Jiang Taiping in front of everyone, a move that would undoubtedly embarrass him and cause discomfort for both him and Su Qiqi. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhan said, "All right, I will contact F1 right away." Hanging up, Qin Zhan dialed Jiang Taiping's number. However, just before connecting, he seemed to have thought of something and redirected the call to Su Qiqi. The call connected swiftly, and Su Qiqi's voice came through. "Minister, Qiqi, the individual dispatched by the Nanyu province headquarters is Yang Yue. She is currently waiting in the plaza in front of the division, claiming she wishes to assess that young man." Qin Zhan explained, "Based on my judgment, that young man's cultivation level should not exceed rank. If my assessment is accurate, we may be in for some trouble. Please clarify this to him and take him over as soon as possible." Yang Yue, Suiki Post, her voice suddenly rising in pitch. "Minister, is this the so-called casual assignment? How can they have the audacity to say such a thing? This is undoubtedly intentional." "I understand," Qin Zhan replied with a wry smile, "but it is too late to change the situation. Just advise that young man to be cautious." Su Qiqi fell silent for a moment before responding, "Minister, I understand." After ending the call, Su Qiqi exited her room and approached Jiang Taiping's door, knocking lightly. Moments later, Jiang Taiping emerged, still groggy from sleep. "Taiping, the individual from the Nanyu province headquarters has arrived," Su Qiqi remarked with a bittersweet smile. "This is no ordinary visitor. We may be in for some trouble." They arrived so quickly, Jiang Taiping instantly became alert. "Captain, please come in. Let me freshen up first." Su Qiqi hesitated before saying, "Taiping, the visitor is waiting downstairs. It would be best to head down quickly." "There's no rush," Jiang Taiping insisted. "The Nanshan province headquarters is determined to revoke my membership in the Liamo Tang. Even if I hurry, it won't change their decision. Why not leave her waiting for a while to dampen her spirits?" "That does seem reasonable," Su Qiqi blinked. "What do you mean seems reasonable?" "It is reasonable. Please come in. I need to wash up." With that, Jiang Taiping disregarded Su Qiqi's approval and dashed into the bathroom. Su Qiqi closed the door and took a seat on the sofa in the living room. Before long, Jiang Taiping emerged, freshly washed. "Captain, you mentioned that the visitor is no ordinary person. Is she formidable?" Jiang Taiping inquired. "Formidable indeed," Su Qiqi replied with a wry smile. "Her name is Yang Yue, reputed to be the foremost figure of the younger generation in Nanyu province." Jiang Taiping was taken aback. "The visitor is actually the foremost figure of the younger generation in Nanyu province? How can they claim to have merely sent someone casually? This is absurd." Sensing that Jiang Taiping was startled, Su Qiqi added, "Taiping, don't be intimidated by her reputation. Her standing isn't universally acknowledged. For instance, I do not recognize her status." "Captain, why do you not acknowledge her status?" Jiang Taiping asked curiously. "I did not accept her," Su Qiqi explained. "She began her training half a month before me and only surpassed me to D rank by a week. Had we trained concurrently, my cultivation would undoubtedly surpass hers. Does she merit my respect?" "That makes sense," Jiang Taiping nodded thoughtfully. "Moreover, her cultivation talents provide her with an advantage at lower levels," Su Qiqi continued. "Typically, one must reach 6-star D rank to unleash power remotely for long-range attacks. However, she wields an S-rank arrow, enabling her to attack from a distance at just 1-star F rank. Thus, among peers at the same level, no one can contend with her. But this is a matter of talent, not strength. Once everyone reaches 6-star D rank, they can all attack from afar, and she may not remain invincible." "That makes sense," Jiang Taiping nodded again. "Disregarding her reputation, do not underestimate her," Su Qiqi cautioned. "That woman reached D rank a week ago. Assuming she utilized a mid-level Qi blood pill, she should possess around 560 Qi blood now. If she used a high-level Qi blood pill, her Qi blood would be even greater. The minister believes your cultivation does not exceed D rank. I am unsure how he reached this conclusion, but if he is correct, you may not stand a chance against her. So, do not be careless. Remain vigilant." Jiang Taiping was somewhat astonished that Qin Zhan could ascertain his cultivation level did not exceed D rank. Yet he simply found it intriguing and did not dwell on it. He possessed the hidden lottery system from the myriad realms. Others might also have their own unique methods. It was also possible that Qin deduced his level from subtle clues. There was little point in overthinking it. One more thing, Su Qiqi said awkwardly. I fear I have implicated you in this matter. Yang Yuer likely volunteered for this task. Her true aim is not you, but me. She will exert every effort to prevent you from passing the assessment, seeking to humiliate me. Jiang Taiping blinked. Captain, are you suggesting that you have a grievance with Yang Yuer? It is not a grievance, merely an unwarranted disaster, Su Qiqi said, a hint of helplessness gracing her fair face. We can discuss this later. We have already delayed for some time. That woman is likely growing impatient. So we should hurry downstairs. All right. Jiang Taiping was curious about the animosity between Su Qiqi and Yang Yuer. However, since Su Qiqi requested to discuss it later, he would comply. Furthermore, as Su Qiqi had not probed into his secrets, he felt it would be inappropriate to inquire about hers. Exiting the room, Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi took the elevator to the first floor. Captain, I haven't had breakfast yet, Jiang Taiping exclaimed. Please wait a moment. I'll grab a few buns to tide me over. As he spoke, he headed toward the dining area. He grabbed several buns and a cup of soy milk, munching as he walked toward the exit of the Jiuan division. Jielin Taoxin Luke, F.E. is here. As Jiang Taiping stepped out of the Jiuan branch, he heard a loud shout ahead. Instinctively, he turned towards the voice and saw a large crowd gathered in the square in front of the branch. Soon, a flurry of discussions erupted among the onlookers. Is it the legendary F1, the guy who was eating buns with Captain Su? I thought he was too scared to show up after such a long absence. Wow, he is about to lose his status as a member of the Hunters Guild. Yet he still has the appetite to eat? That takes real guts. What a pity. I thought he might break the history of the Hunters Guild, but it seems he can after all. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Jiang Taiping felt somewhat speechless. They clearly did not believe in him. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Even Qin and Su Qiqi, who were aware of his capabilities, did not have faith in him, let alone the others. Yang Yuer also noticed Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping. She stared at Su Qiqi for a moment before shifting her gaze to Jiang Taiping. You're F1? Indeed, Jiang Taiping mumbled, still chewing on his bun. Hurry up and accept my assessment. Yang Yuer urget. No rush, Jiang Taiping replied after swallowing his food. I just woke up and haven't had breakfast. Let me finish my meal first. Otherwise, if you win, people might say you took advantage of a hungry person. The crowd was taken aback by his words, as if he genuinely cared for Yang Yuer. Yang Yuer was quite disgusted. She had waited for quite a while, and Jiang Taiping had only just appeared leisurely. She was eager to conduct the assessment, but now, with Jiang Taiping's remark, she felt she could not refuse. Otherwise, if she won, people might indeed accuse her of taking advantage of a starving opponent. I'll wait for you to finish. Yang Yuer forced herself to remain calm. Jiang Taiping ignored her, continuing to eat his buns and sip his soy milk, seemingly oblivious to the bemused looks from those around him. This guy is truly extraordinary. A voice exclaimed in the square. The onlookers nodded in agreement. After all, Yang Yuer was sent from the headquarters in Nanyue province to conduct the assessment, and the outcome of this event was crucial for Jiang Taiping's status as a member of the Hunters Guild. It was remarkable that he could so nonchalantly eat buns and drink soy milk in front of so many people. Clearly, their expressions of admiration were laced with sarcasm. All right, that's enough, Su Qiqi whispered. You're provoking her to the point of madness. You will regret it later. Captain, didn't you say she would do everything in her power to prevent me from passing the assessment? Jiang Taiping replied nonchalantly. Do you really think me provoking her will make her give it her all? Su Qiqi was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Taiping had a point. If she was already giving her all, could she really give even more? After swallowing the last bun and finishing the last sip of soy milk, Jiang Taiping pulled out a napkin from his pocket to wipe his mouth and let out a loud belch. Then he turned to Yang Yuer and noticed her glaring at him with a fierce expression, as if she wanted to devour him. Why are you staring at me? Are you afraid I might think your eyes are small? Jiang Taiping retorted. The crowd fell silent, bemused. You're mocking her while eating in front of her, and now you're provoking her. Are you afraid she might let you pass the assessment? Su Qiqi was perplexed. Although she had only known Jiang Taiping for a few days, she was well aware of his low profile and knew he was not one to provoke others. Why was he so relentlessly taunting Yang Yuer today? Was he doing this to vent on her behalf? A thought crossed Su Qiqi's mind. Beyond that, she could not fathom any other explanation for Jiang Taiping's unusual behavior. As it turned out, Jiang Taiping had indeed abandoned his usual low-profile demeanor, continuously provoking Yang Yuer to stand up for Su Qiqi. If Yang Yuer had merely come for him, that would have been understandable. But since she was also targeting Su Qiqi, it felt like a personal vendetta. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping was also displeased. He had already passed the Hunters Guild assessment, yet he was subjected to a second assessment. Why should he? However, he was but a minor figure and had no right to oppose, so he could only vent his frustrations during the assessment. Yang Yuer's expression darkened. In front of so many people, she had been mocked by Jiang Taiping and now provoked by him. She truly wanted to teach him a lesson. But recalling that she would have ample opportunities to do so later, she suppressed the urge to act immediately. You're finished, Xuanyuan thought with a cold smile. Maintaining her composure. F1, are you ready for the assessment? Yes. Jiang Taiping finally relented. Xuanyuan did not start the assessment immediately. Instead, she looked at Su Qiqi and smiled. Captain Su Qiqi, to avoid any unnecessary disputes, I would appreciate it if you could record the assessment as evidence. Su Qiqi's face darkened. Recording the assessment for evidence was reasonable, but Xuanyuan knew full well that Jiang Taiping was her recruit. Yet she still insisted on having Su Qiqi personally film it. This was not only a form of annoyance, but also a way for her to slap Su Qiqi in the face. Xuanyuan, don't go too far. Su Qiqi said coldly. Su Qiqi, I find it hard to understand your words. Xuanyuan feigned innocence. I'm just asking you to help record the assessment as evidence. How is that excessive? You. Su Qiqi wanted to retort, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Jiang Taiping interjected. Captain, it seems rather pitiful for her to come alone. Why not just help her record it? Su Qiqi was taken aback. Jiang Taiping was quite astute. He had previously discussed with her the enmity between her and Xuanyuan. Jiang Taiping should have recognized Xuanyuan's ulterior motives for asking her to record the assessment. So why was he defending her? But soon, she realized that Jiang Taiping would not genuinely support Xuanyuan. That much was certain. Moreover, Jiang Taiping was a mere silver coin, so his words likely concealed some mischief. Fine, I'll record it. With that thought in mind, Su Qiqi decisively agreed and pulled out her phone to begin filming. Upon seeing this, a smug smile spread across Xuanyuan's face. Suiki, I will personally eliminate the person you recruited, and you'll be the one recording the evidence. I wonder what your expression will be when I expel your recruit from the Hunters Guild. F1, the assessment begins now. First, I will test your reflexes. Xuanyuan declared as she removed a longbow from her back. Stand at attention. About face to the right. Su Qiqi's expression changed dramatically. Xuanyuan intended to test Jiang Taiping's reflexes with the longbow, clearly aiming to use it for the assessment. Wait, Suiki protestive. Xuanyuan, the tests for the Hunters Guild assessment are conducted in a simulated environment. Even if one is struck by a sword, they merely experience the sensation of pain. No real harm occurs. This method of testing is inappropriate. Don't worry, I assure you I won't kill him. Xuanyuan replied with a sinister smile. I disagree. Su Qiqi firmly rejected her proposal, but before she could finish, Jiang Taiping interrupted. Captain, can you trust me a little? Suiki froneth. It was not that she lacked confidence in Jiang Taiping, nor had she forgotten his quick reflexes, but this was not a simulated environment, and Xuanyuan had ulterior motives. If Jiang Taiping were to be struck by an arrow, he would either be severely injured or worse. Jiang Taiping, her test is no game. Suiki wodendermistli. Captain, I understand, Jiang Taiping chuckled. If it were any other assessment, I might have concerns, but I'm not afraid of being shot. Su Qiqi ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Jiang Taiping had made his stance clear, and what more could she say? Meanwhile, an odd sensation stirred within her heart. Why did it seem to her that Jiang Taiping was saying Jian instead of Jian? Su Qiqi, despite possessing S-grade cultivation talent, found herself astonished that she was outmatched in courage by someone with merely F-grade talent. Xuanyuan down debt. You know nothing, Jiang Taiping retorted sharply. My captain is concerned for my well-being. This has nothing to do with courage. Do you understand? Xuanyuan's expression suddenly froze. She longed to counter, yet Jiang Taiping's reasoning was sound, leaving her at a loss for words. Feeling frustrated, she coldly declared, the test begins. With that, she swiftly drew an arrow from the quiver on her back, set it on her longbow, and pulled the string taut. In the next moment, the arrow shot forth with incredible speed. However, despite her anger, Xuanyuan merely intended to teach Jiang Taiping a lesson, not to take his life. Thus, she aimed for his right calf rather than a vital area. Whoosh! The long arrow sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound as it sped towards Jiang Taiping's right leg. The onlookers fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. Su Qiqi was no exception. She tensed, clearly ready to intervene at a moment's notice. On the 18th floor of the Extinction Juan branch building, two figures, Qin Zhan and Chao Shan, watched intently as Xuanyuan assessed Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping's face remained composed as he stood still, calmly observing the incoming arrow. Seeing him motionless, the crowd, except for Su Qiqi, shared a fleeting thought. Could it be that he was too frightened to move? Otherwise, why would he remain so still? Xuanyuan's face reflected a mix of disbelief. She knew that Jiang Taiping had recently been the first to pass the Juan branch's demon hunting test, and he had achieved perfect scores in all 3 rounds. She had assumed that despite his poor cultivation talent, he would possess some ability. The outcome, however, left her disappointed. He could not even evade her first arrow, which she had not fully exerted herself to shoot. This made her question the simplicity of the Juan branch's tests and the capabilities of its participants. How could someone as incompetent as Jiang Taiping have achieved perfect scores and be the first to pass? At that moment, Yang Yuer felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, her arrow had not targeted a vital area. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a fatal incident. Even if she had been sent by the Southern Moon Province headquarters, it would have been a difficult situation to handle. However, before she could fully appreciate this relief, her gaze turned sharply towards Jiang Taiping. Just as the arrow was about to strike his right calf, he lifted his leg and sidestepped effortlessly. In that extremely simple movement, the arrow zipped harmlessly between his legs, not even brushing against his pants. This sight left the crowd in stunned silence. They had assumed Jiang Taiping was paralyzed with fear, but it turned out he had simply evaded Yang Yuer's arrow with a deft movement. Su Qiqi was not surprised. Jiang Taiping's reaction speed was exceptionally quick. If he had been struck by Yang Yuer's arrow, that would have truly been remarkable. Yang Yuer est face register d'astonishment. It seemed she had underestimated Jiang Taiping. Although she had not used her full strength in the previous shot, she had exerted half of her ability, which was not something everyone could dodge. The ease with which Jiang Taiping had evaded it suggested he was not as inept as she had previously thought. Whoosh! Yang Yuer released another arrow, once again targeting Jiang Taiping's right calf. This time, however, she poured all her energy into the shot, significantly increasing its speed. Yet, just like before, as the arrow neared Jiang Taiping's leg, he sidestepped once more. The audience exchanged glances, astonished that he had managed to evade yet another shot at the last moment. Had they not known that Yang Yuer hailed from the Southern Mountain Province headquarters, where F-grade talents were prohibited from the Demon Hunting Hall, they might have suspected that the two were merely putting on a show. Yang Yuer's expression grew serious. As the saying goes, an outsider sees the excitement, while an insider observes the subtleties. To those lacking insight, it might seem that Jiang Taiping had narrowly escaped each time. However, she did not share that belief. The fact that he had dodged 2 arrows in succession at the last moment could not be mere coincidence. Furthermore, his demeanor was remarkably calm, indicative of someone who possessed unwavering confidence in their abilities. This suggested that Jiang Taiping was not merely reacting at the last moment. He was intentionally waiting until the last second to evade. It appeared she had underestimated him. Now, let us increase the difficulty. Be careful, Yang Yuer announced, drawing 2 arrows from her quiver and knocking them simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 arrows shot forth, one aimed at each of Jiang Taiping's calves. Jiang Taiping smirked. He had expected a more formidable challenge. Standing at attention, he called out, "Stand firm," and brought his legs together. In the next moment, the arrows zipped past him on either side. Seeing this, Yang Yuer drew 2 more arrows, launching them in a second volley. This time, she altered her angle, aiming not at his calves but at his thighs, testing whether Jiang Taiping could still dodge with such ease. Turn right, Jiang Taiping bellowed, executing a swift 90-degree turn. Once again, the arrows flew harmlessly past him. The spectators exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by the unexpected maneuver. Is that even allowed? Chapter 83. With such skill, can you truly defeat me? Su Qiqi could not contain her laughter. This is an evaluation. What are you shouting about standing firm and turning right for? She was certain Jiang Taiping was doing it on purpose. He was quite the trickster. Yet, she found herself enjoying his antics rather than feeling annoyed. Upon hearing Su Qiqi's laughter, Jiang Taiping looked at her and grinned. "Captain, am I not handsome? Are you not happy?" "Handsome. Happy." Su Qiqi gave him a thumbs up, her face glowing with delight. At that moment, she was even more convinced that Jiang Taiping's unusual behavior today was an attempt to stand up for her, warming her heart. Though he often teased her, it was trivial compared to the reliability he demonstrated when it mattered. Her support for him was well placed. "Captain, there's even more to enjoy coming up." Jiang Taiping winked at Su Qiqi. "I look forward to it," she nodded, cautioning him. "Don't be careless. Stay alert. Rest assured." "Captain," Jiang Taiping assured her with a pat on his chest. Su Qiqi had no further comments. She turned to Yang Yuer and noticed the latter's expression had darkened. This brought her satisfaction. After attempting to humiliate her, Yang Yuer was finally facing the consequences. "F1, I will no longer hold back," Yang Yuer declared with a scowl. After Jiang Taiping had dodged her previous 4 attacks, she felt humiliated, and Jiang Taiping was intentionally showing off, causing her further irritation. As her words fell, Yang Yuer unleashed a flurry of arrows from her quiver, one after another directed at Jiang Taiping. In mere moments, she had released 6 arrows, each shot executed with her full strength and without restraint. This time, she aimed not only at his legs, but also at his shoulders and arms. Jiang Taiping subtly smirked. Would not holding back truly make a difference? With his mastery of observation and premonition, he was confident that even if she doubled her efforts to 12 arrows, he could easily evade them without sustaining a scratch. Yet, merely dodging would lack flair. He needed to find a more dramatic stance. After careful contemplation, Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. With a commanding shout, He leaped into action, simultaneously extending his legs outward and raising his arms. As he executed this expansive maneuver, his shoulders dipped slightly. In the blink of an eye, 6 arrows whizzed past him, soaring above his shoulders, beneath his arms, and between his legs with remarkable speed. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. How could Jiang Taiping evade 6 arrows in such a manner? Even Su Qiqi displayed a look of disbelief. Not only her, but Qin Zhan and Chao Shan, who were on the 18th floor of the Zhuan branch building, were equally taken aback. They were aware of Jiang Taiping's quick reflexes, but never anticipated that his reactions could be so astonishingly swift. It is important to note that the arrows were aimed at different parts of his body. To dodge them with such ease, one must instantaneously predict the trajectories of all 6 arrows and adjust their body parts accordingly. This feat transcended mere quickness. It was more aptly described as terrifying. Yang Yuer was similarly shocked by the unfolding scene. She frequently employed this technique against strange beasts and interdimensional foes, rarely missing her target. When executing this maneuver, she was confident in her ability to wound Jiang Taiping. Yet to her surprise, he effortlessly evaded her attack with an astonishingly simple movement and even had the audacity to mock her afterward. In that moment, she realized that her underestimation of Jiang Taiping was not merely slight, it was grossly misplaced. She also recognized that his perfect score in the reaction test was not due to the leniency of the Zhuan branch's assessment or the incompetence of the participants, but rather a testament to Jiang Taiping's formidable abilities. "Captain, am I not handsome?" Jiang Taiping inquired. "Absolutely stunning." Su Qiqi unabashedly praised him. Jiang Taiping gave her a thumbs up for her discernment and turned to Yang Yuer, saying, "Is that all you've got, even when you don't hold back?" Su Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. "Are you complimenting me or yourself?" Before she could ponder further, Yang Yuer's voice cut through the air. "Do not get too complacent," she warned darkly. "This is not even my most powerful technique." Su Qiqi's attention was instantly captured. She gazed at Yang Yuer and spoke seriously. "Yang Yuer, having Jiang Taiping evade your 6 consecutive arrows should qualify him to pass the reaction test, right?" Yang Yuer hesitated, feasibly conflicted. Logically, Jiang Taiping's evasion warranted a passing grade, but allowing him to pass without recourse would leave her unable to reclaim her lost dignity. "It's all right, Captain," Jiang Taiping interjected, shaking his head at Su Qiqi before addressing Yang Yuer. "Please, unleash your full arsenal. I am prepared to face it. This way, I can avoid any post-test disputes." Yang Yuer's expression darkened further, as Jiang Taiping had cleverly turned her earlier words against her. However, his suggestion suited her intentions. At the very least, it spared her from further indecision. Fearing Su Qiqi might intervene again, Yang Yuer quickly declared, "One last move, and if you can withstand it, I will consider you passed." With that, she drew her bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows toward Jiang Taiping. This time, he did not remain stationary. Instead, he advanced toward the oncoming arrows. Thanks to his advanced Kenbunchiko Haki, he could clearly perceive the trajectories of each arrow. With a series of simple movements, leaning sideways, tilting his head, twisting his waist, kicking, and extending his arms, Jiang Taiping effortlessly dodged each arrow as they zipped past him, unscathed. His demeanor remained calm, exuding an air of leisure as if taking a stroll in a garden. Before long, he had evaded 9 arrows in succession. Yang Yuer, Banting Heafili, Baoset, clearly having reached her limit. The spectators were once again rendered speechless by the spectacle. Yang Yuer's relentless barrage, executed without a moment's pause and at incredible speed, had been effortlessly sidestepped by Jiang Taiping as though he were meandering through a tranquil park. Was this truly the reaction speed that a human could possess? "You just claimed that this was your final move, which should be your most formidable technique," Jiang Taiping remarked. "If you cannot guarantee that you won't kill me with it, how do you expect to defeat me with such skill?" Yang Yuer's expression darkened further. She desperately wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. "Hey, I have passed your test. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Jiang Taiping pressed further. "Do not get too self-satisfied," Yang Yuer replied, her face clouded with frustration. "You've only passed the reaction test. There's still the practical assessment to contend with." Chapter 84. Unreasonable? "Evade once more, and count it as my loss upon uttering these words," Jiang Taiping teased. "Wasn't it you who insisted I shouldn't be too pleased with myself, and that you had even more impressive techniques? And yet, I still managed to evade them. Have you forgotten so soon, or are you merely repeating yourself?" Yang Yuer's countenance froze momentarily. He had seized the opportunity to mock her again. Yet, Jiang Taiping's words rang true, leaving her with no retort. Frustrated, she decided to shift the focus of the conversation. "Let us commence the practical test." "Wait," Jiang Taiping questioned. "Isn't the practical aspect unnecessary?" "Why would it not be necessary?" Yang Yuer countered. "Consider this," Jiang Taiping explained. "Your skills rely heavily on your arrows. In the reaction test, just now, I successfully dodged your arrows. During a practical test, you would undoubtedly rely on arrows again. The outcome would simply be me evading them once more. Do you truly see the necessity for a practical test? The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his argument. Su Chi suddenly grasped the situation. It dawned on her why Jiang Taiping claimed to fear arrows the least. Since bows and arrows are long-range weapons, his extraordinary reflexes rendered their power virtually ineffective. In fact, it could be said that his remarkable reflexes naturally countered those who wielded bows. Yang Yuer furrowed her brow. She acknowledged the merit in Jiang Taiping's reasoning. Yet she could not simply allow him to pass the practical test without challenge. If she did, not only would she be unable to reclaim her earlier dignity, but she would also fail to provide an explanation to the Nanyue provincial headquarters. After all, she had voluntarily taken the initiative to test Jiang Taiping, and the headquarters had instructed her that no F-level cultivation talent could remain within the ranks of the demon hunting hall. She had confidently vowed to complete her mission successfully. After some contemplation, Yang Yuer declared, F1, during the practical test, you are not permitted to dodge, as you did earlier. Jiang Taiping was taken aback. Is that even allowed? Are you not embarrassed to say such a thing? Jiang Taiping retorted, perplexed. Dodging is a component of skill. Why should I be prohibited from evading during a practical test? Should you allow interdimensional foes or strange beasts to stand still and become targets while you attack them? Laughter erupted among the spectators. Previously, they had not anticipated Jiang Taiping's prowess and were eager to witness his downfall. It was not that they held any grievances against him. Rather, in a world where strength reigned supreme, they had doubted his qualifications to join the demon hunting hall. However, having witnessed his astonishing reaction speed during the test, they found themselves humbled and even developed a modicum of respect for him, prompting a shift in their attitudes. With Yang Yuer being an outsider and now facing an unexpected setback, their amusement was uncontrollable. Yang Yuer's cheeks flushed slightly. She was aware that her demand was somewhat unreasonable, but after witnessing Jiang Taiping's recent performance, she understood that if he continued to evade, the likelihood of her hitting him would be negligible. At that point, she would not only fail to recover her lost dignity, but would also have no explanations to offer the Nanyue provincial headquarters. After further reflection, Yang Yuer defended her stance. I do not deny that dodging is part of one's skill set, but can you truly defeat strange beasts or interdimensional foes simply by evading? Clearly, mere evasion is futile. One must possess combat prowess as well. The eyes of those present converged on Jiang Taiping in unison. His reasoning was sound, as was Yang Yuer's. They were eager to witness Jiang Taiping's response. What you say holds some truth, Jiang Taiping nodded, then remarked, however, you are at 1-star D-level cultivation. The captain mentioned your vitality should be around 15 to 1600 calories, whereas I am merely at 9-star F level with a vitality of just over 90 calories. Is it not rather unfair for you to engage me in combat? Indeed, Jiang Taiping had elevated his apparent cultivation to 9-star F level. He had also discerned Yang Yuer's cultivation level, which was 1-star D level, with a vitality exceeding 1600 calories. However, he refrained from stating this outright, instead borrowing the name of Su Chi, who had indeed discussed this matter with him. I can solely utilize the vitality of 9-star F level. Yang Yuer acertet. Do you expect me to believe that? Jiang Taiping questioned. What if you suffer a catastrophic defeat and, in a moment of impulse, unleash your full vitality? My fragile frame could hardly withstand a single strike from you, and by then, it would be too late for me to seek redress. Yang Yuer cut his lips in disdain. Would she truly lose in a real fight? Was she overthinking this? Yet, her words failed to persuade Jiang Taiping. After a moment's contemplation, she directed her gaze towards the 18th floor of the Jiuan branch building and called out, Minister Qin, you must have practiced the art of sealing vitality. Please seal a portion of my vitality, retaining only that of 9-star F level. Understood, came a voice in response from the 18th floor. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zhan descended with Chao Shan from the 18th floor. Minister, Hall Master. The onlookers greeted Qin Zhan and Chao Shan warmly. Qin Zhan nodded and stepped beside Yang Yuer, lightly tapping her several times before turning to Jiang Taiping. Xiao Jiang. I have sealed her cultivation to the limit of 9-star F level. Do not forget my words. Understood, Minister. Jiang Taiping winked at Qin Zhan. The spectators were filled with curiosity about what Qin Zhan had conveyed to Jiang Taiping. Although they were eager to know, no one dared to inquire. Su Chi, however, wore a mischievous smile. While others were oblivious to Qin Zhan's words, she was acutely aware. Qin Zhan had advised Jiang Taiping not to hold back against Yang Yuer. Had Yang Yuer not requested Qin Zhan to seal her cultivation, Jiang Taiping would have found it no easy task to handle her. However, with her cultivation sealed to 9-star F level, it was far from difficult for Jiang Taiping to manage her. As for Yang Yuer's suggestion that Jiang Taiping refrain from evasion, she harbored no concerns. Jiang Taiping's strength extended beyond mere evasion. If Yang Yuer believed that by urging him to abandon evasion, Victory was assured. She was gravely mistaken. Yet, she did harbor some concern about whether Jiang Taiping could bring himself to strike against this delicate young lady. F8. My cultivation has been sealed by Minister Qin to 9-star F level. You can no longer evade. Young Yuer ditslated. Rest assured, if I evade again, it will count as my defeat. Jiang Taiping replied with a smile. Good, then let us begin. Yang Yuer exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Wait a moment, Jiang Taiping interjected. I have yet to retrieve my weapon. It's in my room. Surely you won't deny me the use of my weapon? Of course not. Yang Yuer firmly replied. Hurry back and fetch it. I will be waiting. Very well, Jiang Taiping responded, turning towards the Jiuan branch building. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Taiping casually waved his hand, and the sword case containing the Tai 12 flying swords along with the divine talisman materialized in his palm. His weapons were stored in the system's warehouse, and it would be impossible to retrieve them in front of so many people. He had to concoct an excuse to return and access them. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Taiping extracted the Tai 12 flying sword from the case, placing them along with the divine talisman into his pocket before returning the case to the system's warehouse and exiting the room, descending the stairs. Carrying the sword case would be too conspicuous. It was better to conceal it within his pocket. Seeing Jiang Taiping emerge empty-handed puzzled the onlookers. Did he not claim he was going to retrieve his weapon? Why did he return with nothing? Yang Yuer also appeared confused, asking, F1, where is your weapon? It's on me, Jiang Taiping offered with minimal elaboration, urging, let us get started. Yang Yuer frowned, noticing the absence of Jiang Taiping's weapon. What could it possibly be? However, she did not dwell on it. She had already agreed to allow Jiang Taiping to use his weapon. If he chose not to, it would be on him. Be careful, Yang Yuer warned Jiang Taiping as she knocked an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtling towards Jiang Taiping. This time, rather than aiming for his legs, Yang Yuer targeted his head. Previously, she had refrained from striking a lethal area, fearing an accidental fatality. But with Qin Zhan standing nearby, she felt confident that he could intervene should the need arise. Thus, she had no reservations. As before, Jiang Taiping stood motionless in the face of the incoming arrow. This caused Yang Yuer to furrow her brow. Did Jiang Taiping not claim he would not evade? Why was he still standing still? Not only Yang Yuer was perplexed. The spectators, including Su Qi, Qin Zhan, and Xiao Shan, shared her confusion. However, they soon realized that Jiang Taiping was not immobile. The moment had simply not yet arrived for him to act. Just as the arrow was within a meter of Jiang Taiping, he sprang into action. His right hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, shot out like lightning, positioning itself just in front of his face. In his grasp was a gleaming dagger, the divine talisman. Jiang Taiping did not utilize his full strength, but instead drew upon the vitality corresponding to 9-star F level. With Yang Yuer's cultivation sealed at 9-star F level, using excessive strength would have been somewhat unfair. In the next moment, the arrow struck the sharp blade of the divine talisman. With a crisp clang of metal meeting metal, the arrow was cleaved in two by the talisman, which sliced it apart with ease. The severed arrowheads zipped past either side of Jiang Taiping's face, leaving him entirely unfazed. The spectators were left in a state of shock, their mouths agape at this astonishing display of skill. Yang Yuer's expression mirrored her astonishment. The dagger in Jiang Taiping's hand had effortlessly cut through her arrow. What extraordinary sharpness! Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the divine talisman was a treasured artifact of the Chu kingdom, capable of slicing through hair and cutting through iron like mud. It was entirely ordinary for it to sever her arrow. Unlike the others, while Yang Yuer was astonished, she also felt a pang of regret. Her arrows had been specially crafted and were quite valuable. Losing one to Jiang Taiping was painful. Nevertheless, this was not the time for lamentation. She quickly knocked another arrow and aimed it at Jiang Taiping. This time, rather than targeting his head, she aimed for his heart. Jiang Taiping did not wait for the arrow to close in on him before he acted. He moved preemptively. He swung the divine talisman towards the incoming arrow. Another sharp clang resonated as the talisman struck the arrowhead with pinpoint accuracy, splitting it in two once more. The severed arrowheads whizzed past Jiang Taiping's waist. Such precision in observation and judgment. Goodness, was this fellow's eyesight equipped with a microscope? This display was simply phenomenal. Exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd, their astonishment palpable. The arrowheads were minuscule, and Jiang Taiping's ability to strike them accurately while they sped through the air attested to his exceptional perceptual acuity and judgment. Yang Yuer's delicate face was filled with anguish. She adjusted her shooting angle, reasoning that her chest was far wider than her head. Aiming for Jiang Taiping's heart would allow her to avoid having her arrows shattered in the same manner. However, she abruptly realized her notion was somewhat naive. Hey, can you refrain from solely defending? Yang Yuer said with a frown. Jiang Taiping felt somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, she had insisted he not dodge. and now she was demanding he not merely defend. Do you have to be so particular? He retorted. There's no rule against defense during combat, is there? Yang Yuer defended herself. But what good is it to only defend? Can you slay the Yishou, or Yijitsu that way? Jiang Taiping was at a loss. Logically, she was right, but he had only defended twice and had no intention of doing so indefinitely. Taiping, she is lamenting her arrows. Su Qiqi chimed in with a giggle. I've heard her arrows are meticulously crafted, each worth a fortune. After you've destroyed 2 of them, she is probably heartbroken right now. Jiang Taiping blinked, sensing that Su Qiqi's words were less an explanation and more a subtle nudge for him to take action. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, I understand, Captain. Su Qiqi shot him a knowing look, silently affirming his insight without further elaboration. Yang Yuer, however, did not dwell on it, for what Su Qiqi had said was indeed factual. Hey, did you hear that? You can't just defend, she reiterated. Jiang Taiping opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, Su Qiqi's voice interjected, Jiang Taiping, stop trying to be flashy. That is quite intimidating. Yes, Captain, he promptly replied, resolving not to remain on the defensive any longer. Yang Yuer exhaled in relief, with Jiang Taiping abandoning his defense. Her carefully crafted arrows would no longer be at risk of destruction. Yet, she found herself puzzled. Why would Su Qiqi, who had a contentious relationship with her, come to her defense? Perhaps she was concerned for that fellow's safety? Yes, that must be it. After all, if he made a misstep during such maneuvers, he could easily sustain grave injuries. Once more, Yang Yuer commanded, knocking another arrow. Just then, she saw Jiang Taiping slip his dagger into his pocket. What's going on? She wondered, perplexed by his action. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it and pulled back the bowstring, launching an arrow directly at Jiang Taiping. He responded in kind. With lightning speed, his right hand, which had been in his pocket, shot out, and with a casual flick, a short sword was launched forth. In the next instant, the tip of the short sword collided with the arrowhead. In a contest of equal strength, the determining factor was the sharpness of the weapons. Though Yang Yuer's arrows were exquisitely crafted, they could not compare to the legendary Tai 12 flying swords. Thus, at the moment of collision, the outcome was already predetermined. With a clear, ringing sound of steel clashing, the short sword sliced through the arrow as effortlessly as cutting tofu, cleaving it in 2. But that was not the end. The short sword, maintaining its momentum, continued towards Yang Yuer, while the severed arrowheads flew off to either side. Yang Yuer, taken aback by Jiang Taiping's ability to shatter her arrow once more, was caught unprepared, and by the time she realized what was happening, the short sword was nearly upon her, leaving her no time to evade. It's over, a thought flashed through Yang Yuer's mind. If the short sword could sever her arrow, surely it was sharp enough to pierce her head. If struck, she was certain her skull would be punctured clean through. Standing nearby, Qinzhan reached out towards the short sword. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Yuer was from the Nanshan province headquarters. He could allow Jiang Taiping to teach her a lesson, but he could not permit a life-threatening incident. At that moment, the short sword suddenly veered away, narrowly missing Yang Yuer's ear, and a lock of her hair fell, severed by the blade. Qinzhan was taken aback, turning to Jiang Taiping with a look of confusion. The short sword could not have changed direction on its own, meaning Jiang Taiping must have directed it. However, he was baffled as to how Jiang Taiping managed to alter the trajectory of the rapidly flying sword. In the next moment, realization dawned on him. During the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, Jiang Taiping had demonstrated the ability to control a long sword. It must have been him who redirected the short sword at the critical moment, thus averting the horrific outcome of Yang Yuer's head being pierced. As Qinzhan speculated, Jiang Taiping indeed used his sword mastery to alter the short sword's flight path at that pivotal moment. Previously, during the reaction test, Yang Yuer had not aimed for his vital points, and, as she was not an adversary but merely someone sent for evaluation, he had no intention of ending her life. The onlookers were left speechless. When Jiang Taiping agreed to abandon his defense, they believed he could no longer shatter Yang Yuer's arrows, but to their astonishment, he effortlessly dispatched another arrow with a thrown dagger. The accuracy was astounding. Yang Yuer breathed a sigh of relief, her face pale with fear. Just moments ago, she felt as if she had already stepped into the gates of hell, with the king of hell waving at her. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Jiang Taiping casually summoned the still-flying short sword back into his hand. During the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, he had already revealed his ability to control long swords, so he was unafraid of further exposure. Hey, this time I didn't defend, Jiang Taiping said with a smile directed at Yang Yuer. If it weren't for the test, you'd have already reported to the king of hell. Would you care to try again? You don't need to. Yang Yuer began, but abruptly stopped, recalling how she had been mocked by Jiang Taiping for similar words before. She quickly amended, I was careless earlier. I want TB again. Shall we go again? Jiang Taiping inquired. Let us do it. Yang Yuer replied, Herz flushed. This time, She didn't release her arrows one by one, but instead shot two at once, eager to see if Jiang Taiping could still shatter her arrows. Then she witnessed it. Jiang Taiping's right hand, which had been in his pocket, shot out like a flash, and with a flick of his wrist, two short swords were launched forth. With two crisp sounds of steel clashing, the short swords accurately struck the tips of the rapidly flying arrows, cleaving them in half as easily as slicing tofu. This time, before the short swords could reach Yang Yuer, Jiang Taiping employed his sword mastery to retract them. Yang Yuer's expression darkened. In such a brief span, Jiang Taiping had already destroyed 6 of her arrows. Yet, stubbornly unwilling to concede, she continued to shoot arrow after arrow at Jiang Taiping. Still going? Jiang Taiping remarked, somewhat exasperated. He had already shattered 6 of Yang Yuer's arrows. Yet she showed no signs of relenting. With a sigh, Jiang Taiping unleashed a flurry of short swords, each propelled from his hand. In the next moment, a series of sharp metallic sounds rang out. Each sound signified yet another of Yang Yuer's arrows being severed by a short sword. Within a mere moment, the count of arrows destroyed by Jiang Taiping surged from 6 to 15. Indeed, during that last volley, Yang Yuer had unleashed 9 arrows. Witnessing the destruction of 9 consecutive arrows left her heart bleeding. She initially intended to take advantage of her numerous arrows to bully Jiang Taiping, who possessed relatively few short swords. However, she was taken aback to discover that Jiang Taiping had an ample supply of short swords, resulting in the loss of 9 arrows. How did you manage that? Yang Yuer could not help but inquire. Since her debut, most of her opponents had relied on evasion to counter her arrows, while some had attempted to deflect them through direct attacks. This direct confrontation with Jiang Taiping was an unprecedented encounter for her. It's quite simple. I merely aimed with precision, Jiang Taiping humbly replied. The onlookers and Yang Yuer were momentarily stunned. You merely aimed with precision? You shot 15 arrows and destroyed all 15. That's sheer perfection. Su Chi looked up at the sky, realizing that this fellow had once again adopted a modest demeanor. Shall we continue? Jiang Taiping shifted the topic, feeling somewhat bashful about having destroyed Yang Yuer's 15 arrows. Continue. Yang Yuer gritted her teeth, shouldering her longbow as she charged towards Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping possessed numerous short swords, many of which were recoverable and reusable, whereas her arrows could not be retrieved in time. With each arrow destroyed, she had one less to deploy, and if this continued, she would soon find herself out of ammunition. Yet, that was not the most critical issue. The real concern was that having had her 15 arrows consistently destroyed by Jiang Taiping made her recognize a disheartening fact. Her archery was ineffective against him. Thus, she decisively abandoned her bow and arrow to engage Jiang Taiping in close combat. Chapter 87. The Chase Between Man and Sword. Keep running. Jiang Taiping instantly discerned Yang Yuer's intentions as she charged toward him. This realization stirred a mixture of emotions within him. After having destroyed 15 arrows, she finally seemed to grasp the situation. However, to be fair, he could understand Yang Yuer's delay in comprehension. Relying on her archery prowess, she had undoubtedly developed a habit of engaging in battle through her arrows. In such circumstances, how could she easily alter her combat style without feeling utterly despondent? Taiping, Yang Yuer is coming for close combat. Su Chi's urgent voice rang out. Captain, she cannot engage in close combat without my consent. Jiang Taiping responded. Su Chi was momentarily taken aback. Why would she need his approval to engage in close combat? However, the next moment, she understood, not because of her own realization, but because Jiang Taiping had taken action. With a casual flick of his hand, a short sword shot towards Yang Yuer at an alarming speed. Yang Yuer instinctively dodged, attempting to evade the incoming sword. Yet, the sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, altering its trajectory in tandem with her movements, precisely following her evasive maneuvers. What is happening? Yang Yuer was bewildered. She could not fathom why the short sword would suddenly change direction. Nonetheless, she recognized that this was not the time for contemplation, so she hastily adjusted her course once more. However, the sword followed suit, again altering its path towards her. Frustrated, Yang Yuer made several attempts, yet each was thwarted in the same manner. Left with no choice, she abandoned her advance, opting to retreat erratically in an S-shaped path to delay the sword's advance, hoping to buy herself time to escape and shake off its relentless pursuit. Only when the distance between her and Jiang Taiping exceeded 50 meters could she finally evade the sword's chase. The onlookers were once again left dumbfounded by the spectacle. When the world is happening, it feels as though the sword has eyes. If they were not acutely aware that the sword was an inanimate object, they might have genuinely believed it possessed sentience, given how it followed Yang Yuer's movements. Su Chi, however, had a sudden epiphany. She understood why Jiang Taiping insisted that Yang Yuer could not engage in close combat without his consent. Under Jiang Taiping's masterful sword control, Yang Yuer was utterly unable to approach, and without the ability to close the distance, how could she engage in close combat? The scope of Kinbunchika Haki's perception is still too limited. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. His ability to direct the sword in accordance with Yang Yuer's movements relied on his perceptive and predictive capabilities. However, once she exited the range of his perception, he could no longer foresee her evasive actions. Without such insight, it would have been impossible for her to evade the sword's assault. Just then, a startled voice rang out. Look, the sword is flying towards Yang Yuer again. The crowd instinctively turned to the sound, witnessing the sword hurtling towards Yang Yuer from behind. Yang Yuer also heard the shout. Without the luxury of thought or the time to glance back, she leapt to the right in a desperate bid for safety. In the next instant, the sword whizzed past the spot she had just vacated. Yang Yuer breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a hint of gratitude. Thankfully, her reflexes were sufficiently swift. Otherwise, she would have lost this battle. However, before she could fully relax, she observed the sword that had flown past suddenly pivot and charge back towards her. Damn it! This development compelled Yang Yuer to curse under her breath as she frantically retreated. What followed was a bizarre scene. Yang Yuer dashed about, pursued relentlessly by a single short sword. Thus began the chase between a person and a sword. What is going on? How can the sword continually change direction? Someone in the crowd asked in disbelief. It must be due to his ability to control the sword, another explained. I heard that during his assessment in the demon hunting hall, he scored full marks by controlling all the long swords in the test of reflexes. The onlookers nodded in understanding, having heard various accounts of Jiang Taiping's performance during the assessment. After several rounds of this chase, Yang Yuer found herself panting heavily, sweat beading on her forehead, and her hair disheveled, presenting a stark contrast to her previous composure and grace. At this point, she realized something was amiss. If this pursuit continued, she would exhaust herself. With that thought, she shouted, F1, do you find it amusing to have the sword chase me? I find it quite entertaining. Jiang Taiping replied with a mischievous grin, turning to Su Chi. Captain, do you find it amusing? I find it rather amusing. Sui nadi disaisibli. Unwilling to undermine Jiang Taiping's performance in front of so many spectators. Moreover, witnessing Yang Yuer in such disarray indeed brought her amusement. Yang Yuer's expression faltered as she scowled. What is so entertaining about it? It can't harm me. Not necessarily, Jiang Taiping countered with a sly smile. Do you think that if this chase continues, you won't tire out? Once you're exhausted and can no longer flee, do you believe it can't harm you? Yang Yuer's expression stiffened. Did that question even require asking? Clearly it did not. F1, what is so remarkable about tiring me out? Have the guts to face me in a fair fight. It sounds as if I'm not fighting you fairly now, Jiang Taiping retorted, rolling his eyes. However, you do have a point. Winning through your exhaustion does seem a bit lacking in merit. Taiping, she is trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. Sui interdimensional. To tire her out is also a skill. Otherwise, how could she be the one exhausted and not you? Captain, I know that, but I want her to have nothing to say. Jiang Taiping chuckled, raising his hand to unleash a flurry of short swords. In an instant, the pursuit of Yang Yuer by the short swords escalated from 1 to 9. 9 short swords surrounded Yang Yuer, trapping her in place, rendering her hesitant to move. At this juncture, swords floated ominously in all 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, while one hovered ominously above her head. In this dire situation, Yang Yuer found herself with no escape route. Run. Keep running. Jiang Taiping taunted with a wicked smile. The girl dared to provoke him, truly believing he could not confine her. Yang Yuer was on the verge of tears. 9 short swords blocked her every escape route. How could she flee? I have forsaken weapons, yet you still wield one. What kind of skill is that? With a darkened expression, Yang Yuer challenged, if you possess true courage, refrain from using weapons, and let us engage in a fair fight. Chapter 88. Silencing them. Close combat. The crowd in the square looked at Yang Yuer in utter disbelief. You wish to forego weapons, yet demand Jiang Taiping do the same. How could you utter such words? Su Chi, grinning mischievously, observed that Yang Yuer was truly desperate. Otherwise, how could she speak such unreasonable demands? No one among her peers had managed to corner Yang Yuer as Jiang Taiping had, at least not in Nanshan province. Otherwise, she would not have earned the reputation of being the foremost among the younger generation in Nanshan province. Are your demands excessive? Jiang Taiping retorted. First, you forbade me from dodging, then from defending, and now you expect me to stand still while you strike? Yang Yuer felt quite embarrassed. She did not desire this situation. She recognized her demands were somewhat over the top. However, she had promised the headquarters in Nanshan province that she would strip Jiang Taiping of his membership in the demon hunting hall. Yet now, she found herself at a disadvantage, unable to justify revoking his membership. I have set aside my weapons. Do you not feel any shame in continuing to use yours? Yang Yuer insisted, trying to defend herself. You chose to forego your weapons. It It is not as if I prevented you, Jiang Taiping countered. Moreover, does using weapons even benefit you? Do you dare to wield them? Xuanyuan wished to argue further, but found herself at a loss for words. What Jiang Taiping stated was a fact. She had realized weapons were ineffective against him and did not wish him to destroy her arrows, hence her decision to abandon their use. You may continue to use your weapons, Jiang Taiping added. I assure you I will not destroy all your arrows. Xuanyuan tweeted violently. What assurance did he offer not to obliterate her arrows? She could guarantee that if she continued to wield her weapons, he would surely destroy every single one of them. Are you afraid? Xuanyuan, unsure how to defend herself, attempted to provoke him again. Another round of provocation? Jiang Taiping sighed, changing his tone abruptly. However, if I were to decline your challenge, would it not make others believe I am afraid of you? As he spoke, Jiang Taiping effortlessly summoned the 9 swords that had trapped Xuanyuan, returning them to his grasp. Taiping, she is seeking a justification to revoke your membership in the Demon Hunting Hall. Suiki Koshchen. Captain, I am aware, Jiang Taiping replied, placing the swords in his pocket. Given how far the assessment has progressed, only a blind person from the headquarters in Nanshan province would continue to demand the cancellation of my membership. The crowd nodded in agreement. Xuanyuan, bearing the title of the foremost among the younger generation in Nanshan province, had been forced into unreasonable behavior by Jiang Taiping. How could anyone from the headquarters dare to demand the revocation of his membership? Of course, there might still be some stubborn traditionalists who would insist on being blind to the facts. Thus, I must thoroughly silence those traditionalists, depriving them of any excuse to call for my membership's cancellation, ensuring they cannot feign blindness. F1, well done. F1, I support you. F1, your words are truly imposing. I feel invigorated just hearing them. The onlookers rallied in support of Jiang Taiping. Despite possessing only F-level cultivation talent, his performance today captivated them. Su Qiqi refrained from further persuasion. Firstly, Jiang Taiping's reasoning was compelling. Secondly, his confidence was evident, negating the need for further encouragement. Captain, the recording is complete. It serves as evidence to prevent some from causing unnecessary trouble. Jiang Taiping reminded. Rest assured, it has all been recorded. Su Qiqi nodded, then added, but should we cut out the previous segment? No need to edit. Jiang Taiping shook his head, turning to Xuanyuan. I will not use weapons. Come forth. He understood Su Qiqi's concerns regarding the displeasure of the traditionalists at the headquarters, yet he was unafraid of their potential reactions. Xuanyuan's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Previously, she had requested Su Qiqi to record to annoy her, and to prevent her from being challenged when attempting to revoke Jiang Taiping's membership. Yet, she never expected the outcome would not only backfire on her, but also serve as evidence against any attempts to cancel Jiang Taiping's membership at the headquarters. It was truly a case of shooting herself in the foot. At that moment, Xuanyuan grappled with whether to continue assessing Jiang Taiping. Just as he had stated, at this point in the assessment, unless the headquarters personnel chose to feign ignorance and create trouble, they could not legitimately call for the cancellation of his membership. However, to conclude here left her feeling unsatisfied. She bore the title of the foremost among the younger generation in Nanshan province, yet could not manage a mere F-level talent, and had been cornered in such a humiliating manner. It would be one thing to fail to provide an explanation to the headquarters, but to endure such disgrace was intolerable. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping had destroyed 15 of her arrows, inflicting significant losses upon her. She could not simply let this go without confronting him, as it would gnaw at her spirit. Yet, the crux of the matter was that she had insisted Jiang Taiping refrain from using weapons, and he had acquiesced. If she were to back down now, would it not be a breach of trust? Would it not suggest she feared him? Seeing Xuanyuan remain silent and stationary, Jiang Taiping urged, Hey, I have already promised not to use weapons. Why are you hesitating? At his words, Xuanyuan ceased her inner turmoil. She yearned to unleash her frustrations upon Jiang Taiping, and by doing so, she could return with a semblance of justification, sparing herself further embarrassment. As for the possibility of losing to Jiang Taiping, she had never entertained such thoughts. How much combat experience could he possibly have gained since joining the Nightwalkers? Conversely, her tenure with them had involved numerous battles against otherworldly beings, including close combat after exhausting her arrows. Her experience was undeniably vast. She firmly believed Jiang Taiping could not best her in close quarters. Resolute in her decision, Xuanyuan charged forward. With a resounding thud, she stomped her foot on the ground and dashed toward Jiang Taiping. He, too, did not linger, striding boldly to meet her. F1, go for it. The crowd cheered him on. Su Qiqi felt a twinge of concern. After all, Xuanyuan was a delicate young lady. Could Jiang Taiping truly bring himself to fight her? Chapter 89, truly lacking in tenderness. Had it reached its conclusion? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Taiping and Xuanyuan soon engaged. Xuanyuan swung her fist toward Jiang Taiping, who boldly met her strike head-on, clearly intent on a direct confrontation. Had Xuanyuan not sealed her cultivation at 9-star F level, Jiang Taiping would have refrained from such a clash. With his meager abilities, he would not withstand a single blow from her. However, since her cultivation was sealed at 9-star F level, what was there to fear in a direct confrontation? Moreover, he did not draw upon any power beyond that level, as it would have been an unfair advantage. Bang! In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed through the air, a result of their fists colliding. In unison, the two retreated a step, then simultaneously unleashed their fists toward each other. The air was soon filled with the dull thud of repeated impacts. In a brief span of time, Jiang Taiping and Yang Yuer exchanged dozens of blows. Each encounter was evenly matched, with neither gaining a discernible advantage. However, Jiang Taiping's expression remained serene, while Yang Yuer's face betrayed a hint of anxiety. She had underestimated Jiang Taiping. His experience in close combat was far more extensive than she had anticipated. What was even more crucial was that despite her numerous attempts to alter her attack angles in hopes of striking him and tipping the scale of victory in her favor, Jiang Taiping seemed to anticipate her every move, countering her efforts with preemptive precision. This led to her attacks being in vain. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have found herself at his mercy. With another resounding impact, they both retreated once more. At that moment, Jiang Taiping suddenly declared, "I'm done playing with you." Yang Yuer, puzzled by his words, did not have the luxury of contemplation. She resumed her assault with renewed vigor. Jiang Taiping met her strike as before. But just as their fists were about to collide, his punch abruptly shifted direction, evading her blow, and transformed into a claw that swiftly seized her wrist. In a fluid motion, Jiang Taiping stepped forward with his right foot, pivoted sharply, and executed a shoulder throw. Yang Yuer found herself airborne, soaring over his head and crashing toward the ground with a thud. Accompanied by a dull sound, she landed heavily, releasing a cry of pain. The onlookers flinched at the sight. They were not Yang Yuer and could not gauge her pain, but witnessing her fall was excruciating enough for them. Su Qiqi wore an expression of astonishment. She had believed that Jiang Taiping, who had been engaging in a fierce contest with Yang Yuer, would hesitate to strike hard against such a delicate young lady. After all, with his formidable reflexes, how could he possibly miss an opportunity to subdue her? Yet, she soon realized her error. Jiang Taiping was not reluctant to be ruthless and showed no mercy whatsoever. How could he be so unfeeling? Su Qiqi sighed inwardly. Fortunately, her musings were silent, for had Jiang Taiping heard her, it would have been quite amusing. Who had prompted him to disrupt Yang Yuer's arrow? Who had advised him to be unreserved, as long as he didn't kill her? Now he had merely thrown Yang Yuer and was being accused of lacking tenderness. Jiang Taiping did not seize the opportunity to attack further. Instead, he looked at Yang Yuer and said, "Yield." "Impossible." Yang Yuer firmly rejected, performing a backflip to regain her stance and launching another strike at him. Jiang Taiping sighed, genuinely reluctant to inflict further harm on her. Yet her refusal to concede and her relentless advances compelled him to respond. With another shoulder throw, he sent Yang Yuer crashing to the ground once more. Undeterred, she rose again, only to be thrown down again. After being thrown 3 times in succession, Yang Yuer was left dazed. She had been cautious. Yet, Jiang Taiping had effortlessly seized her arm to execute the throw. What she did not realize was that under the influence of Kin Bunchiko Haki, her movements were transparent to Jiang Taiping, making it exceedingly simple for him to complete the throw. This was the reason he had previously stated he would no longer play with her. How unfortunate! The spectators felt a twinge of unease, their expressions reflecting a peculiar blend of disbelief. To repeatedly throw down a delicate young lady was hardly an act of kindness. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping's treatment of Yang Yuer evoked the feeling of an adult effortlessly managing a 3-year-old child. Jiang Taiping appeared untroubled, while Yang Yuer was utterly incapable of retaliating. This fellow truly lacked any sense of compassion. Su Qiqi sighed inwardly again, yet her face beamed with delight. Watching Yang Yuer being subdued by Jiang Taiping was undeniably satisfying. "Yield, you're no match for me," Jiang Taiping reiterated. Yang Yuer bit her lip, her face contorted with pain and conflict. The pain was a result of being thrown 3 times. It truly hurt. The conflict stemmed from her unwillingness to concede. But the realization that she was no match for Jiang Taiping after being easily thrown thrice made her aware that further resistance would only lead to her own detriment. After much inner turmoil, Yang Yuer finally decided to concede. After all, persisting in a fight she knew she could not win would only be self-inflicted suffering. "Humph. Had I not been sealed, you would never be my opponent," Yang Yuer retorted darkly. "You are quite right," Jiang Taiping nodded. He then shifted the conversation. "But I have only trained for a few days, whereas you have trained for several months. Do you really have the audacity to say that? What of it? Even if you train longer, your talent is at F grade. Reaching the pinnacle of 9-star F grade is your limit. Merely extending your training period will not allow you to progress further." At her words, the crowd fell silent, a wave of regret washing over their faces. They had just witnessed Jiang Taiping overpower Yang Yuer and had momentarily forgotten his training talent. With his extraordinary reflexes, precise vision, impeccable knife-throwing skills, and the ability to control knives from afar, combined with commendable close combat experience, one could only imagine the heights he could reach if his talent were higher. However, as Yang Yuer pointed out, he was limited to F-grade talent, and his achievements had plateaued. Chapter 90. A Pair of Actors. Jiang Taiping's frustration. Jiang Taiping was momentarily taken aback. His expression darkened visibly, and his fists clenched tightly. The crowd sighed softly at the transformation of his demeanor. It was evident that Yang Yuer's words had struck a nerve. Su Qiqi stifled a laugh, realizing that he was beginning to act again. Had she not known that Jiang Taiping was not truly a 9-star F-grade, she might have believed that Yang Yuer had genuinely hit a sore spot. Yet, it was not the time to reveal his ruse, so she suppressed her laughter. "Oh, let me break through." A frustrated roar escaped Jiang Taiping's lips. The audience was momentarily confused. What did he mean by breakthrough? Before they could ponder further, Jiang Taiping turned and exclaimed, "Captain, I feel my vitality has increased. Do you think I have surpassed F-grade?" Su Qiqi was left speechless. He was acting, and now he wanted her to join in? How inconsiderate. Nevertheless, her expression remained impassive as she quickly turned her attention to him. "Indeed, Taiping, you have surpassed F-grade. You have been promoted to E-grade," she exclaimed, feigning excitement. Qin Zhan and Xiao Shan exchanged exasperated glances. These two were quite the dramatic pair. The crowd was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at Jiang Taiping, many of whom were astonished to realize that he had indeed advanced from F-grade to E-grade. Wow, he really has been promoted to E-grade. ISNT, the pinnacle of F-grade talent, supposed to be 9-star F-grade? How could he advance to E-grade? Is it really possible to break through such talent limitations with sheer willpower? A series of astonished exclamations echoed throughout the plaza, leaving the faces of the crowd painted with disbelief. It is widely acknowledged that individuals possessing F-level cultivation talent can only elevate their prowess to the pinnacle of 9-star F-level. Yet, Jiang Taiping shattered this perception by ascending to E-level with an F-level cultivation talent, undoubtedly appending their understanding of limits. Yang Yuer, too, was taken aback, her lovely visage reflecting incredulity as she rubbed her eyes and gazed once more, only to find that Jiang Taiping had indeed elevated his cultivation to E-level. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Taiping declared, 9-star F-level is not my ultimate limit. I have ascended to E-level. Previously, he had raised his apparent cultivation to the 9-star F-level merely to reach this very moment. His intention was not to show off or humiliate Yang Yuer, but rather to eliminate any possibility of the headquarters in Nanshan province, dismissing him as merely an F-level talent, claiming that he could only reach 9-star F-level. He had been contemplating how to justify raising his apparent cultivation to E-level, but Yang Yuer inadvertently provided him with an opportunity by asserting that 9-star F-level was his ceiling. Seizing the moment, he showcased his newfound prowess, elevating his visible cultivation to E-level. As for his loud exclamation, it was a decision born out of a desire for authenticity. It would be far too disingenuous to elevate to E-level without any fanfare. His shout was inspired by his previous experience with the lottery system, which had manifested after a similar outburst. Yang Yuer's expression darkened. She struggled to reconcile Jiang Taiping's ascension to E-level with her understanding of his abilities. However, the undeniable evidence lay before her, compelling her to accept the truth. The most significant aspect was that she had just claimed his 9-star F-level was his limit, only for him to promptly surpass it by attaining a level, a fact that certainly stung. Even if you've reached E-level, what of it? Yang Yuer retorted darkly. With your F-level cultivation talent, do you really believe you could ascend to D-level? Jiang Taiping replied, today, you deem 9-star F-level my limit. Yet I have shattered that ceiling and stepped into E-level. Can you guarantee that I will never ascend to D-level in the future? Yang Yuer instinctively wanted to assure him, but the words caught in her throat. She could not fathom how Jiang Taiping, with his F-level talent, could have reached D-level. So how could she promise he would not eventually reach D-level? Minister Qin, is he truly F-level in cultivation talent? Yang Yuer inquired, prompting the crowd to turn their gazes toward Qin Zhan, who also harbored doubts about Jiang Taiping's classification. Historically, no one with F-level talent had ever ascended to E-level. Qin Zhan found himself in a quandary. While he didn't believe Jiang Taiping's talent was merely F-level, he could not voice this opinion without undermining the reports he had submitted, which stated otherwise. Cursing under his breath, Qin Zhan remarked his cultivation talent was assessed by Qi, and it indeed registers as F-level. I demand a re-evaluation of his cultivation talent. Yang Yuer insisted with gravity. Are you questioning my integrity? Qi's voice chimed in. It is not my intention to doubt. Yang Yuer responded. However, it is a well-known fact that F-level talents cannot reach E-level. How could he possibly defy this reality? Very well, let us conduct another test. Qi conceded, recognizing she could not prevent it. As she spoke, Qi winked at Jiang Taiping, a gesture clearly meant to convey a warning. Sighing, Jiang Taiping realized he had initially contemplated raising his cultivation talent to E level to silence the antiquated minds at the Nanshan province headquarters. However, he now recognized that doing so would unfairly burden Chi-Chi with the blame for any testing errors. To spare her from such a fate, he resolved to maintain his F-level designation. Seeing Chi-Chi acquiesce, Qin Zhan declared, "Then we shall test again." Yang Yuer produced a colorful stone from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Taiping. This stone had been provided by the Nanshan province headquarters for the purpose of reassessing Jiang Taiping's cultivation talent. Without hesitation, he grasped the stone tightly. In the next moment, a crimson light erupted from the stone, revealing a small sword suspended within. This spectacle left the onlookers and Yang Yuer in a state of bewilderment. The crimson light signified F-level cultivation talent, suggesting that Jiang Taiping genuinely possessed only F-level talent. Yet, how could one with F-level talent have ascended to E-level? Chi-Chi's eyes narrowed. She sensed that the circumstances of this test differed from the previous one, but she could not ascertain how.